Right, I just feel like having a rant today. I feel like ranting. On one today, still. Just finished work, a lot on my mind. So, I've been listening to a lot of lives tonight while I've been at work. Just listening, trying to understand why things are a certain way, you know? Trying to understand why there's so many people from the African continent that are so bang on trying to make all BLK people kind of accept this African identity. And I don't get it. Why? Why is it so important to Africans for BLK Americans, BLK British people to adopt this sort of identity that we come from Africa? And that is the motherland, that is where we came from, that is something that should be important to all of us. We should adore the African woman. We should adore everything that is Africa. But when we actually look through the history of Africa and we start really deep diving into what Africa's about, what really is Africa got? What really has Africa done for BLK people? You can see here in this picture that an African is here selling another African to the white man, to a YT man. But they'll turn around and say, you know, we were forced to do it. You know, it wasn't just us, it was other people. But they want you Pan-Africans, pan goofies to be out here running around and defending Africa, trying to speak about how we should be united. Africa will never be united. It's never going to be united. And the more we try and make this happen, is the more we're going to get ripped off. The more we're going to get scammed. And we see it happening over and over and over again. Ghana's president tries to go to New York and talk to the UN and try and raise money for Africa. Why? Because Africa is in debt right now. They're in debt to China. China wants their money. So they're trying to find ways that they can get the bag and use BLK people in whatever way they can to get that money. And some of us are like useful idiots, sorry to say, and we want to jump up and down and be part of this, you know, Wakanda forever bull crap, when really Africa's got some major problems, and I don't think majority of Africans actually want to talk about it. You know, you talk about slavery still happening in Africa today, and they'll turn around and say, well, they ain't got nothing to say. It's not our fault. Other countries have come in and done this and done that. But wait a minute, you guys have, you know, been independent for a long time. Yeah, you sold out a lot of your country to a lot of different places, your continent to a lot of different places. Yeah, your individual countries within the continent, a lot of your leaders have sold you guys out. But yet still you want people from BLK people, especially from the West, to want to be part of this African Wakanda forever, and we're just not part of it. And I hear too many times, thanks Savage, thanks for the likes, but I hear too many times, especially from like Africans that have come to this country, they want to talk down on this country, they want to talk down on BLK people especially, and they want to tell you everything that's wrong with your culture, with your country, but they are running from their own country. They fled their own country to come here. Why? Because the life is better, because things is better. They want to stay here and talk about you when your own house is in shambles. I think you don't have the right to come to the West and complain. If your country's in shambles, you do not have the right to speak about anyone else's country. And I think it's important for a lot of African people to understand that we don't have to accept the identity of Africa. Now, I'm not saying you as a person that may be born in this country but your parents are African, I'm not saying you should not want to accept your identity as an African. I'm not saying you shouldn't. But for somebody that's grown up in the UK, somebody that's grown up in America, they've been there their whole life, they haven't got no immediate family members that are born in Africa, it's kind of disrespectful to turn around and say, look, you're an African. It's kind of disrespectful. And now they all want to say, you know, the out of Africa theory. And look, I agree with it. Life did begin in Africa. Everyone has some sort of African DNA inside of them. Yeah, I agree with that. But if that is the case, then that means everyone's a fucking African, and it's just not true. You're not looking for the Brazilians to be called African. You're not looking for the Chinese to become African. Why are you so intent on making people, especially from the West Indies, people from America, why are you so hell-bent on them calling themselves African? Why? Why do we need to assume an identity that does not belong to us? Why? And then people will be like, oh, you're pretending. You're pretending. You want to be something you're not. No, I don't want to be African. I'm not African. I'm not born in Africa. I don't think like an African. Even when I have conversations with some African people, the conversation and the frequency that we're talking at is two different levels. Even when you're at work and you're working with, you know, Africans, it's a different work ethic. They're very all right, I'll just say how it is, man. They kiss the YT man's ass a lot. They kiss his ass at work. They're willing to do whatever he says with no questions. They act a bit strange as well. They ask questions that are really stupid sometimes as well. You know, you just want to go home and this guy wants to ask dumb questions. He wants to get a little pat on the head. Like, come on, grow up, man. It's like when you've got a BLK person who isn't African and they're in a higher position than the African person does not want to be subservient or submissive to that BLK person that's above them. But if it's the other way around, they are going hard with the power that they got. They're going so hard with the power that they got, they're trying to do whatever they can to usurp that power over you. Why? But they don't act like that with the YT guy. And I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of seeing this stuff on TikTok. I'm tired of seeing, like, especially people from the Caribbean community. You've lost your identity when you came to the West. Let's face it. When you set foot on British soil, like, you lost your identity as a Caribbean person. You lost your identity, and now you're trying to assume an African identity because you feel like you've lost something. Like, you go to the Caribbean, they're not going to treat you good. They're going to treat you like they treat the tourists because you don't have the accent. You don't have the mindset. You don't think like somebody from the Caribbean. They're not going to accept you. They're going to call you English boy or English girl, like how they did me when I was a kid. Going over to St. Lucia, going over to Jamaica, realizing that I'm not part of this group of people. I may have similar looks, but we don't think the same. Our values don't align. We don't have the same views. We don't have the same ambitions. Yeah? Even when we get to like adult minds, our minds are completely different. Completely. And I'm at the point now where I'm just thinking to myself, like, this needs to be exposed now. All of this Pan-Africanism, all of this crap that's going on, we need to be admitting what's really going on here. And Africa is cursed. It's cursed. Why? Because throughout history, we know that Africans were selling other Africans. Let's talk about it. Africans were selling other Africans. Arabs were selling Africans. Yeah, YT people were selling Africans. The Spanish was selling Africans. Everyone's had a piece of Africa, and to this day, right now in Africa, people are still being sold. But you'll have an African come to you and say, yeah, Africa's the motherland. You've been watching too much Black Panther, man. It's gone to your head. You lot ain't thinking correctly. You lot are thinking with that beggar mindset still. And that mindset still in the Caribbean as well. That beggar mindset. You go to the Caribbean with your suitcase full of clothes. On your way home, you just know you're going to be going back home with nothing in your suitcase. Because everyone's like, oh, there's some nice shoes, you know. Let me hold them shoes. Let me hold that top. You go to Africa, you land in the airport. As soon as you land, you get shaken down. They're asking you for this, asking you for that. They want to stop your car. Oh, yeah, I need some money. Why would I want to go to Africa? Why do I want to go to Africa where there's hardly any running water, toilets, toilet paper, where most people are looking at you, want to scam you? You got YT guys going to Africa, sleeping with hundreds of women because their women are just like throwing themselves at a man because they want to get a meal. Like, what is really going on? Like, what is really going on? You want to say Africa's the motherland and we should want to have that as our identity, but what is the identity? What has Africa really done for the world? Huh? What has Africa really done for the BLK community? And then you got this Ghanaian president trying to go up and get reparations when it was your people who sold BLK people into slavery. You actually had a market of selling tobacco and selling slaves, your own people. But yet you want us to be part of this Wakanda forever. It's bullcrap. And you know what else I'm tired of? I'm tired of people on TikTok that are living in the UK talking like freaking Jamaicans. The accents are so freaking bad. You lot need to freaking stop it. Stop talking like a freaking Jamaican. Your Jamaican accents are crap. I've seen YT people speak with better Jamaican that live in Jamaica, that actually are like living in Jamaica. You lot are talking. Nah, I haven't slept yet. I've just finished work. Still, I just done a night shift. But I'm seriously, I'm tired, yeah, of hearing these people, look, they're getting upset now. Look, they're getting upset. They're trying to hit the live. So hit the like if you can, guys. Hit the like. I'm getting into one today, man. I'm ranting today. I'm not happy because I'm tired of. Yeah, Ghana president was selling people. Ghana was involved with selling people, and now the president of Ghana wants to get money. He wants reparations to Africa. Why? Because the Chinese are shaking them down now. The Chinese want their money back, so they're trying to find any way they can to pay that off and scam more BLK people, offering them holidays to come and see the slave castle where you have to pay 4.5K just to go and see some slave castles where they used to hold BLK people and sell them to all these other people. Don't be fooled, man. I see a lot of Caribbean people got fooled by this crap. A lot of Caribbean people jumped off the porch and they wanted to be on this Pan-African thing. But these Africans don't respect you. The Caribbean people don't respect you. They see you trying to adopt their backwards culture and they look at you like a fool, because really and truly they want to swap with you. They want you to live there and they want to take your place. And you're happy to let them. Yeah? You're running away from Jamaica. At some point, there's going to be no more Jamaicans in Jamaica. You can't even go on your own beaches because they're owned by hotels. You can't even fish. You got to fish out the sewer because you can't fish on your own beaches. Why? Because you flee your own countries. You run away from your own country and you don't want to fix it. You don't want to fix your own countries. You want to just sit back and run away and then come to the West, leave your families behind and come and start a new family. See it happening over and over again. And we're about to get into it today because I've been doing some research and I've been digging, and like I've heard too many Africans turn around and say, oh yeah, we didn't take part in slavery. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You took part in it. You made money from it. Even if you look at the pictures of the slave castle, there was houses all around them slave castles. Houses of other Africans. So Africans were living around the slave castles. They was going out collecting BLK people and selling them to the white man. The YT man, sorry. They was knee deep in this. But they'll turn around and say, no, we weren't involved in it. It wasn't us. You really think the YT man was trying to go up in Africa in the heat and take BLK people? That's why they put all of those slave castles on the coast. Because it's cool there. It's easily accessible. You haven't got to go into the deep jungle and catch malaria. You haven't got to go deep into the jungle where you could be, attacked by a different group of Africans. Yeah. So I'm telling you, man, we're not falling for it. I'm not falling for it now. Anyway, I'm not falling for it. A lot of people have fallen for it. A lot of people wanted to jump up on the bandwagon and be part of this Pan-African thing, but it's all a joke. Africa is still enslaving other Africans today. Slavery still exists in Africa. How can you tell us it's the motherland and you love your motherland, but you got people in your country still being enslaved? Children still being sent into mines to go and get diamonds. Still going into the diamond mines to get diamonds. Little kids. But you want to still call it the motherland, right? You still want to praise Africa, right? Too many times I've heard African brothers turn around and say, oh yeah, you're African. You're from Africa, man. I'm not African, bro. Yeah, that's where your people come from. Yeah, all right, cool. If my people come from there, why don't you say that about everyone? Why are you not trying to hook up with the Brazilians? Why are you not trying to hook up with the Chinese? Why are you not trying to hook up with all these other groups that came out of Africa at one point? Why is it you just want the Americans and BLK people from UK and Caribbean people to be like, yeah, we're part of this African thing? Why? So I'm getting into it today. Today I'm gonna get into it. I'm just gonna go inside now, get my second device out, and then we're just gonna read. We're gonna read some stuff, man. I got some articles that I want to share, and we're gonna get into it. But honestly, it's got to the point now where the information is gonna come out, whether you African brothers and sisters like it or not. It's gonna come out. It's gonna come out, and eventually, you're gonna have some pissed off. You're gonna have some pissed off Pan-Africans when they realize that they've been mugged off. When they realize that they've been tricked. How dare the president of Ghana try go and collect reparations? That is the biggest disrespect ever. Biggest disrespect. Keep seeing lives going on where people are saying, yeah, he deserves to get reparations. Massive disrespect. Imagine your ancestors were sold into slavery, and then the country that sold you into slavery wants to collect money for you. That's disrespect. Massive disrespect. $6:30 in the morning. Just done a mad night shift. 9 o'clock at night. Started at 9. Finished. Just gonna chill out now for the rest of the day. Chill out time. Get my second device. I'm gonna read some stuff, man. I've been deep diving. Nah, I ain't eating yet. I'm gonna make something. Yeah, Mum's gonna make me something to eat in a minute when she wakes up.
Greetings.
Greetings, sir, boss.
Yeah, I'm at work, so if the managers pop up, I just have to log out quickly. But just wanted to chime in on this prompt. This is why Africa's cursed. Why is the Ghanaian government trying to get reparations? We'll never get reparations. You know, these. I don't think our people know who exactly they're dealing with. These are some sociopaths.
What do you mean?
I mean, YT people are sociopaths. You're not going to get nothing from them. Not even an apology.
Okay, but do you think it's fair for the African Ghanaian president to try and get reparations when Africa took part in that slavery?
Well, they've already given us reparations in the form of I'm a Jamaican, I could go to Ghana visa free. And black Americans and other Africans in the diaspora can go to Ghana and get free land, I think, if I'm correct.
And
So
how
they're
do you
giving
know?
us some
How do you know after you build that land up and make it look good and look after it, they're not just gonna take that off you?
That's a good question. I have to find some way of making sure it's secure.
really and truly, in that country, you have no rights. In the country of the UK, you have rights protecting you in certain aspects. But over there, what rights do you have?
Well, I was always saying that after I retire from the UK, I'll, live Ghana for the rest of my life. But I don't think I'll do it anymore because when it comes to state pension, if you go back to Ghana or Nigeria, you can't get the state pension. But if you go back, say if you go back to America, Barbados, or Jamaica, you can still receive your state pension.
No.
So yeah, I have to reevaluate my future decisions. I mean, I still want to visit Ghana. It's a nice place,
What
and
what reason would you want to go there for? Though? What's your main reason wanting to go there?
um,
Is it just
well,
money
from what I've
wise?
seen so far, huh?
Money wise, you want to make your money stretch longer, or what's the reason?
Um, just just retirement. I've always thinking about just living there for the rest of my life. As I get older and I'm ready to retire, Ghana will be an ideal place to visit and live out the remainder of my life. But I don't know because this whole state pension thing, it might not be a good idea.
What about hospitals? What about hospitals over there?
Hospitals.
Yeah.
Uh, it's a thing where I'd have to go there and familiarize myself with the place first before I make any hasty decisions. Because
Mm,
at this point, when I'm ready to retire, I'd rather just go back to Jamaica because I'm familiar with Jamaica already.
yeah.
And being there, you could get your state pension as well. You don't have to be in the UK to get your pension. You could be over there and get your state pension. I don't know why that is for Jamaica and it's not the same for Ghana.
Well,
But
me
as for
personally,
reparations,
I don't want to go to a country where I haven't got very much rights. They got very poor plumbing and toilets facilities. Toilet paper is kind of unheard of in certain places. People are taking craps in the street. Food hygiene. Like, don't these things kind of worry you?
it's things to think about. Um, However, yeah, I'm thinking about the pension money I'd like to receive after I retire. You can't get that. If you live in Ghana or Nigeria, you can't get that. Am I a Pan African? I'm not Pan African. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not Pan African. Not all Africans are the same.
Trying to connect up my second device. But so what do you think about this Ghana president though? Do you think he's right for trying to apply for reparations?
He is right in seeking justice, and our people don't realize the monster that they're dealing with. Right? We say that whitey people are racist, but it's levels to it. Whitey people are just these sadist sociopaths, and with the sociopaths, you can never get an apology from them because they'll always find a way to justify their sins.
Okay, but don't you think
So,
they planned this out a lot better? Because think about it, yeah, they signed a resolution. I'll find it in a minute. Yeah, there's a resolution that they signed with the Africans at the time to sell their slaves to them, and they would give them something in return. Now they can't backtrack on that now because they signed agreements.
well, we have to understand that a lot of what we was told that Africans sold Africans into slavery, it wasn't as simple as that.
Okay.
Remember, Europeans had better weapons than we have. I mean, we had spears and bow and arrows. They had um, GUNs and cannons. Way more powerful weapons than we had. So it was a fight to a standstill where we just had to give up some of our people, in order to stop a war from happening.
That's bull crap. Now look at
You
this
think
now.
so?
Look at this, man. It's crap. It's actual crap. Look what this says. My Nigerian great grandfather sold slaves. Let's read it. Amid the global debate about race relations, colonialism, and slavery, some of the Europeans and Americans who made their fortunes in trading human beings have seen their legacies reassessed, the statues toppled, and their names removed from public buildings. Nigerian journalist Adibi Tricia Nuwabi, I can't, I don't want to, I might even butcher that, but writes that one of her ancestors sold slaves, but argues that he should not be judged by today's standards or values. My great grandfather, African name, Ogogo, was what I prefer to call a businessman from the Igbo ethnic group of the southeastern Nigeria. He dealt in a number of goods, including tobacco and palm produce. He also sold human beings. Let's keep reading. And he had agents who captured slaves from different places and brought them to him. My father told me in Nuwabi, no, I don't even know how to pronounce it, so I'm not gonna. Ogogo slaves were sold through the ports of Calabar and Bonny in the south of what is known today as Nigeria. People from ethnic groups along the coast, such as the Efik and Ijaw, usually acted as stevedores for the white merchants and middlemen for the Igbo traders. Like my great grandfather, they loaded and offloaded ships and supplied the foreigners with food and other provisions. They negotiated prices for slaves from the hinterlands, then collected royalties from both of the sellers and buyers. About 1.5 million Igbo slaves were shipped across the Atlantic Ocean between the 15th and the 19th centuries. More than 1.5 million Africans were shipped to what was then called the New World, the Americas, through the Calabar port in the Bight of Bonny, making it one of the largest points of exit during the transatlantic. So you can see there what they were doing. They had a massive organization, and the Africans were taking part in it. This woman clearly says that her grandfather
Yes.
was involved.
Yeah, indeed. Our people are also responsible for selling each other into slavery. And they've acknowledged that, right? And the Ghanaian president in 2019 apologized on the behalf of our ancestors for selling each other. And, they're trying to make amends by saying that we in the diaspora can come back to Ghana and receive free land. I don't know how true that is, but it's a step forward in the right direction. And as for Europeans, you'll never get no reparations from them. The reparations will have to be taken from them by force. They're not going to just give it willingly, because these are some sadist, narcissistic sociopaths.
Why should they break bread or give reparations when the Africans were clearly the ones that were taking part in this? Why the hell should they give anyone?
These people are criminals. I mean, not just to Africa. They went all over the world and they unalived, pillaged, dark indigenous people and stole their land. Nothing these people have is original. There's nothing original about these people.
Who's really to blame for that though, Sir Boss? Who's to blame for that? The Africans were selling them to the YT man. How can we blame them?
Yeah, because the YT man is just as guilty.
Okay,
if he was such a humanitarian, why did he take part in that transaction?
Because that's not his people. That's not his people. Don't you think it's worse that you do that to your people, or somebody comes from the outside and does that to your people?
It's both.
I'd say the people that you live with are worse.
Okay.
At least the YT man's not doing that to his own people, but you got Africans doing that to their own people. But let's read on. It's almost finished. Let me read on more of this. I'll just mute you for a second because you've got some mad background noise. It would be unfair to judge a 19th century man by 21st century principles. Assessing the people of Africa's past by today's standards would compel us to cast the majority of our heroes as villains, denying us the right to fully celebrate anyone who has not been influenced by Western ideology. Igbo slave traders, like my great grandfather, did not suffer any crisis of social acceptance or legality. They did not need any religious or scientific justifications for their actions. They were simply living the life to which they were raised. That was all they knew. The most popular story I've heard about my great grandfather was how he successfully confronted officials of the British colonial government after they seized some of his slaves. The slaves were transported by middlemen along with a consignment of tobacco and palm produce from Ogo's hometown in Umehia to the coast. My great grandfather apparently did not consider it fair that his slaves were being seized. So this guy's upset that the people he's captured have been seized by the YT man. Mad. Buying and selling of human beings among the Igbo had been going on long before the Europeans arrived. People became slaves as punishment for crime, paying of debts, or prisoners of war. The successful sale of adults was considered an exploit for which a man was held by praise singers akin to exploits in wrestling, war, or in hunting animals like the lion. Igbo slaves served as domestic servants and laborers. They sometimes also sacrificed in religious ceremonies and buried alive with their masters to attend to them in the next world. Slavery was so ingrained in the culture that a number of popular Igbo proverbs make reference to it. Anyone who has no slaves is his own slave. A slave who looks on while a fellow slave is tied up and thrown into the grave with his master should realize that the same thing could be done to him someday. It is when the son is being given advice that the slave learns. The arrival of European merchants offering GUNs, mirrors, gin, and other exotic goods in exchange for humans massively increased the demand, leading people to kidnap others to sell them. This is mad. And it goes on. Like, we need to stop being fooled by this, people. You want to be a Pan-African and be like, yeah, I'm with Africa, Wakanda forever. You're an idiot. You're actually a fool. You're a fool. And you're being used by these Africans who want to actually scam the government like the Somalis did in Minnesota. Yeah?
Our people are like, no matter where people are from, we're like crabs in a barrel. I can admit that. Yeah? But does that mean that we should turn our back on our own people? No, we shouldn't. Because when we talk about slavery in Africa, it's really servitude. Because the slave masters treated their servants like family. Notice I use
Bro,
the word servant,
did you not
not
hear what I just
slave.
read, bro?
I heard
They
what
used
you
to
read.
bury people alive, bro. They buried people alive.
Yeah,
They
I heard
sacrificed
what you
some of them
read.
as well.
I
Like,
heard what you
yeah,
read. And in
even the YT
America,
man was bad, yeah, but the YT man at least wanted you to work and get some type of financial gain from you. These not wanted financial gain. They wanted to unalive you. They wanted to break you, and they was getting it for peanuts, for a bag of rice. That's how much your life was to these Africans. And as
it sounds like
somebody that's
it
from
sounds like you got
Jamaica,
Stockholm syndrome.
no, but look at this, boss. Yeah, you're from Jamaica, yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that you're Jamaican, yeah, you don't have no rights to the island of Jamaica. Why? Because you're not looked at as a native born. You're looked at as somebody who was brought to that island. Because you want to
Which is
adopt
true.
because you want to adopt this African identity, they can take away your right as a Jamaican. Soon enough,
Fine,
there's not
take
going to
it.
be no more Jamaicans in Jamaica. Why? Because they're going to start. You can't even go to the beach in Jamaica as a Jamaican. Certain beaches you can't go to those beaches. Tell me I'm lying.
No, you're not lying. And you know what? They can have Jamaica. They can take it because
Brother,
Jamaican
that's
people don't
your
love
that bro.
themselves
That's you
anyway.
got a Jamaican flag in
They
your
can have
bio,
it.
bro. That's
Okay.
your island. Why you don't want to fight for it?
I'm not fighting
Why
for
you don't
nothing
want to
that
fight
people
for it?
don't want to be. Wait, 1 second, 1 second. Jamaican people don't love themselves. So why fight with the people who don't love themselves?
Well, you know what they do? They want to sing about Africa. They want to sing about Haile Selassie. They want to sing about everything except what makes them Jamaican. Self-hatred.
Okay, but then Jamaicans hate themselves because they have a motto called "Out of many, one people," and Jamaicans, black Jamaicans, yeah, built Jamaica for 300 years, right? But then none of us Jamaicans who built that island don't own none of the wealth. So yeah, they can have Jamaica. Have it. I don't
Nah,
care. I
look,
know what
look at all.
I
Look
know
at
what
what
that
the
Jamaica you see, most Jamaicans don't know what the Jamaican flag actually means. I know what it means.
boss.
So they
Look
can
at
have
what the
that
Maroons did.
island. They
The
can have it.
Maroons, the Maroons fought back to protect the island. The Maroons fought back to protect that island. And you're gonna tell me you're just
But
gonna give
then
up that history?
yes, I'll give it up. Why don't we as
Wow,
black Jamaicans own any of Jamaica's wealth?
that's crazy, bro. Honestly,
Why don't
that's
we own
crazy.
Jamaica's wealth? We built that house, but we don't own none of the wealth. Why is
You know
that?
why? Because they told you that some Arawak Indian was there before you. It's bullcrap. What they did, they brought loads of Africans into your country to dilute you down so you don't know who you are. Then they can turn around and say you're an African. But no, you was here from time. Your people was here way before they started bringing Africans here.
Uh, we are not indigenous to Jamaica or the Americas. We're indigenous
Yes,
to
you are,
Africa.
bro. Yes, you are. Look all around the world, yeah. You see Papua New Guinea. You see all of these places where they look kind of Asian, but they got black features. They got Afro hair. You got the Aboriginals in Australia, and they're black as well, bro. Come on.
Not all black people, but not all black people are the same. I'm not the same as an Australian Aborigine or from Papua New Guinea,
Yeah,
right?
but they
I'm
have
a ninja.
everyone.
My ethnicity, wait one
Everyone's got
second. My
African DNA.
ethnicity is a ninja, yeah? Ninjas
You
and
know
all other black
everybody's
people are
got
not the same
African
people.
DNA. You know everybody's come out of
Well, I
Africa.
got African DNA. I'm indigenous to Africa. I'm not indigenous to
No,
Jamaica. It's
everyone's
due to
got that.
unfortunate events that we was brought to Jamaica. And if they want to have Jamaica, they can take it.
Everybody has got
Take it.
some African DNA in their body. Even YT
Let
people.
me tell you. Let me tell you something. Yeah, Jamaica was built on blood, right? A town built on blood, can't stand. Will be destroyed. So they can have it. America was built by blood. So they can have that.
So when they run you out of the next country, where are you gonna run to?
Wherever God takes me. Wherever I lay my hat is home.
Oh man. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you see, when I was a kid, yeah, I used to listen to Sizzler. You know Sizzler? You must know Sizzler, right?
Of course I know Sizzler.
You know that song, African Woman, I Need You Like Never Before. African Woman, you're the one I adore. You see all these tunes, yeah? I used to listen to them back in the day, and I used to like wanna make Africa my identity. But really and truly, they were brainwashing us, bro. They were brainwashing us to love something that ain't us.
Right, but then black Jamaicans don't love themselves either. So what's the point?
The point is, we as BLK people that live in this country now have a massive issue. And if we lose our identity here, we're screwed. We're screwed.
We've already lost our identity because
Bro,
now you got
I
BLK
love my
Americans
country,
thinking
bro.
that they're indigenous to America.
This
Yeah,
country where
that's
I'm
good.
at now,
That's
I
nice.
love this country. I love being in the UK. And there's Americans as well that love being FBA. But you got people out here that want to turn around and be like, no, you're an African. No, you're an African. Like, we need to start seeing through the lies. These African people want to swap with us. They want you to take their place, and they want to come over here and take your place. and they're
Well,
very submissive.
everyone has a right. Well, yeah, I've noticed a lot of them are dancing monkeys because they don't know any better. These people really don't, especially the ones, these old African uncles from Nigeria and Ghana. They don't know any better. It's only us that's, well, I weren't born here, but I came here as a child. And if you were born here, you came here young, you know better. You know the system better than they do, right? Of course, they're
That's it,
gonna
sharp.
dance and sing for the massa because they don't know any better. They have a
And they'll sell
colonialist
us out
mindset.
again, and that's what I'm saying. They'll sell us out again, and even when it comes to political issues as well, like immigration. If I ask, a kind of Caribbean or African person, what do you think about immigration? 9 times out of 10, they're gonna say, "We want immigration. We want immigration." But that immigration is actually hurting the communities
What's
of those countries.
what's your take on immigration? Why you don't want any more immigrants in the country?
I'm not saying I don't want them. I'm saying legal ones should have to come through the legal lines. They should do it correctly. They shouldn't come here and just go straight on benefits. They should come here and want to have work hard and maybe even go back to their country at some point and fix their country. Some of them just want to flee their country and never go back. Why don't you want to go fix your country?
So I should go back to Jamaica and fix Jamaica.
If you got a family here, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to rebuild a life and then at some point go back. But it's like over here, yeah, you see people talking like they're Jamaican, bro. You got people that are born in this country acting like they're Jamaican, talking like they're Jamaican. They can't even construct a Jamaica, a proper sentence in patois. It just sounds horrible.
And me personally, I'm flattered because imitation is a form of flattery.
That
It
don't
goes to
flatter
show
me,
that a
bro.
small country, it goes to show that a small country like Jamaica has a lot of influence. So that's something to be proud of. I feel proud as a Jamaican knowing that people wants to emulate me. So
Bro,
yeah,
sooner or later
I'm flattered.
there's gonna be YT men speaking like Jamaicans, and you're gonna be a distant memory. But let me ask, Bingley. Bingley, did you
It
want to say something on the
well, I'm only here for a short time, so it really don't matter to me. I'm going somewhere better.
phone? All right, Bingley, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing, man? Do you want to say anything on the prompt?
It's almost 7 o'clock. You're up early like me, yeah?
Mm.
Good, good. So,
What do you want to say on the prompt?
this is why Africa is cursed.
Uh huh.
So, what would you say Africa is cursed?
Yeah, because they sold BLK people into slavery.
Okay, I'll get the prompt now. Okay, right. So, if you're looking at it from that angle, well, that could be possible if you believe in that kind of stuff, you know.
All right.
But
Do you think the Ghanaian president should be able to get reparations?
so I don't think he should get reparations simply for the fact that the way that they have run that country from the day that they got independence is not it's not indicative of a place or a people that should get reparations because they're not running the country properly. So what makes you think you should get reparations to do what with it? What are you're gonna do the same thing with that money, and that's mismanage it, misuse it, and you're just gonna make people look even worse than they already are.
Are
Because
you a
then
are you a
the YT people are gonna say, look, we gave you reparations and you did nothing with it.
So, do you class yourself as a BLK British person, or do you class yourself as a African?
I'm Black British.
You're Black British, yeah. So would you feel offended if somebody said you're an African?
I wouldn't be offended, but because I know what they're kind of talking about, but I'll just correct them. And I do it all the time. Say, no, I'm British, mate. You know?
Do you think there's a lot of Caribbean people and BLK British people that want to adopt this African identity?
Hell yeah. Yeah, of course. Do you know why that is? Because they're not really proud of their British heritage. And
Mm,
the reason why they're not proud of it, because they don't have anything to be proud of. See, my people came over during the Windrush, right?
yeah.
So at that specific time, my mom told me like what Britain was like when they got here, and you know how they had to fight for the little privileges that they
That they
got.
had. Yeah.
So I was proud of my people and what they done and the things that they told me that they endured. So I'm
So,
proud of
Bimley,
that
let me ask you a
British.
question.
Go on.
What makes you British?
Me being born in Britain and my mom being born in Britain.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Because some people in the comments are confused as to you said British heritage. Okay, so you're second generation British then?
Yes.
Yeah, because my son, he could say that, he's proud of his British heritage because, yeah, his grandparents came over from Jamaica and St. Vincent during the 1950s Windrush.
Hmm.
And he's a third generation Black British. So,
So
yeah, okay.
your grandson's parents was obviously born in England as well.
No, not my grandparents.
No, his
On his
grandparents.
mom's side of family. Like my side of family, we're all from Jamaica.
Right.
But from his side of family, his mom was born here, his grandparents was born here, but his great grandparents are from Jamaica and St. Vincent.
Right.
Yeah, so he's third generation.
Right. Yeah. So you be classed as British. So what he needs to do now is, even though his ancestors are Caribbean, right?
Yeah, on both sides. Only that on my side of family, we all come from Jamaica, but on his side of family,
Yeah.
his mom was born here, his grandparents was born here in the 1950s, but then, the Windrush generation, like his great grandparents came from Jamaica and, St. Vincent. Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
So on his mom's side. Yeah.
So he's got a heritage to be proud of, because his ancestors came over here and they didn't uh, cower down and be like a part of a country that didn't want them here. They fought for their rights to be here, and then the indigenous people of this country respected them for that, and then they got along. So that's something to be proud of. Now, when you have like these other people that come here and don't understand the history of England and that specific time period, they make it a little bit harder for the people that was born and do come from that heritage, because they don't see themselves as British. They see themselves as whichever country they come from, and that plays out in everyday interactions with you and the indigenous population of this country.
Yeah. So let's go to Ginger Bear.
Hello, good morning, mate.
Good
I
morning,
just seen
sir.
it prompt, and I see, you know what, I must have to say something about it if possible, because for one, asking for reparations is crazy. People of the Caribbean and stuff do it, and what happens is the last two times that the people have asked for reparations, the reparations have been paid, but reparations have been paid to the families of the slave owners. You understand?
Yeah.
So I say to the people, the last thing you want to do is ask for reparations. The money's going to go to the wrong people. if money does go anywhere. But everyone goes on like the British colony was such a bad thing. They civilized most of the world, to be fair. So we have to be grateful for this. People are always moaning about the UK and that, but everyone chooses to come here. Such a safe place. You can have freedom of religion. Everyone has equal opportunities, business. You can all invest. You can buy houses, invest in bullion, get the same jobs. And you know, this wouldn't matter because of the colour of your skin or nothing like this. So
So,
even
Ginger, I've
when
got a question for you.
it
Sorry.
comes to natural disasters, it's like the UK is safe. So I think it is a safe haven, and there's a reason why. For example, our parents come here, our grandparents, or even this generation, people do come here, is because it's a safe and it's environment. To
So,
be
Ginger,
honest,
how did Britain civilize the world?
they took them out of bushes and jungles and stuff, and yeah, and you know what? It's like some stuff. Yeah, they most definitely did. Like, look at India, for example. They was going over there. The tribal behavior was absolutely madness. There was unaliving each other by the millions. Like, there was absolutely going crazy. And yeah, the British stopped this from happening. They definitely did civilize most of the world. And listen,
Well,
when we sit here and we talk about slavery and all this is why I say stop talking about the British people, because it didn't work out so bad for us. But if you want to talk about slavery and even moan about slavery, you best be moaning about the Arab slave trade, if anything. This is 10 times worse than the British slave trade. So I say
I
to
agree.
people, this is where what you need to be moaning about. And the reason why is the Arab slave trade still exists till this day and is still happening. So this is why I say, you know, when people be moaning about the Atlantic slave trade, I think it's just something for people to talk about or moan about, or just basically at the victim. Because
Yeah, let me say this. People are still moaning about it because we never got justice. I mean, BLK people, we still haven't got no justice. So yeah,
I
and
disagree
it's
with you.
understandable. It's
How have you had no
understandable
justice?
because if you've been done wrong, hang on, if you've been done wrong and you never receive justice, yeah, it will bother you until you get justice. And also,
Okay.
Britain didn't civilize the world. The world was already civilized. In Africa, our people was already civilized, right? Britain was the most uncivilized place on the planet. It was the Moors that civilized the British people. They never used to take showers. They used to take dumps in the street, you know, throw their waste on the streets. Yeah. Britain was a
But isn't that
dump.
happening now in
Yeah.
Africa?
But it
And
was the Moors that cleaned up Britain.
But
If
Okay,
it
so
weren't for the Moors, Britain would have
it's
never
great
been
you say that.
civilized.
Now who's popping in the streets? This is the question we have to ask. So who's living uncivilized? Who, when you put down brand new tarmac to build the people's roads, they're ripping it back up for what? So when we say these people are, yes, the British did civilize people, and they're still doing so till this day. This is one of the most civilized countries in the world. What are we talking about? Places in the world, the British, the UK. What are we talking about? And I just explained this to you. It's one of the safe, one of the most, you know, what we're talking about here. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah, they've stolen land from people. How does that make them civilized?
everybody does it, and they're still doing it.
I think what he's trying to say is that right now, Britain is one of the most civilized countries, but where they got the knowledge to be civilized is from people outside of Europe. And
I
that
disagree.
that knowledge.
Hold on.
Excuse me, sir?
Europe was civilized before. Let's be honest. Before Africa, Africa's still at civilized. There's still tribal war going on over there. There's still, how can you say such thing? Let's be honest.
Wait,
there's still slavery in Africa right now.
wait. You're saying Europe
Okay.
was civilized before Africa?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
To the extent
I
that
agree with it as well.
What time period are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about today's time period. So
Yes,
when
I just said that to
allow
you.
me
I
to
just said
say
that
this,
to you.
when I say this, look, the only places like we know that Africa is in a desert and what they've put on the news for years and stuff. But look, Africa's in debt.
Africa's an absolute mess. This should be the greatest place in the world, and it's one of the worst places. It's one of the dangerous places in the world.
And who is a contributor to that?
It should be. It should have the best infrastructure. It should have all. It should have. It should have all these things, and it don't have nothing. And people
and
like
who
to.
is the contributor to
Alex,
that?
I'll
sir?
tell you. Allow me to let me tell you. So people like to blame the white man and say, "Oh, them done this, them done that." No. I've just told you, like, we're all equal. So all this is just an excuse to be lazy.
So
Allow me to
you're
finish.
just
brother.
saying that you
All
don't know
this-
anything.
All this, no, I'm
Basically, you're
telling
saying
you,
that
all
you don't
this
know
is an
anything.
excuse for people to be lazy and
You
not
don't
get
know.
off their
You're saying that you don't know anything, sir. That's what you're saying. But you just simplify
So France
it and
is
saying
taking
that. So you just don't
500
know anything.
billion
sir.
from
That's what you're
Africa
saying.
annually. How does that
You
make
just
us
don't know
civilized?
anything.
Why
You're
is
just not
Africa giving away
knowledgeable
their
about
resources?
world politics and
Why is
geopolitics.
Africa giving
That's what you're
away
saying,
their
sir.
resources?
Okay, so let me tell you why they're giving it away. This is what they do. And people always, like, they used to sell their own people. Now they're selling everything for cheap. They line their own pockets. I say this. It happens, same things happens in Jamaica. China owns most of Jamaica and a lot of the Caribbean. So I'm like, what are you lot doing? You just don't make deals that are even justified and ever gonna help the people. What they like to do is just line their own. They don't think 5 years to even 5 years down the line. They're crazy. They think, yo, let me get some money and Mercedes in my pocket and mansion. We know what them politicians are like. Like I say, the amount of money they've had, the amount of funding they've had, the amount of chances they get, and they do madness. What we do? Come on, man.
Yeah,
You can't help someone that don't want to help themselves.
This is true, sir. You're talking about the people that are in power, the people who are essentially put in power by people in the West. Those are the people that you're talking about.
Justice.
Right.
I want the black people that used to sell the black people. These people need to be these people need to be accountable. Hold on. Their family need to pay reparations. So when you're saying all this stuff, where are you looking to get reparations from? From the black people that the black people that sold you to the white man in the beginning, or the white man that just brought you and then sold you on. So who are you looking for reparations on? Because the first person to enslave the black man was the black
Ginger,
man.
let me ask you a question. So because our people are selling each other in Africa, does that mean the white man is exempt from his crime?
No, but guess what? Why is it okay for us to do it to one another, but it's not okay for the white man to do it?
Yeah, because he had nothing to do with us. We never invited him to Africa. He came on his own
Oh,
accord.
no, they was
And
invited
saw
to
us.
Africa. They was invited.
Slavery existed in Africa first. Are you
How?
okay?
Who invited them? Who
Are you
invited
okay?
these people to
Wait,
Africa?
hold on. Let me say this quickly, yeah. Do you not know that the YT man came and the Portuguese came to Africa and built slave castles? And this was in the towns where other BLK people were living. They made these castles on the coast. They weren't going into the inner parts of Africa. Why? Because the YT man doesn't like the sun. The YT man doesn't like malaria. The YT man
So guess
can't
what?
go in those
How
places.
did, brother, all due respect, how did the slaves get to these buildings? It's simple. The black man brought them there. You understand? They sold out their own people.
Exactly.
So how can we be mad at I'm definitely vexed at the white man, but I think that we give them too much, what's the word? We give
Too
them
much
we give them too much credit for even what's happened. If it weren't for the black man bringing them down the hills,
Ginger.
mountains, and across the water, they wouldn't have even got there. We have ourselves to blame. It's all good blaming.
Ginger.
This is called take self-responsibility, accountability.
Ginger, yes, our people did sell each other into captivity. However, the YT man, he's just as guilty, right? Because he went all over the planet and did the same thing to dark indigenous people. Not just to our people. He's stolen land from Australia, America, South America. He's unalived people groups. The
What
YT
about the
man has a
Arab
lot
man?
of red
What about the
on
Arab
his
man, bro?
hands.
What about the Arab
Yeah,
man?
yeah, we'll get to
forget
him
about
next.
him.
We'll get to him next.
You never
The YT
do.
man has
Everybody
a lot of
talks about
blood
what's
on his
not
hands.
relevant. How are you
And
talking about the
also,
white man when you don't want to talk about
they're
the Arab?
sociopaths. They unalive a people group in America and then commemorated it with Thanksgiving. Who does that?
Who?
That is so sociopathic.
Who?
That
Muslims?
is sadism.
Muslims?
No, in America, they unalive people groups in America and then celebrated it with a Thanksgiving. That is sadism.
Well, we
These
see a
people
lot
are
of
sadists.
sadism.
They're sadists.
Look at the Kaaba. Everyone, look at the Kaaba. What we're talking about. Look at Mecca. What we're on about. This is all pagan. We know this. Look at our ancestors. If
We will
we're
get justice one
talking,
day. We will
if
get
we're
justice
talking
one day,
about
and
the
the white man will be
Caribbean,
held
Jamaica,
accountable.
these places, people doing obia, bad mind. Same way about the Africans. They be doing their voodoo and all their black magic and their things. This is just we can't
But we're
merge.
not unaliving people groups and taking their land and then commemorating it with a
Yeah.
pagan holiday.
Wait, can
We
I
don't
say
do that.
something? Like, I don't like all of this coon talk, like all of this raccoony talk.
What's a coon talk? Sorry.
Yeah,
What does
yeah,
that
you're
even mean?
talking like a
Oh, so
coon.
what you want me to do? Come in
Wait,
here and
hold
say,
on, just wait, hold on. Can
I'm
you
a
go on
victim
mute?
to
Can you go on
racism.
mute?
I can't get a job
Can you
because
go
I'm
on
black.
mute?
I can't
No,
get a house because I'm
that's
black.
not what
I
I'm
can't
saying.
do this because I'm
That's
black.
not what I'm
Behave, man.
saying.
Get off your
Can you
ass
go
and
on
get a
mute?
job.
Can you go on mute? I do have a job, you idiot. That's not what I'm saying. The point is the system of racism still stands. And the point is, whitey people created race to put themselves on top. And that's just a fact. There's effects of that still going on today. It's
White
not saying,
people
oh, you
created
can't get...
race. Are you okay?
Me talk no pussy all I'm gonna make my cuss out your blood clots, you know.
Because that's all you can do. Okay,
Hey,
so
you're gonna
this
get my
where
live here.
no, brother. All due respect, they're talking about coon behavior, but this is where your tribal instincts are kicking in. Why are you going crazy? Come and have a conversation with them, man. Why are you? Because you have to resort to this stupidness. Because I tell you
Go
what you want
on
about.
fucking mute when I'm
Here we go.
talking, you prick. Are you dumb?
Wow.
Go on
So I'm
mute.
saying that he's out of
Exactly.
control.
Great
He's out of
example for
control.
women in our community. This is the you make us look bad. People like you, man. What's wrong with you? People literally stereotype us because of people like you. You've come up here, start screaming and shouting, cussing, saying nasty words. Like, what's wrong with you? This is why people stereotype us because of people like you. Fix up, woman.
I think we need to give her a chance to speak.
Shout
Let her
to speak. She come here and listen, brother. Just because me and you disagree, clearly, I ain't come up here and disrespected you or said nothing bad mind to you. She's come up here straight away. Disrespect. You understand? Disrespect.
Like, hey,
Austin,
she usually gets my live hit. Whenever she comes up, she gets my live band. So
This isn't
like,
how
if
a
she
woman
come
should
up-
even speak. And this is today's day and age. It's
give her a
crazy,
chance.
brother.
Give her a chance. Yeah. Let's
Alright,
come up,
much
come up,
Give her
come
a
up.
chance to say what she wants to say.
If you start going nuts, yeah, I'm gonna drop you.
Give her a chance. She can't even make rice and peas.
Give her a chance. Give her a chance.
Ginger, you do a lot of talking, mate. You should try and do a little bit of listening just to see what people are saying, and then you can respond.
All right,
This
Kay,
mentality, man, it's no good, brother. This is
up,
what's
but
stopping
can't
us
say
from
can't,
thriving.
Exactly. Like, I'm on the panel, like, damn, let me talk. Why are you talking over me? And then you're wondering why people are getting annoyed. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, yeah, I don't like certain coon talks. And I'm not even saying that the system of racism still stands. And that's all I'm saying. Whitey people did create race. In fact, they did. They created racial hierarchy and racial grouping, such as black, white, all of that. They created that. We didn't go by that before. And because of that system, hold on, no, you can't respond. Wait till I'm bumbuckler done.
Speak properly,
Anyway,
man, please.
no.
Like-
You need to stop talking and you need to wait. Anyway, so they created this system, right? So yeah, like the effects and the remnants of that system still stands today. And people are still going through the effects. Like there's still systemic racism in place. Of course you can get a job. The fuck, if you're BOK, of course you can do certain things if you're BOK. That's not what I'm saying. But there's certain effects of systemic racism, like the NHS. Do you even know about how many BOK women have unalived in childbirth due to systemic racism in the NHS? And you're saying that, and so when you lot are like up here with your coony talks and chatting shit, acting like, oh yeah, racism isn't causing people to like literally lose their lives, especially systemic racism, it really irks my nerves and it really irritates me. Like, we need to do better.
Okay, but when you mention the NHS, you know that majority of people working in the NHS are African, right?
Exactly. So they're not taking.
That's
They're
not.
not.
That's not.
So,
No, the
brother, they're
majority
not
of
taking
people
care of their
working
own
in the
people.
NHS
It's
are
not the
not
white.
African.
It's
The majority of people working in the NHS are not African. No.
Okay, can
Are you
I
sure
say
about that?
something, Mr. Austin? What
It's,
they like
they're
to
not
say,
African.
they like to say immigrants. If it weren't for the immigrants, NHS it would fold and all this nonsense. So what I'd like you to do is, okay, don't blame the whitey man. Like you say,
It's not blaming the
it's
white
the
tea, man.
immigrants. Okay,
It's
let me
the
finish. So
it's
the
the fact.
reason why,
No. Listen.
these black
You can't be no
no,
real
I didn't
Jamaican. If
interrupt.
you're calling yourself Jamaican,
When I
you need
just
to stop
interrupt you, you don't like it. So take time, woman.
calling
So
people
what
out
I'm going
like
to tell you
this.
is,
Like, I swear to
listen.
raised on Marcus Garvey. I don't know who, like, what this
Marcus
is.
Garvey was
Like,
a
I don't know what this
Pan-Africanist.
is, bro. Like,
Okay, I'll tell you what it is.
this is not no, like, I don't know. Like, you man are really cooned out. Like, it's really weird and
all right.
strange, man.
Now you interrupt me.
No,
and you don't
like,
it
no,
when I
because
do.
you're really
So
just
I'm going to
cooned
just
out
interrupt
and
you.
you're a
Okay.
coon.
And what you say you
Like,
don't want to
you
hear
man
no
are
coon. But I
weird.
don't want to hear no woman talking like she's a teenager in the hood. It's ridiculous. You're meant to be a lady. You know. Articulate yourself better than this.
From the hood, and
Articulate
what?
yourself better than
Hey,
this.
can you control
And
yourself,
people
please?
like to talk about
And this
systemic
is how I
racism.
talk.
There's
So
no
what?
racism in the
So
UK.
what?
So
So
the women
what?
that are being
There's no
you
racism
know
in the
what? We're
UK.
just,
Have you seen
yo,
the
brother,
reform marches?
can
Have
I
you
finish
seen
my
that?
point?
There's no
Everyone
racism
want
in
to tell
the
me,
UK.
let the
You're
woman
Right,
finish her
K,
point.
you
Now
have to
let
let
me
him
finish my
respond.
racism
point.
in the UK. Are you
Woman,
slow?
relax, man. Woman,
Yeah,
relax.
she can't control herself. Like, I have to drop
Just
No,
her.
let me drop her and then I'll bring her back up because she act like child. Okay, so how can you come up here and have any say when you can't even have a back and forth conversation with the man? You have to act like this. You have to, please, woman. You're better than this and you're making us people look bad. And this is what the problem is. Us as people can't even come on social network in a little room. What, a few of us, five
Well,
of us.
she's not making us look bad.
And have,
So
she's
stop
making
pushing
herself
that.
look bad then. But there's
Listen,
five
stop
of us.
pushing that
It
narrative.
is because
That
it
she's
is.
making us look bad.
All right. So what it
Because
is, people from the outside gone looking and say, there's five people. And them
Hey, sweet,
have a
don't mute
conversation.
him. Don't mute him. Go ahead, Ginger.
If there's five people on the panel, why can't we conversate back and forth without all this having to be dropped, mute, screaming, cussing? This is ridiculous. Like, this is why I'm saying it makes us look like fools, like we're uncivilized still. Tribal behavior.
No, that's your perception of things.
When you're talking about, when she just says that
You're
racism.
projecting your own insecurities about black people. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
That's nothing
So what
to
I'd
do
like
with
to
me.
do. No, I
That's
just
not
don't live
nothing-
in.
how
Brother,
she's
I don't live
behaving.
in the past. I live
How
in the
she's
present.
behaving has got
Ginger,
nothing to do with me or any of my people. Do you understand
Ginger,
that?
what's your ethnicity?
Half Maroon, half Celtic.
Okay. All right then. Yeah, we could have a conversation without talking over each other, respectfully. I mean, I would request for Kate to come back up, but let's just, listen to each other instead of talking over each other.
So you're denying.
Can we
So
do that?
because he's mixed race, you're saying that he doesn't have a right to speak on any
He can
black
speak.
people.
No, he can because they face racism as well. They get from both sides, us
Really?
and white people.
What? And this is the problem. So, Kay, it just goes to show, like you.
sat here and said there's no racism in the
She's showing
UK. So
racism.
which one
She's
is
the
it?
one. She's the one who's showing the
Which one?
racism.
You just said there's no racism in the UK. So which one is it? You face racism or you don't, or there's no racism. Which one is it, sir?
It seems like he's facing racism from BOK people right now.
This is my point, so allow me to finish. The only person in this room, you want to moan about racism, Kay, but the only one who's showing such traits is you right now, all due respect. And you're going to say, how? Maybe other people will agree with me, they won't. I can't talk about this because I'm this. So what, only black people can talk about, like, behave, woman. And this is the problem. Like, you think you're superior because you're dark, your skin's a bit darker than mine or something. This is called black supremacy. This is
projecting
crazy.
again. See, now you're projecting again. Now you're projecting your own insecurities of black people.
There is
You're
no
just up
such
here
thing
trolling
as.
and projecting.
Wait, one
And
second there, Ginger.
The
There's no
host
such
is
thing
giving
as
you
black
a
supremacy.
panel for you to do that. And that's fine because it's his panel. But I
Yeah,
just think that's weak.
there's no such thing as black supremacy because if black people were to be or practice the same sadism as whitey people, they wouldn't exist. We'll be the last man standing on
Right,
this
Sir
earth.
Boss, can I say why the black supremacy is a thing? And it does exist. Because it's just
It
people
doesn't,
that...
but go ahead.
Okay, I'll explain to you why I think it does. So, to me, it's just a lot. I've met a lot of black people that think they're superior to other people due to their race, and we hear this on a daily basis. People saying, "Oh, down to my DNA, I'm a better athlete." Even stuff like, if we want to use this for example, I'm automatically better at this because I'm black. I heard someone the other day saying, "Oh, I can cook Caribbean food better than this person because I'm from the Caribbean," but automatically they're saying, but I'm saying, if you've never picked up no pot or pan, how can you cook better than the next person? You understand? You can't
All right, let
say
me
this.
explain that.
So this is
All right,
you're
let me
thinking
explain
you're
that.
superior because of your race. This is black supremacy.
All right, let me kick some knowledge. Yes, BLK people, well, especially ninjas, because not all BLK people are the same. Ninjas, my ethnic group, yes, we are the superior race, and according to biologists, we are superior. We're the purest human beings on the planet. That's why we're catching so much hell. That's why our countries, we can't prosper economically. We have to come to their country to prosper economically. Because if you have a group like ninjas who are genetically superior, if you give them economical opportunity and military might, they will wipe out their enemies off this planet and they will be the last man standing. Because it has been proven that, yeah, ninjas are genetically superior.
Okay,
So
so
that is a fact.
if they're so
That's not
superior,
racism,
why
that's a
is
fact.
they under the shoe of the YT man still?
Yes, because we're in a narcissistic relationship. I mean, a lot of BLK people don't know who they're up against. They don't know that these people are demons, right? They're sadists, sociopaths, narcissists, psychopaths, right? And we're in this, love affair, and we romanticize them, and, we want them to accept us because we don't love ourselves. They taught us to dislike ourselves, to dislike our African features, our natural black skin, right? This is why we can't take away ourselves from them, because we've been narcissistically, psychologically, and physically and financially abused by
But
these
Sir
people.
Boss, let's
Yeah,
be honest here. You don't see BLK men running around here with blonde wigs.
right. But they marry whitey women. Why is that?
What did you say
Are,
about
are,
what you say
They
about
marry
black
whitey
women?
women. Why is that?
We see black women burning their hair now, straightening it. Hold on, trying to have this straight long hair like the whitey woman, make their skin lighter. They put makeup on that makes their skin lighter. All these kind of things, like what we on about, same way the whitey people
Yeah,
want have
because
black. It's
we
ridiculous. It's actually
we have
embarrassing.
been
When I
taught
see the sisters
we have been
moving like
taught to
this, it
despise ourselves
mashed up my
as
stomach.
ninjas, right? But as ninjas all over the planet, including Africa, we've been taught to despise ourselves. I mean, we take part in these foreign religions, which has nothing to do with us. In Jamaica, they worship a whitey god that looks nothing like them. That is a form of
That's your
self-hate.
mind frame. That's
That
your
that
mind
that, that
frame.
is
That's
mental
not the
damage
people
right
I
there.
know. I know people
Hang
that
on a
think
second.
it's genuine and authentic
I'll
and
listen to you after. I'll listen
walk
to you
into
after.
the
One
workplace
second.
in their
If I
robe.
could finish, right? A people who can worship a god that looks nothing like them has been mentally damaged, right? And they don't even realize it, because it was Harriet Tubman that said, "I would have rescued 1,000 more if they knew that they were captives in captivity." But our people don't realize that they're still in captivity. They think that because of physical chains have been removed, that we're free from bondage. No, we're still in bondage, economical bondage,
Boss,
and
it doesn't,
psychological and spiritual
Sir
bondage.
Boss, it doesn't take away the fact that right now in Africa, they have their independence, but they still are sending little kids into diamond mines to get diamonds and then give it away for basically less than nothing for the YT man to come and sell in his country.
Great point. And what I'd like to say to you is, Mr. Austin, this is what the people are looking at. Please, first, let's take some self accountability. We can't keep blaming. If the white man's not doing this no more, let's look at the people that are still doing this. Our people are still doing this. The Arabs are still doing this. Listen, I secured a contract in Dubai for 3 years. Cut a long story short, my colleagues are over there now. I'm not going back over there. I was ready to relocate over there. For my first 2 weeks, I was over there. Then I started to really see what's going on. You can have application. You go on the website. It will send you it will divert you to like an application. What you will do is you can pick from certain black people from certain countries of Africa, down to like, say if you want them for like building and stuff like this, you could say you want a strong man over 6 foot, this, that, and the other for what he's working for. You can pick a woman, small, you know, someone that's doing service, all these kind of things. So when people are talking about the Atlantic slave trade and all this kind of stuff, I'm like, all right, cool, this is the past, but now we're kind of all right. But I'm saying, let's deal with these people. How we still moaning about the white man when he ain't doing it, but our people are still there doing it, and we got nothing to say to them, and we ain't dealing with them appropriately. Same way we're not dealing with the Arabs appropriately. We're still moaning about the white man when we're in the white man country thriving. It don't make no sense.
Sir, I'm gonna have to tell you this, yeah? We're still gonna be on your family's head. We're not gonna let up off your family. That
Big
is probably the
facts.
reason why you
Big
feel a
facts.
certain way, but
For
that's
real.
something that you have to deal with internally within yourself. So all of this divert into Arabs and all of this stuff that you're doing, it's not gonna work, sir. We are still focused on the white supremacists here, the white supremacists in Africa, the white supremacists in America, the white supremacists all over the globe, sir. And that includes your people, your families.
Thank you for saying that,
That's
Bingley. Thank you for
let's
saying
go.
that, Bingley. Yeah, because we're not
Okay,
about
this
to
is
do
this
that.
is great.
We're
I'm
Hold
not
on,
glad.
hold on,
about
hold on,
to
hold
do
on.
that.
Let's go to Pharaoh, and then we'll go back to Kay, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Ginger, where does racism exist in the UK? And how does it operate?
I don't think it does exist really.
Okay, and maybe that's the problem. I can give you countless number of evidence of black people that tell you as of today where it exists, and the fact that you can't even tell me where it exists is, my brother, you are totally lost. All right.
Well, can I just say to you that you don't work
to
it?
be
You don't
honest,
listen.
you can't have a proper conversation with him because he is very he's very disingenuous. He knows what's going on, but
Where
he
does racism? Okay,
chooses
you
to
explain to me where
act
racism
like
exists. I'm saying in my world, I live in the West Midlands, Birmingham. I'm saying in my world, where I'm living in the UK, and I'm up and down all the way up to Aberdeen. So when you lot are saying this stuff to me, I'm like, how? You tell me where racism
Ginger, you
exists.
just got
It,
caught
it,
in a
it
lie.
exists in your head. It exists in your
Ginger,
head,
you
yo.
just
Stop and
It
got
don't
caught
search
exist.
is
in
a
a
It
form
lie.
of
don't exist in the
racism.
workplace. It
Yeah,
don't exist in the
so
workplace.
stop. Can
What
you
we're
mute him?
talking
Can you mute
about,
him for a
Ginger,
second?
it don't
Because I
it
can't
don't exist
believe
in
you
a
guys are letting
hospital.
this guy
This
talk.
is mad.
Ginger,
Like, no
you
way is he
just
saying this. Racism
you
doesn't
just
exist. Are we serious?
wait,
Stop
wait,
and
wait,
In the
wait,
search was a
UK, no,
form
it
wait,
of
don't. No, it
Ginger.
don't.
Stop and
It don't
search was
exist.
a form of racism. The fact that you BLK men were racially profiled just because of
Well,
the
I
way
don't
that they
find.
look and they were stopped and searched. That's a form of
Everything's
racism.
racist to you
There's
then.
even
Wait,
racism.
wait.
So
There's
you're one
even
of them. You're
racism.
one of them.
Can you mute
You're
him?
one of
Can you
them.
mute
Oh,
him?
I've
Can you
been
mute
stopped and
him?
searched.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm
all right.
Can
walking
you
Ginger,
down the
Ginger,
road.
mute
hold.
Yo,
him? Like, this is
Ferguson, let
why
me
I got
say something
annoyed
to
the
you.
last time
Let me
because you
say.
guys are letting the guy
Ginger,
just
Ginger, hold
talk.
tight for 1 second. Hold
Can
tight
he?
for 1 second.
Let me just
Just
finish
let her
this.
speak.
Let
Let
me
her
finish
speak,
it.
and then you
I
go
haven't finished
next.
my reasoning with
Like, okay,
Ginger.
go on, Pharaoh.
You see, the thing is, right? We've got these individuals that because they live in Birmingham and they've travelled up and down the UK, they think that it doesn't exist. My brother, the fact that you can't even tell me about racism and how it operates in the UK tells me you know absolutely jack shit
All right,
about racism.
all right.
And,
Pharaoh.
well, let me finish. Let me finish. Right, and the impact of it. Right. So you're very ignorant to the fact of racism. Like I said, you can't even explain what it is. And this is the
Ignorant. He's
problem.
not
We've got
ignorant. He's not ignorant to
oh
racism.
oh yes, no, yes he
He's not.
is. Let me finish, please. Yes, he is. He couldn't even describe it. He couldn't even tell me how he operates. He's very
Yes, I can.
ignorant.
You never asked me. You said, "Where does it exist in the UK?"
No,
If you if you told me,
my
if you
brother.
asked
Let
me
me
the
finish.
question,
My
so
brother.
don't lie,
No, my
bro.
brother.
You're talking to me like I'm daft.
I
Don't
asked
put
you,
words
my
in my
brother.
mouth,
Wait a minute.
Farah.
Let me finish, my
You're
brother.
taking the piss.
No, my
Did
brother.
I once? Did
My
you
brother,
once
let
ask
me
me
finish.
what racism means?
My
No, I
brother,
can
my brother,
explain to
wait a
you what
minute. My
racism
brother,
means,
let me
word for
finish.
word.
My
But you
brother,
never asked me this. You
my
said, "Where
brother,
does
I
it exist
asked,
in the UK?"
and how
And I
does it, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
and if you
And
can't
how,
understand where it
please, let me,
exists, you
can you just let me
mean
Savage,
finish,
Savage,
please? Let me
Savage.
finish.
Don't
Please, let
remove
me
him.
finish.
Don't remove
Did
him.
I not say to him, and how does it operate in the UK? I'm sure I said that twice. You couldn't even explain it.
He said there's no racism in the UK. That's
Exactly.
why he
Don't
couldn't
remove
answer
him.
that question.
I got
Yeah.
He
a
knows what
perfect example
racism
for
is.
you.
He
I got
knows
a
what
perfect
racism
Can you
is.
example
just
for you,
can you
yeah?
just let me finish, please? Right.
All right, go on, land your plane, land your plane.
Right. Okay. Right. The fact that you couldn't. Also, I repeated it, Lily, 4 times, and you couldn't, and you just refuted. You couldn't even say. You couldn't even give one clear definition of it. So please, you see, the thing is, when we have these infiltrators who think they know about we, right? Listen, drop them bomb and run them, man.
All right, now look, listen to this now,
I
yeah?
spazzed out. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really pro BLK. I'm so sorry. I can't take too much
No,
coon
but you're not
talk.
pro BLK
I
because
can't take too much
you're
coon
okay
talk.
with slavery still happening in Africa now.
Of
You're
course,
not
I'm
saying
not
anything
okay. Of
about
course,
it.
I'm not okay with that. But when this ginger guy
No,
was on the panel and the stuff that he was saying, it really caused me to spaz out
I
because yeah, I
want
can't
Ginger
really
to be
deal with
here.
that.
I want him to be here. I
I
want Ginger
can't.
to be here.
Okay, cool. If you want him to be here, that's
So let me
fine.
say this to you guys, yeah. Yeah, because I want opposing views. I don't want an echo chamber, right? But let's look at what's happening right now in the UK. You had grooming gangs that was taking YT girls and graping them, and for months and months and years it was going on and it wasn't spoken about. If that's not an example that racism is clearly being used in certain ways, yeah, that there's no better example than that.
Don't
How can you explain that?
And you don't think the YT man was doing exactly the same thing? What? See, the thing is, this is how the social media has got people bamboozled. They focus on one ethnicity, however, it distracts from exactly what they're doing.
Exactly, and this is what you're doing, worried about the white man enslaving people
No,
and not the
no,
black man enslaving people and the
brother,
Arab. You're just worried about what you was
brother,
taught
can
in
you stop
school.
interrupting, my brother? Stop interrupting.
Did your
Madness,
white
yo.
mum tell you to say that?
Please, can you just let me
Because it
finish?
sounds like you're just picking up lines from your white mum,
Yeah,
what she told you to say.
you see, the thing is, my brother, no, I wasn't, brother. I'm showing the hypocrisy, right? And the propaganda that social media.
Let me pause you and let me ask
No,
the host
brother,
something.
no,
No,
don't
let me
pause
ask the
nothing.
host something,
No,
brother.
my brother, no,
This
brother.
woman,
I'm
let me say
speaking.
something. Yeah,
No,
I
brother,
get it. I'm addressing what the listen.
no, address
She's
me. Let me
mentioning
finish.
people's
My brother,
mother's
let me
cake.
finish.
We
Well,
can
you can
go
wait
there,
till I
you know.
finish.
I can talk
No,
about
my
your mother's
brother,
crispy foot
my brother,
bottom.
let me
Don't try to talk
finish.
nonsense to
Brother,
me.
Yeah,
brother,
well,
listen to me.
so he's got a
Listen.
white mum. You got a white
K,
mum.
K,
That's why you're
K,
upset.
K, K, let's not do this because if we're going to have a
Dickhead.
conversation,
Get me. We can go there.
can we? Oh.
I
I'm
think that
going
my
to push your
mother's
mother right now.
foot bottom
On
is
my
Go on, sir, boss.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of things happening to YT young girls in the UK, but then we can't move the goalposts, and look at what's happening to YT people. They're the biggest perpetrators on the planet, right? And these people are sociopathic and they're sadists, right? And they will be held accountable one day. Regardless of what people think, they will be held accountable.
So do you think those little girls that are getting abused, yeah, do you think they don't have a right to have a free life and not be abused? Don't you think that that's unfair on them to be in this situation? And that's what I'm thinking. If we want to say racism, we got to say it all across the board. We can't just say, okay, one group of people get special exemptions. It's not fair.
Right. Reason why I do. You see, I'm just sitting here and I do a lot of listening because I need to understand where people are coming from. I need to get into the mind of a person, so I need to listen to what they're saying. So Jay, Ginger, I understand where you're coming from. It's the same. It's a story that plays out a lot. You know, father left the mother, and then the mother spews her, anti-black rhetoric to the child because she feels, hard done by that black man. And that plays out a lot in mixed race relationships. But Jay, you have to seek counseling for that kind of thing because your mother told you a lot of bad things about that man, and that doesn't reflect on all black people, right? So you need help.
people to make such assumptions and stuff. It's just unkind. It's just disrespect because that's what you want to do. Talk about my parents. I brought up by my mother and my father. Them still together till this day. What I would like to say to you lot though, especially UK and you Bingley, is we need to look at black on black crime. We need to look about the black men unaliving each other. We need to look at the black man that impregnates the black woman and leaves her and go about in business and don't take care of his children and spend the money on the white woman. You understand? These are the things that we need to address. We need to address how the black woman now isn't the black woman. She's a woman like Kay, who has already got big lips, but will still get her lips done to make even bigger. She will make her skin lighter and all these kind of things. You're the one who's mixed up and confused. I know who I am. People like you don't know who you are because you want to look like white woman one day, black woman the next.
Did everybody hear what he just said? This is what I'm talking about when we talk about the coonery, the coconuts, the disrespect for we. All right. You see, the thing is, right? I don't think even it truly doesn't get it, because when we talk about racism in our pivots and goes towards talking about grooming gangs, and then he talks about black women wearing wigs or whatsoever, my brother, that's not what we're addressing right here, right now. So let's get back to the conversation, right? So when we come off mute, how about you define what racism is? Tell me how it operates in the UK, because right now I'm just hearing a bag of nothing from you right now. All right, give something definitive about racism. All right, have you experienced racism? And if you have, tell us. How does it work?
So yeah, I don't have lip fillers, and yeah, I look good in my wig. Anyway, number two, this is why mixed people just don't need to be speaking on BLK issues. We don't want you lot to talk on our issues, because some of you lot are really like just confused, and some of you lot just come up here and you talk fuckery and foolishness. The fact that you even mentioned BLK on BLK crime. Why is BLK on BLK crime a thing? Have you ever thought about that? Why is YT on YT crime not a thing? Because BLK on BLK crime is actually a term that the media came up with, and the police, but they didn't come up with a term for when YT people unalive each other. That right there, that even goes to show you just how deep the systemic racism is. I even mentioned before about BLK women unaliving in childbirth due to neglect from doctors and nurses. There's even my time's gonna run out, but yeah.
All right, it's open panel now. Anyway,
Can I just
Yeah,
say?
I wanted to respond.
Also,
Wait, one second.
I just wanted to say something because my time ran out. There's even I'm not sure if you guys seen, but BLK artists or BLK music has been responsible for over 80% of the revenue that's been generated in the music industry in the past 30 years. But when we look at the investment,
Yeah, and
that
what?
these BLK
And how much
artists,
black on black
please
crime
go on
has
mute.
it caused?
Please go on
hold
mute.
on.
See this
Ginger, let her
guy.
finish. Let her finish.
She's
This
mad.
guy. Control yourself. But we can see that there's not even a lot of attention, investment, marketing that's given to BLK artists. BLK artists, they actually have to be independent, get out of the mud. They have to do all of that stuff. Like they don't get a lot of attention from labels. But yeah, BLK music has been generating, like I said, 80% of the revenue for the past 30 years. That's crazy. So we can even see racism in the music industry. We can even see it there. Like racism is everywhere. It's
I want to
everywhere.
respond to Ginger in regards to black on black crime. Now, black on black crime is not that, oh, black people just got up one day and wanted to just go against each other. No, it's all systematic, right? Because when you miseducate, one second, when you miseducate young black boys and then you take the man out the household, then yeah, that is a recipe for disaster. Because I never knew that GCSEs, like for those who fail GCSEs, they'll sum that up and say, okay, how many more prisons that we need to build? I never knew this until the other day. So it's all systemic, right?
Okay, can I respond to you, sir, boss?
One
please?
second. Yeah. Black on black crime is all systemic, right? Because if our boys were properly educated, and the BLK man and woman was in the household raising these children, then BLK and BLK crime wouldn't be an issue. Everything is all by design. Our people in the Caribbean and Africa under economical oppression, that's all by design. It didn't happen by chance. And I'll my plane.
What I'd love to say to respond to you is, and it was to her also, is when we talk about self accountability, I said this earlier on, and I said about we have to take responsibility. How are we blaming the white man for black on black crime? This is ridiculous, and this just proves my point. Can we not take no? Okay, so everything that's wrong with the community is the white man's fault. The black
Yes.
person oh, this is mad.
Yes.
Yo, brother, please.
Yes.
Are
yes,
you okay?
yeah.
Nah,
Yeah, but
I don't
obviously,
think
this is
I
a
don't
typical
think you know the
brother.
monster we're dealing with.
Whoever's got this
I don't think you know
opinion,
what
do
you're
you
doing.
know? Do you know much? Do you know much about BOK?
Are you
Do you know
alright?
much
Yeah,
about
let him
BOK
finish.
history in the UK?
No.
Do you know
Let
much
me
about
finish.
that? Because I don't
Hey,
think
I never
Let him
interrupted you.
finish.
Please,
Let him
man.
finish.
This is
Let
what's
him finish.
happening. Yo, Mr. Austin, I agree that people can kind of still be in their feelings, and the past, their grandparents were kind of treated bad and stuff like this, even when they come over in the UK and things that happen. But if we're going to talk about what's relevant in the UK, like, look now, black people are thriving, and to say that they're not is you're discrediting yourselves, people. Like, this is absolutely nonsense, man. Like, I don't understand the way our parents, or I'd say our grandparents, because I don't know how old some of you lot are, but say our grandparents that come over here, you think they'd want us here moaning and sitting here acting like
what
victims?
does being black
Okay?
mean?
Let me
What
say
does being
something.
black mean?
Hold on, I'm talking. Stop
Do you know what being
interrupting me,
black
please.
means?
Can you just mute her? Because I'm not going to ask her not to interrupt me, because please don't
Yeah,
interrupt me.
don't interrupt him. He didn't interrupt you. So go on, Ginger.
You know, like, they actually had it hard. They experienced racism. I'm not going to say, like, it existed. Like, they really did. They had to get it out the mud. But, Kay, when you're here talking about nowadays, people like your generation have had to, you ain't got to get nothing out the mud. Let's be honest, we all got equal.
said-
Allow me to
That's not
finish.
what I said. You're not.
Woman,
You're not listening,
woman,
because
I'm
that's not what I said.
talking, man.
What I
Can you let him finish, please?
brother. So what I'd like to say is, no, you never got it out the mud, because like I say, we all got equal opportunity now. It's absolutely nonsense, and all this victim card and stuff. It's not gonna work. Like I say, we're thriving. We all got property. I don't know about you, but property, car, family, all these kind of things work. What you doing? Sitting on your ass moaning. I don't understand how it. Like, I really don't. We're
My brother,
thriving over
my
here.
brother,
Can I
Ginger,
respond now? This is the
Ginger.
thing. This is the thing.
Let Kay
This is the
respond.
problem. This is the problem, though, because
Get me?
a part of being
Churches
BOK,
empty.
a
Black
part
Wait,
of
hold on,
being
Ginger.
BOK,
Let her
a
Black
part of
respond.
funded churches. What
wait,
you
a
do?
part of wait, Ginger, please mute up. A part of being BOK, yeah, is literally like I'm saying, the YT supremacy system, it still stands worldwide. Actually, BOK people are actually at the bottom of that hierarchy. You can go to another country and they've got a slur for you in their language. Why is that? That's because of YT supremacy. Everybody wants to have proximity to whiteness, right? Because they feel as though even people that aren't white, even the Indians, look at them. They're bleaching out their skin. They're doing all of that. Look at them. Look at what they're doing. They're trying to have proximity to whiteness. Everybody wants to get away from who they actually are and be closer to white because they feel like that's better. And a part of being BOK is actually a part of your identity is actually to understand that, recognize that, and understand that this shit is a constant battle. Not because when it's not the same as when our grandparents were alive and whatnot, and when they were young, it means the battle has stopped. The battle has not stopped. The battle is a continuous thing because the whole system needs to come down. The battle is a continuous thing. Like, even when it came to this Ghana thing, and them asking for reparations, the UK, they said that they didn't even vote. They didn't even want to vote to declare that slavery was the gravest, the transatlantic slavery was the gravest crime committed against humanity. America, they outright said no. Where I'm still talking. America, they outright said no, it wasn't the gravest crime committed against humanity. Like, this, as we can see, like, YT supremacy is still standing. The fact that these men can even remain silent in that whole scenario and in that whole situation is absolutely crazy to me. They didn't even want to come out to admit their crimes, admit what they did. This is why we do need to keep, like, pushing it. This is why we need to keep pushing it. What the fuck? How can a whole country that's colonized so many places, a whole country that was responsible for the transatlantic slave trade and played their part in it, they weren't solely responsible, but they played a huge role for sure. How can they sit back and be silent And then you're saying
All
that's
right,
not your fight as a BOK person. Like, are you sick?
all
Anyway,
right.
you're
Let
mixed
me ask
race,
you.
so like, of course, like
Let me ask you a question,
you're a
BOK.
bit
Yeah.
confused any fucking way.
Considering that you're against the transatlantic, but the transatlantic started in the around the 1400s, right? But the Arab slave trade started in the 7th century, and even before that, Africans were selling other Africans into slavery. And you're gonna say that the whitey man is solely responsible for this? Let me ask you this question: Who's more? Um,
Say
who
that we're
who
solely
who
responsible, by the way.
who would you blame more? The person who is your brother that is selling you into slavery, or the enemy from outside that is coming and enslaving your people?
I think they were
Which
both
one is
wrong, and I think
worse?
they're both to be blamed and both to be
Brother,
held
they
accountable.
can't, she can't be
I
honest and
think
she can't.
I
How can you
think
say it's not clean? This is
Ginger, it
mad,
is
blood.
not Ginger. Stop jump up and answer the question them like you're batty man. Where you jump up and answer next man question for you batty man?
All right,
But
Laura.
anyway,
Laura, you can get my mic here.
Can I
like
respond,
I'm
please?
saying,
Okay.
they're both to be blamed. I want this idiot, this
Tribal
little bumper
behavior, man.
crap fish to stop opening up his mouth when people are asking me questions. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm saying, they're both to be blamed. They're both to be blamed. So that's my whole point on it. Like, I don't think that. Oh yeah. Just the YT man is responsible. And I didn't even say just they were responsible for slavery. I said that they played a huge role in it, but they're not solely responsible. So I think you misheard me.
Host, can I just let me just address something really? Because when people say things like black and black crime, right? Do they say the same thing when it's when white people committing these having specific crime? Anytime it's black people, they always go black and black crime. Anytime it's a white man, they never said a white and white crime. You see, the thing is, most crimes happens within certain communities. That's about proximity. It's not about race. So the real question is what kind of drives these particular conditions. It's not black and black crime or white and white crime. It's the crime itself, the conditions. When you jump to crime and every time it's the black man, the black and black crime, my brother, that's very disingenuous. I'm not blaming the white man for crime. That's a blatant straw man right there. So we're talking about conditions and patterns of behavior. Come on, man. It's really that simple.
All right, so what about this? What about the fact that you've got BOK British people and you've got other nationalities or other ethnic groups of BOK people coming to the UK and taking part in that crime statistic, and it's all getting put on the BOK British people?
It still doesn't take away what I've just said. Anytime a crime, it's about proximity. It's not about race.
Okay, but when those crime stats are done, don't you think
Stats written by
that
who?
there are certain those
Stats
crime statistics, those
written by
crime
who?
statistics
Written by
by
who?
by the government,
Yeah, exactly. And
Gov,
who are the government?
yeah, but they're making these statistics based off crime itself. They're
Who
getting
is
these
the government?
statistics.
Who is the government? Who are they?
Okay, but they're not making up these statistics. You've got people coming from
Wait a
other
minute.
countries.
Who
You've got
is the
scammers
government?
coming from Nigeria.
My
You've got
brother,
Austin.
scammers coming
my
from.
brother, who is the government? Who are they?
Austin.
Wait, Sir Boss.
Yeah.
Wait, Sir
Wait.
Boss.
Can I quickly say something?
No,
Because
Sir Boss. No, Sir
no,
Boss. Wait.
someone
Sir
is in
Boss.
the
Sir
comments
Boss,
harassing
wait.
me.
Sir Boss,
One sec.
Sir Boss, just ignore it, man. Relax. Right.
No, because if they
no,
don't
Sir
harass
Boss.
me, I'm
Right,
Sir
going to
Boss,
take it
just
further.
ignore
Yo,
it, Sir Boss.
just write in the
Tell them to
comments
stop
back to them,
harassing
innit?
me.
Just write in the comments to them. You're a big man.
I
What do you
will
mean
take it
harassing you,
further.
blood? Fix up the
Just
man.
Because that person, if they
Sir
don't
Boss.
stop harassing me, I will get someone to beat them up.
Oh, get a grip,
Really?
Sir Boss, and ignore it,
Fix
man.
up the man.
Sure.
I'll get
What's wrong
someone
with
to
you,
beat
man?
them up. They don't stop harassing me.
Well, do
Oh,
it then and stop talking about it, man. We're
yeah,
here trying
for
to
real.
talk, yo.
So, host, who is the government? Who are they?
The government is the people in control of this country,
Come on,
right?
my brother. Who ethnicity? Who is it? Who are they?
Yeah, okay, they're the YT man. All
Right
right,
then.
cool.
So really, when it comes to statistics, right, you have to be very careful when we put out statistics written by them people. Come on,
Okay,
man.
We could say that about every type of statistic that's out there now.
We can, but when it's directed at us, it's very skeptical.
So
Come
you
on.
must cherry. You can't cherry pick. But Mr. Austin, this is what people want to do. You just heard the hypocrisy. How can you use stats when they suit you and numbers? But hold on, if they're talking about your people and it don't go in your favour or agree with your
Who says I'm
opinion,
using stats for my
no,
people?
hold on. Let me say, if it don't agree with your agenda, then it may not be right. It's tampered. It's conspiracy.
that's
Fix
Wait a
up,
minute,
blood.
who said
This is
that?
the
Wait a
problem.
minute, wait a minute, who said
Either you go
said
by
that?
either you believe in the numbers
Wait a
or you
minute,
don't.
who
Not when
said that?
You can't cherry pick. You can't
My
cherry
brother,
pick facts and.
wait a minute,
This is
when
mad,
did I
bro.
cherry pick? I didn't assign anything, there's no cherry
You just
picking.
okay. Can I tell you where? You just asked me the question. You just said, "Oh, we go by the numbers, but when it's our people, we best be mindful." Not
I
when.
didn't say that.
What did you say then?
No.
It was
I don't-
only about 30 seconds ago, brother.
No, I didn't. See,
Wake
here's the
up,
thing.
man. Please,
No,
people,
no,
wake
my
up,
brother,
man.
let's
What
get
the hell,
something
man?
straight. I didn't say that. So how about you wake up and listen carefully, right? I don't trust numbers written by the government.
That ain't that your people. You said.
But
Hold on.
yes, brother, listen to
When
me.
they're talking about your
My
people,
brother,
you said.
my
not
brother,
about
do me a favor. When I'm speaking, can you just be quiet and let me finish?
Bacon Ego, I don't
Right.
want you to come up here and have a back and forth with me. It's not gonna be productive. So
Nah,
See, the
if she
thing is,
comes up here and play that, meet me at Woodgreen Police Station and say that to my face.
oh,
And
sir,
see what
boss,
happens.
sir,
If
boss,
she
You're
wins,
telling
It's
people.
unnecessary.
You're
This is
telling
so
people
I'm
to
tired
meet
of
you
this
at police
bullshit now.
station. Fix
Wow.
up, man.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Come to
Big man
Woodgreen
like
Police
you,
Station
bro.
and say that to my
Ginger,
face.
you
Don't
need
say
to
it on
like you.
understand.
social
You ready to
media.
Fix up
report
and stop
women to
handling
police?
Woodgreen
your YT
Station
You
side.
ready
That's
to
say
what
it to
you
my
report women
need.
to
face.
police?
You need
Yeah,
to
yeah,
fix
because
up
they
and
want to
stop
harass
handling
me.
your YT
I want
side.
This
this.
is harassment.
I
I'm
want
being
this.
harassed.
this is
Fix
madness.
up,
I'm
no
being
man.
harassed. Yeah, I'm being harassed. Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa.
sir, boss. If it's not true, let it fly, my
look,
brother.
look, look. They want me
Yeah,
to remove Sir Boss.
it's a
'Cause
madness.
So
man's
Is it-
emotional, yo. And this is the problem with men today. They're too sensitive, man. What's wrong with you, man? Why?
So, Ginger, what did you
Why,
think
blood?
about the UK not
Sticks and stones, brother. Are you
refusing to?
okay? You ready to,
Ginger, okay,
brother?
so no,
No,
we're not
Mr.
gonna
Austin.
deflect. We're
Let
not
me
gonna
tell you
deflect.
something, blood. When
Ginger,
since
what
when
do you think
do you
about the
report somebody
UK
to the
not
police
voting
for
in the
words? Things are
UN's
getting
and the
crazy,
Ghana's
blood.
claim for
We
reparation?
got
What do you
big
think
ass
about that?
Jamaica man, yard man talking about he's gonna
What do
phone
you think
police on
about that?
all right, let's
This is mad, blood.
he's asking you a question, Ginger. Go ahead, answer it.
What you say, sorry, Kay?
I said, yeah, what do you think about the UK refusing to, acknowledge that the transatlantic slave trade was bad and they didn't even vote in this whole Ghana thing? Yeah, what do you think about that? The US, they right out said no. But this is the...
You jumping
First of all,
questions one thing at a time. What you asking me, please?
Yeah, I said, what do you think about the UK refusing to vote in this whole Ghana UN situation when it comes to claiming reparations and when it comes to acknowledging that the slave trade was bad and just admitting to their crimes? What do you think about that, about them refusing to vote?
I think that's great, and I'll tell you why. Because we shouldn't get involved in no affairs in any other country. So this is where you're being a bit of a hypocrite as well. You're moaning about the British people getting involved and doing stuff, but then when they don't want to get involved, why they're not getting involved? You either want them in your business or you don't want them in your
When
business.
did I
It's
moan
simple
about
as
them?
this.
I'm sorry. I don't think you're really answering
we've been
the
here
question.
talking about how the white man's so bad, how they took over and took stuff and all this nonsense about the Atlantic slave trade. This
Yeah.
is what we're talking about. So what you're
Nonsense.
about,
Oh wow. You see, yeah, like this guy is just anti-black, anti-BLK, sorry,
but
in general.
I'm
Like,
like-
how can you
brother,
put the
she's
transatlantic
she's
slave
saying
trade?
she
Hold
wants
on,
the
hold on.
She's saying she wants the British government to get involved in stuff that's going on in Ghana.
Yeah, well,
Let
no.
me finish speaking.
It is for the transatlantic.
Austin,
Do you
can
understand? Do
allow-
you understand what happened like a few days ago with Ghana
You
and the
just wait for me.
transatlantic slave trade? Do
Can
you
you wait
understand
for me
that?
to? Can you wait for
I don't
me
think
to
you
finish
really
speaking?
understand that.
Okay, I've already addressed it, and let me address it again. Then stop interrupting me. You keep talking. Like I say to the people, stop asking for reparations. The last 2 times we asked for reparations, what happened? The families of the slave owners receive the compensation. Are you okay? This is why I say don't ask for reparations, but you choose
we're
to
gonna
do
keep
so.
asking.
So
No,
don't
we're
tell
gonna
me
keep-
about I don't
no,
know
we're
what's
gonna keep
going on.
asking.
So when I'm saying to you, clearly, let me just finish what I'm going to say because I ain't going back and forth with you. I thought you had a bit of knowledge. Clearly not. So when I'm saying to
I ain't
you,
got no bumper
you're
clock
talking
knowledge,
about,
so don't
you're
insult
talking
me
about,
because you
let
don't
me
even know
tell you
how
something,
racism
woman.
functions, and you're a
Yes.
mixed race
Let
person
me
on the
tell you
panel
something.
trying to
Yes.
talk on
No,
BOK
no, no.
issues, and you're
Let
a
me tell you
raccoon. You're
something.
cooned out. So
Okay.
please, like, continue your point without insulting me. Thank
So
you.
what we're going to do, how can you say, oh, you want the British government to get involved in what's going on in Ghana and to vote and put their vote in? Listen, tell them, you want the British out your business, don't you? So tell them start your business. What, you can't pick and choose when you want them to, and you don't want them. You either want them involved or you don't want them involved. It's simple as this. Tell them stay out your business. It's nothing
About
to do
what's
with
And,
them.
going
and,
on
and let me
in
add this as
Ghana.
well, okay?
So it's not about
Before you go,
what's going on
Kate.
in Ghana.
Hypocrite, man.
It's not about what's going on in.
Kate. Wait, hold on. Before you go,
Clear
Kate,
it
yeah.
up because
I
he
just want
doesn't understand. He's a bit
Kate.
slow.
Before you go now, yeah, I'm gonna give you a chance to say what you want to say, yeah. But how can you, as a BOK person, then point the finger at the YT man when right now in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, in Libya, there are BOK people being sold right now for a bag of rice?
Yeah,
How
okay.
can
We're
you
not
complain
completely
about the
dismissing
YT
that.
man
We're not
when this
She
is
don't
completely.
care.
happening?
She don't care.
Wait,
She just
hold
cares
on,
about
Ginger.
blaming the white man.
Ginger, please
She don't actually
shut
care
up
about the
and let me
victims.
talk. Let me talk.
Really?
So we're not completely dismissing that, but I will fight against YT supremacy. I feel like we should tackle that head on, deal with that, and then we can deal with our internal issues. Like that's what I'm thinking. And basically I think that so when it came to the UN thing, it's not about what's happening in Ghana, right? Do you understand? You say that you're half BOK. Are you even aware of CARICOM going to the UN asking for reparations? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of what's happening in America with the Black Americans, them rallying, asking for reparations? This is nothing to do with what's happening in Ghana. This happened
That
outside of Africa, right? And these are just different groups of people from the diaspora that are going to the UN saying that, hey, listen, what happened hundreds of years ago? Yeah, we want our money for that. And we want you lot to recognize that as a crime and that it was illegal and all of that, basically. Just
it wasn't
recognition
actually.
and
It
money.
wasn't actually.
So
It
this is
wasn't
nothing to
actually.
do,
It's just,
and
just
this is
Hold on.
nothing.
It
And by the
wasn't
way, Ginger, I'm
actually
still
illegal,
talking.
Kate.
Hold
I'm
on,
just going on,
hold
man.
on.
Talk
And
this
this is
shit.
how I know that Ginger is a proper coon because, like, I'm sorry, as someone that is half BOK, how can you sit there and not want the UK government to address what they did to your ancestors? This is why I said that you're a
All right,
coon.
look.
Okay, so now
And
you,
then
All
you
right,
say
look.
that you're
that's an
half
insult.
BOK.
That's an
This is why
insult.
we don't want
That's
you,
an
man,
All
insult.
right,
to
Kate.
talk for
When you
us.
say
We
don't
don't want
insult
you.
you, and you chum yourself.
Stop
Behave,
saying
man.
that word, yeah, because we're gonna get the live here. So we're gonna go to Nubian, and then we're gonna go back to open panel. So Nubian, why is Ghana's president trying to get reparations, and do you agree with it?
She's a yo, brother. Can I
Hello.
ask you a
I 10
question?
million percent. I
Hold
10
on,
million
Ginger. Hold
percent
on.
agree with Ghanaian. When I think the whole of Africa, due to colonization, what happened in Congo, what happened in Uganda, in the Baganda Kingdom, what happened in the colonization that happened in Ghana is unhumane. It's some of the most demonic, diabolical behavior that was ever done to humankind. There was babies thrown in the ocean. There was men amputated. Women were raped. Brothers and sisters had to sleep with each other. Before the Jamaican island ever existed, they were being tortured in Ghana before they were removed over there. So we have to start with reparations in Africa. Also, their natural resources. Ghana should be looking like Dubai, the same way that Dubai was made off the back of Sudan in the last nearly 40 years off the back. So only the resources alone are building countries like Dubai. Ghana has built a whole economy for the UK, the foundation of the UK. So Ghana is old reparations. If anybody, Ghana is old. It's where the slave trade starts, is in Africa. Do you think they was being polite before they got to the islands and before they got to, there was raping, beating, amputating, massacring, all in Africa, especially in Congo and Belgium. What they were doing was inhumane, what that man did. So when we speak on reparations and people get in their twist, but we want to speak about the Atlantic slave trade, which starts, the foundation is in Africa. So many even unalived before they even were able to get on that boat. And people get angry, like, no, the start of slavery should have no reparations, only the part that we like when it lands in America, because the Western is more influential and how Africa has been positioned for a long time, has been embedded in our brain. brain as negative and less than. So we don't even believe the start of where the slavery began from these respirations. We believe that halfway through, only they are right to it. That is insane and shows how illiterate we are as people, period. And also,
you can't call people illiterate. You don't even know what reparations
hold on,
are. And
Ginger,
respirations, no, hold on. You're
Ginger,
calling
please.
people illiterate.
I'm speaking to the host. 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 You spoke about Sarah Boss not being calm, and you're showing a poor example of being stoic. You've interrupted Kay. You're interrupting me with your emotions, and you are, from what I'm hearing, you are half BOK. I don't think anybody who is half, who is not pushing. One second. I will not be policed in my commentary. I will not be policed. That's what the YT people like to do when you start cooking. They like to police and try to redirect. As I said, I want to land. Give me 5 seconds and I'll land. Ginger has not stopped barking. Ginger keeps showing his YT side and his privilege of interrupting and overspeaking people. None of the BOK people are doing that. Like I said, if we're going to give out 1 second, I'm very, very focused, okay? I just don't take disrespect. Respirations is for BOK people and of the starting of slavery. We are giving back respirations due to what was taken and what is still being taken from Ghana till this day. And Kay is so right. Sometimes it's not best for somebody who has a YT parent to speak on such sensitive comments, because sometimes they have a loyalty with both sides, so they can't be unapologetically for the BOK. And right now we need somebody who's unapologetically for the BOK, not somebody who has a level of confusion, respectfully. I'll rest there.
I'll respond. Let me respond.
Hold on, Ginger. Please, hold on. One second, Ginger. 1 second. I'm gonna let you respond after, yeah. But look, do you agree that Nigerians and other Africans took part in the slave trade?
Okay, so what I'd like to say is, she's just said, yeah.
I'm not speaking to Ginger. Host, either you control your panel or it's Ginger's panel. I'm confused.
I'm asking the host.
Ginger, calm down, please, yeah. Nubian, do you agree that Africans and Nigerians took part in the slave trade?
Yeah, European sold slaves. Middle Eastern sold slaves. They never knew wait, servants. 1 second, please. I'm agreeing with you, yes. But they weren't aware of the treatment to forward. In Africa, in the Baganda kingdom where I'm from, they would have thingy servants say, after there's a war, right? And there's people who are collateral, and you would have to go with those people and work. You wasn't inhumanely made to breed, beaten and sold across the road. Your kid, it wasn't like that. Okay. So even in the European history with the Romans and with the Greeks, after war, them people that were collateral damage had to go with the people that won. That happened everywhere. That is not the same as slavery. I'm so sorry.
All right. So look at this, Nubian. Yeah, this is an article written by a Nigerian woman about her grandfather. Yeah, she says here, yeah. During the slave trade, the most popular story I heard about my great-grandfather was how he successfully confronted officials of the British colonial government after they seized some of his slaves. The slaves were being transported by middlemen along with a consignment of tobacco and palm produce from Ogogo's hometown in the coast. My great-grandfather apparently did not consider it fair that his slaves were seized. Buying and selling humans being among the Igbo had been going on long before the Europeans arrived. People became slaves as punishment for crime, paying of debts, and prisoners of war. The successful sale of adults was considered an exploit for which a man was held by praise singers, akin to exploits in wrestling, war, or in hunting. Igbo slaves served as domestic servants and laborers. They were sometimes sacrificed in religious ceremonies and buried alive with their masters to attend to them in the next world. Can we blame YT people for this?
Yes, because YTs were over there in being the Neanderthals in the United Kingdom, in the whole of Europe, while they had the Dark Ages. 1 second, please. I'm talking to the host. Please let me talk to the host. I don't know who's controlling the panel. Host, I'm trying to respect you, but there's someone that keeps thinking that it's me, you, and them. I want to have one-on-one. I'm better at one-on-one dialect.
We just read that this was.
I understand that. I understand what we've read. I'm trying to respond to you. Can I respond or no?
All right,
because I feel like sometimes when people want to stand on their point, they don't want to hear you. Like I said, in Europe itself, when the Dark Ages were around, they were doing cannibalism. They were not only selling each other, they were eating each other alive. They were doing their own rituals. They were doing their own black magic, right? But we like to hyper focus over here. And let's talk about the Romans and the Greeks, how they were sacrificing babies, how they were having LGBT rainbow commissions with some of their slaves, how they were even amputating some of their slaves, how they were doing black magic with the organs of their slaves. So when we only hyper finger on Africa as if it wasn't happening worldwide, I get frustrated with that. There was rituals that were going around worldwide. There were servants that were collateral damage from war, as you spoke on, that sometimes were mistreated, yes, but never in life was there a Holocaust to the magnitude of the Atlantic. Nobody has done that. So when you try to do the comparison, that's like me comparing Persian history to the massacre they faced. They used to do rituals. They used to sell some of their servants after a war for collateral damage, but never did they bring the Holocaust to their own people. So when you try and use it as a defense, you don't realize how much you're doing the white man's work. You don't realize that.
Horse, can I follow this, please? You see, this thing is
Wait, hold on. Let me give Ginger. Let me give Ginger. Hold on. Let me give Ginger a chance to respond.
1 minute,
and then we'll
one
go
minute,
back
Yatsik.
to Pharaoh and then Africa. And then
Okay, so
Legend
what it
and
is,
then
host.
Yatsik.
She says, "How can I speak on such matter? I think I'm the perfect person to speak on the matter. People like me, and the reason why is because I'm non-biased.
You're not the
Hold on.
Hold on, let him
Listen
finish,
happening.
let him
I'm
finish.
going to
voice for the
speak. I've been
YT
waiting to speak for
community.
10
You're not
minutes.
the
Let him
voice for
finish,
us.
Yo,
please.
Mr.
Let
Austin,
him
just
finish,
mute her,
please.
Bridging, please. Same way I had
Let
to
him
keep my
finish,
mouth
please.
shut. Yo, so I think I'm the perfect person to speak on such thing because it involves the white community, the black community. I'm both. I'm sit on the fence. I'm non-biased. Automatically, a black person will be biased towards their people. Automatically, the white people will be biased towards their people. I am the perfect person to speak on such situation. And
Ginger, as a black woman,
allow
I
me to
strongly
have.
dis-
Yo, I'm
I
Can
strongly
you let him
disagree.
finish, please?
White people
Can you
wouldn't
let
let a
him finish?
biracial person speak for white
I'm
people.
talking to the host.
Can you let him, Nubian? Can you let him finish, please, and then you'll have a chance. Go ahead, Ginger.
You understand? And Kay said something about, oh, we have to deal with the people then and then deal with stuff internally. No. If you have problems, you have to deal with them internal, then you deal with the external first. You can't change stuff externally if you've got problems, corruption inside, like Africa has and like Jamaica has. They sell everything to China and the rest of it. You understand? We have to deal with the problems inside and then we deal with the bigger problem. But we have to deal with our problems first inside the community before you think about dealing things worldwide. When we have these people in government that are corrupt and lining their pockets.
Okay.
Hello, mate.
Okay, let
Can I
me
just
just
ask a question?
wait.
All right,
Yaxley,
we'll go to
Yaxley, wait,
Pharaoh.
Yaxley.
We'll go to Pharaoh,
You
and
know
then we'll
this
go to
angry
Africa
like
and
Yeah, but
Yaxley,
Mr. Austin,
and
sorry, I need to
Yaxley.
go.
Go
I
ahead,
need to
Pharaoh.
go. I just want to say this to Ginger that
Yeah, them people that play the race card and
Ginger
that.
it can never be played when
Is
it's the
this
card I
angry
have to
like
deal
the
with.
Isaiah by she's
One
on?
second, because I'm not
Yaxley,
going to
hold it,
argue.
please,
Respectfully, I'm
Yaxley.
not going to
Shut
argue with
up,
a
man.
whitey man about race. We're not doing that. I want to speak to Ginger. Ginger, respectfully, I can see your logic, but it's very, very flawed. If you notice, Chinese people don't have a half black, half Chinese. Can someone mute up, please? We don't have a half Chinese or a half black person speaking on behalf of Chinese people. You never see a half BOK person, half Middle Eastern speaking up for Middle Eastern people. You never see in the YT people them having a biracial person speak up. So why the entitlement when black that have had some of the most diabolical history, some of the most painfulest history, should we be the ones to have somebody who has a YT mom speak up for us when every other race you have to be 100% full to speak up on their personal sensitive matters? Why would we have you? And even now when we're speaking, I don't feel like you feel my BOK struggle the way I do. With respect, I don't. There's a difference in colorism. There's a difference in how society sees us. Even how if you have a white mom or a white parent, how your parent walked through the society is different to mine as a BOK parent. So you cannot be the voice because you don't have the full experience. The same way the Chinese wouldn't let you speak for them, the Middle Eastern wouldn't let you, and the English wouldn't let you. Why do you feel entitled that the blacks should? when it's a very personal, sensitive experience. I'm sorry, you don't qualify. We need somebody who is full, who can be biased for our people, the same way the Chinese are biased for their people, same way the English are biased for their people, the same way the white Americans are biased for their people. You need that when you have to be unapologetic for your people. You cannot have somebody who comes in and says, I want to be diplomatic. Diplomatic has got us marching and no respirations. We need biasness, unapologeticness, because people always expect BOK people to be pleasant about it, understanding about it. We are supposed to be those things. That's why people get self-esteem and privilege off our backs. BOK people need to be unapologetically for their people. And as we can see, you don't qualify to do that. You believe in it being equal between the two. When we know we are 300 years behind, how can it be equal? We need to be unapologetically for ourselves in order to even bridge that gap before we think about being before we think about being even. Just want to say that no other race would have you represent them. You have to be for. Let the BOK people do the same respectfully.
All right, now
White tea,
I'm gonna give
respectfully.
Ginger. I'm gonna give.
Guys,
Hold
we
on.
don't
I'm gonna
want
give
white tea
Ginger.
people. Are you letting
Hold
white
on.
tea
Hold
people
on.
talk?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
Can I
on.
ask
Hold on.
what
Hold on.
respirations are?
Okay, okay.
She needs reparations. But let's
Oh,
give
she can't
Ginger a
speak
chance.
English.
Hold on. Hold on. Yaxley, hold on. We're gonna give Ginger a chance to respond, and then we're gonna go to Pharaoh, Africa, and then Legend, and then we'll go to Yaxley last.
I didn't hear much, but this is a great point. I want to
She's
make it.
illiterate.
Can I say something? She was just calling people illiterately certain things, certain words and stuff. Yeah, disrespecting people down to the. But she don't know the difference between reparations and respirations. So what I'd like to say, is, all due respect to Nubian, you can't come up here and talk about reparations if you don't even know what the word means. So please, what I suggest you do is go educate yourself and
Don't
then
think
come
she
and
said
have
it.
these. Respectfully, then have these conversations. You don't, you just hear stuff what people say, repeat it, watch videos on
Can
TikTok.
we focus on the
Allow me to.
topic?
You obviously don't even know what you're talking about. You're talking about respirations.
My brother, focus on the topic, please.
This is the topic.
Right. Okay.
Like, if you don't know what the word means, how are you valid to talk on? If I'm not valid to talk on this because I'm not
Listen,
black,
you're not
how are
valid
you
to
valid to
talk.
talk about reparations when you don't
You're
know?
not
You
valid
can't
to
even
talk
pronounce the
because
word.
you're
No, but let's not be
you're
hypocrites,
not for the
people, and
BLK
everyone interrupts me.
community,
Host, you
so you're
see,
not valid to talk.
crazy, bro.
Okay, hold tight, Kay, hold tight.
Right.
I'm trying to
Can
keep order on this right now. There's a
Right.
lot of
Okay. Can I
emotions right now.
respond
Go
now,
ahead,
please?
Pharaoh.
You see, the
Yeah,
thing
go ahead,
is,
Pharaoh. And
when
then we'll go
people
to Africa and then Legend.
you see, the thing is,
Yeah.
when people make statements like just because they're mixed race, that they have some sort of authority or they are
She's
perfect.
calling me slow.
My
Oh, I'm
brother,
sorry, bro. She's calling me slow.
Wait, hold on,
Ginger,
She don't even know what
relax,
reparations
man.
or
Ginger,
respirations are.
just let
You're a
Ginger,
hypocrite.
just let him finish. 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 Let
You
him
look a
finish.
fool.
Go on
You see,
mute for the
She
second.
actually
Go
doesn't,
on,
because
Pharaoh.
sometimes people mess up their words. It's fine. Like, I think we're all old enough to get over it. But if she messed up her words, it's kind of like a cheap shot. You know what I'm gonna say?
You read, I was being passionate, but let him have that. He's
Good, man.
childish.
It's all good.
All right, let's go to Pharaoh and then we'll go to Africa, Legend, Yaxley, and then Red. So let's make it quick. Go on. I'll
see,
give
the
you
thing
one.
is, just because you're mixed race, you have an opinion, you have a perspective. Trust me, you're not perfect. Nobody is automatically unbiased. You've got your experiences. You can reflect on certain matters. That's just based upon your heritage. Does that make you perfect? No. So let's not even do that, my brother. Okay. But you see, the thing is, I just want to let me just challenge your logic, because so far I've not heard you actually say anything in regards to racism and and you still not even answered my particular question from the beginning. So let me ask you a question first. Do you believe racism exists in the UK, Ginger? It's just either yes or no.
Well, I'm not going to answer it yes or no. If you ask me a question, please, may I answer it? Don't tell me how to answer it. This is mad.
It's a simple question. Yes.
Okay, so I'll answer your question. So, does racism still exist in the UK? I'd say you have to know the definition of racism. So, do people
does
say?
It exist?
Allow
Does
me
it
to,
exist in the?
brother,
My brother, it's a simple yes or no.
It's not a simple yes or no, is it?
Yes, it is.
No, it's quite complex, and I'll explain.
No, it isn't complex, my brother. It's a simple yes
brother,
or no.
You see how I'm being told to answer? Like, this is the problem. You're not going to tell me how
again.
If you
listen
ask
to the
me a
question again.
I'll answer it. If you don't like the answer, then you don't like the answer.
I'm gonna give you the question again then.
Okay.
Do you believe racism exists in the UK? Yes or no?
Pardon me, manners.
It's a
So,
complex question, so it needs a complex
It's
answer.
not. It's
brother,
not complex. It's not
but it is.
complex.
I'm not. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to answer his question. It's simple as this. Please be a man and allow me to answer it. So, does racism still exist in the UK?
Yes or no?
Wow. If you have to know the definition of racism. So when I say
My brother,
Let me give
yes
you
or
the
no?
definition. Let me give you the definition of
So
racism. Yeah,
wild.
the unfair treatment of people
Can
who
someone
belong
just?
to a different race, violent behavior towards them. That's it.
Why does he keep asking people to define words like he's a professor?
no,
He doesn't sound that
because you have to.
intelligent.
No, I do. But what I'm saying to
But
you
you're
is,
acting like we don't have a system set up that does oppress
bro,
BOK
he's
people.
asked me a question. Look, he's
Why are we
asked me a
acting
Wait,
on
question.
wait,
I
wait,
privilege?
can't
This is
wait,
why
wait.
answer
you
it.
can't speak for us.
Let
Austin,
him
can I
answer
just
the
answer the
question.
question?
Don't speak
Can
for
I
us.
please answer the
Don't speak
question?
for us.
I don't speak for you. I
Can we
speak
let
for
him answer
myself.
the question and then
Don't
we're going
speak
to
for
go to
black
the
people,
next
period.
panelist?
Okay.
If you don't speak for white people, you
I
hate
wouldn't,
them
if I, all
pigs.
due respect,
I don't even
Nubian,
know why
you
white
should
people are here. I
allow
never
me
speak
to
for you
speak
lot,
because
please.
it's
Why
great.
are white
Okay,
people
that's
here?
racist itself.
He's
So
attracting
this is the
white
point. If
people.
someone said, why is there a black person here? You'd be like, oh,
Saying
they're
that I don't
racist.
speak for
Bro,
YT people
Austin,
is
you see the
racist. Stop looking
hypocrisy?
for that.
You
You
see the
can't
All right,
handle my
double
can,
standards?
intelligence.
can we
You
Brother,
can't
let
debunk what
him
I say. So
answer?
now you're
okay,
being emotional like he says
Can
Sam
I
Boss
answer
would
the
be.
question, brother?
Oh,
Can we let him answer?
please.
Hello. Wait, let me. I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to do it this way because it's just getting out of control now.
This is
All
weird,
right,
man.
cool.
Oh no, I'm
I'm
going.
gonna have to do
Forget
it this way.
this.
So I'm gonna give you a minute. I'm gonna give you a minute
Yeah,
to
I'll just be
say.
real quick because I'm gonna go. I feel like it is not wrong for BOK people to want BOK people to speak. Read it and weep. Chinese do it, Indians do it, English do it, Russians do it. Why don't you see them choosing biracial people to be the forefront of their people when they're speaking on authentically their issues? They don't. They bring somebody who's 100% to speak on those issues. You know why? That person will be biased in any way for their people, and that's what we want. So sorry, you don't qualify. And by the looks of your mindset and how you speak on here, I would never want you to speak up for us. You don't even acknowledge our struggle. You don't even acknowledge the system set up against us to oppress us. You're not even aware of it. You play oblivious to it. And that's those white genetics. We want no parts of it. I want a BOK man standing up and speaking on our issues, on our solutions, and how we move forward. Not somebody who turns a blind eye to it because he had roast dinners on Sundays. I'm not with that. Sorry, you don't qualify.
Look who it is. It's me. So I wasn't privy to the conversation. So seeing as I've got this time, I might just sing a song. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Diddly-dee. There they are. All
All right, no,
So we're
we don't
actually
need that.
here,
All right.
grown men, trying to have a decent conversation. Look what we're dealing with. You understand? And it is hard to like. It is like if people was here being firm and just like sticking to their own standards, it's okay. The people have contradicted themselves so many times. It's ridiculous, and you're making you like embarrassing yourselves. How can you say such thing, newbie man? And it's like you're saying, "Why is there a white man in here? Get him out of here." We don't want him in here. If there was a black woman who's gone on a panel full of white people and this was said to you, you'd be playing the racist card straight away. And I know you and your type. He called, it's racist. They don't want me in here. Like, they don't want us in the country and all that nonsense you were talking. But it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know how you can say such a thing, to be fair. But, you like I say, you don't even know the difference between reparations and bloody respirations. So God help you.
The reason why YT people shouldn't be on the panel, we're tolerating you, but the reason why YT people shouldn't be on the panel is because we're having BLK conversations. So when we're talking about BLK stuff, yeah, we don't want YT people involved when we're talking about BLK stuff. That's just it. And I do agree with Nubian when it comes to like not understanding our struggle fully. So you shouldn't speak on it because we don't have the same struggle. Mixed people and BLK people don't have the same struggle. We've got completely two different struggles. Like, so yeah, how can you fully understand us? And also you're coming up here with this YT rhetoric, because the shit that you're saying is stuff that YT supremacists say. And this is another thing, because you're mixed, you probably don't even understand that there's just certain things that you don't say around YT people. You don't say certain stuff around YT people. When we're having our conversations with our community, we can talk like that. But we don't say certain stuff around them because they use it as fuel to the fire for their racism.
Yeah, you know what? The people
I have real smoke for is honestly, is the black men. It's the black men who like go in to have these relations with often whitey women and create these confused biracial people who like who act as Trojan horses and use their biracialness to cover up for their white supremacy. No, you don't represent me. You don't represent any black person. You were raised by a white woman. You came out of the womb of a white woman. You are not the same as me. And especially you're not the same as me because like you have all these racist positions. Like I know you were speaking in dog whistles, but I call all of them. When you say I know your type, what kind of person who represents black people says that? What kind of black person who represents black people says, "Oh, you're playing the race card"? What kind of black person who represents black people says, "Oh, why can't white people talk when we're having a sensitive conversation about slavery and the trauma of slavery?" Like, yeah, I blame black men for creating people like you with all due respect.
Morning, everybody. Sorry for being white on the panel there. I do apologise. I didn't realise I wasn't allowed. I just think it's an eye-opener for people like me to listen to that kind of ranting off that lady there. I think it's a bad advertisement for the rest of the guys. You know, this constant victimhood and crying all the time and blaming everybody, and I feel sorry that she's got to walk around in with that sort of anger. And the guy that asked about racism and that, I had a quick look on Google just to clarify, and it said that any group of people that think another group of people is superior to that of another, well, clearly that makes her racist then, because listening to that rhetoric, she's just, she's like that girl with the glasses that got pew-pewed in London, you know, in that party, the one that by old cable, you know, that one.
All right, Legend, go ahead. Unmute, Legend. Unmute. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, good morning, everybody. I haven't got. Could you just give me another time again? Sorry.
Yeah, just go on. If you, I can bring you back around. Just go on, please.
What I'm confused about is the age group of these youngsters that have obviously got this terrible chip on their shoulder regarding whitey people. Listen, I was born in 1959. I actually grew up with the Frank Bruno family. Came over from Jamaica. Frank was born in Hammersmith, 1961. Lovely people. I used to go in their house, you know, and poor old Frank. He was piggy in the middle. He was called Uncle Tom when he done well. You know, he was an Uncle Tom.
Sorry, host, did you compare me to an unalived BOK woman? I want to understand the level of racism. Did you compare me to a black unalived woman? I just want to know. I want to know who you compared me to.
Ginger, it's your time to shine now. Panda with all your hearts.
Right, I didn't finish.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. I'm not angry. I want to know, did you say that I'm comparing me to the black woman that got shot in the BML movement? Just want to know.
I haven't finished.
Yeah, the one in that part.
It was Wiley. Is that who you compared me to?
She's not.
The woman that was unalived?
I didn't finish.
That was shot in the head?
You're not dead.
Is that the one? I just want to know what this old white woman
you're going to have to drop and come back. You're going to get the live band. Why are you saying stuff like this? Are you crazy?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop you. I'll bring you back if you want to come.
You should know better than this woman. That's what I'm saying, man.
All right, let's get back to it.
Never mind TikTok language. She can't even speak basic English. It's crazy, bro.
It's very interesting.
Anti-BOK rhetoric. Yeah, you man are not a part of us.
Just so you know. Wait, hear Ginger getting so angry. Host, just so you know. Host, just so you know, I only brought that up to tell you that because he said that. He said, like, the girl that got fingered in her head, the one that got unalived, he said, you remind me of that. Now, if I was to speak on him and say he reminds me of the greatest men that used to go and grape BOK men on the island and force them to sleep with their brothers and sisters, if I spoke on his forefathers, then am I wrong? If I speak about the Neanderthals he comes from, am I wrong? If I speak on the Neanderthal that's in his bloodline, if I speak on the bestiality they have in their DNA, am I wrong? If I speak on the... No, but 1 second, please, host, I'm being nice.
Nubian. Can you blame him for something that wasn't done by him? Can you blame him for that? Is that where we're going? We're gonna blame people for stuff their forefathers did. You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
If he wants to do a comparison on me, I can do one with his forefathers. Your forefathers were doing cannibalism, and when you were Neanderthals and do have animal DNA.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Man, he got a nice
birthday
voice, man. Shit.
to you. It's just
He got a
what I'm
nice
talking
voice,
about,
man.
man. No, you know what's really mad, yeah, is that we're having shout out to me, man. We're having this conversation, and I hear what Nubian's saying. I feel like, again, you know, we can't really. Look, I'll say this: the idea that you are the perfect person to be able to speak on these matters because you're unbiased actually is just a little bit R-worded, because again, all it takes is a person who is critical of reality, has the capacity to critically analyze said reality and maintain a non-biased stance, which again, by your rhetoric, I don't think is possible. So please don't put yourself in the category of being the smartest person in the room, because you know you're not really doing such a label a good service. So yeah, let's just move on from that. But I'll go back to taking requests.
I understand a lot of people are on here, they don't like hear what they say, they resort to disrespecting people's mothers and then they start talking about people's forefathers and all this kind of stuff. It's absolutely embarrassing, and it shows kind of, you know, it shows their intellect, to be fair. And they say people, they're calling people stupid and saying that disrespecting other people's intellect. And like I said, you can't talk basic English, but you live in England and you're talking, you know, it's your first language. Like, what's wrong with you? This is absolutely madness. And I think people should just put some more respect on the UK and England. Like I said, we're here all for a reason. Like, we're all here. We're all speaking this language. Like, we should appreciate what we got and the safety and all the opportunities and all the equal opportunities we do have in this country. We're blessed, and we should wake up and thank God every morning for being in this situation. And like I say, even when it comes to natural disasters and stuff, we're blessed, man. Like, just thank God and live your life. Stop complaining, man. That's what I tell people. Fix up. That's it.
Hi, people.
Hey, Rob.
I just want to say, I think when you bring these type of nyanga nyanga teeth, one tooth, whitey, tattooed, British flag, nasty people to speak on such topics, you really debase and degrade yourselves as BLK people. Yeah. This prompt, anyway, it was kind of created, I think, to rage bait, obviously, the Africans versus Caribbeans, which is already a bit, but I feel like I can kind of engage in that, like, more time you do, if you got the right people, you can get some kind of, like, sensible conversation. But when you bring these nyanga nyanga teat trolls, it's too far. They have nothing to contribute. What's his name, Ginger, this, mixed race, chicken Kiev eating Birmingham youth, he's just a troll who ruins the conversation.
That's extremely
He
racist,
brings,
though, Robin.
I don't care, call me racist, I'm what? What are you going to do? Call the police? Yeah, I'll take it. He eats chicken Kiev for breakfast.
Yeah, since Ginger has been up here, he's spouted nothing but anti-BLK rhetoric. So yeah, we don't want people like that speaking for us, speaking on our issues. Yeah, just very anti-black stuff that he's been saying since he's been up here. And
What was anti-black about what he said?
well, remember when I first came up, he was using stereotypical stuff against me when I first came up, as if I'm not supposed to be pissed off or angry about the stuff that he was saying.
Is there some truth behind it, though? Because
I mean,
BLK
no.
women
Like,
wear
Austin, please, it's my
blonde
time. You're the host. You can talk whenever you
straight
want.
in their hair.
Like,
He does have a point
you're
there.
okay. No, that's anti-BLK. Anti-BLK.
What do you mean that's anti-BLK?
That is very
If you're
anti-BLK.
straightening
Like,
your hair
talking.
and wearing
No,
blonde wigs, that is that's the definition
not
of
just that.
anti.
No, not just that. But he was talking about people being ghetto and all of that, as if I'm not supposed to be irritated about the stuff that he was saying. The fuck? Of course I'm gonna get irritated.
Yeah, once again, guys, this is a case of like lack of sexual discipline, to be honest. When you create these confused biracial people like Ginger, and like you can even see it, like this is like, I know it's him talking, but like it's his white mum speaking through him. That's why he's hyper
But
obsessed
don't
with
you
black.
think he has a right to his?
He won't stay on the
Has he got
point.
a right to his own belief, though? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he has a right to his own belief. What he doesn't have a right to is claim that he speaks for the black community. No, he doesn't.
But
He
he's
speaks
half
for his white
black.
mum.
He's
That's what
half
he speaks
black.
for.
Why doesn't he have a right?
No, he's not. No. We're not doing that, bro. No, we're not doing that, especially with the positions that he holds. Those are the positions of his white mummy. He does not speak for me, and you've heard multiple black people tell him he does not speak for us, bro. So
Okay,
he can
so
have whatever opinion he wants,
can
but maybe he
Africans
can
speak
call
for
that a biracial
Caribbeans?
opinion. Absolutely not. I do not speak for Caribbean people, but I can speak for black
Okay, so
people. I can
why is
speak on behalf
Ghana's
of black people.
president trying
Come
to
on.
get reparations? Why?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, Sasha. Yeah, it was Sasha,
So
and it wasn't anything personal.
Yaxi, do you yeah
Oh,
Yaxi, let me
sorry.
ask you a question though. Do you think as a YT man, do you think you're responsible for slavery?
I'm ashamed at what my forefathers did, 100%, but I'm not responsible now. How can
Great.
I be?
So,
But can I just
so
ask
are
you
you
one little mathematics question, yeah? It's a little, you'll get where it's going. Little Tommy had 5 cookies, yeah? And Delroy stole 2 of Tommy's cookies. What colour is Delroy?
I don't know, what color is he?
Well, it's a maths question, isn't it? Guess.
Oh man. Alright, do you know what? I'm gonna have to go on, legend. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going back to. I could mention many BLK families that came over during the Windrush. Lovely people. They were, I mentioned Frank Bruno. He got on really well. He wouldn't have got on as well maybe if he hadn't have moved from Jamaica. But they came and they blended in and they what they call it blended in with the YT
Assimilated.
people. That's him. That's the name. And yeah, Frank done well, but the trouble is the BLK people, they disliked him for that. And I even saw his Rolls Royce outside of BLK hairdressers. They scratched his Rolls Royce right down the side. Oh, isn't that nasty? Don't you think that was
Very,
nasty?
very, very, very nasty. So we clearly see that there are some BLK people that don't like the
Their
fact.
voices are insufferable, host, respectfully. I don't know if they've gone through something in their life, if they're on a substance, if they wear dentures, but the 2 colonizers on the panel, their voices are horrible, very hard to digest. And I also feel like we need to stand on the fact that Ginger can't speak for us. If he was half Chinese, he can't speak for the Chinese. If he was half Middle Eastern, he can't speak for the Middle Eastern, he can't speak. Why are people acting surprised that BLK people want to do the same? Why is it though biracial people never go to their YT side and say, let me speak for the YT people? Why not? Go and ask your mum if you can speak for YT people. They won't allow you. So please back up off my people. We're dealing with enough. And African and Caribbean people are linked and connected by lineage and blood, whether you like it or not. So all the FBAs and the people trying to create a black hierarchy are only going to be disqualified. Black unity is what I'm about. Everybody else has their unity. We're finding ours. Good night.
Okay, so let's wrap it up.
Yeah, obviously, if you're not on code, then you can't speak for us or be a part of us. That even goes for BLK people that are not on code. Yeah, because they're just holding back our community, man, when they're spouting all of this anti-BLK rhetoric, they're pandering to YT people. We've got names for them. That's why we've got names for them, such as Coconut, all of that. Raccoon, all of that. We've got names for these people.
But hey, why do you
Wait,
think
hold
Harlem?
on, because
Okay,
I'm
why do you
like,
think?
why you did this the last time, please? Like,
I'll
I've
wrap.
got limited time. Like,
I'll
come
bring you
on,
back.
like,
I'll
you
bring
did
you
this the
back. I'll
last
bring you
time.
back. I'll bring you back. But what I need to know is, if we're gonna be against YT people for slavery, why are we not against the Africans for selling BLK people into slavery?
So I just said to you that both we're looking at both of them. I just said that to you. It's not just YT people that we're saying, oh, da, da, da. No. And African people have even come out and apologized.
I'll give it an encore.
Yeah, so a lot's going on. I think that whenever you have this type of discussion, the host is your kind of role to kind of set the rules of how it's gonna go. What is a valid response? Because some people are saying things like we don't want YT people in this discussion, which is a fair point. If it's BLK people talking about BLK issues from a BLK perspective, what value is there from a YT? It's got nothing to do with being racist or discriminatory. But if I'm a football team and I'm talking about my football team's progress, what do I care about a football team in Scotland coming in and telling me that we have our own internal affairs and we should discuss it? There's a lot I want to say, but I'll just leave it on that. And I would agree with what the sister said a second ago about this thing about coons. BLK people, full BLK people are coons too. So it's not whether you're mixed.
All right, go on, Kay. You got your time back.
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, African people, they have come out, they have apologized for the stuff that happened during the slave trade. Have Britain done that? Have Britain apologized? And this is the thing. Anyway, like, to combat whitey supremacy, we need to unify anyway. So it really doesn't make sense to be sitting down and arguing about stuff like that's just gonna cause more division.
But
And
how are we meant to unify when there's still slavery happening in Africa today? How are we meant
right,
to do it?
okay, cool. And I'm not saying to completely sweep that under the rug. That's something that needs to be addressed as well. But I'm just saying we all have one common enemy in it, like all of us. We have one common enemy, and that is the whitey man. And they're doing it everywhere. They're doing it in Africa. They're doing it in the Caribbean. They're doing it to the BLK people in America. They're all over the gaff doing it. So yeah, like, we just need to unite on.
So shout out to you, yeah. Pick up yourselves, girls. I'm loving the Saturday morning sass. It's giving me life, as they say. What's your position, Mr. Austin, Mr. Steve, Stone Cold?
My position is that Africans took part in the slavery as well.
Okay.
So we can't, on one hand, say, yeah, we're against YT people, but at the same time, today in Africa, there is still children being sent into diamond mines. There is still people being sold in Libya. So it's kind of hypocritical for us to be pointing our finger at the YT man while the Africans are still selling people.
Okay. So are we saying that Africa is one big happy fucking family that everybody kind of gets along, and then we're kind of like fuck our own people, and like what are we doing?
Well, the thing is, if we're one happy family, then there should be one will when it comes to slavery. We shouldn't be allowing it to happen in the continent of Africa, and Africans are complicit in this by completely shirking their accountability.
No, but host, are you
when it
aware of
comes to
who
this
runs
issue.
these rebel gangs?
Yo,
Even when it
look here,
comes to
just wait for
Uganda.
people to finish speaking,
Excuse
man.
me, I'm talking to the host. He doesn't need his boyfriend jumping in.
Yo, host,
Host, can you talk to me one-on-one, or does your boyfriend need to always...
And what I'm gonna say real quick, let me just say something.
Look how angry he is. Look at the
Let me say
aggression.
something.
Look how angry
Let me
he
say
is.
something, because this is a problem, bro.
And he's going to attack the black women. All the black men have spoken on him, but he's going to attack the women. Watch.
All right, we're gonna have to go again. Showtime again.
Sorry,
All
thank
right.
you so much. Because you're I don't want to be shady, but I'm a woman and we shade. Your boyfriend or your wannabe boyfriend keeps jumping in for you, and it's unnecessary. I believe you're a man that can handle your own. He doesn't need to come in like an ex that's bitter, please. As I said before, you don't qualify. The whole panel has said this. You keep targeting the women, but somebody said he banes black men for even making you, for producing you, and you haven't directed any of the men. And this is a problem as well. People are too comfortable attacking BLK women. We have a colonizer's leftover spam in the comments calling me a BLK woman that was shot in the head. And listen, I know that you have your racist ways inside you, because immediately you went into a BLK woman that was harmed. I simply told you that when we're having a BLK convo, we don't need colonizers' offspring here listening. It's unnecessary. There's nothing wrong with that. When they are having their conversations about their people, BLK people don't hitch up themselves to be there. And let me talk about Africa, because you love this division. And host, I'm starting to think that you don't want the unity, you want the division. You could never put African people in the positions of the
Africans don't
colonizers
even like
and the ones who
Africans.
massacred us. You cannot. It's like
Let's be
saying the
honest,
YT
Lydian.
people who sold some servants are the same as YT people who have massacred. It ain't the
Lydian, let's
same.
be honest.
You can't compare
Let's be honest.
Africans to people that sold, belligered, massacred countries, nations, and removed their lineage, lost their language, and sold them like cattle. You cannot compare that. I'm so sorry. I rebuke that. You cannot compare that. There is no comparison. Please, when you speak on trafficking human beings, YTs are the pro-max of doing that. They've been doing this for the longest time. They just control the narrative.
Lydian. YTs are not doing it in Africa right now. Africans are doing it to other Africans. This is the point. This is the point of the prompt. Why is it you guys have this righteous anger towards YT people, but at the same time, this is still happening in your countries? The Arabs are doing the same thing in Africa. Africans are doing it to Africans. There is no YT people that are out here enslaving Africans in Africa right now. It's abolished. And it was actually the YT people that actually abolished slavery in the first place. So if you want to actually be angry at YT people, you haven't got no justification. There's no justification for it. Yeah, you can blame them for what they did in the past, but the ones that are here now, the people that are born here now, they never took part in slavery. So you're basically blaming somebody for something they never had a part in. I'm mute. Anyway, let's go back to open panel. Anyway, let's go back to open panel.
Well,
Austin, can I just correct
Nah,
something?
that's naive. I'm sorry.
Austin,
That's
wait, hold on.
naive.
Can I just say something to
Oh,
Austin
no,
really
that's
quickly?
fair.
Austin, I just want to correct something that you said, right? Yeah, like YT people, they did not abolish slavery out the
Never did. Never did.
They just
out of
changed
the
it.
kindness of their heart. And I want you to stop saying that, because I was actually on a panel the other day and YT people were saying that to me, as if people weren't rebelling, as if they want rebellions all across the diaspora, right?
And nobody's doing human trafficking
and on
like the
top of
YT
that,
man.
and on top of that, the industrial
The Epstein files
revolution.
didn't just come
Wait,
out
hold
age as
on.
well.
Young
Wait, hold on. There's a lot going
One at
on.
a time,
Wait.
please. One at a time.
And hold
One
on,
at
the
a
industrial
time, I've got a
revolution
word,
came in, and they started making machines and stuff, and really they just didn't need people to like
I'm
perform
trying to
the work
defend myself
that they
as a
once
whitey
did.
man.
Wait, hold on,
That's
Legend,
all.
go on
This is what I'm
mute.
saying. We don't want the panel to
This
have
is why
colonizers
we
trying
don't
to
want them
defend.
up here, and you're
Oh,
up
you
here
don't
spitting
want me
this
up here?
spitting this
Yeah, we don't
rhetoric.
want you up here. Can you drop?
Oh, what? So you can
In the
say
name of
the
Black History
whitey
Month,
man
can you
off?
Like,
drop?
what the fuck? Like, we
And
don't
I've
want them
done
up here
nothing
because they're
wrong.
up here spitting this
Just
rhetoric.
drop, please.
You're up here spitting this
Thank you,
rhetoric,
darling.
I
Austin.
haven't
They're
spat
listening
any,
to
I
it.
haven't
They're
spat any
using it to
rhetoric.
fuel their racism
No, I
because that's
Khadija
what
gone as
haven't
well.
what
spat
Oh,
fuels.
innit? Let her
I
speak.
Can we
haven't
She's
drop
spat
speaking.
legend?
any racism.
Well, guys, one at a time, yeah, because it's getting
I
like
haven't spat any
unremarkable.
racism
And I
whatsoever.
beg you, mute
Let
up.
her
Like,
speak,
mute
though,
him
innit?
up.
And then you can speak after.
Like, can you mute him up, host, please? I beg you.
All right, go on.
Like, mute him up though. Like, mute him up because he keeps talking and he's got feedback. Listen, what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
the
that
echo.
we need to
Right.
stop spewing that sort of rhetoric in front of YT people and stop spewing that rhetoric period as well, because that the British, they did not abolish it. There were rebellions all around the diaspora. People were rebelling. On top of that as well, the Industrial Revolution came in. They started making machines, and yeah, they just didn't need BLK people anymore to perform the work. So yeah, stop acting as if they abolished slavery out of the kindness of their heart and because they wanted to be good people. Like, let's just stop with that rhetoric.
Host, can I address what you're saying about slavery in Africa and all this type of stuff? Yeah?
I wanted
So
to.
you're arguing that we shouldn't really be bothered about YT people because right now slavery is going on. That suggests two things. That one, the only issue we have with YT people now is slavery of the past. As if right now we don't live in systems that discriminate us on multiple ways, whether it's neo-colonialism, whether it's internal issues within the Western world, as if none of that is relevant to our issues with YT people. And then two, the slavery you talk about, for the most part, is an Arab issue that's going on in Africa, for the most part. And that is a whole nother racism because, Arab slave trade was the longest standing slave trade. You're right, we should have issues with that too. It's just that the most recent slave trade that has the most in our face effect on us right now is the European slave trade. So obviously
That's not true.
No, in our face.
That's not
I'm talking
true.
about we're in European lands. We're speaking a European language right now. So this is what I mean. Right now,
Yeah, but
in our
you
face.
are in the best possible position that you could be. Africans are trying to come here.
Yeah, I don't
Caribbean
disagree
people are
with that.
trying to come
Of
here.
ignorance.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. All I mean is right now we are in England speaking English. So naturally, how are we not going to talk about our history with a European nation when we are right now in a European nation dealing with Europeans? obviously we're going to talk about that issue. If we was in Arab lands, if we was one of these African in one of these African lands dealing with the Arab slave trade and the Arab issues, guess who we would talk about a bit more? We would talk about the Arab issues, wouldn't we? So I'm just
All
saying
right, let's
that's
go.
all I mean. It's
Let's
more in
go
our
to.
face.
Can I have a
But no,
conversation?
Let's go.
but you
Hold on, hold on.
you
Let's go to
Can
Karimbo,
I
and
finish
then
my
we go to
conversation?
El.
Because I never had the opportunity to actually
Hold on. We got new
finish my
panelists.
I
So
don't
dialogue.
mind going after red. I don't mind going after red.
Yeah.
all right, go on, Red. Go on, Red.
So you know what's really mad is as I start to deep it, man, as I start to think about it, right? We have this idea that BOK people are in a better position today because they're in England, right? But had the British and had the Europeans stayed in their fucking land, we would actually be more advanced today in our respective nations. Me being Nigerian of the Igbo tribe, shout out to me, right? We would actually be further along the what's the phrase I'm looking for? The of civilization, right? We can get through it. Now, this idea that YT people bought civilization again is R-worded, right? People who couldn't bath, people who stunk and were using lemons to kind of mask the smell. These are your kings. These are the people we're talking about. And
But
again,
Red, why is it Red? Why is it
Let me
Red?
just make
Red,
the
why
let me
is
just
it?
make that point.
All
Let me
right, let
make
me
the point, brother.
let me just add to
Let
what
me
you
make
just
the
said though.
point.
Why
Let me
is
make
it
the
that
point.
right now in Africa there is still problems?
Let me-
There's no running water.
because
You know what?
HIV
I'm going to
is
answer that
rampant.
after. I'll answer that after.
Why?
One second,
Sir, like
right?
there's running water all over Africa, bro.
One
You need
second.
to like I
No,
don't
there's
know,
not.
get a passport and fly over, bro. Like there's running
No,
water
there's not.
in every
Let me
major
just,
city in
right,
Africa.
Let's let Red
let me just cool
finish,
down.
and
Wait,
then
who
we
said
can
there's
go
not in
to
Africa?
Africa.
One second.
Was that
I
Legend?
don't know, bro. You need to stop. I don't know what you're reading, like Fox News,
2
but like
seconds. 5
there's
seconds,
running
man.
water in every major
10
city.
seconds.
Yeah, what the hell? Who doesn't know that? Even
What
Speed
is
showed
there
that when he was
running
live.
water
That's
all
basic
over
knowledge.
Africa? That's the question.
What the
God
hell?
damn. We
I'll
done?
go
In
to
every
Africa
major
and
city.
live like a
The only
princess.
Red
and I
finish
don't
his
have
part.
to
places where
Go.
the only places where they don't have running water are rural places.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but in
How about in the
every
UK?
significant
But you know in
Is
Africa,
everybody's ADHD on
in
like
I
the
am
man on
ADHD. Who
now?
said that?
Yeah, let
Like
Red speak. Let
fucking
him
yeah,
finish.
in
hell.
every
Let him finish.
significant major
Because
population
otherwise, you're
center,
Austin as well. You're not going to get
there's running
anything
water,
done
bro. So
for
I
your
don't know where you
panel.
got that
You know
narrative.
what? I'll go back to fucking my girlfriend. Fuck this. Take care, guys.
All right, next.
Now, what I'm going to say here, when you're talking about it's not like YT people not enslaving Africans now, whatever. If you look at America, if you look at the prison systems, if you look at the record labels, they're run by elitist YT people that are influencing BL people to get into crime. Even if you've got positive music, they're only promoting negative stuff. It's a lot more. It's a lot more systematic. It's a lot more thought of than you're thinking, Austin. Like I'm not
But
being funny. If you
Karimbo,
look at the
you blame?
Caribbean
All right,
islands, where are you from
Karimbo.
originally?
Let me say something though. Yeah, how can you blame the people that are sponsoring it rather than the people that are actually producing it?
Because the
because
people
they
that are
own
actually
our
producing it,
resources.
no, let me.
Huh?
The people that are influencing this have all the people that I'm not being funny. The BLK people. If you were to tell me, you know what, yeah, we want to make you leader of flipping Ghana, yeah, you're gonna have all the riches in the world. All you got to do is just be self-interested, not actually help the people. You'll do it. You're gonna have actors
Okay, so you'll
you're
sell
gonna
out
have
your own
actors that you're
people
gonna have
for
actors
money.
that sell out their people. That's been there for the dawn of time.
Okay, so that's cool then. That's all right.
But if you look at the Caribbean, if you look at what we produce, if you look at stuff like sugar, banana, all of this stuff, they've been taxed, they've been tariffed by the United Nations. That is a bunch of Western countries, YT elitist people that have made it that we can't even produce our goods to make money. All we do is rely upon tourism, and other things like that. But if you look at it, we are in shackles under the YT people, and also that doesn't mean that at ground level, it's a YT person like these people that are misled by Tommy Robinson and them dickheads. That is, oh yeah, I'm attacking you people. No, but when we highlight this stuff, it doesn't mean we're directly attacking you mong. Like the same people that are doing this to our countries, they're also doing it to you on a ground level. It's government versus people. This is just one of their
All right, but
tools that they like to
look at
do.
this,
But please don't say about YT people not doing
in
this or YT people doing that. You're not read.
right now.
You're not
In
reading it.
Jamaica right now, the native people can't even go and fish on the beaches because it's been taken over by the corporate people, by the private businesses.
The
They can't
Jamaican
even
government
fish on
allowed
their
it.
island.
Sold out.
Of course they sold
Exactly,
out.
but this is
Of
what
course
I'm
they
saying.
sold
This is what
out.
I'm saying. It's the same thing in Africa, same thing in Caribbean.
No, but I'm trying
Yeah,
to give you the
but
reason
we see,
why.
but
Understand
we
these
see
people
in
don't
no, no,
own
no.
their
That's what
banks, don't own their money,
I've
don't
got to
own their
remove
resources. So
Timbo.
if the
I've
YT
got to
man
remove
says you're
you.
gonna do this,
You can
guess
come back.
what? You technically have your hands behind your back. This is why we need to own our resources,
And also,
own our banking, so therefore we can move on our own accord. Look at Boniface Facio, what he's done. He's had to remove the French from everything, own his banking, own his money, his resource, but he risked
You
them
can't
going
even
to
say
war.
Burkina Faso. This is
But
No,
also,
listen, I'm rushing,
also,
guys, and I'm
host, you gotta ask
ADHD.
yourself.
Listen, biracial again, deflecting on my good points. Deflection as usual, doing the white man's job, deflecting. Like I said, he's a perfect example. He owns his banking, took back the resources from the French. He risked that country going to war. France could have said, you know what, we're going to attack, but in front of the whole world, they kind of had their hands tied. The only way is to go absolutely for our own people, not people like Ginger, throw him out. We need to be unapologetically for our people. He's a perfect example. He owned his banking, owned the resources. Look how France has been affected. You don't understand how many lights Africa keeps on. Africa is the reason the Western civilization looks the way it blood clot looks. Yeah. So without us, they are nothing. Without our resources, they are nothing. They're willing to go to war with Africa over our resources. So we have to be strategic. At the end of the day, I'm unapologetically for my people. Unapologetically for my Caribbean, Afro-Latinas, and my black people.
Why are you in the UK and not in Africa trying to help Africa?
Hello, like I said, they stole our natural resources. Of course I help Africa, of course.
Yeah,
but listen to what I'm saying to you.
not,
Let me answer
have you
you.
done for Africa?
They
What
stole
have you
our
done for
natural
Africa?
resources. 1 second. Let's say why you're here and everyone's here, because you're acting like you're not here for the same reason. They stole our natural resources.
I'm here because I was born
1 second,
here.
let me land, please. We built the economy. If not for BOK people, they'll be speaking German in the Second World War. Let's be clear. If not for our people, they would be speaking German. German would have whooped their asses. They never let us frontline because they cared. They needed us to. Also, we built their economy and we built their infrastructure off the backs of who? BOK people and BOK resources. Why the F would I not come to a country that was built off the backs of my people to benefit myself? They own me.
Okay, are the
own
FBA
me.
your people?
I'm the reason they ain't speaking German. They own me.
Are the FBA
That's why
your
I'm here.
people?
Why are you here?
Are the FBA your people?
Why are you here?
Our people, they're just our confused cousins.
Yo, Austin,
No. They
Austin,
don't
answer a question,
believe that
please.
they are your people.
Can I
They
speak?
believe that they're
Yeah, but like,
foundational
no,
and
just
they're
because-
just
FBA stands for afraid of being African.
everybody, blood. Talking
Can I
to
Yeah, it's my
speak?
cousin.
You don't want to hear the biracial. Go and is there a black person speaking?
Can I speak?
I want to mute for a black
That doesn't
person.
make
Can
him
I
not my
hear someone
cousin.
black?
It just
Let's
means
let
they
the
have
new
a mental health
panelists
issue.
get involved.
The FBA is
I
having
can't
a
lie,
Let me
self-hatred
mute.
it's been a
issue.
while.
Like a
Let's let the new
self-hatred issue.
panelists
Just
Yeah,
because they have a
yo.
self-hatred
Hold
issue
on,
doesn't
hold on,
mean
hold on, hold
that
on,
they're not
hold
my
on.
cousins.
Hold on. Let's let the new panelists get involved and then we go back to open panel.
So there was multiple things I wanted to say. First of all, the idea that YC people have no hand to play in what's happening right now in Africa with people being enslaved, and I'm speaking as someone from a country where that a lot of people are from that are experiencing that, as someone who's met survivors of it that have ended up in the UK. People forget there's cool, it's part of the Arab slave trade. I will say that, but the EU is in cahoots with Libya with what they're doing. They have made a deal with them, and Libya is getting paid out for basically every person they prevent from getting to Europe, which means they're getting double whammy because they're getting paid for that and also enslaving our people. So the EU has a hand to play in it. I'm not hearing any of that, and we should stop talking about slavery like it's in the past tense, because it's happening right now to so many of our people. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just not understanding what all this back and forth is, and even the prompt is it's concerning. It's a bit weird. That's weird. I'm sorry if you think Pan-Africanism is a cancer. Do you get it? And also, even saying to a Nubian, why are you here? Why are you here? Brother, what do you know about coming to a country?
60 to 70% of people in Africa have basic drinking water. Why is it the YT man has left for so long, but it's taken this amount of time for 60 to 70% of Africans to have running water?
I can tell you why.
Yeah.
I can tell you why, no problem.
Yeah.
Because
So how do you not know?
what everyone wants to skip over. Can
Them
I
no.
let me
Them
let me
no.
say this?
Africa's
Let
had
me
one
say
war
this.
since
Them no.
before I was born.
Oh
Yo,
my
no,
See
brother,
that?
just
god.
allow people to speak, man. You talk, yo.
Oh,
Just allow
again,
people
you're
to speak,
in the
man.
50
background
to
doing ad libs.
60% of
Please stop
Africans
it.
have
There's
electricity.
Let
people there
BOK
waiting to
people have a
speak, you know,
voice.
and
I
you
know you
want
don't
to
like
talk
to
to
hear
the
us
chat,
speak.
man. You get
Why
me?
is he always doing ad libs? Relax, me, guys.
I
But
can
this
Please.
is the
tell
thing.
you
Why is
very
Africa
easily why
giving
it's
away its
taken long.
resources for nothing?
It's not hard to understand why
Austin,
it took a long
Austin,
time.
what do you know about
You need to
Austin? Honestly,
understand
with
that
all due respect, bros.
colonialism plays a massive part in this. When a whole continent has been put in a position where it's been so destabilized for such a long period of time, it becomes very difficult to implement things such as
That's no
even things
excuse.
like that. And even for you to say that, have you been to anywhere in Africa? Because when I
That's
go
no
back
excuse. I don't
home,
want to go
when
to
I go
Africa.
back
I
home,
don't
I
want
can
to.
switch on the tap and I
Exactly.
can do
Tell
what
them.
I'm doing.
You know what
I
I'm
don't
Oh,
want to
I'm
go to
sorry. Do you
Africa.
hate
I'm not
Africa?
And
What's
if,
other
and if you
members of the
look
panel?
and,
Do
and
you
if
hate
you look at
You
what
don't
Africans?
the
want to go there.
and if you
Go where?
I'm sorry.
look at
Last
what
time
the
I checked,
Americans, the
everywhere in
American
my
black
country has a
people
tap.
have
Hey,
done.
hey,
Oh,
hey,
They
sorry.
hey,
they
Let me
hey.
started
drop.
the
I didn't think
civil.
y'all was
Hold on, hold on,
raccoons. Bye,
hold on,
raccoons.
hold on,
I don't
hold
do
on, hold on,
Of
hold
course
raccoons.
you
on,
Oh,
don't.
bye,
Of
hold
course
on,
raccoons.
hold on.
to go
The
there with
the
your white mom,
FBAs the
but
FBAs
like,
have started the civil rights movement that actually enabled Africans and other nationalities of black people to come to America and enjoy these types of lifestyles. And you want to turn around and say, "Oh, well, we're being oppressed," but you're in
what are
your
you
own
talking about,
country and you can't even fix it.
Can I
bro?
say something? Your host, let me say something
What?
real quick. Your host, let
Bro,
me say something.
the civil
No,
rights
for
bill was
starters,
not
yo,
for
Oh yeah,
Africa,
let
immigration,
man,
me
just
bro.
allow
just
me to
jump
speak,
out
please,
because
man.
you have something against
This is
My
too
guy,
Africans
much, man.
clearly,
my
and you
guy,
don't
This
want
is
to be
not gonna do. You
educated.
cannot have a
host.
conversation
Clearly,
if
you
it's
don't
not
want to be
going your
educated.
way.
I'll be real. You
You've been
sound
saying so much
fucking ignorant
misinformation.
and
I've been waiting to
Look,
speak.
stupid,
Can I,
and I
if you
don't deal
don't
with
Ginger?
agree,
dummies.
Can I
yeah,
address?
preach.
Can I
So
address
guess
Ginger?
what?
Can I finish what I was saying to the host? Because the host, I need to. He needs to be
Brother, no,
correct.
just allow me to speak, brother. Listen, we shouldn't be doing
Fighting
no
for different
showtime. There's
things.
4 panel people on the panel.
Hey,
What I
Ginger,
would
can I
like to
finish?
say,
Can I finish? Can
just
I just
one
correct the
moment.
host,
I was
please?
talking
Because
Africa.
host,
I had to
you're
go
in.
and leave because every time I've spoken, I've been interrupted, brother. Yeah, this is, allow me to just finish what I got to say, please. What I'm going to say is I was told I can't speak on the black people's behalf. This is a ridiculous statement to make. Also, I was told I can't talk about these things, and Nick and why should white people be involved in such conversation? Slavery is not just involving black people, it was involving the white people that you're moaning about. Why is it not great to have somebody from the white community to have these conversations with and
Oh
have
my
their
God!
opinions?
Why do you guys let people from the
What are
cave
you
What do you
speak?
mean,
talking
bro?
Get
No,
about?
back in
bro.
your
This is
cave,
let me
bro.
finish speaking, and
Get
this
back
just
in your
goes to
cave. You don't
show.
even
This
like a
just
human
goes to
being.
show
You're still
how
trying to
much you
find out if you
wanna,
guys are
how
human
much you
beings.
want to
Who's
learn,
the
how
Get
much
back
you
in
racist
your
want to know,
cave,
one?
and
We
bro.
how.
don't want to learn
Mr.
nothing from no
Austin,
white team.
Mr.
Who
These
asked?
Austin,
white
Get
let
team
me
back
people
in your
don't
speak, brother.
cave.
understand our
Mr. Austin,
struggle.
just let
They
me
don't
speak,
understand
now,
I've
our
man.
never
pain.
met
Let me
We don't
Both
want to
of
speak,
you.
now,
You
learn
man.
don't even know
nothing
anything
from
This
about
white
is
life.
team.
Get
ridiculous.
back in your
We don't
This
want
is
to
cave.
hear it.
ridiculous.
And you what?
Okay, so what I'd like to say is, I think you should just give us a minute each because this is all long, and this is a problem. We should be able to have conversation. Soon as they hear something that they don't agree with, they want to go mad and start screaming and shouting. What is wrong with people, man? And this is the problem. But they say you want to moan about the white man, and say, "Oh, this. Why can't he have an opinion on racism? He can't talk on these things." Are you like? It's best to have it with these white people. So, how are you going to move forward? How are we going to stop? If you think it's the white people's fault and they're still responsible, how are you going to stop this from happening? Without having these conversations and having interactions with white people, you want to say, okay, you can't talk on this. Well, guess what then? You're not going to, what's going to change then? If you're as bad as them, if you're saying you can't talk, like what? Come on, man, please. But yeah, just skip me, brother. I think like 2.5, 3 minutes is long, brother. We should be able.
So host, I'm confused. Which country you from?
Do you want to answer the prompt or do you want
I'm
to?
just asking because you letting cave people speak for us. So I'm just confused. You must be the
Who's
biggest
letting cave
raccoon.
people speak?
Are you are
Who's
you
the cave
are
person?
you miserable in your life? Like what's going
Who's the
on?
cave person? Who's the cave person?
The YT guy.
What
Is he
YT guy? What
related to
YT
you?
guy?
Is he related to you? Like is he related to you?
He's mixed race. What? So what? You got a brother
Nah,
with
he's
he's a
Trace
cave
people.
person. That cave mentality, I can
Alright,
no,
well,
I
you
can see
could
it
you
from
could
far.
go then. You can go then, man. I'm not into that racist stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, he shouldn't be speaking for us because he has
He's not speaking for
anti-BLK
you. He's
rhetoric.
half
Okay, well,
black,
he
so
shouldn't be
he's got a
speaking,
right to speak.
period, if he's not on code. This is the thing. We're getting rid
You're
of
not on
BOK.
code. You're with the
Listen,
Africans. You're with them.
Austin, let me talk. Austin, let me talk, please. We're getting rid of BOK people that are not on code. We're getting rid of mixed race people that are not on code. You're not a part of our
You're not on code,
community.
okay?
You cannot speak on
Kate,
us.
Kate, you are not on code. I see you on Pan-African panels all the time, getting
You're not on
onto
code.
FBA Americans, because they have their rights.
Yes,
Their
yes, I
rights,
do
their
get onto the
heritage.
FBAs. You're
Yes.
trying to be FBA
And you know what they
adjacent,
have,
which
and you
I
know
don't
what? They
understand.
have their right. They have their right to say what they
It's
want to say
not
because
like us.
they believe. I'm gonna
They
drop
don't
you.
like Caribbean people either. So, like,
I'm gonna drop you. And this is what we gotta get down to business, yeah. As BLK people, we are so wrapped up in what everybody else is doing. We can't see that we're being manipulated by the African nations. They are out here trying to get reparations for slavery when they are one of the main perpetrators that took part in it. But you want to point your finger at the YT man, YT people that never actually took part in slavery, YT people that never was around during the time of slavery. You want to be up at them, but at the same time, you are allowing Africans to sell other Africans into slavery. In Sierra Leone, they have little kids in diamond mines looking for diamonds to sell to the Western world. You guys are so hypocritical, and that's why I say the FBA is onto something. Because unless we have a united front when it comes to BLK issues, we're never going to win. And the fact is, Africans are not united. Somalians don't like South Africans. South Africans don't like Kenyans. Kenyans don't like Nigerians. Nigerians don't like Ghanaians. There is no way you can turn around and say that we are united. We are not united. We are all effed up, and we got to stand on business. When it comes to BLK issues as a British person is different to African issues. African issues is different to Caribbean issues. You can't try and put us into one little group because it don't work like that. So when you're turning around and saying, yeah, YT people can't speak, I'm having a conversation with BLK people and YT people because we need to reach a point where we can actually sit down and say, you know what, we're BLK British. What benefits the BLK British people? Not just what benefits BLK British people, but what benefits all of us as a whole. Because we're all in this country together. Every time an African or somebody from the Caribbean or somebody from the Middle East comes to this country, they come and get benefits. They come and live life and get free stuff, while people that was here before suffered and struggled to get you to this point. But you give them no respect. You give them no credit for what they did. And this is what I'm fed up of. I'm fed up of it.
Yeah, listen, this is what worries me. What worries me is that my children and grandchildren are actually having to rub shoulders with these racist anti-white
Hold on
racists.
one second.
I haven't said a
Just let the
word.
man finish speaking. You don't come up and say 1 second. Come on, man. There's people waiting. I'm waiting to speak also, yo.
Ginger, please don't talk to me. You're a bit too angry with the way you address women. Lower your fucking tone. I'm not your girl, so shut your mouth and don't address me like that.
Yeah, go on, Legend, and then we'll go to
No,
Ginger.
honestly, this is why I asked the ages of these women that are talking on your live. You know, I'm really concerned. You know, my children and grandchildren are going to have to rub shoulders with these racist, anti-white people, and I'm really, as I said, I grew up with the Windrush generations. I courted Windrush generation women. There was not an issue. They integrated. They didn't have the chips on the shoulders like these youngsters have got. They came here, they integrated, they enjoyed the lives that they had. They were privileged. No, I take that back. They wasn't privileged. But they got on, and like Frankie, I mentioned Frankie, he got on, his family were good, they were hardworking, they didn't have a chip on their shoulders like these people, and he went on to be the world champion, the British world boxing champion. Yeah, but like people like on your panel, they resented that. They called him an Uncle Tom. They were jealous of his success. Stop it, guys. Please get the chip off your shoulders, and please
And when they
move
say,
on.
and when she
Move
says about,
on.
can I say something, Legend? When people be saying about, they're not coded and stuff, I'm not being funny. You can't. Certain people can't go on like they're the representation of a certain community. When you're acting a way like this, the people that I know represent the black community, the women especially, are the sisters that go to church and respect themselves and respect the people around them. Don't use such language. Don't embarrass themselves. Don't. You know. And what I would like to say is that if my grandparents had such opportunities that I do to this day and the rest of us do, they'd be cussing us and be cussing the people that are moaning, saying, are you mad? Do you know what we had to go through? So when I'm saying to you now, like, how can we complain? It's an equal playing field. You know, some people may be a bit well off because generations and some generations of wealth has been passed down, but now it's our time to build this, and we have these great opportunities that we can. There's, like I say, if anything now, if you are the minority, if you're not a white English person in the UK, you're probably prioritised and you've probably got a better chance of doing things. Like, you do get prioritised for things like this. And why I will say to you, I own a business myself. I can't just think, oh, I'm going to employ loads of mixed race people. There's policies that have to, there's ethnic standards and stuff. I can't just pick a group of people that you adhere to. Like, you can't do this. So now, there's no excuse, man.
There's just been a comment. Why don't you understand that there's people like us that don't care what you say? Well, look, I find it very difficult, and I keep saying it. What is it with the generations now that have got this such hate to the whitey man? Where are they getting it from?
But you see, my thing here is, why are they so focused on the YT man, but then you have migrants coming across the border, coming across the channel, they're coming here, they're getting free healthcare, they're getting free accommodation, they're getting looked after, they're raping little girls, they're doing all types of things. If this was being done on BLK women, what would you be saying now?
No, but their enjoyment is because it's being done to whitey people. See, obviously the people that have been on your panel, they are so anti-white, they get off on it and enjoy it. That these boat people are doing it to whitey people. I've been on here long enough to suss out where they are from, and that's why I keep saying, why of the age?
You see, the thing is, I'm a strong believer, Legend. Yeah? I'm a strong believer in what Martin Luther King said. He said he wanted white children and black children to play in the streets.
Of course.
I grew up with whitey children. I grew up with mixed race children. I grew up with black children.
Of course.
I don't see no difference. I just see you as a British person. That's how I see you. So BLK people want to run around and be as a racist. You're basically being exactly what you hate. You want to be exactly what you despise. And you've actually shown yourselves to be what you dislike the most.
Well, I'll tell you an experience.
Perfect point. Sorry, Legend, but this is what I'm saying. They're complaining about racism, but the way they're acting and the things they're saying are completely, in their eyes, I won't say it's racist. You can use words and stuff, but like today's day and age racist, today's day and age thing, what these lot are calling racist is how they're acting. They dislike the person because of the colour of their skin. And it's wrong.
Basically.
It's wrong.
But they won't say nothing about Africa selling slaves. But anyway, let's go to LB, and then we'll go to Foodie.
I don't want to be interrupted by aggressive men on the panel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it's highly wrong what you're doing, host. I feel like for you to even engage in this conversation, you need to be educated a little bit. And the fact that you're here trying to give whitey people a pass and tell them that you think black people, two things can be true. you can have your own dismay for the root of colonialism, but telling us we're meant to forget and just listen to Martin Luther King, and why can't we play in the snow and just forget the years and years of the times we're meant to hold whitey people accountable for their atrocities is so sickening. And the fact that
So
you
why
have a
don't you
white
want to hold
Hold on
BLK
1 second.
Africans for
This is what I
enslaving
said. Are
other
you going to
Africans?
let people speak? I've watched you for at least 15 minutes. You
Okay,
had
but why are
Africa
you not?
Debunk come
Why
on
have
the
you got
panel.
righteous anger for
Hold
one
on. You
person? I
had
don't get it.
Africa Debunk try to come on the panel, educate you, shut him up. Anybody that knows more than you and knows more than the ginger bear that's ranting, more than him, you shut them up. You don't let them speak. So why have a platform? Why entertain this conversation for clickbait if the real brains of this conversation want to speak and you don't like what they say? Just because you don't like truth and how it sounds doesn't mean you should shut people up. Don't have this conversation if you're not ready for both sides. If you're not ready for educated people to come and talk on this matter, don't entertain this conversation.
Not the nail,
Especially not
yo, you're
in
not
the
the nail on the
presence
head.
of
Don't
Ginger
have
Bear.
this
I'm not
conversation if
talking
you're
to
not
you,
ready for
Batty
both
boy.
sides.
I'm
If you're
not
not ready
talking
to
to
hear the
you.
white man
You're
and
not
he's
Please let
talking
her
to
talking to me. Your
me,
finish.
yo,
mother
you
is
better be
white.
great,
Let her
boy.
Your
finish.
You're
mother
not.
is white.
Let her finish.
Don't
Let her
talk
finish.
to
Let her
Let her
me.
finish. Let her
finish.
finish.
Let her
Don't
finish,
talk to me.
please.
Let her
Don't
finish.
talk
Let
to
her finish.
me. Go burn out
Let her
yourself
finish. Let her
inside
finish.
inside the summer. Go stand in the sun.
All right,
Themselves, oh, you know, they make themselves look like fool, you know.
calm down,
They
calm
make
down.
themselves look like
Ginger,
fool,
Ginger,
you
Ginger,
know.
You're a
Ginger,
fool,
Ginger,
and so is
Ginger,
your mother for not
Ginger,
teaching
Ginger.
you both
All right.
sides.
No, I'm gonna
You
have to
slept
drop
with your
you. I
black
don't.
father, but didn't teach.
Come on, we
Can you
don't want
hear
this
the
right now. Yeah?
hate?
We're having a
Can you hear the
conversation.
hate
No,
host
no,
from this
no, no, no,
people?
no.
Yo,
Let's
you're
not
the
do
You're a
that.
hater.
All right.
You're
What's
that.
the
You're
what's the
not
All
a
right.
hater.
Let's go
That
to
woman
food.
is a
Let's go to
hater.
food.
Legend,
Hold
let's
on.
not do
Hold on.
that.
No,
Hold on. Let's go
what
to
do you mean
food.
don't
Hold
do
on,
that?
legend,
That lady
legend,
is just
She
legend,
reacted. She
legend,
reacted.
legend,
Let's not.
legend. Let's go to food and then we'll go to Miss Leanne.
well, what was the point? Why did she react? What was the point? Like, what was your the initial point?
So let's just go back to the prompt right now. Ghana's president is trying to get reparations for slavery. Do you think that this is okay since they took part in slavery as well?
He's trying to get back from. He's trying to basically get paid back from slavery from UK or what US whatever.
But do you think that's okay since they took part in slavery too?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay, so
Context.
the fact that they sold BOK people, they should be able to claim back money for the people that were sold.
Who sold those people though? The government?
The black people, the black Africans actually.
Yeah, but who sold them though? Was it the government? Was it the state?
Other Africans.
Yeah, but was it the people? Was this random Africans?
These are Africans. All right, look, I'm gonna show you something right
Who
now.
was it though?
We're gonna read something, right?
I'm asking, is it the state or the people?
We're gonna read something, and then you tell me if this is right or wrong, right? All right. This is an article called "My Nigerian Grandfather Sold Slaves," right? It says here, Nigerian journalist and novelist writes that one of her ancestors sold slaves, but argues that he should not be judged by today's standards or values. Do you agree with this?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Nigerian journalist and novelist writes that one of her ancestors sold slaves, but argues that he should not be judged on today's standards. Do you agree with this?
No, I don't agree with it.
So you think that they should get reparations when they took part in the slavery?
No, not that guy specifically. No.
Okay, so this is the point of the live today.
You're talking about
Africans are always complaining about the YT man and what they did to them, but right now in Africa, you can go buy a BLK person for a bag of rice. Do you think that's fair?
by law. You can do that by law.
Yeah.
So you're telling me
The Africans actually signed agreements and
Mate,
resolutions
they've got
so they
no
could sell
idea.
slaves.
By
Can
law.
you show me the law, please?
He said by law.
Bro, take a breather, bro. there ain't no law that prevents it. This is what I'm saying to you, Food. So please, are you ready for this conversation?
So wait, are you saying in Ghana people can just buy someone?
Yeah,
In
and they
Libya,
still do it
right now.
today. They
I'm
still
talking.
do it
Yep.
today.
Can you show me that law? Or is it just people that do it?
Bro, it's bro, the resolution that I'm talking about, I'll get the resolution for you in a minute, yeah, and we'll read it, right? But the actual resolution was signed by Africa to sell slaves to the West. And they was actually working with the YT man to sell slaves. Let's read this actual article though, right? My great grandfather, can everyone mute for a second, please, right? While I read this article.
Oh, mute him. He's being disrespectful. Because
Can everyone
you
mute
know.
can everyone mute for a second while I read this article, please, right? It says my great grandfather was what I prefer to call a businessman from the Igbo ethnic group in the southeastern of Nigeria. Can everyone mute, please? Everyone mute for the moment, and then we'll go back to open panel. So, my great grandfather, Ongogo, was what I prefer to call a businessman from the Igbo ethnic group of southeastern Nigeria. He dealt with a number of goods, including tobacco and palm produce. He also sold human beings. He had agents who captured slaves from different places and brought them to him. My father told me Ngogo's slaves were sold through the ports of Calabar and the Bonny in the south of what is today known as Nigeria. People from from ethnic groups along the coast, such as the Ifik and the Ijaw, usually acted as stevedores for the white merchants and middlemen for Igbo traders like my great-grandfather. They loaded and offloaded ships and supplied the foreigners with food and provisions. They negotiated prices for slaves from the hinterlands, then collected royalties from both the sellers and buyers. About 1.5 million Igbo slaves were shipped across the Atlantic Ocean between the 15th and 19th century. More than 1.5 million Africans were shipped to what is then called the New World, the Americas, through the Calabar port in the Bight of Bonny, making it one of the largest points of exit during the transatlantic. Ongogo lived in a time when the fittest survived and the bravest excelled. The concept of all men are created equal was completely alien to the tradition and religion and law of his society. It would be unfair to judge the 19th century man by 21st century principles. Assessing the people of Africa's past by today's standard would compel us to cast the majority of our heroes as villains, denying us the right to fully celebrate anyone who was not influenced by Western ideology. Igbo slave traders, like my great-grandfather, did not suffer any crisis of social acceptance or legality. They did not need any religious or scientific justification for their actions. They were simply living their life into which they were raised. That was all they knew. The most popular story I heard about my great-grandfather was how he successfully confronted officials of the British colonial government after they seized some of his slaves. The slaves were being transported by middlemen along with consignment of tobacco and palm produce from Ongogo's hometown to the coast. My great-grandfather apparently did not consider it fair that his slaves had been seized. Buying and selling of human beings among the Igbo had been going on long before the Europeans arrived. People became slaves as punishment for crime, payment for debts, or prisoners of war. The successful sale of adults was considered an exploit for which a man was hailed by praise singers, akin to exploits in wrestling, war, or hunting animals like the lion. Igbo slaves served as domestic servants and laborers. They were sometimes also sacrificed in religious ceremonies and buried alive with their masters to attend to them in the next world. Slavery was so ingrained in the culture that a number of popular Igbo proverbs make reference to it. We'll skip past that. How slaves were traded in Africa. European buyers tended to remain on the coast. African sellers bought slaves from the interior on foot. Journeys could be as long as 485 kilometers. 2 captives were typically chained together at the ankle. Columns of captives were tied together by ropes around their necks. 10 to 15% of captives died along the way. The trade of Africans continued until 1888, when Brazil became the last country in the Western Hemisphere to abolish it. When the British extended their rule in southeastern Nigeria in the late 19th century and early 20th century, they began to enforce abolition through military action. But using force rather than persuasion, many local people, such as my grandfather, may not have understood that abolition was about the dignity of humankind and not mere change in economic policy that affected demand and supply. We think that this trade must go on. One local king in Bonny infamously said in the 19th century that this is a verdict of our own oracle and our priest. They say that your country, however great, can never stop a trade ordained by God. As far as my great-grandfather was concerned, he had a bona fide trading license from the Royal Niger Company, a British company that administered commerce in the region in the last quarter of the 19th century. So when his property was seized and aggrieved, Ngogo boldly went to see the colonial officers responsible and presented them with his license. They realized his goods and his slaves. The white people apologized to him, and my father said, let's go on. Slave trade in the 20th century. Acclaimed Igbo historian described the slave trade in the southeastern Nigeria, which lasted until the late 1940s, early 1950s, as one of the best kept secrets of the British colonial administration. So what we see here is that Africans were taking part. They actually had licenses to sell BLK people, the people of their own culture, the people of their own countries, their own continent. They was taking part in this sell. So Africans want us to believe that the whitey man is the one to blame here. He's the priority to blame. But we see here in this picture.
So, Austin, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Right. So, who's currently selling Africans today in Africa?
Africans.
Are you sure? Where's the evidence?
In Libya right now.
No, that would be the
BLK person.
that'll be the
$400.
That'll be the Arabs.
100%.
It doesn't matter. It's still happening in the continent of Africa.
No, it does matter who the real culprits are.
It doesn't matter. Why? Because you want to get at the YT man, but you're afraid to say something to the Arab man. You're hypocrites.
I'll say, let's not call each other hypocrites now, because we have to do things in context. It's the Arabs that are selling Africans in Libya. You know, we're not selling our own in Libya. That's a lie.
So show me where
Selling your
Arabs,
own in the
show me where
UK.
Africans are in Arab lands selling Arabs. Show me where that's happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Africans are doing this to other Africans in the diamond mines of Sierra Leone. Same thing happening.
Under whose
But
influence?
you want us to be
Europeans.
Pan-Africans. You want us to be supporting Africa when this is happening in Africa right now. And we have so
we're
many
not gonna
Africans
exempt them
coming up
from
on
their
the panel
sins.
wanting to defend Africa, but at the same time, Africans are enslaving other Africans right now. You're hypocrites.
That's not accurate.
Yes,
Because
it is.
those who are behind it are Europeans.
No.
Yeah?
Oh my God.
So the Europeans are
There's
taking the
levels to
Africans
this.
by the
African
hand
Muslims
and making them
are
capture their
killing
own
their
brothers
own
and sisters.
kind because they're Christian.
Yeah, because
what do you want
when,
about that?
when Africans try to empower their own people, Europeans
You want to give
intervene
your head
and
a
unalive
wobble.
them.
You do know that Africans are
It's
still
hypocritical.
doing it today.
If
They're
you're
still
such humanitarians,
no,
okay,
they're
so
still selling slaves.
one second, so
to
let
the
me ask you,
West.
if you're such
They've been doing
humanitarians,
it
why
for
didn't you stop it?
decades.
Okay, but you've been doing it for decades also.
Yes, but it's not
We
tit for
ended
tat.
slavery.
We're on
We
about
ended
now.
slavery in the
No, you didn't.
1800s.
Why
We
did you end
did.
it?
We
Why did
did.
you end it? Why?
Because we thought it was
Wrong.
Lies.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you why you
You
ended
can't
it.
win with these
There was
guys.
a lot of
And Sir Boss, and if
Let
you're
me tell you
gonna
why they ended
go
it.
down that route, if you're gonna go
Yeah,
down that
let's go
route,
there.
Sir Boss,
Let's
yeah?
go there.
In
Let's
the
go there.
700s, in the 7th century, Arabs have been raiding Africa. Someone's got background noise, bad background noise, right? In the 700s, in the 7th century, there were Arabs actually taking black people from that point in time until now. And you're not saying anything about it, but you're onto the YT people when they came late in the game and
Because
actually
they're the biggest
bought
criminals on the
them
planet.
from BLK people.
They're the biggest criminals on the planet, but you know, people like you cover for them. Yeah, they're the biggest criminals on the planet.
No, he
Okay,
doesn't
so
Look
why
how
are
much land they've
Africans
stolen
helping
from
them?
people.
Why are
no.
Africans helping them? Why are
Boss.
Africans helping them?
He doesn't
Yeah,
cover
because
for anybody.
they went
He
to Africa and
sees
started bullying them
two sides
into
of the
submission.
fence.
Can I
Servo.
please can I
Servo.
speak? Sir Boss, can I please speak to you?
Yeah.
Directly.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
EP, you can go, and then Miss Leanne's gonna go after.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Right. Listen. Okay. I've never ever seen colour in a person. Never. You can actually
A lie,
do you know
okay.
what? No, you don't know me. Let me finish.
I know your kind, what your kind is like.
My kind. I'm a person.
That's very racist.
You can't
Say
see
this in
me.
sociopathic. Say this in sociopathic, yeah. I know your kind.
Wow. Okay.
That's
Right.
very
Let
racist.
me.
If she said that to you, you'd be up in arms.
Well,
No,
if she
I'm
said
not up
something
in
that
arms.
was accurate about black
No,
people,
I'm saying
I
if
don't
he
know,
said
I
that
would
to
find it
you,
offensive.
if you said that to him, he would be very upset about you
Absolutely.
saying
Yes.
that.
Of course. Of course.
Tell me something accurate about black people. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I haven't even mentioned your colour. I've
Know
just
how evil your kind
said-
is.
Listen. No, I haven't.
Yeah,
I've
I know
just
how evil you are.
started Wow, you're not even letting me finish. Now let me finish, please. You with your glasses on. Right.
Which
now,
you can't afford.
Okay. I've hated
Just finish, DP, and then we'll go to Miss Leanne.
Okay. I've hated everything about prejudice. Everything. So you could have two people in a room. Okay, two people. Now, Sabosh, you don't see me. I don't see you. We've got our eyes shut. And then we open our eyes and we're facing each other. What do we see first? The colour of our eyes. Okay. Mine are blue. Yours could be brown. Cool. Then you start to eye each other down. I've got blonde hair, white hair. You've got dark hair. Who gives a shit? Then you move down and you look at each other's skin. Oh, mine's white. Yours is beautiful brown. Yeah? And I like to lie in the sun for hours just to get that little colour. Yeah? Okay. And then we look at each other again and we smile. And we embrace. Until we speak. Then it changes. Then it changes. And do you know what changes? When we start talking about colour. Division. That's when division starts. When we speak. And it's wrong. Because there's no need. There's no need for it. We love each other. We've got beautiful
Spoken like a true
eyes.
narcissist.
We
no?
have beautiful eyes.
Let me say
We
this.
have
No, no,
beautiful hair. We have
All right,
beautiful
look. We're gonna.
skin.
All right, let's
Well,
go.
let me say
Let's go
this.
to Leanne. Let's go to Leanne, and then we'll go back to open panel.
Good morning. Just
Good
wanted to
morning.
know, are we having a conversation of the prompt, or because I was sent the live
Yeah.
to come up and actually talk directly to the guy called Ginger? So I just
Yeah, he's
wanted
not
to
here now,
know.
but you can address the prompt.
Sorry, say that again.
Would you like to address the prompt?
Yeah, so I'm confused why the first line is Africa is cursed. Why is that the first sentence
Okay,
of the prompt?
so the reason why it's saying This is why Africa is cursed. Because right now in Africa, we have Africans that are unable to use a toilet because they don't have adequate plumbing facilities. They don't have running water. 60% of Africans don't have electricity. There is major problems in Africa when it comes to crime, when it comes to female rape,
Yes.
major issues. And the YT man has left Africa for a very long time now. So
No.
really, do we have the excuse do you have the excuse as a African nation to blame the YT man still when we still have these issues in Africa?
Okay, so that means just from what you said alone, I need to then ask, are you African yourself or have you been to Africa recently?
I'm not African, no.
No.
And I don't want to go to Africa.
Okay, so have you been to Africa? Second, that's my second question.
I don't want to go to Africa.
Okay, that
I've
doesn't
never
answer
wanted-
my question. If I'm not asking if you want to go or not.
My ex-husband has.
Please, hello, hi. I'm
Honestly.
talking to the host. Relax.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to actually have a conversation here.
No, I haven't, and I don't want to.
Okay, perfect. So I can tell you
My
as a
sister-in-law is from
Can I
Durham.
please?
Wait, hold on,
'Cause
hold on.
I
hold
don't
on, may I
understand. Yeah, as always, because I know the characters of Legend. I've known the characters of DPR. I know exactly what they're about. I can't be asked. I'm going directly to the host because it's the host that's made the prompt. You can laugh all you want. It's not funny. I'm an African. Can you please mute? Because I'm confused.
Sorry, would you mind if I
Please,
laugh?
can people mute?
Sorry.
People mute
Alright,
up.
look.
Because I'm actually trying to have some type of conversation here because it's just been nonsense the whole entire time. Don't get it. Anyway, as an African, I can tell you myself, just from what you've just said alone, is incorrect. You said a point of, can you please mute DP? Because I don't need your ad libs of laughing. My continent is not a joke, so I don't understand what's so funny at 9:30 this morning to laugh at my continent. I don't really get it. So thank you very much for muting. As an African myself, that goes to Africa quite a lot, I'm going to specifically say I'm Ghanaian and I go to Ghana a lot. I have a lot of family in Ghana. Number one, you said that your first point was about Africa as a nation have an issue with plumbing. No, the whole of Africa, because again, you generalized, the whole of Africa as a whole does not have a plumbing issue. Africa's actual main issue is governmental issues, and also our issues with the Western region of the world still having their hands and fingers in our country and in our pockets, which goes on to your second point where you said the YT people have left the nation long time ago. No, they haven't. If you even Google what's happening in Congo, that would literally make your statement incorrect. If you Google what's happening in certain countries within Africa, that statement that you said is incorrect. I understand if you don't like a continent, but to spew, number one, misinformation about a whole continent, not a country, a continent, is very weird. Number two,
Okay, it says
then-
here.
Can
It
I
says here. Let me
please
stop you
finish?
now because you're lying. You're lying right now.
I'm not lying.
It says here.
I'm
in rural
can I
areas,
finish?
19% of
Can I
Africans
finish?
have running water.
Can I finish?
19%.
Okay,
Only
where
about
are you? Can I
39% of sub.
can
No,
I
no, no, no,
finish?
no. You're not gonna try and muddy the waters.
I'm not.
I'm
That's the
reading
thing.
stats here. Only
Your stats from where?
39% of sub-Saharan
Where are the stats
Africans
from?
have water piped to their
Where are the
homes.
stats from?
Don't BS me, please.
I'm not. I'm asking you a simple question. Where are the stats from?
Okay, world economy, Africa check.
That's not. And what year was that? And is that a recognized source within Africa? It's
Yes,
not.
it is.
It's really not.
It is.
It's really not. And I'm telling
Okay,
you as
can
an
you
African, it's really
can you
not.
find
where
a
do you
stat that
live?
goes against this?
Miss Leanne,
Yeah.
where do you
Can you
live?
find a stat that goes against
I'm
this? Tell me.
talking to the host, please,
Go on, show
DP.
me.
I really don't. You already laughed at Africa.
Show
I don't
me
need
the
to actually
stat
have a
that goes
conversation
against
with you.
Stop laughing.
I don't care if you
Miss
stopped.
Leanne,
You did it.
respectfully,
Nothing's
where do you
respectfully
live?
coming out your mouth, please. I'm talking to the host.
No, respectfully, where
No,
do
no,
you
no, no.
live?
I
Where
don't
do you
need to
live?
hear it. I don't. I'm actually
No,
trying to
I'm
have a
asking you a
conversation.
question. Where do you live?
I don't need to have a conversation
Where
with
do
you.
you live?
None of your business. Anyway,
Where in the
host,
country you
Don't live in
speak
can you
Africa, I know
please,
that
beautifully,
much.
can
you
you
have a
please,
I live in the
beautiful
UK.
voice.
sorry, what did you say, host?
Where you
I
have
I
a
don't
live in
think
the
you live in
beautiful
UK.
Africa
voice.
You don't think I live in Africa. Why do you think that?
Miss
because if you
Leanne,
lived
you've
in
got a
Africa,
I'm
beautiful
not
you would.
voice.
talking to,
Where do
sorry,
you
can you
live?
mute the woman? I'm not actually talking to her at all. I'm
If
talking
you
to
lived
I
you.
in
live in the UK.
Africa, if you
Sorry,
lived
why
in
don't you think
Africa,
I
you'd
live in
probably be
Africa?
singing a different tune. If you
Pardon?
was living in Africa, you'd be singing a different tune. You're
What do
probably
you mean
sitting in
singing a
the
different
UK
tune?
somewhere. Yeah, because you're sitting in the UK enjoying the what the previous BLK people strived for to get you here.
What did the previous BLK people strive
What do
for
you
the
love about
Europeans?
Britain, Miss Leanne?
I'm talking to the flipping host. Jesus, my lord. Anyway,
All right, look.
yeah, what did the so-called previous black people strive for the Europeans? Sorry.
So when the BLK people came here in the Windrush generation, and even before that, there was BLK people here. They suffered through the hardest racism times. They struggled. They assimilated. They worked hard. They produced things. They bought homes. They done a lot of things that actually influenced the society for you Africans and other nationality or ethnic groups of black people to come to the UK, to come to America. The civil rights movement, for one, actually enabled BLK people from other ethnic groups such as Africa and the Caribbean to come to the Americas and have a new life.
So
Okay,
Austin, let me
so
ask you a question. Why do you hate Africans?
I don't hate Africans.
You do. You hate your own
you
people.
do the way you speak about Africans in
I don't hate
general
Africans.
and your
But what I don't
vocabulary,
like is
your
what I don't
vocabulary is
like
very
is the
telling.
fact that Africans will always turn around and say, "Oh, we're the original people. We are the best. We are the supreme nation. We are better than the BLK Americans,
Which
or we are better
Africans
than
say
the
that?
UK BLK people. We're better than you niggas."
Okay,
That's what I hear from you guys a
Mr.
lot.
Austin, you know African, when you say the word Africans, you know that's not just specifically to one nationality in Africa. That's a whole continent. So
Yeah,
you're
and you Africans don't even
generalizing,
like
you're
Africans. Africans
generalizing,
don't even like
you're
Africans.
generalizing. I'm just going to finish my sentence and then you can reply. You're generalizing a bunch of people that are African and you're putting a blanket statement to maybe some people you have encountered that are also African, and you're bunching all of us together with that blanket statement, which is incorrect and actually quite disrespectful to do.
And there are many
You know
different
what's
ethnicities in
disrespectful? The
Africa.
fact that
Now, can you just
wait.
can you please just
You
reply
know
to
what's
what I said?
disrespectul? Do you know
No,
what's
no, just no, no.
disrespectful?
Don't bring it up.
I tell you what's disrespectful.
No,
What's
no,
disrespectful is Africans
just reply to the
complaining
comment.
about the West, complaining about
Why
things in
can't
the
you?
West, but in your own countries there is black people being sold as slaves right now.
Why can't
There's
you
black people
reply
being
to the point that I just said?
there's being there's black people being put in diamond mines, children being put in diamond mines in
Yep,
Sierra
they
Leone to
are.
go and get diamonds. What are you
Yeah, and
saying about
who
that?
is the cause of that? And who is the cause of that? Tell me.
Who's the one that's perpetrating it?
No.
Is it the white
Because
man or is it you
Europeans.
Africans that are doing
you
it?
like bringing up different points into a
Europeans.
conversation. We don't actually get to attack one point. You keep when one tax starts getting attacked, you bring several other points. So cool. You now want to miss the other point and now go to Blood Diamond. Who's the cause of the Blood Diamond?
Africans.
No. You see? And right now in
Okay,
Congo,
so if Africans
please,
stop selling blood
I
diamonds, what
beg.
happens then? If
Conversation.
Africans stop
You
selling
know
blood
how
diamonds, what
conversation goes.
happens?
We bring one point and we
What
attack it.
happens?
I don't understand.
What happens if Africans stop
You
selling
know,
blood diamonds? What
you see what I
happens?
mean? You see what I mean? We're gonna focus on
What
one point.
happens?
You
What
keep
happens if
interrupting. Let's
Africans?
focus on one
What
point. Let's
happens?
focus on the blood.
You don't want to answer the question.
I
What
just
happens if
made you
Africans
answer the
stop
question.
selling blood diamonds?
Hello, hi. We're talking about the blood diamonds that you just brought into the conversation.
Okay,
Yeah.
what happens if Africans stop selling them? What
No.
happens then?
Hello. Okay. You know what? I don't know if you know how to have an actual constructive argument or conversation.
Look, we're deflecting. Look. As usual, deflection. I'm asking you, what happens if Africans say, no, we're not selling no more blood diamonds. We're not sending no more children into these mines to get these diamonds. People are being unalived for these diamonds right now in Africa. But you're still on that point, you're holding on to it so hard because you want to hold on to that point. But Africans are doing this to other Africans. If Africa stands up and says, no, we're not going to do this no more, what can the whitey man do to you? If you all
Can I answer
stand
that
up
question?
together.
Can I answer that question? It's just like in captivity. You had the house ninja and the field ninja. You have a lot of house ninjas in Africa, right, that will sell out their own people, you know, just to be paid by the YT people. So yeah, the YT people is the biggest
Oh, you've got
perpetrator
sellouts in
behind what's
Africa. That's
happening
what
in
you're
Africa.
saying.
Yes, there's a lot of sellouts in
You've
Africa,
got
indeed.
sellouts in Africa. So Africans,
Yes.
some Africans are sellouts.
Yes.
Excellent.
Just like some of our people in the West are sellouts too.
Excellent. And that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Some of you Africans are selling out your own people,
Jamaicans
and
are
then you want to
sellouts.
turn
Jamaicans sell
around
out their own people too.
and point the finger at everybody else except for look at yourself.
Mr. Austin, I actually was having a conversation with you. You cut me to not answer it.
Because you're not
No, no,
answering
no,
the
no,
question.
no,
I
no.
want you
That's
to
not what
answer the question.
happened.
What happens if they
That's
stop
not what
selling
happened.
blood diamonds to the YT
No,
man?
no,
What
no.
happens
Hello,
then?
hi, Mr. Austin. I'm trying to have the convo with you. You keep cutting me. Yeah?
Can you answer
I'm
the
going to
question,
remind
please?
you of how the conversation came up. I was talking. As I was talking, you interrupted me to tell me, well, who's doing all the blood mines and so forth. So I stopped my actual point to go back to your point, your new point you brought into the conversation. And I said, okay, cool. Let's have the conversation about the blood diamonds. Who is the cause of it? You never answered it. You then decided to ask me another question.
I don't care
No,
who
no,
the
no,
cause is.
no.
I care
So
about
hold
who's
on. No, no, no,
perpetrating
no,
it.
no. Again, trying to have a conversation. You keep cutting me to ask me several hundred other questions. I don't understand. To have a conversation, you attack a point and a question.
Look. I'm not with all your gaslighting and all of this crap.
Not
I don't really care if
gaslighting.
you're hearing
You
that.
can't
If
have
you
a
don't want to answer my
conversation with
question,
100.
you can get gone. Yeah. If you don't want to answer my question, you can get gone.
No,
Africans out here.
Mr.
Look, there's one in the
Austin.
comments right
Mr.
now.
Austin.
There's one in the comments right now.
You're not trying to have the conversation because you keep interrupting me to ask me 500
I'll
more
ask you a
questions.
question. Are you going to answer the question? What happens if
You
Africans
brought blood
stop
diamonds.
selling
You see what I
blood
mean?
diamonds?
Do you
What
want to have the
happens?
conversation about blood diamonds or not? I'm
Are you going to answer
confused.
the question? Are you going to
I
answer the
asked you the
question?
question in the first place because you brought it to the table.
Yeah. So are you going to
I want
answer
to
the
ask Mr.
question?
Austin a
You
question.
asked me several hundred questions. I've answered it. You haven't answered one.
You got about 5 seconds to answer the
You've
question.
answered. You haven't answered one. I've been answering every question. You've been
What
interrupting
happens
me.
if Africans stop selling blood diamonds to the West? What happens?
Okay. And I'm going to apparently answer this one now because you don't even want to answer one single question. Yeah? Number one, the person that is the cause of selling the blood diamonds are not Africans. That's what you need to understand. You keep going back to the point of if Africans stop selling to the West, it's not Africa.
Look, you can't answer the question. There's a musty
See
African
what I
right
mean?
now in Africa. There's a musty
Austin,
African in Africa
You
right
want to have,
now that is
please,
selling
can I hear?
blood
so you're
diamonds
muting me to
off
not
the
have the.
blood of little kids. And you're
Can I
telling
hear
me
a
that
reply,
this
please?
is the YT man's fault.
Make
If
it
they
make
stop
sense.
selling those diamonds, if they say no,
Make
we're
it,
not selling them no more, then the YT
make it
man
make
can't
sense.
get them. So it stops. So there is no
So
more
do you want to have?
children being put into these mines
Don't want to have the
and
convo.
forced to work for nothing.
So you don't want to have a convo then?
You don't
Because
care
So
about
again,
that.
Austin,
All
let me
you
I
ask.
care
was
about is trying to
talking.
point
Because
the finger
Austin,
again,
let me
at the
ask you a
YT
question.
I
man.
was talking and again, you've interrupted me to ask another question and now mute me several times.
You didn't answer the
I
question. I'm
did,
even
but you
being
cut
lenient of
me. So
keeping
did
you
I
up here.
finish?
I asked you a question. If you don't answer the
How
question
can
in
I
the
answer
next
the
5
question if you
seconds,
mute me and
I'm
talk
going
over
to
me?
drop you. Why is
How
what
can I?
happens if Africans stop selling blood
How
diamonds? What
can I
happens?
answer it if you keep cutting me and muting me? Tell me. Go on.
Answer the question.
I was, and you muted me and cut me
All
off.
right, go and answer the question.
So
Stop
will
playing
you then
games.
promise to listen to it and not cut me and also not mute me then to have the convo? Because make
Answer
it
the
make
question.
sense. It doesn't make any sense. I have been the only one actually on this panel trying to
5,
have a convo with you. And I'm
4,
the person that's been trying to have a
3,
convo with you that you've been
2.
disrespecting the most. Make it make sense.
All right.
You either want to have the
Goodbye.
convo or you don't.
Goodbye.
So
Go
Mr.
eat your
Austin,
monkey McNuggets. Go wait, be quiet. Go eat your monkey McNuggets
So,
and do something about that Sierra Leone problem. Yeah? You don't want to answer the question? Cool. Go ahead, sir boss.
so all right, so
okay, I
do you
got.
believe that there are also sellouts amongst Caribbeans?
Yes, there's sellouts in every BLK community. There's
Well,
sellouts.
thank you.
But what we're doing here is addressing the issue. And the issue is that we have Africans that are selling other Africans, and the president of Ghana wants to get reparations for the people that his country sold into slavery. Go ahead, legend.
Yeah, I was talking about this word reparations. Now, listen, I'm quite disgruntled with the Vikings invasion and the Roman Empire that invaded the UK. Now, listen, I want reparations from Julius Caesar. I also want reparations from the Viking soldiers that invaded the UK and destroyed my ancestors. And apparently, I've traced back my ancestry, and my great grandfather. I want his sandals back.
Legend,
I
legend.
want
What
his
have I told you
sandals
about
back.
talking in spelling mistakes? What have I told you about
I
talking
want
in
his
spelling
sandals
mistakes?
back. I want his
Legend,
sandals back.
what have I told you about
I want.
speaking in
I
spelling
want.
mistakes?
Listen, Mr. Fender, you go and play your bass.
Listen,
Okay, you
what
go
have
and
I
play your
told you
bass.
about
Go
speaking
and
in
play your
spelling
bass.
mistakes?
I'm.
All right, look,
You,
mods, don't be letting anybody up unless I tell you, yeah? It's getting out of control now, yeah? Let's get back to the point, yeah? Back to the point. Ghana's president is trying to get reparations for the people that country sold into slavery. Make
Rightly
that
so.
make sense.
It
How
makes a
dare
lot of
you?
sense.
How dare you? And you know you know why it's how dare you? Because the actual people that are living in America now, the descendants of people from the slaves, they deserve that money. If Africa gets that money, do you really think Africa's gonna give that money to where it needs to go? Or is Africa
Africa.
gonna steal it?
As BLK people, we should set up our own banks and place the reparations money there.
Brother, I for one will not trust no African with my money. Neither will I trust BLK people on the whole, because BLK people, as you said, we have sellouts in our community. We got
Yes.
sellout, and we got
hmm
tethers that want to be with the YT man and do what the YT man wants, but at the same time, the YT man is looking out for his own people. The YT man ain't sending his people into slavery, but the African man is. Make that make
So
sense.
why?
And you don't want to
So why
come
are
up
you on?
here and talk
So
like, yeah,
why are
you're
you on their
the
side?
arbitrator of truth. You're
Why are
not.
you on the
You're
European side,
liars and you're thieves and you're
Mr.
scammers.
Austin? Why are you on the European side?
I'm not on the European side. I'm on the side of those little kids that are being put in the mines and forced to go and mine diamonds to get 50 pence to feed their family. And they're just about surviving, got no clothes on, hungry.
I thought you
You
didn't
don't
like
care about that.
Africans. I thought you didn't like Africans.
What do you mean? Who said I don't like Africans, bro?
You don't like Africans.
I've got nothing against Africans. What I have a problem with is your leadership in Africa, raping the country, selling your resources out for nothing, giving your resources away for little trinkets and mirrors and crap.
So
That's what you lot are doing.
why are the French receiving
And then you
half
want
a
to come to the
billion?
West. You want to come to the
All right. So
West. You want to come to the
why
West
are
and
the
say,
French
you
getting
lot,
500
you
billion
guys are
annually?
lazy. You niggas are lazy.
Okay, so
I came here with $2 and now
I
I
want to
have a
ask you a
business.
question.
Now I have
If
a
I could ask
business.
you a
I have made
question.
a lot of money.
If I could ask you a question, why are the French receiving 500 billion a year from Africa?
Because people in the Caribbean, especially in the Caribbean, yeah, you don't want to claim your heritage. You want to say, yeah, the Arawak Indians were here before us. We're not indigenous to this island, so you have no rights. That's why they're taking you lot for fool. That's why they're using
We're
you
not
and using the
indigenous
island.
to
You can't
Jamaica.
even fish on your own beaches because the hotels have taken your beaches. You
Yeah,
have to
because they've
fish in the
sold out.
sewers.
Yeah, because our leaders have sold us out.
Yes. And that's what I'm
Right.
saying. That's why we need to start holding our own BLK people accountable before we start looking at the YT man.
No, but he's the
Simple as that.
biggest. He's the biggest culprit, so we are going to hold him accountable first.
I don't care about the YT man. I want to fix my house first
Well,
before I
I
start
care
going and
about
looking at other
I
people.
care about them getting justice for their crimes. because it
Look how
still
much
has not.
crime.
They
Look
have
what,
not
and
yet
you know what?
answered for
This
their
is happening.
crimes.
This is happening all over Africa, yeah, because you've got South Africans that are having problems with Nigerians coming into South Africa and selling smugs
It's
in their
it's
country.
tribalism.
They got problems with Somalians coming in their country and doing crime.
Yeah,
And
just
then
like
they tether onto BLK people
just like
like in the
just like
UK
Jamaicans
with
go
the
to
crime
Barbados and commit
statistics.
crime.
With the crime statistics that's happening in the UK, BLK people get a number of crime statistics, but they don't take into account the BLK people that are African, the BLK people that are Somalian, the BLK people that are from this place. They put it under one category, and that's black.
And what's wrong with that? Aren't
What
we
do you
all the
mean
same
what's wrong
people?
with that? That means that you're not getting a fair statistic.
Right, so aren't Jamaicans and Nigerians the same people?
No, we're not the same people.
Yeah, we are.
Jamaican values and Caribbean values and BLK British values are totally different.
All right, so
In
let me ask you a
Africa,
question.
child marriage is normalized.
So let me ask you a question.
In this country, we don't permit child marriage.
So let me ask you a question. Are
We
Black
don't
Americans
permit
and
eating monkey McNuggets.
are Black
We don't
Americans
permit
and
eating
Mr.
hyena
Austin,
casserole.
Mr. Ferguson,
Yeah?
are Jamaicans
Even
and
if I
Black
go to the
Americans the same
Caribbean today,
ethnicity?
even if I go to the Caribbean today, you know what they're gonna say to me? They're gonna say English boy.
What?
They're
Okay.
gonna call me an English boy. They're not gonna accept me even in the Caribbean. They're gonna give me
Yeah,
one
because
price and give you one price.
a lot of Jamaicans are very ignorant. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, are Jamaicans and Black Americans the same ethnicity?
No,
Yeah, we are the same ethnicity.
no, you're not. No, you're not. You're
The
not.
difference
You're not the
between a
same.
Black American
Just
and a
like me
Jamaican
and
is
an
the
African
culture.
person are not the same. We are
I'm the
not
same
the
as a
same.
Nigerian. I am the same as a Nigerian.
We have the same color, yes, but ethnically we are not the same.
Ethnically, we are the same.
We have different values. If I say to you, Sir Boss, what do you think about immigration?
It's a good thing. Let more in.
It's a good thing. Okay, so immigration, you got migrants coming over here taking jobs that the young BLK British people can do, but now because of immigration, they can't get a job. So what do? They turn to crime.
A lot of Black British men in the UK are becoming entrepreneurs. They
Are
go
you
into
listening to what you're
colleges and get
saying?
degrees, and they're learning trades. Yeah, it's a
What
fact.
good is a degree if you can't get a job? What good is a degree if somebody comes to this country and then they get their education paid for them and you have to struggle to get that education?
So migrants are getting their education paid for them for free.
Yes, they are. They're getting free accommodation. They're getting their rents paid for them. They're getting free healthcare. They're getting free education. They're getting all of these things that you actually have to work hard for as a
So
citizen.
shouldn't they be a citizen first before they start claiming these benefits?
They shouldn't even be a citizen. They should come here and be willing to work towards a system, not sitting here on their backside getting money. And that's what majority of Africans will tell me. They deserve it. They should rip off the system. Look what's happening in Minnesota right now. The Somalians stole 19 billion worth of social funding. 19
Wow.
billion they stole from social funding.
The chickens have come home
That's
to roost.
19 billion that's not going to be able to be spent on any BLK Americans. And the
Well,
same
America's
thing is
ripped off
happening here.
Africa,
In
so now the same thing's happening to them. Good.
in Wolfram Forest, yeah, in Wolfram Forest, 75% of Somalis are on government assistance.
Well, they've left.
75%. If 75% of any group was on government assistance, the UK will be going mad. Why is it that Somalis can be on government assistance? They came here in the 90s and they were skinny like a twig. But now you look at them, they're all overweight. They're all overweight. The middle of the day, you see them walking around. They don't have a job. You go
Say something
throughout
nice
London,
about Africans.
all you'll see is hijabs everywhere.
Yeah, I like hijabs.
It's not fair to the people that work hard and pay their taxes. 75% of Somalis on government assistance is unacceptable.
Well, create more jobs. How about that?
What do you mean create more jobs?
Create more
The
jobs.
infrastructure can only sustain. Do you know, I like to look at the UK like this. The UK is like a bus. It's like a London bus. There's only a certain amount of seats on that London bus. But you've got people that get on that bus and they never freaking pay. But they want to use the bus. And that's what the UK is. And majority of Somalis, majority of these people that are coming in the country as immigrants, they don't work like a Monday. They don't work. You've got these migrants in hotels. They're paying £8 million a day to house these migrants. When have they ever put 8 million into the BLK community? But you know why they're doing that? Because they vote the way they want them to vote. And that vote takes away from your vote. That vote takes away your voice. But you're okay with it because you're not from this country. You don't have the same values as me. You don't work 60 hours a week and see your money going in taxes that you're never going to see, that your kids are never going to see. How's that fair? How are migrants able to come to this country and rape little children and get 10 months? How is that possible? You lot have got a misplaced loyalty. This country gave you a lot more than Jamaica gave you. This country gave you a lot more than Africa gave you. In Africa, there's still people living in mud huts. 60% of Africans have got no electricity. 39% of Africans have no running water. None. But you want to turn around and say, yeah, look at the YT man, but you're in the YT man's country. Why don't you go back to Jamaica? Why don't you go back to Africa? Why? Because you love it here. You get
Tell them to leave
educated.
South Africa. Hang on. Tell them to leave South Africa then.
Listen, the YT people in Africa are ruling the Africans. They're less than 10% of the population, but they make more money than all the Africans. How's that work out, bro? Tell me anywhere in the Middle East where
Because
BLK people
they
are
taught our
on
people to
top of
hate
the
themselves.
Arabs. Then who's the stupid one? Who's the stupid one? Huh? That's why I'm sick of BLK people when they talk about this crap and these Africans and these Caribbeans. You come here and you enjoy the fruits of people's labor that suffered for you to be here, and you don't even want to give them the credit that they deserve. You are out of control. Are you going to answer the question, Miss Leanne?
That's what I was trying to do, but you muted me.
Answer the question.
Which question now? Because you
What
asked about
happens
7.
if Africans stop selling blood diamonds? What happens?
Okay, I'm going to repeat what I said for the 3rd time. It's not Africans selling blood diamonds. So this question that I've been telling you for the past, God knows, 20 minutes is wrong. But every time I try and speak on it, you cut me off and then you mute me and then you drop me.
Are you going to address my question? Or
I
are
just
you going
did.
to whine?
I just did. And I've said that sentence 4 times in this live. And every time I say
All right,
it
can
and
you
then
address
expand on
my
it,
question, please?
every time I say it and then I expand my point, you mute me and then you drop
Can you address
me.
my
I
question, please?
just did
Can
again.
you address
I
my
just did
question, please?
again. See what I mean?
Can you address my question? What happens if Africans stop selling blood diamonds?
Africans
What
aren't
happens?
selling blood diamonds.
That's not true. They are selling
How
blood
can you say
diamonds.
it's not true?
Who controls the blood diamond mines?
Okay,
Is it not
again,
Africans?
I'm going to repeat my
Is it in
sentence.
African
You see what I
territory?
mean? Do you want to have the conversation or no? Because you
Are you
say,
going to answer the
I
question?
literally have answered it for the 5th time. And the reason why I'm saying it is because I'm African. And you have specifically said, this is why I asked you from the very beginning, if you're African A or if you visited Africa. And both of your answers were no. So I'm telling you, as an African myself, yeah, that knows what's going on in Africa, been to Africa too many times, I've lost count on my hands, have houses, family members, and so forth. So this is the reason why
What
I
part
am.
of Africa?
Can
What part of Africa are you
I've
from?
told you from the beginning, Ghana.
What
I
part?
said it. That's
What
why.
part? What part of
It's what I'm
Africa?
saying.
What part
Listening
of Africa are you
skills.
from?
The first thing I said to
What
you is,
part of Africa are you
hello.
from? Stop playing games. What part of Africa are you
First
from?
thing I said to you is Ghana. Listen.
All right, you're from Ghana.
Yes,
All
that's
right,
why
go
I
ahead.
came up on the panel, because this is why I
Go ahead.
specifically asked you about your prompt, because your prompt is about my country. Yeah?
Okay.
No one else wants to have the conversation. That's why I came up and I wanted to have the conversation directly with you. And I've been very
Okay.
respectful, but since apparently you don't want to respect me back and you want to keep muting me and you
All
want to
right.
keep
Can you
talking
answer
over
the
me and
question
dropping
then?
me,
Can you answer the question then?
the question of who keeps selling blood diamonds, I've told you 7 times. It's not Africans. I've told you, you
It's
don't
not
want to
African. You're
listen.
sure about
You
that?
don't want to listen because I'm telling you myself as an African, it is not African selling blood diamonds. But every time I say that to you, I've said it 8 times now, you keep telling me, no, it's not. I'm telling you myself as an African. I'm telling you myself. So if you don't want to hear an African person tell you directly who's doing it within our continent and you want to still be ignorant, then that's on you. I'm telling you directly. You don't want to hear it. So that's on your choice now, whether you want to take the information or not directly from an African. Because you specifically told me, A, you're not African, and B, you don't ever want to go to Africa. Fine, no problem. You don't want to go there. You're not one of us. Cool, no problem.
All right.
But if you're going to talk
All
about
right.
us,
All right.
if you're, hold on, if
All
you're
right. Let
going
me
to talk
respond
about
now.
us, give us some respect in the conversation. Let it be 2 people
All right.
actually
Now I'm gonna
trying
get
to
you
talk to each
busted.
other. Yeah?
I'm gonna get you busted now, right now. I'm gonna get you busted right now.
It's not
Blood
about getting
diamonds,
you.
also called conflict diamonds. Can you be quiet, please?
I'm
Blood
very
diamonds,
quiet.
also called conflict diamonds, are controlled by a single group. It depends on the country and situation. The term refers to diamonds mined in war zones and sold to finance violence. Here's who controls them historically. Rebel groups in conflict in like the Sierra Leone Civil War and the Angolan Civil War. Are they Africans?
Okay. You're reading off of
Are they
you're
Africans?
reading off of something. I know what's going on
Are they
myself.
Africans?
Oh
Are
Jesus.
they Africans?
Do you want to hear what's actually going on? Or you want to keep reading off of Google?
Okay, look. In places like the Democratic Republic of Congo, local militias and warlords have controlled mining areas. Are they African?
Yeah, do you want to know what's going on in Congo? Because blood diamonds, to your point, blood diamonds are being sold right now still in Congo. So do you want to have the conversation or not?
Okay, so
Do you want to have the
okay, so those
conversation? Or
guys
do you
who
want
are
to keep
being
reading?
funded. Okay, all right, cool. I'll grant you that these groups are being funded by YT people. But
It's not
the
just
people who
funded.
are perpetuating, the people who are being funded by these YT groups that are buying their weapons, that are buying their bullets, that are buying their missiles, right, are YT people. But you know, those African people, they're the ones mining those diamonds to get those bullets, to get those GUNs.
Because
They're the
what
ones that's doing
Yeah,
it.
because and if you maybe think a bit further, because their resources that they want is within Africa, and Africans are black people, right? So of course, if the YT people are literally slaving black people right now as we speak, please use brain cells. Like, I'm really not trying to be disrespectful, but your
You're not
point
using
is,
brain cells.
yes, because your point is, oh, it's the black people that
Look
are
at this
mining it.
picture right here. This
Hey,
is what your
listen, hello,
ancestors
hi,
were
you're
doing.
reading. I know what's going on. You're reading. You have the privilege to read this information. That is your privilege. Your privilege is reading it. You don't experience it. You don't know about it that much. You haven't been on the ground. So this is why I'm telling you, if you want to have the conversation about my continent, respect it when it's coming from the source. When people that actually are a part of this still. It's not like, oh, it's just stopped. It's stopped. It's still going. So this is why when you're bringing up several points, I'm trying to attack one point at a time. And every time I try and attack one of your points that you keep throwing at me, you keep interrupting me and then cutting me up and then bringing something else into the conversation. The conversation is
Keeping you
attack
on.
one point at a time. You want to talk about
Okay,
blood
so who are
diamonds?
the
You want
groups?
to talk
Are
about
the
blood
groups?
diamonds? Let's have the conversation.
Are the groups that are doing
Asking me
this?
the question.
Are
No,
the
no, no, because you
rebel?
want to have the
Are the rebel groups? Are the rebel
what I
groups
mean. Do you want to have the
that are
conversation
taking
about blood
control of these
diamonds or
diamond
not?
mines? Are
Do you
they
want to have the
Africans?
conversation about
Are
blood
they
diamonds or
Africans?
not?
Are they Africans? Look, I give up with you. I give up. I actually give up with you.
You
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's Africans that are controlling these diamond mines. Yes, they're getting paid by the YT man, but they want to keep this going by mining these diamonds so they can get their weapons and cause pain and suffering on the people of that
So, Mr.
country.
Austin,
That country.
so can you acknowledge that the YT man is the biggest criminal behind this?
The YT man's playing you for fools. He's
So
playing
you
you
do
for
acknowledge
fools
that
because
he's the
you're
biggest criminal
analyzing your
behind
own
this?
people to make him wealthy. If you stop doing that, then
Right.
he's not going to get wealthy no more, is he?
Well, they're sellouts in our
But
community,
you want
even
to
in
sell
Africa.
those diamonds. You want to sell those diamonds to the YT man so you can enrich yourself and have your big, massive mansion,
It's
and you've got like
individualism.
poor people living down the street with no water and no food.
It's individualism, yeah. We understand.
Mr. Austin, I was actually trying to have the conversation with you. You keep
I
muting me.
mod. Unless I ask you to bring someone up here, don't bring no one up.
Okay, but Mr. Austin, I'm actually having the conversation with you.
You're not having a
I actually
conversation. I asked you
was.
a question.
And I
Who
literally,
is the
see what
one
I
in
mean?
control of these
And
diamond
that's
mines?
what I was
Is it
responding
Africans
to.
or is it the YT man?
That's what I was responding to, and you kept cutting me. That's what I'm saying.
Answer the question.
I am. You keep cutting me and then dropping me. Let me answer your questions. Do you know how many questions you've thrown at me since I've come up? More than
And you ain't
10.
answered one.
No.
And you ain't answered
You
one.
can ask. You can literally ask your comment section. You have asked me question after question after question, and I've answered them. I am the only person on this live where you've asked questions to and they've been answered. So please have some respect for me. I'm actually the only person that's actually having a conversation with you. Everyone else has come to attack, right? So stop it. Let's have some
Right.
respect with each other.
All right.
You've
Answer
asked
the
me
question.
100 questions.
Right.
You've
Let's
asked
answer
me
the
another
question.
one
Answer the
about,
question.
again, so I'm saying, let me answer the question because your question is about blood diamonds. I want to have this conversation about blood diamonds. Cool. You keep going on about, oh yeah, who's selling the blood diamonds? You, in your opinion, you're saying it's the black people that's doing it. I'm telling you verbatim and for fact, it is not black people that are selling the black diamonds. It is the YT people that have control. Now your next question is about, but black people are in control of these mines and so forth. Well, yes, black people are in control of these mines because in Congo, that's where,
W
hold on,
concession.
see it again,
W
hold on,
concession. Thank
hello,
you. W
hi, I haven't
concession.
finished, see what I mean?
W concession.
Can I,
Thank
can
you
I,
for admitting
can I
that.
please finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank
Thank you for
you.
admitting
Yeah,
that.
but the sentence isn't finished. You can't understand the point and make a point from something that's not finished. Again, let me finish the sentence because you're going to retract what you just said. Yeah? Black people are obviously in control of the mines because black people are in Congo. It's not white people that are in Congo. It's black people that are in Congo. White people have gone to Congo to get the contract and the deals and to actually enslave those people. So you trying to make it make sense of, yeah, but it's black people. Yes, because black people live there. Black people live there.
So who's signing the
else?
contract?
Who else?
Who's signing the contract, Leanne?
It's not a sign of contract in the sense of, oh yeah, the president came and sat down and signed the paper. Oh yeah, the white people came, sat down together and signed the paper. They are literally enslaved. They are enslaved. I don't know why your point is black people, black people, black people. You need to understand white people still have a lot of hands and pockets within Africa. Cocoa that is in Ghana. Yeah? Cocoa, this is why I love my country, Ghana. Ghana, we took control back of our cocoa. Why? Because we saw what the white people was doing
I
when
love
we
Ghana
tried to
too.
do why we tried to do trade deals with the Europeans and the Europeans took the piss like they're doing with Congo. We took our ownership back with our cocoa. That's why now cocoa ain't as affordable and as it used to be. It's not in every single country as it used to be. And Ghana pressed their foot down on people. Ghana don't give a heck. And so this is why I came up, because I'm Ghanaian and you're prompted specifically to my country, Ghana. And you're telling me, why is Ghana's president trying to get reparations? And your counteractive point is, yeah, but black people, black people. If you look a bit further within research, why?
That wasn't my point.
No. Your point was, but black people are doing it too. Look at your own people. That's your point of this whole live. That is your point.
My point in respect to Ghana trying to get reparations when they actually took part in the slavery, they actually took part in enslaving other Africans and knows any chance of them getting reparations because they took part in it. They got paid from it.
Okay, the Ghana
There's
doing
Africans right now in Africa that are living in mansions because of what they done, what their
No,
forefathers done.
no, that's not true.
Yes, there is.
I'm a
Yes, there
Ghanaian.
is.
No, I'm a no, because you're talking directly about me. I'm a Ghanaian and I have several mansions in Ghana. That's not the reason why we have
Did you
mansions.
not? Was you not here when I
Hello?
read the article
Yeah,
about my
you read it.
Nigerian
Hello?
grandfather
Yeah, you
sold
read an
slaves?
article. Yeah, you read an article that was about a Nigerian. If you remember
Yeah, a
right, you
Nigerian.
read an
Yeah,
article.
yeah.
Yeah. Ghana and Nigeria are not the same country. I don't know if
Okay,
I
so
don't know.
does Ghana have slave castles in it?
No, we don't.
Oh my days! You see how she just lied.
No. We have a museum. We have a
You
museum.
have a slave
Let me
castle in
finish.
Ghana on the
Hello,
coast.
hi.
Do not
It's my
lie.
country. I'm gonna speak on my country, please, because you're reading it. I
Okay,
live
we're gonna
there.
get you busted now.
No. You're not gonna bust me on my own country. That's one thing you're not gonna do.
We're gonna get you
That's one thing
busted
you're not
now.
gonna
But don't
do.
worry, we're gonna get
In
you
my
busted.
country,
We're gonna get you busted.
in my country, Ghana, because I'm gonna educate people on my own country that you're trying to misinform. In my country, Ghana, we have a museum, and in that museum is on the coastal region of Ghana, and that shows where all the slaves were last left before they were shipped off onto different ships. That's where a lot of African Americans have now shipped off to. That's where a lot of the foundational Americans, whether they want to admit it or not, that's where they also came from. Also, as well, sadly, a lot of Jamaicans have a lot of ties to Ghana as well. That's why you're now seeing, in the past couple of years, you're seeing a lot of, sadly, Caribbeans and Americans taking themselves to Ghana specifically to educate themselves on their background and history. So I beg, if you're going to misinform, at least misinform properly. If you're going to speak on a country, don't do that.
All
If
right,
you
let's get
don't
you
like
busted now.
Ghana, if you don't
The
like
Jamaican
Ghana,
flag
that
is from
is
Cape
Ghana.
fine.
Coastal,
If you
the
don't
Cape
like Ghana, that
Coastal,
is
the
fine.
Cape
But when a
Coastal,
Ghanaian is,
the Cape Coastal Castle, the
you're not
slave
going
castle.
to, no. See, again,
All
you're
right, look,
reading.
because you don't want to
You're
you don't want to be
reading.
quiet.
You have the
I'm gonna
privilege
drop
of
you.
reading.
I'm gonna drop you if you don't be quiet.
It's not about
The
being
slave
quiet.
castle.
Oh.
The slave castle most people refer to in Ghana is Cape Coastal Castle, one of the most important historical sites connected to the transatlantic slave trade. Cape Coast Castle is a large European built fortress on Ghana's coast. It was originally constructed in the 17th century and later expanded by the British. The British didn't build that by themselves. They built that with the help of Africans. They got slaves with the help of Africans.
So you do
If you
acknowledge
look at the
that the
pictures,
whitey
even if you
man
look
is
at
the
the
biggest
pictures,
culprit.
it doesn't matter. If I do something, yeah, to my own people with the help of an outsider, you're even worse than the outsider
Why is it so
because you
impossible for you
betrayed
to
your own
acknowledge that
people.
whitey people are the
You
biggest criminals on
betrayed
the
your
planet?
own people. You betrayed your own
Mr.
people. You're a
Austin,
Judas.
Mr.
That's what
Austin,
you are.
Find this Arabs.
why
Calm
do you
down,
find
Philly.
it so impossible to acknowledge that whitey people are the biggest criminals on the planet?
It's Arabs, boss. You okay? It's Arabs.
No.
Arabs,
I'm
Arabs,
asking Mr.
white
Austin a
people.
Arabs
question.
taught the Europes how to do it. They invented the caste system. Why do you worship Arabs when Arabs see you as Bilal?
I don't worship Arabs. I don't want nothing to do with those people.
Then why
I
did
ain't
then
got
why
You
Arab
just said
why
you
friends.
do
love
you do lives
hijab.
about Arabs?
You
You
just
said
said you
you
love
love
the
hijab.
hijab.
But hang on a second.
You love the hijab. You
The white, yeah, I was being sarcastic. Yeah. The whitey people has been around the planet and done this to other people. So that makes them worse than
Arabs
Arab men.
started it. It's just business,
and you know
babe.
what?
Get over
BLK
it.
people done the same thing.
No,
Everybody
when we
was
get
on
justice,
it.
we'll get over it.
How do you think
When
that
we get
guy was the
justice, we'll
richest man in the
get over
world?
it.
What's that guy called?
When we
Misu, that guy. He was
get
a
justice,
BOK
we will
Muslim
get
slave
over
owner.
it.
That's why he was the richest man in the world.
We
Grow
still
up, it was
haven't
just business.
received justice.
Justice for
No.
what?
No, we're not going to get over it
If
until we
you're a
receive
dopey
justice.
person that was in that, I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in it. If you was
Let's have a
involved in it,
let's
that's you. But I wasn't
let's
involved.
have a conversation without attacking each other. You sound very stressed.
Be quiet, sir, boss. You sound
You
like
sound
you
like
have.
you woke
You
up on
sound
the
like
wrong
you
side of
have.
the bed this
You
morning.
sound like you
You're
have.
having your period.
All right,
Your
look
boyfriend
That sounds
just
at
very
this
broke up
now.
with
Look
you,
at this.
and now you want
Look
to
at
attack
this.
other
Look at
people
this.
because you're
Look at
going
this.
through your
Look at
No,
this.
you
stress.
sound like you have
Look at
learning
this.
difficulties.
Now, look at this.
Yeah.
Quiet one second.
I guess your mother told
Look
me
at
that.
this now.
No, my mum would never talk to someone like you.
Look
Yeah,
at
you
this
mother
now.
suck my
Everyone be
dick, yeah.
quiet, right? Everyone be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Look at this now, yeah. The Zanj rebellion happened in the 8th century, yeah, when Arabs went into Africa and they took BLK people to southern Iraq, right? And those people rebelled, and the Arabs unalived all of the BLK people, and they were called the people of the Zanj, yeah. This is what this hadith says from the Muslim sources. Beware of marrying the people of the Al Zanj, for they are a distorted creature. That's what the Arabs think about you BLK people. You're a distorted creature.
We don't like them either.
What do you
Only
mean
for
you don't
people
like
like
them? You said
us.
you like hijabs. You like
I was being
hijabs. And
sarcastic.
this is what's
Where's
happening
this?
in Africa and
Austin,
Nigeria
come on
right
now.
now.
Where's
You've
the
got
sense of humor,
Muslims
bruv?
unaliving Christians right now as we speak.
Where's the sense of humor, Austin? I was being sarcastic. I want to be serious.
You
Gosh,
lot don't
man.
get it. That's why I say our values aren't the same. You will sit there and complain about the YT man, but Africans are selling BLK people in Africa
Because he's
right
a
now.
criminal. Because he's a criminal.
And you are criminals as well because
He's a
you're helping him.
sociopath
You're Judases.
and a narcissist and a sadist.
You're Judases. And that's why we need to delineate and separate ourselves from Africa, separate ourselves from the Caribbean, because none
Delineate
of
from
you
the
are
YT
moving
man
correct.
first. I want to see
It's the
delineate from the YT man
UK
first.
BLK people that paved the way for Africans and other nationalities to come here, and the same thing with the Americans. The Americans paved the way with the civil rights movement to even get you out of slavery.
The civil rights movement, it was so that the BLK Americans wanted to be in bed with the YT man. That's what the civil rights movement was about.
BLK Americans have done more for civil rights movement than Africans,
Yeah, because BLK
than
Americans wanted
Caribbeans.
to be close to their slave masters because they were so abused by them, they can't let them go. Stockholm Syndrome.
See, look at this. The Windrush didn't pave the way for no one. And you see that there? That just proves my point again. Because what happened when the Windrush generation came here, they dealt with the most racism. They dealt with the most discrimination. But then you got migrants that come here now and they get a free pass off the back of the BLK people. You go in BLK areas that were once predominantly BLK, and they're all either Muslim now or some next African minority.
All
And
right,
they
so
don't care about BLK
so
British
Mr.
people. They
Austin,
only care
let me
about
ask you.
African issues.
Let me ask you, why did gentrification happen in certain parts of London?
Because the government wants to push out the BLK people because we know who they are. We know what they're about, but they bring in other migrants and people from other nationalities, other ethnic groups to usurp the vote of the BLK British people.
Check
And
it.
they've been doing it for a long time.
But if you squint though, areas like Brixton and Peckham are full of white people. White people are happy to live amongst black people. It's the Asian community that they flee from, not the black community if you squint. Brixton is a white area.
It's a white area now, but it
But
used to be
then
predominantly
gentrification happened
Caribbean.
because there was a lot of
I love
our people,
gentrification.
BLK people,
Gentrification
was
is
committing
fantastic.
a lot of crime in those areas. So that's why it got
But black
gentrified.
people own houses. They either have their social house or they own houses. White people are renting in their own houses. Plenty black people own houses in Brixton. They bought them houses a long time ago, darling. Just because you're a bit of a freshie, you don't actually know actual modern history of the UK.
You sound very insecure. You know, Ian, every time I talk to you, you sound very insecure.
No, I'm
Like
alright.
I think you should go to the gym and
I
pump some
think you,
weights
I'm
and
okay.
relieve some stress because you sound very
I think you need
stressed
to
out
get
and
tested for learning
insecure.
difficulties.
You're incapable of having an intellectual conversation without hurling insults. It says a lot about you than myself, really. Like you should do a rain check on yourself.
No, shut up, Tebas. You're just dumb.
So once again, Sir Boss, Ghana took part in the slavery of Africans. Should they get reparations?
Who get reparations?
Should Ghana be able to claim reparations for the people that they sold into slavery?
Absolutely. We deserve it.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And this is why
Austin,
I
you don't
say
know the
that we
demon you're
don't
dealing
align.
with. You don't know the demon you're dealing with. You don't see the demon
You
that's
sold,
in front of
you
you.
sold
That's
your
why.
brothers and sisters, and you want to get money for it. Make that make sense.
They've taken a lot from Africa, so they should give us reparations.
Africa, give it, mate.
Africa gave it away willingly. Willingly, Africa gave it away for
We didn't
mirrors,
invite
for
them. We
rice.
didn't invite them to Africa. They came on their own accord.
Men
We didn't
sold
invite them.
black women, and maybe that is kind of plays out today. Black men sell out black women all the time today. Black men were part of selling white women, black women. What are you talking about? But you've never been the protector of black women from day one. Absolute joke.
Well, also, you don't believe that your people are from Africa?
As I was saying, Austin, you
I
don't see
believe.
the demon that's in front
Alright,
of you.
wait. Let me answer his
The
question.
people
Let me answer his question.
the people you're defending are demons.
Let me answer his question. Right. I believe in the out of Africa theory. I believe everyone came out of Africa. Every living person on this planet has African DNA. However, I am not an African. I am not born in Africa. I do not have the identity of Africa. An Aboriginal is not an African. A Chinese person is not an African. I am therefore not a African. Does that make
So
sense?
you don't believe that you have, because to compare a Chinese
Is that
person,
dice? Is that dice? Is that
go on.
dice?
Yeah.
Oh, well, go on, dice. What are you saying?
What are you saying? I'm saying, like, to compare a Chinese person to like the average Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean is apples and oranges still, because like the average Afro-Caribbean has way more phenotypically African than the average Chinese person, even though they both descended from Africa. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of different still.
Okay, answer me this though, dice. Why is it Africans don't even get along with other Africans? Why is it Africans are always unaliving each other? Why is that?
I can
Yeah,
tell
but
you.
again, I don't know, because I hate to bring it to other groups of people, but other groups of people do it all the time. Look at the Middle East, like they're all unaliving each other as well. So, and that's
But
not to
dice, they
excuse it. It's not to give an excuse, but I think that's just human nature.
but they're saying to you as a Caribbean or BLK person, come back to Africa, come get some land over here, be one of us. But they can't even be cool with each other. But they want you to come up in there and be part of that.
Not true.
Join this conversation.
I just want to correct before you go. I just want to correct Austin what you said earlier about the museum, because what you said actually proved my point. See, when you're talking about the castle, that's why I said it's not called a castle anymore. It's called a museum because obviously it doesn't exist anymore. It's not happening in this day and age. So you proved my point. That's all I'm trying to say. Is you didn't even realize.
What?
You didn't even
It
realize.
proves your point. How did it prove your point?
Because
How did it prove your point? Tell me.
you asked me a question about does a castle exist in Ghana? As it stands right now,
Yeah.
the name of that place is not a castle. The name of that place is now a museum because the history of that doesn't exist anymore. So when it stopped, it turned into a museum. So this is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so when it was still in use, right? Was there Ghanaian people living around that area?
It's located in Ghana.
Okay, so was there Ghanaians living around that castle?
It is located in Ghana. So yeah.
Answer the question, yes or no. Was
Just
there
did.
Africans
I
living
literally
around that
just
castle?
did. I said it's located in Ghana. So yes.
Right, so Africans was living around this castle. They weren't being
Stop saying
enslaved.
Africans. Yeah. And number two, they were being enslaved.
Is Ghanaians not African?
But be specific
Okay,
because your
so
prompt is about Ghanaian. So why do we not have to generalize when we pick and choose and feel like it? It's in Ghana.
when these slaves were being shipped through this castle, why weren't Ghanaian people trying to free
Ghanaians were also
other
being
African
shipped. So
people?
go on.
That's not
It
true.
is true.
That is not true.
So why is it located in Ghana?
Because Ghanaians was helping. Do you really think YT people can deal with the heat?
I am
Can
Ghanaian.
deal with
I know the
malaria?
history of my country.
They was going to
Why?
you guys
No.
to get slaves, and you guys were going
No.
and catching other people
No,
and
no,
bringing them to that
no,
that door of no return.
Again, you have the privilege of reading about this. You have
Yeah, I have the privilege
Yes.
because internet is a beautiful
Yes,
thing.
the internet is
It's
a beautiful thing, and also it's also the
It
demon.
exposes all of you lot's dark history.
It's not dark history. It's actually there.
It is.
It's
It's dark history.
you can literally fly for 8 hours to Ghana and it's in your face. Like it's there for you to go to. It's not
Can
hard.
I try?
I don't want to go to Ghana.
So don't then. So when we're
I don't want to
talking
go
about,
to
okay,
Ghana.
fine, don't then.
Can I
If you
join
want
in
to talk
here?
about it, listen to the Ghanaian that knows about it. It's a part of my history, my
No,
blood, my
because you're lying.
DNA.
You're just lying.
I'm not lying.
You're trying to fend
You can
for
ask any
Ghana because you want to
Ghanaian.
Can I
protect your
join in?
Ghanaian
Can I?
image.
You
Can I
can literally ask
defend
any
my wisdom?
Ghanaians.
Yeah, go on. Join in.
All right. Firstly, good morning, all. Happy Sabbath, all, and a Kwame to my Ghanaian brothers and sisters. Oh, dear. A Kwame to my brothers and sisters. For you English folk, a Kwame is a greeting of
Hello.
in tree.
Yeah.
For those that didn't know, and yeah, so happy Sabbath and a Kwame to my Ghanaian brothers.
Mr. Austin, me free London.
So Ghana asking for reparations. It's not just Ghana asking for reparations, by the way. And in effect, it's not even Africa that was asking for it. It's the United Nations that have taken a vote on it and decided to finally call it the worst thing to ever happen to mankind. So let's be accurate. It's not Ghana asking for it. Although one of the members on the board that's leading for reparations for Africa and the diaspora of Africa is Ghanaian. Again, we big up all the Ghanaians.
You
Now,
just talk a lot of crap right now. Ghana to submit UN resolution on slavery reparations.
Exactly, resolution.
resolution.
Talking rubbish.
Hold on a second.
Ghana's the
Hold on.
one
Let
that
me
submitted the
cover that. Let me
resolution.
cover that. Let me cover that. A resolution is not asking. A resolution is asking for the conversation to be had to put
Yes,
the,
I understand that.
so
And
let
Ghana's
me
trying to
finish.
get money.
Let me
They're
finish,
trying to
please.
scam
Let me
to
finish.
get
Okay,
money
let me
for the
finish,
people
please.
that they sold.
Okay, let me finish, please. Thank you. A resolution is not asking for something.
Be accurate
It's
though.
asking
Don't
for a
lie. Be
process
accurate.
to start. Okay. And as I did say, Ghana are leading the force, but they didn't ask for reparations. They're asking for the conversation to what are we going to actually categorize what happened to Africa after all these years, which is why it's been asked.
Why are they going to New York? Why are they going to New York in America where BLK Americans are fighting for their own reparations? Why are they trying to cut corners and go round the Americans to get money from their own governments? Why?
That's not what's actually happening. How you're
Okay, so why did he go to New York? Why did he go to New York?
Are you gonna allow me to finish?
Why did he go to
Are
New
you
York?
gonna allow me
Answer the
to?
question.
Are you gonna allow me to finish?
Are you going to answer the
I
question?
haven't even.
Why did he
Hold
go
on
to
a
New
second.
York?
1 second. I hadn't even finished my point first. Listen, I'd already been told that you're a fucking raccoon, so just slow your fucking roll down, okay? Let's just.
Alright, you can go eat your monkey McNuggets in the comments, yeah?
Oh, let's not do
I
that.
answer prompt. AJ is just hard work host. I won't even waste time with him. So can I answer this? Because I don't want people to
Yeah,
take me
go
out
on.
in context, so please listen. Should Ghana be getting reparations? No, not 1 cent. No one should be taking reparations. And I'll tell you for why. Because soon as that money gets paid or they return anything that they've taken, that's it. They'll be like, no black person can complain again about what happened. They'll be like, we've paid. It's over. What?
So Lily, what do you think Africa's gonna do with that money if they get that?
That money will just get... Africa's too corrupt to be taking any kind of money because it'll just go to wrong places and
Yes,
spend
smart woman.
and go to pockets at corrupt leaders. What Africa needs to be saying is keep your reparations, keep the artifacts. What they need to do is come and take all these mines, all these corrupt Western people paying these politicians. They all need to leave. Russia, China, J people, just get them out and let Africa be Africa, autonomy for itself. That's what we need to be asking for.
So can I just say something to the host?
They can't.
I'm confused how.
That's not accurate.
No, I'm confused how everyone's okay with UK being paid until 2015 for owning slaves, but the people that were enslaved are also apparently not they're not allowed to even talk about it. Not reparations, they're not allowed to even talk about it because that's what happened at that table. Ghana brought it to the table. They didn't ask for reparations if people actually was there and listened to the United Nations conference. They literally started the conversation. So again, if people want to be misunderstanding of what actually happened at that conference meeting, that's completely fine. I'm confused out. Everyone's silent on the UK have been paid for enslaving people. They've been paid until 2015 for having slaves. No one, I didn't see no commodity, no nothing about that. But when Ghana simply says, you know what, let me bring this to the conference to start the conversation. Now everybody apparently is the chief organizer of Ghana. Everybody knows Ghana so much, and now people are trying to dictate to Ghana. Actually, you're not allowed to have reparations.
Why
The
Miss Leanne,
conversation.
can I ask you something?
Yeah, can I just quickly answer this, Culture? Why is Ghana got the audacity to be asking for reparations for past slavery?
If you know, because
When
if you
the
know about Ghana,
like it
you wouldn't even ask
stopped.
that
What about
question.
the people enslaved
If
today,
you
Miss
knew about,
Leanne? Why
so
are you
hello,
asking
you're
for
not
money
actually,
from past
you're not
when our
actually
people
answering
are
my
still
question.
enslaved today? What about
No,
them
you're
people?
not actually answering my
The
question.
tired people always talking about past,
So you're
but
not,
black people are
but
running
you're
round
not
free
answering
and
the
happy.
question. You didn't
Free
actually
the
answer the
people
question.
today, love. Never
So
mind the
Lily,
past.
okay, no, hold on, because hold on, because she said she answered my question, but she didn't. My question, I'm going to repeat it again. Why is it everybody was hush hush when the UK was getting paid out several billion millions until 2015 for having slaves? But now
Because your
everybody,
African
hold
leaders
on, let me
signed
finish.
that bill
Has the
and
question
took that
finished?
money.
No, don't say
Has the
several
question
billion
finished?
million because
Has the question
it was
finished? I'm
approximately
confused.
20 million,
My
and this was
question
the
never finished.
she's referring to
My
the Slave
question,
Compensation Act
my
of
question never finished.
1837, right?
I'm confused. My question never
No, but
finished.
you said several billion millions.
Yeah,
It was
my question never
approximately
finished.
20 million,
No,
and
no,
she's
no, no.
referring to an act made in the
That was
1800s.
no, no, no,
And
no, no, no.
it
That's
came
not true.
up. It came up. It
That's
lasted
not true.
until 2015,
That's not true.
and
But
most
okay,
were
that's
sold, and
fine.
the money was sent for abroad
No,
investment.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Okay. Anyway,
Well, you said
my
several
question
billion
again.
millions, so from there I'm not taking it.
Yeah, it was because that's the truth. If you do your real research and dig deep, not just look at a couple sources and think that's what happened. Again,
Yo,
Is it a number?
hello.
Sorry.
Jesus, Lord have
Something.
mercy. People's impulse control is actually mad because I'm confused how everybody has a stick up their ass
Calmly
about
and say
Ghana.
nothing.
I
Don't
haven't
even start.
finished. Again, see again, interruption. Anyway, because everybody has been allowed in this live from the beginning to have their silly rhetoric about Ghana. But when a Ghanaian is speaking, again, everybody seems to just interrupt non-stop. When a Ghanaian is trying to tell you what's going on, when a Ghanaian is trying to tell you what's actually happening, when a Ghanaian is trying to actually inform people, because this live has not been informative, it's actually been spreading misinformation. When I'm trying to correct, I get interrupted non-stop. I'm confused because everybody apparently has so much vim. Everybody has so much to say about Ghana without information about Ghana in the first place, has so many questions about why has Ghana even opened their mouth. But yet when a Ghanaian is trying to have the conversation with you, people want to be disrespectful. Doesn't make sense. So either you want to have the conversation and listen to Ghanaian people, or you don't want to at all. It's as simple as that.
All right, now listen to this. Yeah, I've got the resolution up. Yeah, it says what Just Cohen's does establishes derogable rules. These norms are so important that no state can opt out of them, even by treaty. They override consent-based rules, which is usual in international law. Invalidates conflicting treaties. If countries make an agreement that violates a Just Cohen's norm, that treaty is considered void from the start. This is codified in the Vienna Convention on the Law Treaties. Creates a hierarchy of norms. International law is usually horizontal, but Just Cohen introduced a hierarchy of placing certain core values above all other rules. It protects fundamental values of international community. These norms safeguard basic principles like humanity, peace, and dignity. Trigger obligations. Violations of Just Cohen concern all states, not just directly affected ones. Every state has a legal interest in stopping such violations. Widely accepted examples include genocide, slavery, small chart, aggression, crimes against humanity. In short, the function of Just Cohen's is to act as the constitutional core of international law. Rules that are binding on all states cannot be overridden and protect the most fundamental values of the global community.
Okay.
So these resolutions that were signed previously by Africa and the other Western nations has led to this right now. So you haven't got no leg to stand on when it comes to
I
getting
really do,
reparations.
because in that, and I'm going to again repeat what happened in that meeting, because it seems like people are not even understanding what actually happened. People have listened to a couple TikTok lives and have ran with this, yeah? Ghana is a very powerful country within Africa. Ghana has actually reclaimed a lot of their power back from a lot of Western society. Yes. And I gave an example about cocoa in our country. Yeah. Cool. Ghana in this meeting, Ghana brought it to topic for the rest of the panel, the rest of the United Nations, for them to actually just recognize that slavery happened. That's literally all that happened in that meeting. If you go and watch the meeting for however many hours it was, all Ghana did was say, you know what? Can the United Nations basically recognize that slavery happened? And by Ghana doing that, it wasn't actually, if you also watch the whole thing, it wasn't Ghana talking about Ghana. It was Ghana talking about every single person that was enslaved, particularly Black people, which is why the past 24 to 48 hours, you have actually come across, I'm sure, FBA lives saying, why are Ghanaians talking on behalf of FBAs? Should Ghanaians speak on exactly my point, which is why people simply don't know how to use their two ears to listen to what happened in that meeting. People have seen 10 seconds and have ran and started to do TikTok lives, TikTok debates. For example, I don't know how you've decided to say Africa is cursed, because if you're saying Africa is cursed, then that means you don't really care for the African people. And I understand, because you said from the beginning, number one, you're not African, you don't want to go to Ghana. Cool. But if you don't want to respect African people, I beg, keep it a buck and say it for true. You don't respect African people. You don't respect Ghanaian people. Instead of this whole fake rage bait back and forth, you want to get people hating on each other. A lot of people don't even have the time in their life right now to be hating. People have their own worries going on. But my thing is, if Black people have an issue with a Black person on a United Nations panel saying, hi guys, can you just recognize slavery happened? If you have a problem with that, then you have something wrong with you. I'm confused how everyone in one breath will say Black community, Black community, Black community, but in the same breath, when the Black community wants to do something, it's a problem. How do people have a problem with Ghana simply opening their mouth to say, you know what, guys? Hi, can you just recognize it happened? Not even, can we do something about it? All Ghana said in that meeting is, hi guys, by the way, I know we always have these meetings all the time, you know, we're supposed to be United Nations and whatnot, but can't lie, something's been bugging in my brain. You know what, can we just actually just maybe for a second, just say, you know what, can we just acknowledge slavery happened? And for some reason, everybody has an issue with it right now.
No one's got an issue.
Now look how she just lied. Yeah?
I lied, okay.
Look how she just lied. Yeah, the resolution proposed by Ghana called for the designation while urging the UN member states to consider apologizing for the slave trade and contributing to a reparations fund. So they're not just asking for you to recognize it, they're asking for money. Let's get that straight.
Hello, brother. Listen to this. 1 minute. Listen to this. Now, hold on. Listen. Now, who's ever been a slave here? Who's been enslaved here?
I know this voice. I know this voice.
In this UK, a lot of people are. In this UK, a lot of people are.
This guy's a Muslim.
Working as certificate sponsorship, doing a terrible job in the care.
Okay, again back to Ghanaians. Okay, so again back to Ghanaians.
Just winding you up, babe, this job.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You want to hate Ghanaians, it's cool. Just say you hate Ghanaians.
I'm disappointed you said. I'm disappointed
Did you not just hear what I just said?
Okay, that's fine. It's lovely the fact that you just pointed out just the Ghanaian people within healthcare, not anybody else. That's wonderful.
Hello.
Yeah, that's
Just admit it, you
terrible.
want
That's terrible.
reparations,
Yeah.
you want the money because China's looking for their dough. China wants their dough right now, and you lot ain't got the money. So what you want to do, you want to steal from the people
Who's you
that
lot?
was enslaved,
Listen, I've got China.
and you want to get that money and pay off the Chinese.
Who's you lot? Sorry. Who's you lot?
Ghana.
Ghana
Ghana.
want to do
Yeah,
what?
man.
Sorry, specifically, because again, misinformation. Sorry.
Ghana wants to get reparations so they can pay the Chinese
No,
off.
that's not true. Oh my gosh.
But hello, Miss Lynn, can I say something? Miss Lynn, listen to this. Yo, bro, listen to this carefully. Now, I asked a question. Has anybody ever been a slave here? Has anybody been enslaved here?
What is your point? Get to your point.
Okay, now, who was enslaved in the Caribbean?
Get to your point, man.
Yeah, who was enslaved who was taken to the Caribbean as a slave? Was it you?
What is your where are you going with this?
Yeah,
Just
no,
make your point.
answer.
and
Give me
answer the
I'm just
question.
asking you a question. Do
Listen,
you understand my question or you don't understand the question?
You must be African. Yeah? Get down in the comments. Don't be talking shit, man. Look, says here, Ghana's debt crisis has become a pressing concern for the country's economic stability, with the country's external debt soaring by 117% between 2014 to 2013, from 13.9 billion
what?
to 30.2 billion. You lot want some money from the reparations so you can pay the Chinese off. That's why you're trying to be friends with the BLK Americans right now,
No.
because you want to scam them and take some dough.
No, that's not what we're
That's all
doing.
it is.
No, that's not what we're
That's
doing.
what it is.
No.
Same thing with the Somalians right now.
That's not what we're
Before
doing.
the Somalis were saying, I know black, I Somali, but now ICE is coming for them. They want to be like, oh yeah, we're black now.
Sorry, that's not what we're doing.
We're not trying to align. We're not trying to align with Africa no more. We're
Who's
delineating
we?
and we're cutting ourselves off. The BLK British people, we're cutting
Who's
ourselves off
we?
from African. We don't want to be
Who's we?
identified as African
Who's
because
we?
we're not Africans.
Who's we? Sorry.
The BLK British people. We don't want to be aligned with Africa. We're not
I've
African.
never heard black people
We're not
in
born in
the
Africa. We don't have the
UK
same
call
values.
themselves black British, but
We're
go on.
not African.
Yeah,
I'm
but
from the Americas. I'm not African. Sorry.
yeah, that's fine. But your statements are so inaccurate and so wrong.
Really?
It's quite
Well, have you
funny.
actually looked into the
Like,
actual origins of the Out of Africa theory?
anyway, with regards to Ghana,
Just stay in your little black bubble. That's fine. We do that then.
okay, perfect. Because I love my black people, and I will love Ghana till I pass away.
No, you
Anyway,
love Africans. You don't love black people. You
I
love
do
Africans.
love. You can't tell me now who I love. Okay.
Look, you just
Anyway,
started there. Look, you love Africans. You don't
because
love
what you're
BLK.
saying is nonsense. Yeah, that's
You
why I
call us
started.
Akata. You call us
Anyway,
Akata. What does
back
Akata
to
mean? What does
If
Akata
you
mean?
yeah. See
deviate
what I
from how
mean?
she thinks, and then
What does
Here we
Akata
go.
mean?
Anyway,
don't
What does
accept all
Akata mean?
black
back
people.
to the
Only
Who is
Ghana
the
they
talk.
Akata?
brainwash black people.
Okay, anyway,
Who is the
back
Akata?
to the Ghana talk because that's apparently why everyone has so much vim for my country. You're saying you quoted your source as 2014 to 2013. I just want to get that correct. Did you mean 2014 to 2023?
Yeah.
Okay, where is this source from? Sorry.
This is from a reputable news
Called?
source, and this is from an actual African Prince Young
Wow.
Pong. He sounds like a Ghanaian.
Wow.
That's a Ghanaian name
What
right
source? Sorry.
there. This is Volt News.
Volt News. If you know Volt News in Ghana. Anyway, see what I mean? You people you guys just type stuff and just
Okay,
believe
look,
what you read.
okay, you don't like that source?
No,
We'll
it's
go to
not
another
about I
source
don't
then. We'll
like
go to
it.
another
If you're
source.
Ghanaian, you'd know
Let's go
about
to another source.
no.
No,
It's not
no.
about
Let's go to
it's
another
not
source.
about
Let's
that
go to another
source.
source.
It's
You're
if you're
laughing. All
Ghanaian.
right, let's
I'm
go to another
laughing
source.
because I'm Ghanaian
Let's
and
go to another
Ghanaians.
source.
No. I'm laughing. I'm gonna explain because you don't like people talking apparently and explaining stuff to you. You just want to say stuff without explanations. The reason why I'm laughing is because I'm Ghanaian and Ghanaians know about Volt News. So that's why I'm laughing. This is why I'm saying, please, if you're going to talk on a country, please have some type of education alongside it. But when I'm coming to you with straight facts about Ghana, you don't want to hear it. You want to keep defending.
Let's go to an original source then. Let's go to.
But this is what I wanted to do from the beginning, and you derailed about blood diamonds. Next thing it was about this and that. I came up on panel to directly address your prompt, if you remember right.
And you couldn't answer the question.
I did. Did I
No, you
not say
didn't.
from the beginning that it is not black people that are selling the black diamonds? But you kept pestering me. Why the black?
Okay, so who
again? See what?
Who are the
I'm gonna
rebels?
keep answering the
Who
point.
are the rebels?
So let me answer then.
Who are the
I'm gonna repeat
rebels
my
that
answer for you.
control
No.
those
So can I
diamond
repeat the
mining,
answer? You've been asking me the same question. I'm going to repeat the same
and
answer.
you ain't answered it yet.
I have. I'm going to repeat the same answer. You've asked me this question more than 10 times, and I've gave you the same answer more than 10 times. First, your question was, why are the black people selling blood diamonds? I answered that for you 5 times. Then afterwards, you said, also, who's in control of it? I answered that same question 6 times. You're now coming to ask me the same question again. You're coming to...
And you admitted that it's Africans that are in control of those diamond mines.
And again, did I say those
They're
4?
being financed by
See
the
what I
YT
mean?
man.
You're
That's
not, no. Again, see, so you did selective listening to my answer then, because that wasn't my full answer if you're listening. My full answer is, if the mine is in Africa, Africa has black people. Of course, black people are in control of the mines, but those black people that are in control of the mines are enslaved by the white people. It's not black people doing it to black people. It's black people that are enslaved that are working for white people. I said this 10 times to you, but for some reason,
And those black
you're
people
caught
committing
up on
crimes.
4 words of my sentence rather than the full sentence for some reason.
And it's black people that are committing them crimes, correct?
Committing what crimes if they're enslaved? Go on.
Okay, so they're forcing little kids to go in them mines
They're
and mine them
enslaved.
diamonds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the enslaved ones.
So
enslaved
those
ones.
people forcing the people to go in the
The
mines, are
enslaved
they enslaved?
ones. They are enslaved, yes.
The ones that are at the top of the food chain that are
The
collecting
ones
all
that
the
are at the
money
top of the
from the
food
diamonds,
chain are the whitey
yeah,
people. They are the ones
the YT people.
enslaving, yes. So
You're so
again,
disingenuous.
I don't under this is what I'm saying. You want to keep going for the
So
whole black
disingenuous.
people, but the real thing is white people are at the top of the food chain.
Okay,
You can go to Congo for yourself and see the suffering. The little children that are being
all right,
enslaved are making the iPhones as we speak. There's a
all
reason
right.
why
This is
for
the
several
ministry.
years
This is
people are
the
campaigning.
Ministry of
Oh
Finance
my
of
gosh.
Ghana. This is the Ministry of Finance of Ghana. At the end of 2025, the stock of central government external debt totaled
Again, reading.
328 billion.
Okay, wonderful. You're reading, right?
You are in
You have the
debt, and
privilege
you're
of
never
reading,
gonna get
right?
out of that debt. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go
We
and
are
use
actually.
the BLK people that you
We've been
sent
getting
into
out of debt.
slavery
We've been
to
getting
pay
out
off
of
that
debt.
debt.
We've been getting out of debt for years.
Simple. Is this a
If you
good?
actually
You'll
look at
never get out
Ghana,
of this
if you
debt.
actually look at Ghana, we're one
You
of the
can
mo- we're
never
one
get
of the
out
mo-
of this
we're one
debt.
of the most economically forward countries within
What's the
Africa.
GDP of
Again,
Ghana?
that's
What's
what
the
I'm saying.
GDP of Ghana? Do you
You
know?
keep asking questions, and
What's the
by the time
GDP
I'm
of Ghana?
answering one, you keep asking me 4 more. You keep talking
What's the
about Ghana when
GDP
when
of
I'm
Ghana?
responding.
What's Ghana's
Can I
GDP?
please finish one question first before you ask me another?
Just answer the
No.
question.
You
What
was
is
talking
Ghana's
about debt.
GDP?
I'm gonna respond to your debt
I think you've been
question.
talking a lot, but when I have a chance, please, mother, may I say something when she's done?
He keeps
Yeah,
throwing me
go on.
questions, so I don't think it will finish. You're talking about debt in Ghana.
Hey, someone says 110 billion a year.
Yeah, you can
That is
again read comments.
false.
Read comments. That's fine. Read your Google. Read your. There's people that
I'm
live there and
reading
know about it.
Finance of
Yeah,
Ghana.
you're
Ministry
reading.
of
That's the
Ghana
thing. You have the
Finance.
privilege of reading.
Can
Yeah,
I ask a question? This is going round in circles.
really is because he doesn't want to listen.
Culture.
Take it on a slightly different tangent then. You said something very poignant. You said the white man on the top, which is why I don't partake in the psyop of Africa, because you definitely have that the hierarchy system embedded in African and Indian people. So deep down you feel like the white man is on the top, and that's why I don't partake in Africa out of Africa very personally, just for my own sanity. Even if I'm
No,
wrong.
I hear it. I hear it, and I think the reason why I understand people with that perspective, but I think what people then with that perspective need to understand is because the enslavement has not ended yet. White people have not left Africa yet, which is why
You
there's
need to
that
look at
whole.
Islam, babe. I think they're doing far more worse things.
No. The thing is, they're not. White
Really?
people.
Have you
Yeah,
heard of
white
a country called Mauritania?
White people.
Have you heard of a country called
Oh my
Mauritania?
God.
You said you like all black people, yeah?
Yeah.
So have you heard of a country and it still has a thriving slave trade to this day?
Yes, and
So why
again,
do
if
you
you
not
read
care about
and
them, or do you only
again
care
and
about black
again and again, if you read more into it, as I will go to my original point that I said back to you is, it's the reason because white people have never left Africa. If white people have left Africa alone completely,
Well, I don't
then
know,
they
because
wouldn't. Can I
I
please,
think
please, can
I
I
would
please,
say, no, no, no,
please
no. Let
finish?
me speak. You've been saying the same thing over and over again.
I
I personally
haven't.
think that
Actually
in
haven't.
South Africa, if it wasn't for the Dutch colonization, I think Islam would have took that as well. Because they've
Okay, well,
taken the
I'm
east,
not
they've
talking
taken the
about South
north,
Africa
and they're
because you
working
asked
on
me
the
about
west part of
Nigeria
it.
now.
And I'm
I'm
sometimes
saying.
I have a really nasty feeling that if they take Nigeria, there's going to be an Islamic group coming soon to you guys.
Okay,
I
that's
think we should concentrate on the Ottomans.
okay, wonderful. Anyway, back to my point of the reason why we have so much corrupt governments within Africa is because the white people will not leave their hands out of Africa. If white people actually left their hands away from Africa and knew how to actually trade properly with us, so we can give you our sources and you can also give our sources back, and there's no blood on the fingers, then yeah, Africa as a continent would be a much better place government wise. Yeah, because apart from government wise, and you guys want to keep bashing about the debt, you guys want to keep talking about Ghana debt, Nigeria debt, everybody else's debt. UK right now we're in recession. So anyway, I don't know why we're
Look at
always
your
focused
sisters
on.
on the screen.
I don't know why
Look
we're
at your
so.
African
I
sisters
don't know
on the
why
screen.
we're so pressed about bashing Ghana, but Ghana
Look at your
in
African sisters on the screen.
anyway. See what
No,
I'm
no,
doing?
no, no,
Look at your
I
because
mean,
African sisters on
you're
the
if
not going to
screen.
we,
do that, Miss Leanne.
I am
Corrupt
gonna
is
do all
saying
of
you
that. Do
guys
what?
bashing Ghana. I never bash Ghana, so don't say you
Okay,
guys.
again. People love interrupting. My sentence was never finished. Never finished.
It was
But people
finished.
wanna. It really wasn't because my mic was still off and my sentence still wasn't finished. You interrupted me to say no.
Yeah, because your
So again,
sentences are taking a long time. There's other people on panel.
because people keep interrupting me like right now. And then on top of that, the host asked me a bunch of questions whilst I'm talking. And the comment section can tell you verbatim. Because again, the prompt was about Ghana. I'm the only Ghanaian person here that's actually responded. So
Okay.
anyway.
I see one thing.
Wait, hold on. Serena was here first, so Serena and then Foundation.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with culture. Culture. I can't say the full name. In terms of people not realizing that what they're classing as the whitey hand in their finances or in their country is actually a form of protection, and it's quite interesting from the mass spread of Islam. And it's quite interesting that they accuse us of being sucking up to the YT man, etc., and saying that we're in debt. Meanwhile, West Africans are always in YT government houses. Like recently, the Nigerian president sitting down with Prince Charles, begging for trade and begging for this and begging for that. Like, I don't get the contradiction. Like, your president was just at the UN asking for things. So how is it that you're not begging for the YT man's validation, but we are? So I don't get it. And therefore, that shows as well that there is a difference between, yeah, that is what countries do. Exactly. That is exactly what countries do. So to act like we are sucking up to the YT man in some way, shape or form, and you're not, when that's what countries do, it's beyond me. And talking about us like we're lower than you guys or something when we're doing the exact same things that you guys are doing. So I don't get it. And we're not even doing it to the extent that you lot are doing it. So I don't get it at the moment. Islam's actually in Jamaica as well. So you need to think about your real enemy. That's what you need to think about.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you a chance to respond, Leanne, and then we're going to go to Foundation as well.
You hear me?
Leanne, you want to respond, or we're going to go to Foundation?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say I agree with her to a degree because this whole division talk, honestly, for me, makes no sense. And then secondly, with regards to the whole Nigeria was up in Buckingham Palace breaking bread with my man, it was because the UK invited the Nigerian president and actually all the... Sorry, I'm getting an echo. Yeah, the Nigerian president was actually invited. Sorry, I'm still getting an echo. I think it's
Serena. I'm just going to mute you because you've got a bit of an echo. Go on, Leanne.
No. Basically, what I was saying is I agree with her to a degree because this division talk, honestly, for me, makes no sense. For me, I've woken up and I was it's violence. Anyway, secondly, the whole Nigeria thing. Nigeria were invited to have a meeting with the king, and they also not only invited the president of Nigeria, they actually invited a lot of the members of parliament of Nigeria, and then also held a big fat fancy dinner for all the Nigerian influencers in the UK to celebrate the Nigerian culture within the UK. On top of that, if you look at the road that was going down to Buckingham Palace, it was filled with Nigerian flags. So please, I get it to a degree, but please, I also, in the same sentence, I like information and I like proper research and analysis. So I hear it when you're trying to say that, yeah, Black people are also doing the same, but in the same breath, the UK actually like invited them here, did a whole dinner, a whole week of celebrating Nigerian people, did a whole party, did a whole thing. And actually the UK was trying to trade deals with Nigeria.
Can I just say
All right,
something?
cool. Wait, hold on, Serena. Let me let our
Yeah,
foundational speak and then it's open panel again. Go on, foundational.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
I
I
can
was
hear
gonna
you.
say, let me respond to this. This is why Africa is cursed. I know Africa is cursed because Africa is cursed because Black people are cursing themselves. That's the first thing. You can't keep blaming white people for the issues that you can solve yourselves. Like all this about reparations and all this stuff. You can make jobs. Job creation will have you competing and making money, competing against these other European companies. But the thing is, most of these companies are owned by European people in Africa. Africa isn't creating nothing. All this success that you guys keep talking about, that Africa's doing this, blah blah blah. Africa ain't doing nothing, and Africa is the problem. You can't keep blaming white people. Use your own mind, create something, and compete. That's what you need to do. I'm done.
All right, open panel.
I agree with Foundation to an extent, but I think, yeah, we are our own biggest problem a lot of the time. In Africa, there's so many issues, but I find a lot of African people tend to focus on past slavery and the white man, and they blame white man for every problem. And just focusing on one problem is not going to solve all the problems. And I think the people need to be honest with themselves. There's corrupt governments. That's a big ass problem in Africa. The religious divide is another big problem in Africa. And this whole new thing, yes, well done, Ghana, for, can I finish, please? Well done, Ghana, for, yeah, bringing it to the forefront. Of course, we need to be talking about slavery and what happened, but we should not be asking, and I'll say it again, we should not be asking for a penny. The day we take money is the day it gets swept under carpet. We cannot ask for money for slavery of the past when slavery is happening today. We should be demanding that the West get out of Africa and leave Africa to run itself. That's what we should be asking for. And no one said, Miss Leanne, that we're coming for Ghana, we're saying this and that. All we're saying is do not take the money, do not ask for money, get these people out. Money's not going to fix nothing. There's not a,
No, money's
not
going to fix
money
things.
they can give
No,
Africa,
money's going to fix it. We need the money.
Africa can make for themselves once the West is out. Once Africa's in charge of its own minerals and resources, the West won't even be able to compete with the amount of money Africa has. So there's not a check they can give us for slavery, because if they just left the country, we'd make that money 10 times over ourselves.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying.
In response to what you said about
Wait, hold on. Serena, and then Olori is going to go next.
Right, so
You got
yes, clearly.
some mad background noise though, Serena. Can you see it?
Say that again, sorry?
You got some mad background noise. Can you sort it out?
Sorry. Yeah, I was pouring water. Right, so Lily is absolutely correct. And this is where the suspicion comes in for me when it comes to, West Africa wanting to join us in the fight for reparations. I mean, there's many reasons why they shouldn't even be doing that anyway. And if anything, they should be just standing beside us while we speak, not leading the situation, because it just doesn't really make any sense. Because to me, if you are you sold slaves. You know, whatever the circumstances were around that is neither here or there. So actionable, you apologize verbally, and then an actionable apology is standing beside that person and saying, you know what, I've got you back. I'm here. Let's do this type thing, not leading. And then that brings me to, why did they lead? Now, obviously, there's a monetary gain. Obviously, you know, you gain going down in history of resolving the issue of reparations. So I think there's a lot of materialistic gain, an external gain that Africa would get by leading, that people are underestimating, which shows that the people who it allegedly happened to, you know, look defeated once again. And I think that that's disgusting. And I also think that the reason why they want to lead is because if it is a case of looking at it from a different perspective, where we get our land back, you know, and our riches back, Africa will be excluded and not be involved in that. And I think there's a level of disingenuousness when it comes to West Africans in regards to the topic. And I'm not sure how that's going to reveal itself, but I do believe it will reveal itself. And I'm sick and tired of talking to people who are from Africa, because there's a level of cognitive dissonance. I did not say anything about not segregating. I do believe that we do need to segregate, because we are very different. So whether slavery is true or not, we do need to, we are very different. And that has to be factored in. And my argument with Africans is, you're always talking about us lapping up to the white man. Yeah. Meanwhile, like you said, you're sitting down in the palace being celebrated by them. I'm not saying that's anything wrong. You do what you want to do. Nobody ain't judging you. But you can't then go on, like, when there's no evidence of Western BLK people sitting down in Buckingham Palace with the prince, yeah, and going on like we are doing those things. And that's where I don't respect you guys, because the things that you're accusing us of doing, you're blatantly doing. So the level of self-awareness is not very high, and that's why I can't take Uno seriously.
Sorry, I know I've just
Wait,
spoke,
hold
but
on.
I
Laurie,
address.
hold on, Lily, hold on 1 second.
What's
Laurie is next,
Yeah,
and then we're
don't
gonna go to
worry.
Miss Leanne, and then we'll go to Lily.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be quick. I'm not gonna stay around for long. I just find it just so interesting that none of you guys have been to Africa. None of you guys know
I have been
anything
to
about
Africa.
Africa.
I've lived in Africa. I've got people around me who are African.
Serena, calm down.
Say that
Calm down.
Don't say
Where,
that.
where in Africa? Where in Africa have you been and lived?
I've been to lots of different places in Africa. I don't
Where?
need to
So name one. So name one.
that people. I've been to
So
Nigeria,
name one
I've been to
place.
Ghana, I've been to Morocco, I've been to Egypt, I've been to South Africa. My auntie had a house in South Africa, and my dad.
Okay, because it's just when you were
assume that you're
talking, I made that assumption, because when you were talking, when it suited you, just like a lot of the other people on this panel, you're going to say our resources and our lands and our riches when it suited you. But then when you're now talking about Africans, you're saying, oh, but West Africans have some type of cognitive dissonance. And yeah, I can't deal with Africans that live on the continent. So you want to differentiate yourself from Africans when it suits you. When it comes to land, when it comes to our resources, that's when you want to now be saying us and we. I'm still talking. Do you have home training? Do you have home training?
You're talking,
Nobody
not talking factual, because my people
Someone mute her.
take their
Somebody mute
retirement
her.
money and
Somebody
buy in
mute
Africa.
this
Nobody never asked
untrained
nobody for no
baboon,
free
bro.
money.
Who
So now I'm an
raised
untrained
you?
baboon.
Were you dragged up?
No, so now I'm an
Who raised you,
untrained
honestly?
baboon because I'm
Yes,
giving
you
factual-
are.
because you're
Yes, you
talking
are.
things. That's what I'm
Who
saying.
raised
It doesn't make
you?
sense.
I am speaking. Why don't you have
because
manners?
you're saying things that are not-
Why
not-
were you
not
not raised
true.
with manners? This
My
is embarrassing.
Serena, just let her land.
I can
please.
tell that
Just let
you
her
were
land, and
raised
then you
in
can
the
talk
West.
to
Yeah,
her.
let
I
her
can
land
tell
because
you were
she
raised
needs
in the
to
West.
land.
You have no manners.
Just let her land, Serena. You're wasting your time with her. She's extremely rude. Just let her land, and then you can.
I am extremely rude. Especially when people insist on being rude and interrupting me when I respectfully stayed on mute. I didn't disrespect her. I don't understand why she needs to come off mute and be so rude. She made her point, go back on mute. Simple. As I was saying, you like to differentiate yourself. When it suits you, you're not African. But when it comes to resources and land, all of a sudden it's us and we, as if we're affiliated somehow. To be honest, whether you guys think Africa is cursed, whether you like what Ghana has done or what Ghana hasn't done, it doesn't matter. All of you are just all talking about how, oh, Africa hasn't done nothing, while you are sitting on your ass doing absolutely nothing for nobody other than spreading hate and lies about a continent that is progressing with or without you. If all of you pie tomorrow, Africa will still progress. Believe that. So I think it's just better that you guys mind the business that pays you instead of coming shit talking on a whole continent, that has actually genuinely absolutely nothing to do with you. Because most of you, the host said he's not African. Most of you have said you're not Africans. You've differentiated yourself from Africans. So stay the F out of Africans' business. Stay
Well,
the F
Africans
out of
need to
African
stay
business.
out
Why
of
are you talking about us?
reparations business.
Host, you said that you are BLK British. You said that you are not African. So
Yeah,
why
but
are
Lori
you
Didi,
talking on Africa?
kindly, because the national curriculum has trained everybody, the McGraw-Hill textbooks, the whole
Big up,
world.
Mr. Austin.
Wait, can
Big
I
up.
finish? The whole world sees Africa as the head of black people. So when I'm more online, I get hit with the "you have a low IQ, sub-Saharan, blah blah blah." That's all stemmed from the PR of Africa. So if you're going to
Oh
be the
my
black
God. Oh, and that's
representative
Africa's
of
fault.
all blacks in
No,
the
no,
world,
no.
step it up. Step
No,
it
no, no,
up.
no. But the thing is
Absolutely
that WAC
embarrassing.
representative, WAC representation is through your skewed perspective. Because I'm not sure if you realize, but everything that you see through your phone is controlled. The media that you read has been manipulating you since you were kids, and it's just so sad that at this your big age, you've not been able to question and separate reality from make believe. Like, go to Africa, talk to people that are on stuff. Because to say that black people or people in
Stems
Africa
from the
aren't doing anything is
Wait,
a
hold on.
complete
I got something I want to.
insult.
And
It's a
you
complete
partook in
insult
as
to
well.
those
Don't
of
deserve no
us
bumper
that are
clout money.
actually on shit. While you
You're
lazy
not on
fuckers
stuff.
sit
You're not
on
on
your ass
stuff. You're not
doing
on
nothing
stuff,
but
man. You
complain.
Africans not on
You
stuff,
sit on
man.
your
You
ass
Africans just
doing nothing
leave.
but complain and
Other people
talk
just
about
flee
us
your land,
Africans
man.
that are actually
Just
doing
push them
shit.
out, man. I
Go
don't think
do
we're the
something.
same
Go get
people still.
jobs.
Look at
Go
this
do
You
now.
something with
African
your
leave your
life.
country and flee your country, brother.
Embarrassing.
Look, what else you talk about?
Can she
You
actually
brothers
just
love
finish
flee
what
your
she was
country, man.
saying?
You fuck off,
Hold on,
yeah.
hold on one
Jesus.
second. Hold on one second. Everybody, hold on one second. Mute up for a second, yeah. This is the culture of Africa. A cultural festival in Azuru Kingdom, Delta State, is now under scrutiny following widespread reports
Oh my
of
God.
attacks on women. So this is the festival that happened in Nigeria where women were
Yep.
being openly raped in public.
Yep.
And this
Wonderful.
and you're saying that this is the Africa that you're defending?
Okay, Miss Lee.
That's not me. Me not African, brother. Me not
hold
African,
on.
child.
All right,
we're a different type.
See what I mean?
Is that okay?
It's like five
Is that okay?
people,
Huh?
5 people talking at once. Host, who was
No,
that?
it's not.
Yes,
That's
It
African
really
people
was.
culture.
Host,
That's them culture.
Okay.
host.
No, not to our standards.
Jesus,
Not
oh
to
my
our
God.
people, but you know, African think it's okay. You
No
know,
one
like
knows how to
trafficking
talk
and
about
all them thing there
Africa.
is okay. It's okay
Arawak,
for them
Lord
people.
have
Arawak.
mercy.
Let
Host.
her answer. Is
Yeah,
that
I
is
was
that type
talking
of
to the host.
festival okay?
Host.
Is that type of festival okay?
The host.
That's a
I'm
mad
gonna,
festival.
I'm
That
gonna
festival
address
is
the
mad.
host.
No, but she can't answer, and this is why I'm saying I
No,
can't talk.
it's not about. It's not about answering. No, no, no,
It
no,
is.
no, no,
Is
no.
that
It's
festival
not.
okay? Is that something that you are okay
Right
associating
over
yourself with?
talking. No,
Because
no, no,
you
no.
integrating your
Again.
culture into our culture means
No,
that
I
we are
didn't.
accepting
No, I
that
didn't.
we are
No, I
Nah,
okay.
but
did
we're
not.
different
Wait,
though.
No, no,
wait,
We're
no,
different people.
no, no,
yeah, I know.
no,
So
no,
what are
no,
you
no.
saying then, Miss
No,
Lee?
again, okay. Number one, the host brought it.
Okay.
So can Jesus?
So why can't you just answer? I don't get it.
Because 500 of you just want to talk over people and not have a
No one's talking. I'm
conversation.
talking to you. I'm asking
I'm
you, as a
talking to the.
female,
Oh my
would
Lord.
you want that culture
Okay.
being
Again.
injected into your culture?
Number one, this is why I went to talk to the
Where
host
your
because
sons think it's
see what I
okay
mean?
to do that?
Yes. Okay,
As a
you know
lesbian?
what? When you finish talking, let me know.
No, I'm waiting for you to answer.
You keep talking though, so let me know when you finished.
You can talk when you want to talk. I'm waiting for you to talk.
No, you're not. You keep talking.
Culture, go ahead.
I didn't even notice. Look, it's you know I'm quite extreme in my views. I'm from the Americas. Sorry, I'm not. I don't. I wasn't involved in the slave trade. Maroon vibe via Cuba. I wasn't involved. I'm not in your little issue. I don't have the African dilemma. I have no animosity with Europe or America. It's ridiculous. At the end of the day, you want us. There was a stage where you kind of want us to bow down to you. Sorry, but personally, I think Africa is a figment of the establishment's imagination, and the reason why, and Nigerians get so much funding from the Prince's Trust and that because they sign treaties. At least Nigeria know that they're grimy. At least they know that they're grimy and they know who to deal with. They sign treaties with Britain all the time, media treaties. They understand the relationship. They understand what they're doing. Sorry to say.
Well, so I will say, and I'll always stand by, the Caribbean and Africa were one people, and I don't care what anyone says to me. And number two, another big problem in Africa that Miss Laura just reminded me to say, you see, if you don't speak about Africa, if you don't stand for Africa, they're always, you're a raccoon, you're an FBA. But you see, when I was speaking on Africa then, how quick Miss Leanne and Laurie were to say, she can't, why is she chatting like she's African? They're not even African, they're not black, they can't speak.
Yes,
And then if
exactly.
you don't speak, you're a raccoon. You can't win with these people. Do they want your support? Do they not want your support? I might be mixed, but I can see myself as black all I want. And I'll always support Africa. I'll always support Caribbean. And people like Alori and Miss Leanne, because they've got that little bit extra melanin, think they've got the monopoly on Africa when they don't. And they need to stop this and stop pushing people away. My people are from Guinea, actually, Alori.
You know what? This is the most funniest Saturday morning of my life. You got people saying because I got melanin on my skin, I was laughing at you lot because you lot are not African. That wasn't me. But apparently people have amnesia. And apparently now the Azure Festival in Nigeria now apparently is the flag of Nigeria culture. This is why, you know what? You guys, if you despise Africa, keep it a buck, keep it moving. You don't want to have the conversation, that's fine, no problem. But when Africans are trying to have the conversation with you and you don't want to hear it, please, I beg. Like, you guys actually, it's sad. It's actually very sad. It's very sad. And you know what? Big up all the Africans here. Big up the people that actually care about black people in this room, actually give a heck and a damn, you know?
Right, number one, you're not a black, you're African, yeah? And we're not black either. It's a classification through the whitey lens. And number two, stop walking around and telling people with your don't self that we don't contribute nothing to anything. When have Africans ever come to England or Jamaica and bought land with their retirement money? Never. You people are new. You come over here, you go on benefits, and then you go and then you get your and then you go to work, or you just go to work. That's because off the back of the things that my ancestors did. The West Indian Windrush generation. You ain't got no articulation. You got no articulation. I've got loads of family for years that have been fighting for you guys to stop your little funny festivals and live good with one another and become civilized. Hence why, what's his name? Selassie I gave them Shashamani. You know one ain't donated no land to you. Whether it was right or wrong for him to do that, no one ain't done that. So don't chat shit to me.
Okay, Serena, you were talking about I hear you. You were talking about the Windrush generation having all this progress. I don't see anything that the Windrush generation they haven't built anything, guys. The reality is the Windrush generation came first. They fought their battles, created something, but it shows nothing today. There's nothing that this generation of black people can say, oh, we can carry on building from what they built from. Okay, let's say they built for the Jamaican community only. You guys have nothing. Brixton was supposed to be Jamaican back in the days. Was mostly Jamaican, I remember. But there's nothing for you or even us. You haven't built nothing. You didn't build no Pan-Africanism. You just built hip hop, and now hip hop is dead. There's nothing.
Yeah, so that guy chatting rubbish. He knows nothing about West Indians, struggles and tribulations, what we actually done here. So you should be talking about West Indian stuff. You know nothing. We're not African. West Indians have never been African. That's the lie. And African and Ghanaian or African people don't deserve reparations. They still practice slavery today in Libya. They don't want to talk about it. They still practice the trafficking and all these other nasty things they practice in the Eastern Hemisphere, which is them. Yeah, let's talk about it, innit? Because you're saying you want reparations, but you cannot prove. Ghana and all these African countries can't prove that Africans actually was transported via evidence, by documentation, everything that goes along with it, of this thing actually happening in the Western Hemisphere. There's no evidence to support that. So when the Caribbean people try to go for reparation and go with this African transatlantic stuff, they get told no. Everybody in the Western Hemisphere get told no because they are not African. We have never been African. That's a lie. But, go ahead, people. Pick up yourself.
You got the BLK people, first of all, yeah. But what I'm saying is, yeah, Caribbeans, BLK Americans, BLK UK people, we're different from Africans, yeah. Big up the Africans, yeah. But we're a different people. We are the lost 12 tribes. You understand what I'm saying? You got people, this come from biblical days, you got people trying to take our like goals and stuff from the Bible. Yeah, our identity from the Bible. You got everyone in the world trying to be a part of the Bible when it clearly says who the Bible is for, who he's coming for, who he passed away from. And now you got people trying to take our ancestors' reparations that they worked for years, hundreds of years, got madness done to them, babies done to their babies and all that. Came over here in Windrush, built the roads, trains, all of that. And now you got people being ungrateful.
Facts.
Yo, big up, Mr. Austin. I just came in the middle of this. I'm African, West African, Ivory Coast to be precise. Big up to my Caribbeans, brothers and sisters. So another day, another Saturday where we're having some misunderstanding and maybe some uneducated Caribbeans who feel like Africans might have problems with them, or because I doubt it's an uneducated African, because even an uneducated African would not have a problem with someone else who look like them. So let's stop this silliness, yeah? You never paved no way for nobody, yeah? Windrush, Nigerians were involved as well. So let's get along or you'll get put down. Trust me.
All right, now look, I got
That's a
some
lie. That's a
information.
lie.
I got some information for
What
you guys now.
Nigerians?
I got some information for you guys now. Give
Yeah,
me
please
1 minute.
articulate what the
Give me
Windrush
1 minute. The
generation did for
Windrush
these people because they're
generation,
taking the piss.
Caribbean immigrants who arrived in the UK 1948 and the early 1970s made several positive political contributions. Someone's got some bad background noise. Challenging racism and discrimination. Many of the Windrush generation faced workplace discrimination, housing inequality, and social exclusion. Their experiences laid the groundwork for anti-discrimination laws such as the Race Relations Act in 1965 and 1968 and 1976, raising awareness of racial inequalities in British society, strengthening trade union and labor movements. The Windrush immigrants often worked in essential public sectors like transport, NHS, and factories. Politically, they joined unions and campaigned for workers' rights, helped strengthen collective bargaining efforts and labor activism, founding community and political organizations. They established groups to fight for social and political rights, including Caribbean associations and cultural organizations that became political platforms, campaigns against police harassment and housing discrimination, influencing policy and representation. The political activism of the Windrush generation eventually led to increased representation of Black Britons in local councils and parliaments, recognition of contributions of immigrant communities in shaping British societies. Boom.
Guys, can I say something? I have to say this because the thing is, what you guys keep talking about, you done all this. You know how Black people have to talk. They just talk, and you've done
Black, sir.
nothing.
We're not
No,
black,
I
sir.
have to,
We're West
wait,
Indian.
let me just say
No,
this.
no, no.
No,
In
let me
England,
finish,
you're either
Iraq.
West
Okay,
Indian or you're
you can
African,
talk
sir.
afterwards.
We're
You can
not
talk
black.
afterwards. You can talk afterwards. But
Go ahead.
you have all this
Yeah,
talk.
but brother, respect
Let
what
me
the
finish. Let me
Caribbeans
finish.
did.
Just give me a
You wouldn't
minute.
be
Respect
enjoying
what
the
we
spoils
did
of the
because
UK if
if it
we didn't
wasn't
Let me
for
just
protest
us,
for
finish.
yeah,
you.
Let me
if it
just
wasn't
finish.
for
Guys,
us,
you can talk.
We
certain things you
Guys,
will not have
integrated.
here
let me
right
finish.
now. Allow
I need
us.
to finish this. The thing is, all this talk here, and every single year I hear all this. Because what's it? I'm a millennial. Every time I hear knife crime, oh, this is stabbing, blah blah blah. This is happening in the
Africans.
Caribbean. Wait,
It's
let me
Africans.
finish. Let me
Somalians
finish.
not walking around
Let her
with
finish. Let her finish,
giant
please.
Let me
knives.
finish. Let me finish,
Let
guys.
her finish, and
No,
then you can
I need to finish
respond.
this. They keep talking about this crime. We've had all this crime. We need to open all these centers for the youth. There's too much crime, and you've done something, but you've done nothing, guys. All this talk.
So what have you
Let
Africans done?
me
What have you
talk.
Africans done?
Wait.
What have you bubble
Yes,
started in
I
England?
agree with you.
What you Africans done
All
in
this talk
England?
about this professionalism that you've done this. You ain't done nothing.
Wait.
You ain't done nothing. You have
Right.
contributed.
No,
What
Iraq,
have you done for Africa? What Africans done since they come here?
Iraq, wait.
Nothing.
Sorry,
That's a
people.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Wait.
but you,
Culture. We're gonna
Africa
go to
is
culture, and then we're gonna go to Arawak. Go on, culture.
Africans are still to this day being used by industries today and ruining industries, especially the care industry, especially the healthcare industry. Africans are in droves coming on certificate of sponsorship, which I think they're making illegal. They come in here as with on the desperate bid to get an indefinite leave to remain whilst working for a sponsorship place, and whilst they're here, they're doing terrible work. In the care game, terrible work. There was 5,000 Nigerian nurses found to have no.
That's a lie. Can you say that? That's a lie, please.
That's
You can't put
that's
that
true.
out there.
That
I
is
work
true.
in the care industry, darling.
Yeah,
Who
but
you
but
speaking to?
you
That
can't
is
say
true.
that about the women there overall.
No,
Maybe the one
no,
or
it's
You're not
true.
two.
No,
listening.
it's
Did you hear
true.
what I said?
It's true. They
Did you
do
hear what I
419
said?
fraud.
Okay, you
They
don't
do
work in care,
419
so I'm
fraud.
not gonna talk against
They
you.
do
But you
four.
can't
So
put that out there like that.
those
Come on.
It's
African.
truth.
No, it's true. I used to
It's
work
the
in health.
truth.
I used to work in hospital
My
in
bad.
that
My bad.
It's the truth.
organization. So I know. I
I've
know.
worked with people that can't speak English, dragging up patients. Terrible
The thing
care.
is, you
Lack of
can't believe
empathy.
Eric's point of view because he hates
Lack of
Africans, guys.
empathy. It's
He hates
Is it
ruining the
Africans.
Africans?
NHS.
I'm just saying
You can't
there's a
believe honestly.
distinction.
No, I know there's
There's a
one
One at a
group
distinction
time,
of
being
please.
made
One at a
Africans.
time.
between.
One at a
Signed up.
time.
I
It's
had to
crazy.
fight
How
for
can you
African
believe
people to
somebody
get
who
One
my
at
hates
a time.
Africans
Yeah.
saying
signed
that?
up.
Who?
They're
So it's crazy.
horrible.
So
So
hold on.
insane.
So
And then,
you
no,
Guys,
can't
I
believe
was
let
trying to
me
say.
finish. Let me finish.
Hold on.
He did. I agree. Hip hop is dead, but that's again, that's an American thing. But the difference between you lot and us here, we made garage, we made jungle, we made drum and bass. That's an integration.
Oh, you never.
You
Stop
guys,
it.
you guys make Afrobeats
Culture
and you
don't
put
garbage.
your thing in another country, but you don't integrate properly. That's the difference between me and you.
But how
About
did they
3
get? How,
different music genres, 5 houses and 3 vehicles, mate.
You
That's
you
the difference between
with
me and
that
you.
with the
listen.
Afrobeats, I mean, I'm speaking next now, sir.
Yeah,
I
go on.
mean, you want
Sorry.
to say this and that and a further about West Indians, but on record, you ain't done nothing. You Africans ain't contributed nothing to England or to so-called black people's struggle. No, you ain't done nothing, brother. If it weren't for West Indians, you Africans wouldn't be in England. This is
Don't
the
forget,
truth, though.
don't
If it
forget,
weren't for
even the
West Indians, you
carnival's
wouldn't be. You wouldn't.
infiltrated now. Even carnival is infiltrated now.
Selling patties for £7. Horrific patty. It's ridiculous. Africans
And they
selling
don't make
dumplings.
patties, and they
I know
don't
they
make
don't.
these
That's
things
why I
in
said
them
my
country.
my aunt had a
Making
pack of
jerk
ballons
chicken.
from the 50s.
Well, scammers, man,
They
fraudsters.
they they're in
You
global
guys.
with
Hey,
stands
you
selling
guys. Listen.
unaccountable Caribbean food. Horrific patties for £7, £6. Who are they?
But
Guys,
but the point
Guys.
you
no
the point
one's
I was
saying
trying
that
to
even
make
create this
one
garage or anything. I agree.
I don't touch African food, mate.
one second. So the point I was trying to make, just to
Don't touch African food.
reinforce what Culture News was saying. I'm speaking, sir.
Blood, what is going on
So
here, blood?
I'm
No.
speaking.
Hell
So give me a
no.
second.
Can you
So
let Arawak finish,
You want me to
please?
throw up?
Can you let Arawak finish, and then whoever's else can go next?
Yeah,
All right.
Mike, you go next.
So as I was saying, I was trying to reinforce what Culture News is saying. So yes, I used to work in the healthcare center. Right, I used to work for NHS, and I had a Nigerian man actually tell me that some of these Nigerians, not all, some of them do get fraudulent paperwork done from back home. home, like certificates and these type of qualifications, these type of things. There's a place in Nigeria where it's possible for them to get anything fraudulent. And some of these Africans, are coming over here to England with fraudulent paperwork, saying they're qualified for certain jobs when they don't have no qualification skills. They paid a professor to do their work for them. I know this because Africans told me this personally to my face and showed me certain things. So I'm not lying. Right? We know what African people are doing.
They
to
paid
get
a
certain
professor
jobs.
to
Not
do the
all
work
of
for
them.
them. That don't even sound correct.
It's called. Have you heard of
Who's gonna
419?
pay
Have you
for a
heard of
professor to do the
419?
work for
Have
them?
you heard
That's
419?
ridiculous.
419? Okay,
Now
fine.
you're making it
Thank
up.
you.
No,
Have
no,
you
you
heard
know
of
what? This is
419?
ridiculous. How
Have
can
you
you
heard of
say
419?
what type of professor is gonna do somebody's work? That sounds stupid. If you said
Well,
that they
Africans have
paid
links
for,
though.
wait, let me just
Africans
say
have
this.
links
I can
though.
say
You
this.
acting like Africans don't have
No,
links.
no,
To
wait,
people that
I
do
want to say this. Yeah, do you know?
fraudulent
If you
stuff,
said
fraudulent
something else
documents, sir.
differently, like they paid the professor
I
to
didn't
give them the
say
grade,
all of them.
that's okay.
I didn't say
I
all
agree.
of them.
But the thing is, to say professor did the work for them, that's stupid, man. You're making stuff up,
Mate,
man.
I'm making stuff up. So when the Nigerian man was speaking to the professor
One
back in
person
Africa
will take the
and
exam
telling
for
the African
hundreds of
person to do
people.
the
Iraq, let me explain how they do it. At the
Stop
agency,
it, Kotra.
one person will take the exam for 50 people, 100 people. So they might have a paper, but it was the next
Kotra.
man that took it.
And they pay them.
No,
And
but
they pay them
he
up
said the
price.
professor
Yes,
did it
and then
though.
they
They pay
can't
them a
reduce
price
it.
for it.
But he
They
said
lack
the professor did
empathy,
it.
You see
and
what
they
you just
mash
said,
up the
yeah?
care game. They're
Now,
awful.
Kotra, you see what you just said, yeah?
One
I
at a
get
time,
it, I
please.
get
Every
it, but
Caribbean nurse,
you
every
gotta
Caribbean
understand the
doctor I've met is
system
on
we're in,
point.
yeah? The
You guys
system
are
we're
fake.
in, yeah? Some
Fakers.
of our people are forced to cheat like that. I know it's
I
not
don't
right.
care. I don't care, bro. Step
Yeah,
it
I
up.
know, but I thought you would be
Step
on
it
their
up. I
side.
went to
I
school
thought you would be
7
on
days
their
a week.
side.
I went to school 7 days a
Hold on,
week as a
hold on.
child. Step it up.
All right, hold on, guys. Arawak, let me speak. The point is, yeah, this is what you lot are not understanding. Number one, I've noticed that Africans love to point out what they see as West Indians' non-contribution, or they love to water it down or whatever. And then when we say, but you lot as well, or you lot do this or that, you then
We love West
Hold on,
Indians. Stop
hold
it.
on a minute,
No
hold
one
on a
said he
minute,
didn't
hold on a
contribute
minute.
though. No
Yo,
one said he
blood.
didn't contribute.
Not you personally, did you say that? But as a collective, this is the narrative. So
We said
I'm
what
not going to
exactly?
change what I'm
What did
saying
we
to
say?
have a
No,
conversation
tell
with
me
you.
what Africans said.
Foundation, I'm not going to change what I'm saying to have a conversation with you,
Clown.
right? What I'm saying is, yeah, that there's a level of self-awareness that is missing when talking to Unal. You diss us raw, then when we turn around and say, well, you know, you might want to take the plank out of your own eye before you try and take the splinter out of ours, you then say that the splinter, the plank that we're presenting to you that you need to go and address is delusional. Now, I'm a woman, yeah, who I do a lot of work with activism and things like that. And anytime I say to African women or African people, what about the oppression and the things that are going on in Africa that you guys need to kind of address before you start asking us to look at whatever it is you're telling us to look at? There's too much pushback. You don't even care. The man pointed out that there's a whole festival that is designed around raping women. None of you
heard of this yesterday.
It's not designed to rape women.
Hold on a minute.
What a fucking idiot.
Prove my point. Well, you just proved my point.
People say great.
You just proved
Say
my
great.
point. Hold on.
Because
TikTok friendly word.
you can't put dirt on people like that. Come on.
Rape women.
No, but the
No,
festival.
what I'm saying to you, yeah?
Hey, you like, you're gonna get the
In
life
England,
wash, man.
yeah.
Say great.
Yeah, in England,
Say great,
yeah.
man.
You see, when we notice an issue with
Yeah,
our
we love
festivals
TikTok.
or whatever,
F1 in the
we
chat,
start to
F1
do
in the
risk
chat, yeah.
assessments around these things. It's a big conversation. We expose the people and we sort it out. At the moment in Ghana, the women are putting tobacco in their pum pum. And it's making them
Stop it,
addicted.
Serena.
Right, it's on the BBC. It's on the BBC.
And you trust
but
BBC, yeah?
there are criminals everywhere and weird people.
About your issues.
You trust the BBC
Why
that
is
the
it- yes,
same
I do.
BBC
Yes, I do.
that allowed
Yes, I do,
the
because I'm a
N-word,
female
the
activist,
same BBC
and I care
that
about
allowed
women
the
and children.
N-word, the same
Listen,
BBC
I
that
care
allowed
about
the
women and
N-word to be
children, so
broadcasted
that's
to the
why-
Live
that's my
Nation.
thing.
Yep.
I don't ignore
the same,
things.
The same
I don't
BBC
ignore
that
things.
broadcast the
Liam.
I don't
N-word.
ignore things.
The
And this
same
is why-
BBC that broadcast
this
the
is why-
N-word. Okay.
This is why the black... Look, you're talking over me because you don't like it when people
No.
show that
No,
you've
'cause
got
you did it to
toxicity
me. No,
in
'cause
your
you did it to me.
communities that
No,
you
no,
don't
because
want
you
to
did it to me.
address.
No, it's because you
You've
did
got
it to
toxicity
me.
in your communities that you
You
don't
did
want
it
to
to me.
address. You want to act like people are being
No.
delusional. It
No,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
any sense. No one ain't judging
I'm
you.
talking over you
No,
because you did it
I'm
to
not
me.
talking over you. You're talking over
Yes.
me because I'm
Yes,
talking.
because you did it to
Wow,
me.
The hate is
You need to
Serena.
watch his
The
videos.
hate is real, you know.
You
The
didn't
hate
even
is
when I was
real.
Hating to
talking.
point out the truth.
No. You over
And this
talk
is
when
why,
I
hold
spoke.
on,
So I'm
you
gonna
just
do
said
it to
that we're
you.
committing crimes.
There we
You
go.
just said that we're committing crimes.
This is funny. I'm actually at work. You can skip me because I can't with these Africans. They just hate pretending the truth. You're enjoying the spoils of the UK because we patterned it up nicely for you. And then my brethren, my tiny little Brazilian guy, not like a bag of Somalian guys hold him up with a big samurai for an iPhone. I've got 3 iPhones. They could just take one of mine if they want. Big samurai for an iPhone. This is what Africa's bringing to London. You don't know the game. The game used to be nice.
I've got to go after this host, but I will just end with, I'll say it again, we're all one, the Caribbean and Africa, we need to stick together, we're one people. This Africans are that, Caribbeans are this. We get enough hate and judgment from every other person. We need to stop pointing out each other's flaws and start building each other up. And I will say, we were the first people, we will be the last people, and there's a reason they all hate us. So stick together, black people. Shop black. Support your people. Show respect to your people. Stop talking about gang crime, bad stuff. Let other people have been saying that about us from day dot. Build ourselves up. We're the first and we will be the last. Let them hate us and let us respect each other. And that's what I'll end with. I don't care what anyone says.
Okay, anyway, you lot are comedians. You lot are comedians. Do you guys know the Azura festival in Nigeria? Because if you really knew about it, you'd know that that's not the culture to be graped and whatnot, and it was actually dealt with. But you guys want to see social media. Look what you guys are doing in Nigeria. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then you want to talk about Ghana, people putting tobacco. You lot are funny, man. The same BBC that broadcast the N-word to the whole world. Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? You guys are hilarious. You know what? It's okay. Africa, you guys want to villainize Africa? Okay, fine. Okay, no problem. What now? You lot hate Ghana so bad. What now? Okay, we get it. You hate Ghana. You have problems with Africans. Cool. Keep it pushing. You guys don't want to. You guys want to love us? Fine. We didn't ask you to love us because you guys are saying 1 minute we do, 1 minute we don't. We actually never asked. You guys made the prompt. You guys hate us so much.
There's no level of articulation. You even lack compassion for your own people. We're pointing out issues that you have within, go and get my bubbles downstairs off the chair, that you have within your community, because you're pointing out, you said about crime, gang crime and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But then when we point out what's going on within your communities, we're delusional, we're nuts, and we don't like African people. Have you lost your mind? Do you really think West Indians give a fuck about anybody like that? We don't care like that. You're really thinking that we're on some, like, actually give a fuck? It's only because you're coming with the smoke, you know. And I'm letting all of you know to just be very, very careful about what's going on. You understand? If you want to know what West Indian people contributed to the world, forget about Europe, to the world, yeah? We contributed the internet as it is today. Go and look at seabed cables. Go and look at seabed cables. It's the first company that was set up was called Panama and West Indies Limited, and it's now Cable and Wireless West Indies Limited.
Yeah, guys, we agree. Yeah, you contributed all this. Yeah, hip hop, grime, all these things. The culture, I 100% agree. You did that. But the thing is, with all that culture and all that you guys came first through the Windrush, we 100% agree that you guys did that. But the thing is, let's look at today. Where's your community today? Every time I keep hearing this is going on in that community, the black community in the UK, you know what? It's not what you think it is. It's in a shithole. That all that progress that whatever you did, was actually nothing. All you were just doing was standing near a white man trying to look.
Wait, I gotta stop you there. You can't say that Africa's a shithole.
Okay, I agree. I agree. Africa's a shithole. I agree. I 100% agree. But the thing is, all these contributions, you stood near a white man, but you did nothing. No progress.
Yeah, I was going to make it very clear that we're not the same people, right? Africans, for that person previously saying we're all the same people. No, we're not, man. That's a lie. Africans, no, we're not the same people. They do know that, man. I know people personally that moved to Ghana, Accra, and then Ghanaians are calling them Obreen, it means white. And there's videos of Ghanaians stating that they don't want Nigerians and any other nationality other than Ghanaians in their country, or they're going to fix their bit if they don't leave. So, I mean, this is the reality. We're not from Africa, and we're not united as people. Africans are not united with Africans in their own environment, in their own continent, whereas the people in America are united to some degree. You know, we're not the same people. It's just simple as that. Africans know that it's about time we recognize that and move forward as people from the Western Hemisphere or people from the Americas. We're not African. Let's move forward as a people and fix our issues and leave them.
Big up the lost 12 tribes again. What I'm going to say is, yeah, we are not the same people. You understand? Caribbeans, the BLK people them in America and the UK, we are not the same people. We are of a separate ilk. We are of a we're not even BLK. That word is invented by them people there. So we're not BLK. We're not, you get what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And we're forgetting about the other people that, enslaved our people as well. We keep on just thinking about the YT man, but the two of them, it's three of them, you know, the people that wear the small hat, the people them that walk around that rock, and the YT people them are the three of them that work against us, separate people, to get us in a state that we are now, and they're working against us still to this day. You get what I'm saying to you? And then now you got the Africans that sold our people are now trying to infiltrate the reparation thing, but it not gonna work.
Yeah, from today, yeah, to any African listening, man, you have to be careful with these Caribbeans, man. I don't know if it's the grease that they have in their chicken or whatever meat that, you know, I love you lot so much. I don't know how to, but you lot, stop your nonsense. Stop your nonsense. Whatever you heard about Nigeria, yeah, I heard it the same as you. Yeah, and instead of us, let's ask our Nigerian brothers what's going on with that. And I'm sure the last thing they'll talk about is grape. Come on, guys, man. Anything like, come on, man. But what I was going to say, as Africans, we need to be careful, you know, around some of you Caribbeans. And I'm being careful how I talk because I know it's not everybody. But you guys don't like us, blood. You guys don't like us, blood. Stop your nonsense, man.
Yeah, man, this is just delusion. A lot of you Caribbeans are just delusional, innit? I'll be so real. I'm from Nigeria. I'm from the giant of Africa. I don't give a fuck about no Caribbean wanting to be. Do you think the richest BOK person in the world is from where? The giant of Africa. Listen, I'm an arrogant Nigerian. I don't care about you Caribbeans want to claim what you want. The bottom line is, even in the Caribbean, there's a hierarchy. You think these Dominicans want to be seen as the same as a Jamaican? Are you crazy? They're trying to get away from BOK-ness and you guys are trying to hitch up onto them. Oh yeah, we're all the same. They don't want to be like you. The average Jamaican, I've been to Jamaica on a cruise. I only spent a few hours there. God forbid I spent days. Yeah, never happening. I was just cruising by, came to Jamaica. The average Jamaican looks like Wesley Snipes. You guys look black. Black. You guys don't look like racially ambiguous people the way you tried to put it. You look just as African as every African on this planet, bro. Stop.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I just felt like it's like B-Tech Tied and Live, this kind of thing right now. I'm not gonna lie. I had to check the top of the screen to check if it's what's it, Big Titan or whatever the name called, because I don't know.
Don't waste your minute, bro.
I don't know what this is. Say again.
Don't waste your minute.
You waste my minute.
Don't waste your minute.
What do you mean? Don't waste my? I'm talking. You're saying don't waste my minute. Anyway, like I was saying, bro, this is a big coonery attempt. It's lame still.
Yeah, have you finished, bro? Wrap up, bro. You don't got that to say. And the other guy,
it's a coonery thing. What's wrap what up? What's wrap what up?
Who's first of all, who's about what? You're just making you're just talking rubbish, bro.
Nothing. There's no racoonery going on here. We're distinguishing.
We're talking straight like this. Yeah, we're not the same people. From day we know this, man. We don't need Africans to try to tell us we're African or delude the Caribbean people who think they're
Yeah, but
African. And when they
nobody
go to Africa, they
cares.
get
What
butted
do you
up by
think?
African people.
What,
So this
wait,
is the
wait,
reality,
wait,
brother.
what do
This
you
is the
think will
reality,
gain?
brother.
Wait, hold on.
This
What
is
do you
the
think we
reality.
gain?
Wait
What
there,
do
wait
you
there,
think
wait
we
there,
gain
wait there, man.
from claiming
We
that
got
you
a new
guys are quite
panelist.
African?
Hold on, we got a new panelist. Let's bring the new panelist in, and then we can continue on. Off top, go ahead.
So first off, right, let's just put the things that's obvious, right? We're all black, we're all living in the West, or from Africa under a social hierarchy, global hierarchy that's run by who? Our number one enemies. Instead, we're here again having a diaspora war for what? What are we exactly gonna get out of this? Where are we gonna freaking go out of this? And who's winning again? The same fucking people that run up in our countries, exploit our countries, take resources from and we're here saying, "Oh, I'm this type of black, I'm this type of bro."
But
No,
off
no,
top, because
bro, come on, bro.
what?
Because
How can
seriously,
you? Okay,
bro,
what person? What?
who's the
Okay,
number one
one
enemy?
question.
Answer that.
One question, sir. You keep saying black, so are you a color? Who in the world that goes by a color?
Ah, bro, listen.
Who goes by a
Stop
color,
being
bro?
silly, bro. Let's talk about it. You understand what white supremacy is. You understand the global hierarchy, the social hierarchy I just mentioned. Who sits at the bottom in their little fake world? Who? Who are they
Who's saying
racist
about
to
their
the
fake
most?
world?
Bruv. Yes, because it's
Who
no
are the
illusion,
racist
bro. We're not
the most?
the
Okay, the people in the okay,
wait. We're not really
the most
inferior,
would be
but
the
they
people
try
in
to
the
say we
Western
are, innit?
Hemisphere.
Bruv, answer the question, innit? Is it not white people when they don't like the N-word, right? Which they call all of us.
And who that? No. That's a lie. They don't call everybody that, sir. When West
They call
Indians
all of
came
us that,
here,
fam.
no, they don't. I never seen a white man call an African an N-word.
They definitely do.
They
I
definitely
mean,
So
when
at
they
the end of
when,
the
when they
alright,
go
cool.
to Africa,
Let's dial it back. Let's dial it back. Let's because
they
you're
don't
being
call them the
disingenuous.
N-word, sir.
Tell me
In
who.
Africa,
Tell
they
me
don't
who's
call
the
them the
number one
N-word.
guys in our countries graping our countries for resources, please. Is it not Babylon? Who's Babylon? Tell me who Babylon is.
No,
You asked me a
Arawak,
question. You asked me a
Arawak, me
question.
not gonna lie,
When they go,
Arawak, they have
when
said
they
it to
go,
Africans as well.
I said when they go
I've been
to
saying this for
Africa,
hours.
they don't call them the N-word, do
Alright, cool.
they?
That don't make a difference. So
This
where's
guy's
bro?
so
Who
stupid.
runs
in
our
Africa, they
countries,
don't
bro,
call
and
them that.
taking our resources, bro? Who's doing
Arawak,
that?
you are such a
Well,
idiot,
off
bro.
top, their
You're an
response to
idiot.
Yeah,
that
that's
question
fine.
for the past 3 hours
That's
is,
fine.
why are we living in the past? And why do you guys care about the past and all this
Alright,
rubbish?
cool. Today, there's countries in Africa where there's they have some of the largest diamond reserves, yeah?
Thank
Some of the
you.
largest, and guess what?
Straight to
They're
the
tied
host.
to France and Sweden and
Straight to the
two
host.
countries, and they
I was
can't even
fighting
sell a
the
blood
host
clot
about this for
diamond.
3 hours. Go on.
What about in Jamaica, bruv? We don't even own the beaches, fam. Bruv, and you lot are arguing about what fucking country you come from.
Thank you.
Whilst our countries, whilst we're still getting oppressed live, so why don't we link up and
Okay,
gun
if you're
them,
talking
bro?
about our country, then how can you
Gun
say
them
we're
down. We need to
African then,
gun
sir?
these guys. We're getting on my
So
nerves.
if you're Jamaican, after you said you're
I've been
Jamaican,
saying
right?
this by myself
And all this
since
10 a.m.
Look
stuff,
at
all
my
this blickety
face.
blickety
I'm a
black stuff,
fucking
bro. Then how
African
can you
Jamaican, bro.
how can
You
you
can
say
see
no?
this.
There's no such thing. There's no
Yeah, there
such
is.
thing, sir.
Do you want me to tell you how?
Jamaicans don't you not count?
Yeah, I want to say this. You know, this conversation is very divisive. We're all the same ethnicities. Nigerians and Jamaicans are the same people. Ghanaians, Black Americans, we're all the same people. A majority of Jamaicans look like Mark Henry and Booker T. So what are we talking about? And a majority of Africans look like Bounty Killer and Vibes Cartel. So what are you really saying? Have you not looked in the mirror lately? You're trying to deny your Africanness. We're not indigenous to the Caribbean nor America. We're indigenous to Africa. And for the Taino people, they're extinct people, right? You're clinging onto a people that no longer exists, that was wiped out by the YT man hundreds of years ago. It's time to move on. Like, you can't even find those people in the Caribbean anymore. But yet we have individuals on this panel want to claim to be Taino. Tainos are not a mighty people. They're just cockroaches, yeah, who never even built Jamaica. We built Jamaica. Africans built Jamaica. I'm proud of my Africanness as a Jamaican.
And to further what he said, right? Look, let me just put it clear, as crystal clear as you can. Our nationality is, look, there's our nationality, right? And our heritage, our actual genes, our genetics, bruv. Do you know who decides that? Your ancestors, bruv, who were very fucking African, who spoke African language, Niger Congo speaking languages, bro, when they were taken to Jamaica. So through that virtue, my blood will always be African. I'm not going to denounce my own flesh and blood. You go and look at your great grandparents and tell them F them. You wouldn't do that, would you? So because people live back to a time where you can't see, you're gonna go on and say, oh yeah, I'm not. So again, we have our own culture now, our own nationality, which yes, you can say is separate because what's the word? We've created that over a few centuries, but where is that rooted? Where is our bloodline rooted, bro? Stop being mad. You don't need to fix up, man. You're there, bro. We're letting we're letting the same white people win, man.
You know what? Big up yourself. What's it? Off top. Off top. Yeah, big up yourself. And you know what is majority of Jamaicans, Caribbeans, they think like off top, like they know they're African. They think like Sir Boss, they know they're African. I just think it's a small minority that just have this delusion that there's something that there's something other than Africans. I've gone on Arawak's page. He's got a picture. He's got a video of Jay Cinco saying that he's where he's from. Do you really think Jay Cinco's people will want to be hitched and associated with with the average Jamaican phenotype? Like it's just like you guys are going towards people who reject you vehemently. If you guys, these people that call themselves, the Arawak and all the rest of it, if you guys go to some of these Latin American countries, you guys by default will be at the bottom of the hierarchy based on what you look like, based on your proximity to Africa. Like, get a life, bro. Like, stop hating what you look like. Love yourself.
You know what? I just want to thank everybody for coming up because I've been fighting this panel on my own. On my own. And it's been draining. So I'm glad Off Top has come up. I'm glad other people have finally come up because I have been fighting. And everybody knows in the chat, I've been fighting this live on my own for several hours now. Yeah. They first started to get on to... huh? Am I going to get an extra 10
Go on,
seconds?
continue.
Yeah, you first started off bashing my country, Ghana. I tried to have the conversation. It weren't going nowhere. You dropped me several times, muted up. Now, finally, we want to actually, I don't know, a couple hours later, we actually do want to have a debatable conversation now. So I'm glad I can finally pass that baton on to those that have come up. Because me, I'm going to be dramatic and I don't give a heck, Lily. Because it's tiring fighting for black people against black people. It's tiring sometimes. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you guys again now.
Yeah.
Go on,
I just want to say, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in utter shock. I never thought I would ever hear a Jamaican say we're not black. That is a disgrace.
No, that's not what we said. We said we're not African.
No.
Right.
That is exactly what Arawak said because I listened to what he was saying, bro. That is a disgrace. Man said we're not black.
Yeah, but black is a social construct.
So what?
It's what was given to us by
is
the
tribe.
colonizer.
So is tribe. So is ethnicity. So is nationality. These are all social constructs.
Yeah, but a Native American
but you
is
still
not
call
an
yourself
American,
Jamaican. You don't say I'm not Jamaican. It's a social construct.
Bruv,
So
is a
that's a
Native
redundant
American
point,
an American?
bro.
Is a
Being
Native
American is
American
a
and an American
social
the same?
construct as well.
Is a Native American and an American the same? Is it the same?
No. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying to you is the notion of this is.
Let me
This
bring
is
it
very
back around.
embarrassing, man.
Let me
This
bring
is
it back
very,
around.
very, very embarrassing. If people don't know the difference between colors, like when you look at your hand, right? Is your hand black, like the actual color black, or is it brown?
Aboriginals are black as well, apparently.
No, but hear what I'm saying, bro. This is just basics, isn't it? This is primary school stuff, kindergarten stuff. So if grown adults don't know the difference between colors and this
And
is just really
ethnicity.
embarrassing, brother. Yeah, you're saying that you're saying that your nationality is a color. You're very intelligent. You're very, very, very intelligent as people. If you believe that your nationality is a color. I don't see Caucasian people saying they're white. I don't see them doing that. I don't see Chinese people saying they're yellow. I don't see I don't see nobody doing this. That's people in the Western Hemisphere, because Africans certainly don't do this in Africa. They don't go around calling themselves black.
Facts.
Yeah, so greetings. Basically, the situation is, people, we have to remember, there's a lot of people or men who are not the masculine type. They haven't faced the thing. So me, brother Off Top, I think Sir Boss and so on. Once you're a warrior mentality, you're going to see the world through those glasses. So therefore, you're going to recognize who your allies are, even though you're different, etc. So for us, we recognize we're black, the same way as our brothers and sisters on the continent are black, and we look for what can we unite on. because that's the situation we're in. We recognize we're being attacked by all the other people, them Chinese, Indian, why everybody is against the black. So we recognize we have to unite. Unfortunately, certain men who aren't as masculine, unfortunately, Arawak and a few others, they may be hurt because they were told at some point in their life, you're not an African, you're not real, blah, blah. So they latched onto a Taino identity and they're carrying that with emotion. They need to come back to the masculine side and really get onto this thing where you're defending your people and look at your allies.
It's really funny how people are trying to claim identities of other people. But go ahead, Serena.
Yeah, so I find it interesting because I think people underestimate how, West Indian women do police our community and our narratives because we're not loud and shouting about it. Do you think that we don't? And I really love coming on these panels and listening to how people talk so I know what to protect my children from. I need to tell my children that they are West Indian so they protect their land, heritage and language. That's why. Yeah? Saying that you're black says nothing about you other than how a white man perceives you. Absolutely nothing. Yeah? And I think it's disgusting that people are just judging people and just going, oh, yeah, well, you're not masculine and you're not this and we're African and that's that, and shouting and ranting and raving like you've got some main point. I've done my genealogy. I'm not African. So what are you talking about? Don't underestimate people when they're saying what they're saying.
Wait, so you've done your genealogy. You're not African. So where do you come from? Where did the majority of Jamaicans come from? You lot are getting onto the Ghanaians.
We're not arguing.
No. But this is the thing, host.
We're not
You
arguing.
keep saying we're not. Host, you keep saying we're not arguing, but repeatedly somebody said.
Showtime.
You said we're not arguing.
Right,
Somebody said we're not Jamaican. We're not African. Another person said we're not black. How's this making sense?
All right, it's Izzy. We all believe in the out of Africa theory. We all believe.
But you just heard what the last woman just said.
Listen. Let me finish. We all believe we have African DNA. Everyone, even YT people have got African DNA.
Some people don't. All right.
Is that host? Is that true though?
Hold on. The ethnogenesis changes somebody's ethnic group. If you go to another country and mix with that group of native people, you now become a new ethnic group.
Right,
you are no longer the same as you was before.
Can I respond to that?
Simple.
Right? Can I respond to that? First, I'll be quick because I'm not going to try too long-winded, yeah. But I'll start with some quick anecdotal history, yeah. And let's just, because I was listening to what people were saying this now, innit? So I used to be one of those fools that held onto that narrative that we aren't African. I was raised in a proper strong Caribbean household, right? So when I'm going to school and 7 people are telling me I'm not Nigerian, that used to enrage me, yeah? Now, listen, further later in my life, right, I matured. So then I actually looked into my history properly. I done a DNA test.
Someone's got some background noise.
Yeah, I've got 88% Nigerian genetics, right? That is what my DNA results were. So let's break that down a bit further to what I was saying now. Instead of holding on to the world's narrative about what you're told Africa is, right? We need to actually go and do our own research. The next thing, people keep saying they've done their genealogy. Bruv, if you go back 4 generations, 5, 6 generations, you got all like 100 grandparents, right? That's not even going back to the 17th century, by the way. If you go back to the 16th century, you've got like, are you stupid?
Please stop
lying. Cool. Wait, stop, Arawak. Wait, I've got 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-great-grandparents, 16 fucking great-great-great. Bro, stop man don't know basic multiplications off top. Exactly, bro. So if I go back 20 times 2, that's 200.
This Arawak guy's an idiot.
You can't do your genealogy that far. And you're not cutting me off and making me miss my point, by the way, man. I beg you, hold on. One sec. Wait.
Let him finish.
Bruv,
Tell your family names.
You're pissing me off.
You're acting feminine.
You're talking
I'll stop here. I'm gonna make one little point and I'm gonna stop here.
You love the lies.
Yeah, I'm a dancing man. Everyone want bomber clock. Listen, man. Listen. Hear what I've got to say now. Yeah, watch. So my ancestors, our ancestors, there's so many of them, like I just pointed out to you, clearly were powerful enough to fear white people so much that they've
Yeah,
kept
white
this
people.
look to this point. People could tell how I look. The genes.
Again.
You do my
Again.
DNA test is strongly showing it. We are
All right,
warriors, bro.
All
We
right,
are
you're
here.
African.
Look, why do you think I'm still here strongly telling you, even after being brainwashed so much to the point it used to disgust me being told now I'm actually ready to fight for an African brother. I'm ready to fight and lose my
Alright, let
life
me
for
let me
this
ask you a
cause.
question off top.
We
I
are
got a
warriors.
question
The
off
blood
top.
is stronger
Hold
than
on,
your
Arrowak,
opinion.
one second,
My
one second,
spirit,
one second. I got
that's
a
what I got to
question.
say in it.
I got a question for off top. Off top,
motherfucker.
have you got any Africans in your direct family tree?
No, I am the African in my family. You dumb? You know what I just said? Ifa.
So how's that
Go look up
possible
that
if you've got
Ifa.
no
Go look up
Africans in
Ifa,
your
bro.
immediate family tree? How are you
My
African?
blood. Are you deaf?
So are
My
you related?
ancestors
Are you
poured their blood into
related?
Jamaican
Are you
soil.
related
Off top.
to an actual
How
African
many
right now?
years? How many generations
Can you
outside of
trace what
Africa are you
tribe
not African?
you're African
Hey,
from?
watch this. Do you know how many? Look, bro, I'm proper. Do you know how many years they could have been outside of Africa, bro? And they're still my genes are that strong. So that's. Do you not get what I'm trying to tell you?
Wait. 1 sec. The thing is the identity, right? As a nation, etc.
But he tried.
Right?
He just said him
and 1 sec,
African.
Arrow, wait.
No, answer the host question. Answer the host question. Can you answer the host question, please? Because I don't think you addressed the host question.
What the hell?
The
We're dealing with
host
it.
made
That's
a
why
I
we're
don't know
dealing
how
with
long
this.
you've been
Let's
out of them,
find it
bro.
now.
I'm telling you, my blood, my spirit is
Off
it's a
top,
spiritual
wait.
thing. I
1
don't
sec.
come.
Off top, wait. So that's why I said, if somebody's left Africa and now you've got 10 generations down, should they still identify as Africans?
I fucking do, bruv.
No, bruv. Listen. Not you. Listen, because if that's the case, what their argument is then, Europeans who are the
A Chinese person is an African.
1 sec.
Europeans are African.
No, 1 sec. 1 sec. Off top. Listen to the point, yeah? They're saying if somebody's left like 25,000 years, like the Andaman Islands, you got these black short people, woolly hair, in the Indian Ocean, a little island, and they said they left 25,000 years ago, and
They're
they
not
ain't
African
changed.
though, sir.
Should
But
they
they are
be
not
called
African.
African?
But those
I'm talking,
those Andaman Islands are
I'm
not
asking
African,
off top
sir.
a question. Off
But they're
top,
not
should they be
African.
called Africans?
That's a completely different thing, though, bro.
No,
You're talking about what they've migrated. How many thousand years ago?
Bruv, listen to the point. The principal point is at which point are they no longer Africans? Because if you say that, well, my bloodline goes that way, they're saying that everyone's genetics go back to Africa with the out of Africa theory. Now, you seem to be saying that your genetics directly are connected to people who are on the continent right now with the same genetics. That's your argument, yes?
Well,
so when
yes,
you test your
we all
genes,
are.
no, bruv, listen to what I'm saying. You have tested your genes, right? So some people from the Caribbean test their genes. They're from Senegal, Sierra Leone, whatever. These are groups of so-called black people that are still there right now. So I'm saying that would be your argument against them. Do you see my point? Because their point is, if you leave for generations, right, then everyone's included if you use the out of Africa theory. So the simple argument is that you've got the genetic of the people still there, the same people.
Oh, my
So
bad. I missed
therefore-
the point. Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what I want us to do is move on from this thing, because where I was talking about Arawak, have you done your DNA testing? Or is
I don't
it
do a
based upon...
DNA test, sir.
Oh, okay, fine.
All right.
So
let me ask you a
one second.
question. You asked me a question, innit? So let me ask you a
it came with
question.
a second point.
can go, please. Let me know when I can
No,
go, because I need
I did my
Arawak, it came with a second point. And how, or is it to do with your, I think you said like your ancestral tradition, I think your grandparents or something, and that's the thing. So yeah, please answer.
Okay, so DNA test, first and foremost, I'll address everything you stated to off that, right? So out of Africa theory is a theory, not a fact, cannot be proven to be a fact. And who came up with that? Charles Darwin, right? And all the other...
Your mic's low,
Okay, cool. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. That's
Magic. Yeah, as I was saying, yes. I'll address everything you stated to off top regarding... our African theory is a theory, not a fact. That goes back to Charles Darwin and, the evolution theory and, Pangea. All of these narrative and ideology goes back to Caucasian people, right? If you didn't know that. So Pangea goes back to Alfred Wegener. That's a German person, a Caucasian person. So there's no evidence to prove that actually transpired or that.
So tectonic plates don't exist then, yeah? Tectonic plates don't exist.
1 second.
No, tectonic plates don't exist.
Let him talk. Soundwest.
I'm still speaking. I'm asking this question, right?
No, but I asked you about you, but you're answering off.
Okay, stop doing the deflecting thing. You asked you two questions. Stop doing the deflecting. Allow the bomber class speak, but auntie, man, you're a child.
Get to interrupt when you lot were talking. Not some people didn't like what you were saying, but
go on. Yeah, let him talk. Let him talk. Go on, Ara. Go on.
So I said in the beginning, what did I state? I said I'm going to address whatever you said with off top, and then I'm going to proceed with your questions. Didn't I say that in the beginning?
You did. You did.
Did I
Go
say that
ahead.
in the beginning?
You
All right,
did.
then.
You
So
did.
people,
All right, brother. Yeah, don't want to interrupt him. Please let him talk.
all right, that's what me I said, right? So all right, cool. So you asked
out
me
of
a
Africa
question
We
about.
were talking about out of Africa theory and Pangea, just to get you remind you where you were. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yes, and the DNA tester cannot tell you where you come from. That's the honest truth, right? For ancestry. So that's why I was asking him. You know, he said that he confirmed it. He confirmed that he's African via DNA testing. He never went to National Archive Records of Jamaica since he's a Jamaican. That's what he stated. His family's Jamaican. You know, and he feels he's African. He didn't do the correct procedures. If he did the correct procedures, what I did, which would be going to National Archive Records of Jamaica because I'm a Jamaican descendant,
Why do you
right?
always
And that
say
will
that?
able
Which is
to
more
trace your
reliable.
family back.
Off top, let him
Yes,
talk,
which is
please.
more
Please.
reliable.
Go.
Which is more
Okay.
reliable
So
source.
educate us,
right?
Arawak.
And
You said you went to the archives. Please tell us what you found, etc. Brilliant. This is the
okay,
point.
so
Yeah.
what I found out was the narrative that we was taught in education by the British. Yes, even in Jamaica, the education system is set up today via the English. That English institution set it up. The education system, what they have. Okay, so what I found out, to answer your question, what I actually found out, the narrative that we was taught in school about transatlantic stuff, what my grandparents told me, because I did ask them, because I was inquisitive, I can't speak for every other West Indian, but I personally asked my grandparents who came to this country, and they told me, no, we're not African. You know, that's a lie. I don't know why they told you that in school, but, you know, we are Arawak Indians, we're the Black Indians, the original people of Jamaica. So when I went to National Archives, I found that the narrative, what my grandparents told me, you know, their story, the oral story, the tradition that was passed on to them and for them, was actually accurate. That, you know, from the 1900s, from when they left the Caribbean to going back in time, or so-called transatlantic slavery, you know, there's no evidence of my personal family coming from Africa. So what they told me was they're indigenous and they've always been in the island of Jamaica. That is actually recorded.
Hold on, brother. You
And they
went
never
from the
were slaves.
collective to your personal family. So, like, that could be you and your personal thing. But we
So
were
you
talking about.
So you asked about National Archive, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in
it's
other words,
so
in the-
national.
Yeah,
So
go
when people go to National Archives records, they're going to seek about their personal family origin stories, their origin stories.
So what was the
That's
date
like
you
the same-
mentioned?
that's exactly the same thing. One second, brother.
I need to get
That's
in this, man. I
exactly
need
the
to get in this.
same
I need
thing.
to ask
That's exactly the same thing. Listen to what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
exactly the same thing of an individual going to a DNA testing company
DNA
for
test.
ancestry to find out who they are,
Yeah,
where
but
they
you
come
didn't
from.
actually connect any dots.
That's
You
the
just,
same thing.
bro. All right, okay. So what
Okay,
was the
Arawak,
date that you
Can
saw?
I go quickly because I need to go, please. I need to ask
Go
a
ahead,
question.
Yeah,
bro.
go
Can
on.
I go
Let him go.
first,
Let him go.
please?
Man West.
All right.
Let him go first because he's got to go, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like,
fine.
like, firstly, I'm a man that's very well traveled. I've been to Dominican Republic. I've been to Colombia. I just come back from Brazil, and I went to the National Archives there for my own little thing. The National Archives are in Portuguese, so the National Archives that you're talking about, my guy, they're in English. They were recorded and kept by English. For one, yeah, when you're talking all this Ararat talk, knock yourselves out and be that, yeah. But like, I know for a fact it took 80 years for the Europeans to rub out the majority of the natives in the islands. The only places up till now that have a smidgen of native people still with us in the physical is Dominica, not Dominican Republic, Dominica, small parts of Cuba and Puerto Rico. Everywhere else, you're looking at point. But if you had that in you, more power to you. But what the science is saying, that's less than like a percentage. So now, my guy,
Okay.
Mr. Arawak, you're denying that. I mean, I find it mind-boggling that you don't know basic multiplication. Do you have two parents?
You see, this is where people get.
No. Let me ask a question, please.
I'm
Do
not
you have
even
two
going to
parents?
entertain. Sir, I'm
Do
not
you
going
have
to.
two
Sir,
parents? No.
Sir,
Answer the
sir,
question.
sir,
No.
I'm
Do you
not
have two
entertaining you.
parents?
I'm not going to entertain you.
Can you
brother.
answer the question? Do you have
I'm
two
not going to
parents?
entertain you. I'm
You
not going to
have
entertain
four
the student.
grandparents. You have
I'm not
8
going to
great
entertain you.
grandparents. You've got
I'm
16
not
great
going to entertain you,
grandparents.
brother.
You don't know fucking basic maths.
All right, I'm gonna skip it down to
thing is that why is it that people are allowed to say that they're African because they've done research, they've done DNA tests and all this kind of stuff, but when people say that they're not African, people get upset. It's important for you to understand where you come from because it's about land, language, and heritage. If I'm out here saying that I'm African, yeah, and my mom's got land in Jamaica that I need to go and pick up, what am I going to do? Sit there and go, I'm African, I don't want the land in Jamaica? Like, this is why it's important. It's not important because if you want to sit there and say, personally, you're a cat, in this day and age, you can. People are out here saying that they're men and they're really women and women and they're really men. This isn't about what you're saying. You have to align it to something that's got some sort of sense. I cannot go to, what part of Africa am I actually from? What part of Africa are you from? I can't go to Africa and go, yeah, I'm just here. They're going to want to see my passport and my citizenship and my DNA and all kinds of stuff. Let's keep it a buck. And I'm not African.
You could probably go to Ghana Street.
You don't know basic maths. That's all it is. You don't know basic maths.
Hold on, brother.
That's a disgrace.
One sec.
Why are they so hungry? Why are they so hungry?
Serene, is your point?
Why are you so dumb? I'm angry because you're so dumb.
Stop, bruv, stop.
Y'all can't me dumb.
Serene.
Can I just ask his question?
No, one sec. Serene, are you saying that your issue is more to do with the concept of an identity as opposed to genetics? So, for instance, let's say your ancestors came on those ships, right?
Yeah.
Your thing is that regardless of where my ancestors came from, my identity here now is rooted here, and therefore, practically, when I move forward in life, I'm Jamaican. Do you see what I mean? Is that your thing as opposed to genetics?
No, it's both. Because I've done my genealogy. I'm actually a royalty of Jamaica and the British Islands. My great granddad had. Hold on, why are you always interrupting people?
I'm asking if I can respond after.
Breath, blood. Well, off top, please.
No, I'm going next, brother. I'm going next.
Yeah, sister. So you don't.
So my thing is, all right then. So if I'm going to say that I came from on a ship, yeah, then. Right, what does that say? Now, I'm also royalty. I'm also an aristocrat. Yeah. So what am I going to do? Disregard the fact that I've got status and aristocracy when and start going on like about being a slave.
Don't do Ghanaians, by the way.
That's not what we're saying.
Hold on. When there's no facts that I come from slavery. Do you get where I'm coming from? We got it.
That's you as an individual. I know it says what we're saying.
So I'm saying that if people. The point that I'm making is if people went on the same journey that I've been on, for example, and had a look, you might find that you weren't a slave, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I think that it's important. Hold on. And you might see that you were a slave, so I don't see why people are, trying to act like people are delusional for saying that they're not slaves or delusional for saying that they are slaves. That's the point that I'm making. It's weird.
No one's making an argument then, so that's a straw man because no one's talking about what people are talking about is people saying that that you're talking about individual.
Let him finish talking to me.
You're talking about individual blood groups, right? No one's disputing. Well, one brother seemed to dispute that there aren't original, because I know in the smaller islands they had a celebration in regards to some natives in one of the Grenadines, right? And they're saying that there was like a specific hero, and there's still a small group. I can't remember what their name is. I know there's Caribs there are Arawaks and whatever else, right? But my point is that the general argument is that the collective, so the majority of people in Jamaica are not.
Have you finished, brother?
Hold on, you can't do that, honey.
So the argument is that the majority are not from the continent via ships or whatever else. Now, for the facts on the ground, when these Europeans went to the Caribbean, they found dark-skinned, woolly-haired people there. That's a fact. So we're native every damn where anyway. All I'm saying is the different types of people, if we want to say we're not African, that's fine. That's the bit that's irrelevant. The point is us making enemies of other people. That's the point.
That's the point that I'm making. Hold on. He was talking to me. Hold on. He was talking to me.
Please let her answer, please, guys. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's the point that I'm making. That's the argument that everybody's having. Who's African and who's not African in the grand scheme of things? It's a personal journey. You understand what I'm saying to you? And it doesn't really make any sense. If you want to say you're off the boat, you're off the boat. You can't then turn around and go, because I've done my genealogy, I'm crazy and there's 34 granddads and this and that. I've got, like I said, one of my granddads in the 1800s, he had his passport and he was traveling around the place. So, and another, there's a guy who would have done a film on recently, Ezekiah Moscow. He was from the 1700s, and he was a celebrity boxer as a black man.
Exactly.
So my point is, you can't zoom in on this slave narrative because there's so you have to zoom out and look at maritime trade, look at what was going on, look at the culture, and you'll see that as people in the West who were originally there. Yeah, some people came as slaves, some people didn't come as slaves, but on the grand scheme of things, we was the capital of the economy. So while we're sitting down talking about being a part of slavery, we could be talking about how can we take back the economy, because at one point we were the economy, and we're the reason why we're sitting down talking. We're able to sit down and talk today because Jamaica was the first place that the electric happened. The seabed cables came from Jamaica. You understand?
What year was that?
Let me say one little thing, Arawak. I'm going to say one little thing and I'm going to mute. One sec. I'm just going to say, sister, big up. One sec. And I totally agree with you. And this is the point. What you and Arawak, I agree, is that these devils have tried to tarnish our identity with one negative thing. We were allegedly primitive. We couldn't defend ourselves. We sold each other. They took us and made us these slave identity. I agree with you. And that's the thing we got to shun. We got to make sure these devils know, our people and the devils know that weren't the facts at all. Yeah, we were the inventors. We civilized them, etc. I agree with you. Bust that
So
thing.
how
All I'm
can
saying
we be
is
slaves
we need
then?
to
How
stop
can we be
going
slaves?
and saying I'm not African in a negative way. If you say, listen, I'm from here, this is my identity, fine. But when we're having a go and try and put down the other, to me, that's getting childish, bro. We just need to acknowledge I'm not African. You could be my ally in this big thing, this big anti-black thing that we're dealing with.
But we're
And that's
fighting.
it.
We got two different struggles, sir. Africa's got to fight for what they have in Africa. The people in the Caribbean got to fight for what they have, or the people they're from the American continent first and foremost.
Yeah,
So
you
they
don't
need to
know
fight
global
for
politics,
their
bro.
own
You don't know
continent.
global politics.
No, sir. I mean, this is the reality. Africans have issues in Africa that they need to address and sort
I
out.
know,
Just
brother,
like the
but when you get
just like
onto
the
global
issues that we
politics,
have in the Caribbean and in the Americas, we need to sort out. So
bruv,
we
we're
can't help
are you
each
in
other.
England right now? So we're all in England right
Yes.
now. We got to fight here. So what are you talking about? And this is the thing. For instance, if you understood
Fight
economics,
here,
brother. One sec.
brother.
If you
So
understood
what's your one
economics,
sentence?
sorry, I agree. I'm sorry, it went off. If you understand economics, and I suggest my black people, if you study anything that will get you rooted in this fight that we're in, study and get your head around economics. It will put everything into link. You understand? So my brother Arawak, for instance, all of us need economics to move wealth and so on to
More
move
life.
forward, right? We need that to move forward. And I'm saying, regardless of who it is, so if I got a brother from Ghana who's got a farm and blah blah blah, we can have that. Wealth can go back to him. Wealth can go to me, and then back to the Caribbean. We need those lines there. You understand?
Brother, we're not upon that, brother.
That's
We're
sounds
not
good.
upon that.
Let's
Now you're the
like that,
problem.
bro.
This is what I'm
let's
saying. So
go.
we have to
Let's
watch
go.
Arawak
Upon that,
because
brother.
Arawak might align himself with
Right.
the European.
Can others
cause
talk,
problem.
man? It's
No,
only
I
been
live
Alright,
in West
sorry,
Bison
Indians,
and
I'm
bro.
muted.
Arawak.
I'm
I
muted.
live in West Indians, fam.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, man. Please let others talk. When you guys talk here, just be aware others are here. Come on, man. First of all, yeah, no African sold you, man. You know, I know you don't love that narrative. We sold you. What did they sell you for?
For
Yeah?
mirrors and for a bag of
Yeah,
rice.
mirrors. Yeah, I remember I saw that little black and white where the chief of the village, he was looking on the other side of the mirror. Nobody sold you guys, man. You guys were just the weakest link. The weakest people had to go, blood. You're talking about your royalty, blood. Your royalty had to go, blood. Huh? No African sold you, blood. You was weak. You had to go. Huh?
Whoa, this is crazy.
But I'll come back for some more, man.
All right, go on next. Marshall,
Yo,
go ahead.
listen, man. At the end of the day, man, I just came in. I can't understand what this conversation is all about, man. But listen,
All right, so
at the,
basically,
at,
Ghana's president is trying to get reparations. Do you agree with this?
Ghana's president trying to get reparation. Don't say it
Yeah.
like that, man. Don't say it like that. He's trying to get reparation for the entire African diaspora, Africa, Caribbean, and in America. Okay,
Okay, so if Africa gets those reparations, do you think they'll share it with all the BLK people?
that's exactly what he go there for. What do you mean?
Or do you think he's going to share it with all of the BLK people?
Of course. What do you mean? You're acting like the man is in some scamming or this or that.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know
All
how
right, is
you
it
know how long Ghana been putting this on the table from in the 1960s.
okay? I can't wait for this one, boy. Got the next person. Real bad man.
Yeah, this is crazy. Shit just got real, man. What can I say? Like, I think ultimately, I don't think it really matters too much. Like, I agree to like, you know, the African thing, like, you know, the BLK people, whatever, African, I got no problem. I just don't agree with all of the argument every minute. No one don't get along. They act like they do. They're talking all of this, oh, we're gonna kumbaya and get together. And next minute it's another argument. And then what's all of this people getting sold and stuff? And you know, if people were selling people, why are they asking for reparations? I see the different arguments going off, and it's like, what's even the point? I don't get it. If you don't want to argue for the rest of your lives, this is the best way to do it, mate. Telling you.
Well, would you agree that the Africans did take part in slavery?
That's a known fact. That's a known fact that you just.
So why should they receive reparations if they
It
took
sounds
part in it?
crazy, but it sounds mad brazy. That shit brazy.
All right, Fire, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings.
Ethan.
Yeah, what's going on now? What one need to hear? My West
So
Indies.
Ghana's
My West Indies.
president is trying to get reparations. Do you agree with this?
Repeat that.
Ghana's president is trying to get reparations. Do you agree with this?
For who? For who?
For the African diaspora.
That's not my problem. I'm not from Ghana.
So
What
do you
else?
think the people that were actually descendants of slaves, do you think that's a slap in the face if Ghana actually gets money for selling people into slavery?
If Ghana look reparation, they must know them a look reparation for them can't look for reparation for Ghana alone. Whoever over there was in slavery, them figure share up the money.
So do you believe Ghana will share that money with other BLK people?
When you say BLK people,
Well,
Let me.
that's a good question you're asking there. Well, we would have to know him as an individual, and currently what we know about the European way of doing things, especially in regards to politics, hell no, they ain't gonna let him share nothing. You know what I mean?
Share now. Them I got share.
So
the
why
highest
didn't
money
I get
too.
my time? I'm
But you have
Jamaican
money to
too.
get share
Oh,
out.
you're off. We're off the timer, my dear. I was next. We're off the timer anyway, so you can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Chin. Go on. Go, Chin.
Yeah, but
Let me
first,
just
let
answer
me.
it. So,
I used to must go on, and then you're still talking.
no, I just know because I remember we were off time. I didn't get to finish what I was saying. 'Cause you
Okay, go
interrupted.
ahead and finish your
So as I
submission.
was saying, it's an interesting topic, you know. But bruv, listen, host, yeah, think about it. Anytime these devils find somebody on the continent, whatever, who's gonna benefit us, specifically us in the Caribbean or from the Caribbean in the West and whatever else, that's just a smoke screen and dangling carrots. They've been doing that all the time. Yeah, we're going to integrate and things are going to get better. They always do that. And then they come with where immigrants that are causing problems. They've done the same cycle all the time. So, yeah, that's garbage. If they give them anything, bruv, it's going to be something where
Can I quickly
we are
just?
going to have to bend over backwards and sell out to get it. So,
Wait,
yeah, that's garbage.
wait. We're missing.
Sorry, let me go. Let me
Chin has
go.
to go next.
Yo,
Chin has
I
to go
just
next.
came up.
All right, go ahead, man. But
next,
you
and then
guys
and
missed
then
the actual
Chop,
point
yeah.
of why he went there. But go ahead. What
So,
actually happened?
okay, go ahead.
Go
I
ahead,
guess I'm
Chin.
not. Oh. So first of all, y'all are misunderstanding what's happening here. Y'all saying Ghana is getting reparation and is going no. We have other representatives of ours like CARICOM, people from Jamaica, people from Trinidad, who are also partnering with Ghana. We have people in the US that's fighting for their reparation that is partnering with Ghana. Ghana is not the sole representative. Yes, they are the face for it for us black people across the diaspora.
So is
They
Ghana
did
taking any of the
so when
reparations?
y'all say Ghana gonna take this, y'all, oh my God, a lot of
And
people lack.
All right, but you
I
do
don't know
know
what's
there
going
are.
on
wait. Can I
I don't
quickly
know
finish
what's
what
going
she was
on the
saying though?
internet. The internet proves a lot of illiteracy.
Because you
The
asked.
internet proves a lot of illiteracy and lack of comprehension and critical thinking skills with you guys. Us in the diaspora don't have a sovereignty like the people on the continent. In order for you to get reparation, look at everybody else that gain reparation. They have to have the backing of a nation that is independent on their own, and Ghana is that. Y'all need to read and y'all need to comprehend what is going on the
Jamaica
on the
isn't
world
independent.
stage.
Wait, wait,
Jamaica isn't
But
independent.
I'm saying, do we have the
Ken,
resources? Do we have the backing like
For what?
Ghana?
And
Ghana
this is
have
what I
a
was gonna
lot of
say
No,
leverage.
because
hold on,
We
hold
do
on, hold on,
wait,
not.
hold on.
wait. All right,
Y'all
bro. The
lack
host did say
The
understanding of
man
after.
what's
never
I'll
had
go,
going
no
man.
on.
1
backing.
second, Issa. 1
Israel
second.
never had no
Christ.
backing.
People are
One
so
second.
ignorant here.
No,
1 second, because
Israel
you
never
guys
had
have
no
missed the
backing,
point
you
how
completely.
can you
One
say
second,
Israel
Issa.
never had no backing? What a stupid
What the
statement, Ken.
hell?
Oh my God.
Go.
All right.
Do we want to let Chin talk? Right, guys. Right. First of all, yeah, if Ghana wants reparation, what's it got to do with a yardie in London, UK, or a yardie in Birmingham, blood? And pardon me, I know that yardie, Jamaicans are not called yardies. It's just a street name for rude boy. Yeah? But what's it got to do with your yardie self, blood? Worry about your 3.5, blood? Or worry about being Oliver Twist to the white man that you've been here since Windrush, blood? Sir, can I have more? More? You're in England begging, and you're worried about an African who can get reparation. Waste, man. At least through this reparation, you might.
Hey, listen, let me just cut to the chase, man. It's always some fucking Windrush guys who in England for so fucking long and this and that. You understand me? Always trying to shed a bad light and talk fuckery and let Jamaicans look bad. Man, come on, man. Isa, listen, Isa, you like to talk a lot, but you're uneducated, man. Give it up. I'm just here listening to you babbling and going on, man. Come on, man. If you don't know information, go seek information and come back, man. Ghana be going at this from in the 60s. You understand me? Ghana is the face of it. You understand me? CARICOM is there. They're talking about. Go do some research and get some more information on the topic, man, before you come and spread misinformation. Go out here, man. You guys just like to come on in it and talk because you have a microphone. Damn.
Well. Me not have no problem with Ghana with where them want to do, because Ghana can do what them want to do. But me I ask this. Them a go pay for the people where them did sell.
Facts. Are they gonna pay? And if they get the money, are they gonna break bread? This is the question. Let's skip. Let's wrap it up.
See, this narrative of you guys blaming Africa is a detriment to us black people. I don't know what I get emotional talking about these topics because I don't understand. You think what we have to gain? This is taking leverage from us, putting blame on our people. So now the YT man can say, you know what? We not paying shit. Y'all people did this too. Y'all are dumb. Lack critical thinking skills. You even if our people did partake in a very minuscule way, that's not something to put out there. That's going against your own self. People be smart. What's wrong with y'all? We have suffered
That's
from the
wild.
hands of the YT man, not Africans. Stop blaming
Okay, so
Africans.
why is there
These
still
people are the.
slavery in Africa now?
Oh my God, sir.
Why is there
You know
still
what?
slavery in Africa now?
Y'all got.
Yeah,
Can't answer that.
it seems like you lot are talking to other people, Chin. I don't know who you're talking to over there because I don't think anyone said that since you come on. Marsha, you're a dunce, bro. Like, there's nothing I claimed that you refuted. When I said Israel had no backing, meaning in and of itself, it was set up by England and other countries. So likewise, Jamaica, it can set. Why can't it get all the Caribbean islands? Why can't they get reparations direct? And this thing, yes, has been going on for time since the 60s with Ghana. So why is there nothing showing up? We've been told, oh, we can get land in Ghana. Brothers and sisters going over there. Then they're being told, oh, you have to be a native Ghanaian to give it to your descendants. So you don't actually own it. You can have it for 99 years or something. So what's that about? We told, oh, we could go over there and get land for free and all of this. No, that's all lies. So stop with the foolishness. This whole thing about reparations, we can get it direct. Yes, they've got CARICOM and all of that. That don't mean nothing. Yeah?
Man, like I've been dying to say. First of all, right, I think everyone has blatantly missed the point, bro. So, yes, in order for the conversation for reparations to even be had, right, Ghana's and other nations, right, they've been the spearhead, has had to go to the UN to get the vote to see the what's it called? The trafficking and the enslavement of our ancestors as the gravest crime against humanity. Then we'll start speaking about reparations. Also, to compare Ghana, a recent country that is formed by these friggin' Babylon people, to Britain is ridiculous. Like, how can so Britain is an institution that's existed since those times. We're talking about countries that didn't exist in those times, and you're oversimplifying slavery by saying Africans selling Africans, bro. That's literally retarded. These are people that had their
Wait, you
own
can't say
sovereign
that.
states, their own
You can't
nations.
say that. You can't say that word.
What? Say what?
Artard. You can't say artard. You get the live hit. Big boss. Go ahead. B boss. B boss. Going once.
Hello.
Yeah, go on. What do you want to add to the conversation?
I don't even know what happened there. Speak of all the African countries, yeah. Some of the things that you're saying regarding to Ghana, I can't even believe it. Ghana's been probably the most hospitable to a foreign, especially of African descent in Africa. Someone's complaining about getting a 99-year lease.
We can't hear you, man.
Like, who's
out.
to say after that
You're
99
cutting out,
years,
bro.
your family members that are there can't
Wait, hold on. Mute up. Go on.
renew that again?
Yeah,
Where's the ox? Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that, like, us fighting together is just making it all mad. If we're due reparations or whatever, let's all
they've
go
been
and grab that,
mad,
because if it was the white people,
if they've been watching the land correctly.
well, if the YT people, so if the YT people, it's time for them to get reparation, they're taking
They will feel something
everything
nice on
and
there. Who's to say they can't?
they'll be taking that and more. And then when you talk about the African people selling people, what we got to understand here is that there was identity theft, and there was people that came in that was actually selling the African people, and they looked like us as well. So we've got that to deal with as well. So I feel like anything owned to us, let's go out there and grab that, because it will make a difference, and share that out. Let's not act like we're too posh or anything like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good
To
morning,
you. Go ahead.
Tia.
Good morning.
There's a lot of misinformation that's being said on here. Ghana is not requesting any financial reparations. They explicitly made that clear. The question that was brought to the floor of the UN was whether or not the transatlantic slave trade is the gravest crime against humanity, not reparations. That was the question. That will set a historic or a legal precedent that people will then be able to make claims against various governments and things like that, because the majority vote went in favor of that resolution. They've expressly said they're not asking for money. So I don't know what the
So
contention
you
is
just
in
said
that.
they're not asking for money. We're gonna get you busted now. Go ahead. Number 10. You're still loading up. We're gonna have to get you busted now because you lied to us right now, and we're gonna put it on the screen for you so you can see what Ghana is actually trying to propose. Right. So I don't know. He's not loading in. So let's look at this now. Everybody can see it.
Mad.
Wait, what? Here's what I've got to say, right? So as you're all reading that, listen very carefully to what I've got to say. Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast. We can keep going. Many of these countries are arbitrary borders, meaning they are fake false lines formed by colonial powers. What am I telling you? What am I getting at? The kingdoms and empires that existed at the time that were either friendly to each other or at war with each other at the time of slavery don't exist anymore. Why? Because of colonialism. So to say that those people should pay for empires that don't even exist anymore is foolish. And let me just finish with this, right? When you look at a French guy, when you look at a German guy, when you look at a Swedish guy, you allow them the benefit of, oh, he's French, he's German. You look at them as different, right? So why is it when we look at our own ancestors in Africa, we just look at them as all Africans?
One
When
group.
at the time,
Yeah.
at the time, right, the Asante Empire, Songhai Empire. I'm not going to keep, there's bare other empires and kingdoms, right?
Homie.
So
Yeah.
these people were already at war with each other. But wait, listen, they were already at war with each other, some of them. They already had systems of slavery, which I can explain if you like. That people came in and manipulated. One thing, go look up this, yeah? This is a fact, I'm telling you. Go look up saltpeter reserves. Africa had low saltpeter reserves. So we could not mass produce firearms. People say what we got sold for, bro. It's as simple as this. White man came along and said, have these guns, or we will give these
Say
guns to your
GUN. You
enemies.
can't say that word.
GUNs to your enemies, and you will be captured by them anyway.
All right.
Go look that
All
up.
right. Now look at this.
Do your
Look at
research.
this
Do
now.
your due diligence, please.
Let's read this because the sister said that the Ghana is not trying to get money. Is that correct? Right?
And they
Okay.
explicitly said that multiple times.
All right. The resolution proposed by Ghana called for this designation while also urging UN states to consider apologizing for the S trade and contributing to reparations fund. So are they looking for money or not?
Yeah,
No, read the other part.
They are
It
not.
did
You didn't
not,
hear what I
it did
just
not
said.
mention money. Read the other part. It does
No.
not
It does not
mention a
mention.
specific
reparations.
It
amount
does not
of
mention a specific amount of monies. Meaning, it
fund.
doesn't
Doesn't mean
mention
that
a
it's
specific
literally money, sir.
amount.
yeah,
Okay,
No,
okay.
hold on.
What the
It
hell?
literally says, look,
Do
read it.
know
Hold
you do
on,
know
Chin,
that
wait.
It
reparations
does
It
is
not
does not
mention a
mention a
money,
specific
right?
specific
amount.
amount of
Reparation
money.
Okay,
is
before we
The
digest
they
this,
Any
let
say
me
amount of
just
money.
let me
specifically
Read it
can
they
I just quickly
slow.
respond,
Read it
right?
specifically
Hold
say
on,
One
Ain't
sec.
no way.
they
hold on.
Chin,
specifically
Oh my
say
days, you're
the
not supposed to explain.
reparatory justice that they are seeking is, for example, in the returning of their artifacts that are
Yes.
being kept by other nations.
Are
Okay,
you
this is what I was
rejecting
about to
what's
The
on
say.
the
Wait,
the
screen?
one
minister
second.
the
Let her
One sec,
minister
finish.
off
of
top. You
You see
see
foreign
how
that?
she lied?
affairs the
Hold on,
minister
T
of
who?
foreign affairs
T
literally spoke to this in the press conference afterwards and during the actual
So this is a lie.
the
Are you
resolution
saying
Oh
this
my
is a
days.
itself,
lie?
Wait, I've got
that
facts to
people
back
are
what she's saying.
spreading
So wait one second. So
misinformation
I'll back
saying
up what
that
she's
they
saying
are
with facts.
seeking dollars. They explicitly said that Ghana is not seeking money.
All right, watch
So
Explicitly
this.
is
I'll
that a
said
back
that.
lie?
out. Wait,
One
wait,
sec.
Issa,
One sec.
one
Off
sec.
top. Wait.
Wait,
Is
I
that a
got
lie?
facts, bro. Before you say it's a lie, I got
Go on.
facts. Hear what? Hear what though? Cool. So let's start with this, right? The bronzes, right? Remember those? People wanted them back to
Yes.
the holy
Yes.
cities of East. So
Nigeria.
let's go.
Yes.
90% of African artifacts are where? Outside of Africa, right? So when reparatory justice and apologies don't necessarily always have to mean funds. And let's actually talk about Ghana and Jamaica's relationship, right? Because people don't know. Jack rubbish. Cool. They donated £580,000 worth of goods to Jamaica. 2,400 bags of rice, 500 mattresses, 500 pillows,
How much
chocolate,
gets
water takes,
donated to
hand
Africa
washes.
every
What did you
year?
lot do?
Hold on.
Bro, that
How
was
much
right
gets
after the
No.
whole
You
donated
thing.
went.
from
No.
America,
No. You tried
from
to do a
UK?
diversion there.
No,
The
I never
lady
tried to do a
said,
diversion. They're literally busting, man.
No. One
Half a
sec.
mil.
One sec.
Half
You
a
said you
mil.
were going to address the one sec. You said you were going to address the point, and then you
I
went
did.
left.
90% artifacts
One
of
sec.
outside of Africa. Reparatory
Well,
justice
no one
doesn't always
said
have
there
to be
was an
funds. They want
artifact.
their
No one
artifacts, bro.
disputed that off top. No one
So what are you
disputed
talking
that.
about? It's a lie.
Bruv,
What do you
no
mean?
one disputed that. What we're saying is the sisters claimed that it had nothing to do with money. Then the brother put on
What
the
I
screen.
said. That's not what I
Oh
That's
said.
what
my
you
God.
said.
That's not what I
That's
You
what.
said.
Oh my
literally
days!
said
The
No,
that
that's
gaslighting
not
is
what I
they said they
said.
crazy.
did.
Do you
All right,
That's
understand?
what you
There's
said.
a
hold on, wait,
difference
wait, wait.
Asking
You
to.
between
Oh my
literally
there's
said
days!
a
there
difference
was not.
between
No, don't
it
interrupt me.
has
I'm
nothing to
speaking.
do with
I'm
money and
speaking.
Ghana is not asking
I'm
for money. Those are
talking.
two
Don't
different
interrupt me. You
All right,
statements.
said
So no one
Those
cares
are
about the
two
literally
different.
said
600 bags
all
that
right.
Ghana
Look,
just
she's a
just gave
liar,
to
so she can
fucking
go. She's a
off
liar,
top.
600
so she can
grand.
go.
Off top.
600
Wait.
grand to
Off top.
Jamaica
You
from
just
Ghana
spoke,
last
man.
year.
Wait. So the sister said that Ghana specifically said it's not about reparations and about about money. The brother
So
put
did
up
Chin,
there
by the way.
literally said funds, then said a specific amount of money wasn't mentioned. So we know from that They
No.
meant money by funds. They did not mean artifacts. I'm not saying artifacts was not part
Didn't
of what they want.
the article stated that. That's what she was trying to
Yeah,
say. But
sorry,
sh-
can I?
That's why I asked, does she think the article is wrong?
But
Yeah,
Ghana never said that. That's the point. The person who wrote the article put
right.
that, interjected that.
But that's
But
what I
Ghana
asked
never
her.
said that.
Okay, can
So
I
you
interject?
can't go off somebody's opinion based off what they happened at the
Agreed. But
UN.
so
So
hold on,
for
Chin.
him to use that article to quote
Right.
Ghana makes no sense. That's the
Okay, no,
point
no,
I'm
hold
making.
on, Chin. Because we have, when you talk and when she talks, we're just listening to you. So for us to quote you makes no sense. All you'll have to say is that article is incorrect. And then we
It is
go.
incorrect. He never
No,
said
but she
that.
didn't say that. So fair enough. This is what I'm saying. So now you've said the article is misquoting the Ghanaian people, them, or president, prime minister, representative, whichever. Fine. So brother, host, do you have something that can solidify this was said?
Bro, that's on the BBC website. You cannot print something that is false. They cannot.
Yeah, they can be sued for that. So yeah, it is what it is.
They can
I
be
don't know,
sued
I
for
don't
that.
know,
There's
Chin.
no way around that, bro.
Can I interject? Can I just say something? We're talking about Ghana in the answer for reparations or whatever, but David Cameron's family was part of the slave masters and only stopped getting paid
Bro.
in
You're going off.
2015.
You're going way
Different
off.
subject,
That's not
bro.
off topic. It's not. It's not.
It's the
Listen,
same
listen,
It is
listen,
off
listen,
topic.
listen. Let me
It's the same
let me
topic, bro. What are you
educate.
on
Let me
about, bro?
educate.
Talking about.
I
Let me
see what I
educate
mean. You lot are
people.
tuning out, man, because you bro. You want to taste
Exactly.
Ghana
White
down, but you
people
want
got
You're
paid
actually
for
tripping, bro.
losing their
Exactly, for
slaves.
Exactly
losing their
tripping.
slaves. So why
So
can't
I
we
don't
get
know what's the
paid?
argument here.
Well, we should get paid.
Now,
We're just saying one topic at a
let's.
time.
I've read this article a few times here, so I'm just gonna skim through it. Right. This is an article by a Nigerian journalist, and she basically talks about her great grandfather owning slaves. Right. So let's go a bit down. Let's go a bit down. About 1.5 million Igbo slaves were shipped across the Atlantic between the 15th and 19th century. More than 1.5 million Africans were shipped to what is then called the New World Americas through the Calabar port in the Bright Bonnie, making it one of the largest points of exit during the transatlantic. Ogo lived, this is her grandfather, in the time when the fittest survived and the bravest excelled. The concept of all men created equal was completely alien to the tradition, religion, and law of the society. It would be unfair to judge a 19th century man by 21st century principles. Assessing the people of Africa's past by today's standards would compel us to cast the majority of our heroes as villains, denying us the right to fully celebrate anyone who was not influenced by Western ideology. Igbo slave traders like my great-grandfather did not suffer any crisis of social acceptance or legality. They did not need any religious or scientific justification for their actions. They simply were living life into which they were raised. That's all they knew. The most popular story I heard about my grandfather was how he successfully confronted officials of the British colonial government after they seized some of his slaves. The slaves were being transported by middlemen along with a consignment of tobacco and palm produce from Ogo's hometown on the coast. My great-grandfather apparently did not consider it fair that his slaves had been seized. Buying and selling of human beings among the Igbo had been going on long before the Europeans arrived. People became slaves as punishment for crime, payments for debts, or prisoners of war. The successful sale of adults was considered an exploit for which a man was held by praise singers akin to exploits in wrestling, war, or hunting animals. Igbo slaves served as domestic servants, laborers. They were sometimes also sacrificed in religious ceremonies and buried alive with their masters to attend to them in the next world. Slavery was so ingrained in the culture that a number of popular Igbo proverbs made reference to it. Anyone who has a slave is his own. Anyone who has no slave is his own slave. A slave who looks on while a fellow slave is tied up and thrown into the grave with his master should realize that the same thing could be done to him someday. The trade of
I
African people
understand
continued.
why we're seeking reparation is not just for
Well,
being
Yeah,
a slave.
So you
So
have
let me
Africans.
say this, where
You have
does it's
Africans. No,
about
wait a minute. You
the
have Africans.
crimes
Miss,
that was committed against us.
Miss. 1 second, Miss. You want reparations for people that took part in the enslavement and unalivement, sacrificing of their own people, but you agree that they should take part in reparations and they should usurp the American Civil Rights Caucus that is out here trying to actually get the reparations for the actual ancestors, the real people that actually suffered from Jim Crow, suffered from slavery. The Ghanaian president is going around those people and trying to get that money. And you think that's okay? Make it make sense.
Yeah, but remember this year, right? The Moors and all those other people were the ones at first that was enslaving the African people. They were black
Bro.
people. Then
I just read.
Let me talk. The Portuguese people and all these people before the YT people were there, they were black and they were the ones that were enslaving the black African people. So
Bro,
a lot of this
everybody.
behavior is learnt behavior.
No.
Learnt behavior. Remember, if you
Africans
win the war, you get to decide the alphabet, what these people speak, what they do, and all that kind of
Look,
stuff.
the Africans openly admit that they took part in slavery. The Africans openly admit they took part in slavery.
Learnt
This is
behavior.
non-debatable.
Learnt
It's
behavior.
just a few. It's just a few clan who
The
did
YT
that.
man.
Y'all
No,
can't
it's
be
not a few.
grouping
It's
everybody.
not a
It's
few.
a few. It
It's
is,
not a
sir.
few.
It's a few.
All right, brother. Let's
It's not a
say
few.
there's
It's
not a
how
few.
many
But
countries in
wait,
Africa?
sister, one
How
sec.
many
Why
countries
do
in
we?
Africa?
Wait,
And tell me how many did.
I got one more
You
piece.
speak
why are
on
we making that
one.
the issue
I got
right
You
now?
spoke on
one more
one
piece.
tribe,
I got
and
one.
you're saying
Hold
it's
on.
not
I
a
got
few.
one more
One
piece. I
tribe.
got one more piece to
Crazy.
show you. Yeah. It says, as far as my great grandfather was concerned, he had a bona
Because show
fide
up a
trading license. He had a bona fide trading license from the Royal Niger Company, a British company that administered commerce in the region in the last quarter of the 19th century. So when his property was seized and aggrieved, Ngogo boldly went to see the colonial officers responsible and presented them with his license. So he had a license to sell black people. This released his goods and his slaves. The white people apologized to him. My father said, acclaimed Igbo historian, described the slave trade in the southeastern Nigeria, which lasted until the 1940s, early 1950s, as one of the best kept secrets of the British colonial administration. While international trade ended, the local trade continued. The government was aware of the fact that the chiefs and the major coastal traders had continued to buy slaves from the interior, wrote Efigbo in Abolition of the Slave Trade in Southern Nigeria, 1885 to 1950. He added, the British tolerated the ongoing trade on political and economic grounds. They needed the slave trading chief for effective local governance and for the expansion and growth of legitimate trade. Sometimes they also turned a blind eye rather than jeopardize a useful alliance, as it seems to have been the case when they returned Ogo's slaves. The incident defied Ogo among his people. Here was a man who successfully confronted the white powers. Let's skip down a bit. Records from the UK National Archives at Kew show how desperately the British struggled to end the internal trade in slaves for almost the entire duration of the colonial period. They promoted legitimate trade, especially in palm produce. They introduced English currency to replace the cumbersome brass rods and cowries that the merchants needed slaves to carry. They prosecuted offenders with prison sentence. So the British actually went against the Africans and tried to stop them from selling their own people.
Not true.
But that is true. That is
Yeah,
true. I
Austin,
do hear
Austin,
about
could
that.
you rise one or two people, please, when you're ready?
But what I wanted to say was that what people don't talk about is the invaders that came into Africa that started all that mess. Because when you check it in Africa, a lot of that stuff wasn't going on. There was a time when the people were living amongst each other. There weren't no borders. There weren't really no names and that lot. Let me finish.
There were borders. Bloody hell, man. This is not true. That's just myth, bruv. There were
That's a
definite
myth.
No, bruv, you had walls.
Kumbaya, let's hold hands.
The biggest thing we know in history is the Great Wall of Benin, bruv. That thing was massive. Even more
Yeah.
material than
And that who was that to keep out? Who was that to keep out?
brother,
It wasn't to keep out anybody.
brother. They had their empire. What the problem, the issue I have with the host
Yeah.
is why are we diverting our attention from the actual devils who are highly focused on all of us as a collective. Even if you want to separate and say I'm Taino, Arawak, whatever the hell, I'm saying one of the most things that we've got is the visible difference. The Chinese, the Indian, the Whitey, all of them are against us.
Yeah,
So
but remember, some
let me
blacks
finish this.
have.
One
Oh,
sec,
sorry,
let me finish this.
sorry.
One sec. I'm saying all of them, right? When you look at the Chinese people, they're not even the same, but they know to unite when it comes to any opponent. Do you understand? Why is
Facts.
it we want to continuously open these wounds that we got, that are, especially in the past? They ain't
Yeah, but
got
I
one.
said the same.
There
Africans
ain't-
That's
one sec,
facts. That's facts. That's
one sec,
facts.
one sec. There ain't nobody on the continent. They've been mashed up as well. So seeking from them don't make no
Can we
sense.
let Roots talk,
You
please?
understand? So
Can I
this
say something as
specific
well?
thing, I'm nearly finished. This specific thing, brothers and sisters, yes, hold your Arawak, Taino, whatever FBA identity, but focusing on any historical thing that we've done to each other, because for those who don't know, if we got caught because of a crime or an enemy position, we more than likely had the same principles that we would have enslaved whoever we caught. Do you understand? So let's put that aside and recognize there's beasts, there's devils, there's stinking savages that are collectively moving every day against all of us. So become as allies, regardless of our differences in culture and nations and genetics, as I suggest black people or Africa, however the frig you want to put it, and focus on these devils. Simple as that.
All right, that's a fantasy, but let's go to Roots.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, who's laughing there? I was just going to quickly say that the times before transatlantic slave trade, the process of pawnship and the systems of serfdom was not the same as what our ancestors went through in regards to the transatlantic slave trade process. We lost our names, our languages, and our tribes to not be returned again. So
Thank you.
very different. And the impact and the challenges that we face, we have to have quantified reparation movements 100%. I salute Ghana for this moment this week in regards to putting it on this big stage in the UN for them to have an acknowledgement. We need to not take our eye off the ball and look around us and see those nations, those three big nations, Argentina, Israel. I know you don't want to go off. I know you want. All right, we can stick to Ghana.
No, but I want to
don't
ask you a question. I want you to answer something for me, right? If Ghana does get these reparations, do you believe that they're going to share it with the BLK people that are most affected by slavery?
All right. What I'm saying is this: is our reparations.
Yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
Hold on one moment. Africa are not leading, and if the check or whatever it is that you guys are seeing, it's not a check situation here. Reparations movement is about repairing the damages and the challenges that we face today in 2026. Okay, so it's not about a check. It's not simply about.
Right? Can you answer yes or no though? If they get that money, will they share it with BLK people?
If you know the Caribbean reparation movement, one of the steps is debt cancellation.
Can you answer my question, please?
Hold on, can I not finish? Or do you want me to answer it the way you
I would
want
like you to answer my question and then you can elaborate.
Africa are
Will
not
they share that
receiving a
money?
big
If they get
check.
that money, will they share that money?
But that's
And in
you're
fact,
asking me a question
they are
that's not
they are
correct.
still taking part in slavery now because there's
Okay.
slavery happening in Africa till today. So what makes us think that they're actually going to share this money with
I've
BLK
already
people that are
told you,
most
my
affected?
brother, that that's not the process that's going to take place here. But you don't want to hear. I was very clear that our different reparation movements will be quantified in regards to the challenges that we face today. What's taking place in the Caribbean, for example, little Jamaica having to pay the World Bank these illegitimate debts, we're asking to be released from that so that Jamaica can spend on their education system and their healthcare system. We all have different issues. Black Americans have their issues, and it's going to be quantified.
Okay, right.
That Ghana is not
I
going to be
agree with you on that, but do you know why that's happening in
a big
Jamaica?
check
Sister,
from
do you know why
France,
that's
and
happening in Jamaica?
So
Do you know why that's happening in Jamaica though? Do you know why that's happening in
the
Jamaica?
illegitimate debts is due to the enslavement of our people group. It has been there. It's a relic of colonization. It is
Okay,
something
but do
we've
you
been
understand
asking
why
for.
that's happening though? Do you understand why?
I've just told you.
Go on, tell
You
us.
know,
Esther.
okay, Jamaicans don't have an indigenous right to Jamaica. You know that, right?
Okay, yeah, this is where I tap out. I'm just saying.
Do
I'm
you
just
disagree
saying.
with that? Do you disagree with that? Yes or no?
I don't want to get into the indigenous conversation if you don't mind. That's
All
not
right,
my
no
thing.
problem. Look, she don't want to answer the question. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I joined a bit late. A couple people sent me the live. When I joined at that point in time, all I have to say is the colonizers have done a great job. Yeah, they ate it up because the way some of the people are speaking, I am baffled. There was a source that was read, I think it was by you, Austin, obviously putting and evidently it came from the colonizers. I don't even understand why we're using the colonizers, whatever they wrote.
That was written
Whatever
by
they
a
wrote.
Nigerian
Yeah,
journalist.
yeah. We already know we've got raccoons with amongst ourselves. Please, not all skin folk is kinfolk. We can already see that from this live, right? So it's a situation where it's interesting how what you've read obviously puts them in the YT savior complex, and we're saying, yeah, they're the ones that came and stopped slavery and did this in Africa. Please. The slavery that was going on in Africa at the time is not the same as the transatlantic slavery. I think that's what people forget to understand. There was literally, I'm pretty sure it had another name. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but it wasn't the
So
same.
sacrificing.
It wasn't the
So
same.
sacrificing. Hold on, Lauren. Lauren.
Okay,
So
go on.
sacrificing slaves is that a good thing?
No.
Okay, so in that article, she says that slaves were sacrificed
Who said
in
that?
religious ceremonies. In the article that I just read.
Okay, cool. So they said slaves were sacrificed in religious ceremonies.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that add to the conversation? Sorry, like where are we going with this?
So if you're saying the slavery of Africa wasn't like the slavery in the transatlantic, but they are sacrificing people and burying people alive, don't you think that's just as bad?
It's bad, but it's not the same thing.
It's not the same
It's
thing.
not the same thing as the transatlantic slave. And also, I need what source is that so I can read up on what they would,
That's on the
why
BBC.
that
the
was the
source,
case.
but
Can I have
first
the
of all,
source, please, so I can
Austin,
read a bit further on that, please?
Austin, it was a
My
BBC
Nigerian,
source.
That's what I'm saying. I literally, we all saw it. It was
grandfather.
BBC News that you're reading, literally from the colonizer. You're reading what they're saying, and you're saying, yeah, that's what all the Africans were doing. Furthermore, it specified southern Nigeria. I don't know. Like, has everyone traveled? Does everyone know how big Nigeria is? Even within southern Nigeria, the amount of tribes that there was some tribes that didn't even participate. Even amongst tribes, 9 times out of 10, what they would do would literally convince them to give them slaves under false pretenses. They wouldn't tell them exactly what they were doing. So this whole thing that we're trying to do here, and even the prompts, I'm confused. Are you Jamaican? Are you from the Caribbean or something? Are you African or not?
I'm British born.
So where are your parents from?
He's a Carib.
I'm British born. I don't recognize myself as a Caribbean. I wasn't born in the Caribbean. I have Caribbean ancestry, yes, but I'm born here. If I go to the Caribbean, I will not be accepted. They will
He's a
tell me I'm
Caribbean Lord.
I
just
think
like if you was to go to Africa,
yeah,
they would not accept you as a non-African. They would not accept you.
you're telling me they won't accept me in Africa.
Yes, if you're British born, I had somebody up here a couple of hours ago.
So
So
the
the
YT, so the YT man accepts you. The YT man accepts you.
No,
That's
no,
what you're
no.
How are
saying.
you
Accepted
telling
by the
me as
YT
an
man. I
African
have my
woman
own.
that
I have my
they
own
won't accept me?
We are
British
fighting against them, and you
ethno-Caribbean
sound like
man
you're
that I
speaking
have.
on their behalf.
No,
We are fighting
speaking on
against
How are you
them.
and
telling
this is
me that
how
they don't accept me in Africa?
and this is how you try
Me
and muddy
that's
the
lived in
waters.
Africa. How are you telling me they don't accept me in Africa, please?
Yeah, because you've got an
But
allegiance to Africa, so you're
Austin,
gonna defend it. It's
No, no, but I get
No,
where
but
he's
you've literally
coming
you've made
from.
the statement that I will
Yes,
not be
sir.
accepted in Africa
Yeah, but it's
because I'm
not the
British
same.
born.
I wouldn't
Just
be.
Lane, he just
And
all
how
he
did
means
you
is,
get
yeah.
that?
It's
How
a,
did you
It's
gauge
not
that?
one
it's a
sec, one sec.
strong.
It's
Go.
don't take that too serious. What it is that a lot of us. It's the same with Pakistanis all over the place. When you go back to your parents' homeland, especially if you get in a dispute, they will then call you English. It's as simple as that. It's not
Yeah,
as
yeah,
serious.
yeah, yeah.
How are you guys telling people their experiences?
Oh
Is
my God,
everyone
I'm telling
guided here?
yo,
No,
that
no,
might be
Me
you
that's gone to
personally.
Africa
That
Austin.
might be you
multiple times,
personally.
that lived
But
in
we know
Africa
bare
for a
people.
small period of
We
time.
know
You lot
bare
are telling
people
me
from the
that they call me
continent.
English.
That's
Okay,
fine.
that's fine.
No,
If
no, no.
that's what you
But
guys
we
do,
know
Wait,
bare
wait,
people
sister.
that's
that
my
have been to the
experience then.
continent
I
and
will
they get treated
believe
that.
TikTok and say that's my
Wait,
experience.
wait,
That's fine.
sister. Do you speak the language?
Speak what language?
What do
The
you mean
African
the
Whichever your
language.
people's
language?
Say
language.
Like
it.
the
Your
parents
people's language.
speak it.
No,
But
does she speak the language? Where are you from then, sis?
Yeah, but
I'm
if we
Yoruba
speak in
and Igbo.
English and
so,
all
Do you
that,
speak Yoruba?
wait. Do you speak it?
yeah,
No.
you can probably speak it, but
Yeah.
some
No, she
can
said
forget
no.
it.
That's it. End of story, brother. If you
So where are
can't
we
speak
going with
Yoruba,
this?
Yeah,
Okay,
but I'm
no,
saying
no.
I
They,
forgot.
if you
I
can't
forgot what
speak
my
okay,
mum
so
Yoruba,
where
and
do we
dad
go from
speak.
here?
I'm telling, listen carefully, people. If she can't speak Yoruba and she goes back there, bruv, they are not gonna consider her one of them people unless she's got bare wealth. But after that, bruv, no offense, but they're not gonna consider
She
you.
would
How are you
probably still
telling me?
understand it.
Wait, is everyone
I'm telling
guided
you.
here? Is everyone okay? How are you telling me? My mum is literally British born. I'm second generation UK. My mum's British
Bloody.
born. She speaks Yoruba. She literally went back to school. She was schooled in Nigeria,
Talking about
everything,
you.
and they accepted her. So how are you telling
Talking
me?
about you.
Even in my experience, how are you telling me my experience? Have you come with me to Nigeria? Were
I'm
you there?
saying,
No,
Were you at
all right.
Lekki
On
Lekki
the
phase 2? Were you at Lekki
scales, on the
phase 2?
scales of probability, right?
Were you at
It's more
Lekki
than
phase
likely.
2?
All right. 1 sec. On the scales of
Were
probability.
you on VI? Were you on
No.
Banana
On
Island?
the scales, this is what we do.
Oh,
We
okay.
measure things on the scales of probability. It is very likely that if you can't speak the language, they ain't really gonna accept you as one of them.
No,
in
that's
the
a
same
lie.
way.
Did they
That's
tell
a
you
lie, by
that?
the way.
Did they tell
Isa,
you that?
but then Isa, you lot should not say that out loud, you know, for
No, I'm
those who
saying
don't know
when you have a
respectfully.
dispute, I
No, I
mentioned when you
get
have
where
a
he's
dispute.
coming from. I
they
get
will
No,
where
put
no,
you
I'm
he's
into
saying
it.
you
coming
shouldn't
from.
say
That's all
that
I'm
out
saying.
loud because
I
that is
say you
not
just
true.
like to hear
Alvin, it's
yourself
not even
talk,
about
man.
saying it out loud. I think what's happened here is some of you, I don't know, maybe it's spice, because it's a situation where how are you telling people their experiences when they go back home? How are you not
Okay,
telling
then
me
he
I'm not
should have
accepted
rephrased
We're
it
and
in
my
a
telling
different
you,
experiences
way.
when I
Then
go
he
back
should have
we're
home?
rephrased it.
explaining it,
He
yeah.
should have
And I'll say it
rephrased it.
again.
How are you?
What you
You're not going to explain anything to me if it's my
All right,
experience
all
and
right.
I've
Now
lived
let
the
me let me
life.
It's
let
Are
me
you not
read. Let me
probability.
okay?
let me let me.
It's like
Obviously,
me
you can.
telling you
Hold
something
on,
about
hold
your
on,
Right, I
country.
agree. The
hold on.
facts
How
Let
am
me
I
are,
let me
telling you
read
your
you've
this.
said,
experiences with your
all
country?
right,
Does that make
Just Jane,
sense?
But
you
Let
Mr.
me
said that's
Austin,
not
one
Please
thing I
true.
stop
want
It's
to
talking
not
to
ask.
true.
me. I
You're
don't even
correct.
engage. Go on,
I'll address you. I
Austin.
don't care.
Go
You
on,
said it's
All right,
not
Austin.
hold
You
true.
on,
don't
hold
have
We're
on,
taking your
consent.
Esau,
You
word
don't
for
have
Esau,
it. It's
Esau,
consent.
that.
Go on,
But
Austin.
it is not
Seriously.
true.
Esau,
But go on, Isa.
Esau.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no. The way
hold
I
on,
see it, yeah. Oh, go.
hold
No,
on. This is
listen,
a
she made a
credible.
claim about herself. It's true because she said so. That's it. Let's accept it.
No, no, but
That's us personally.
bro, I can see
All right,
both
look,
You
sides.
can't
let me
tell
No,
read
people
no,
let me
everything
read
they
something.
can't
wait.
be accepted. Like,
He's
Wait,
telling
No,
me
wait.
I'm
I
that's
not
can
true.
see.
No,
accepted in my own
we have
country.
to
Look at
accept
his
what she's
head,
saying,
please.
but
Hold
that's us
on,
Austin, go
personally.
ahead.
hold
That's it.
on,
No, I can
Silence
see it
That's
that
us
on both
one.
personally.
sides. I can see it on
hold
both sides
on.
because
Control yourself, please. Yeah,
this could happen in any
control
country.
yourself. I don't wanna mute people. Yeah, this is a credible source. You can understand widespread modern slavery is in Africa today. Not the historical transatlantic slave trade, but
by the
modern
Muslim,
forms of
but you're
slavery.
putting
I'm
up
not
the
Like,
disputing
Muslims
that.
with
like
all
forced,
Africans.
hold on. Like forced labor, forced marriage, human trafficking, and bonded
Muslims.
exploitation. Walk Free Foundation
And
Global
big up to my
Slavery
Muslim
Index.
brothers, yeah. But I'm just saying,
Isn't these things happening from the Arabs?
I'm speaking. Around 7 million. Wait, hold on. 2023 Global Slavery Index, one of the most widely cited global reports in modern slavery, estimates that
Austin, you know
on
what you're doing,
any
innit?
day in 2021, around 7 million people in Africa were living in modern slavery. Now, you're telling me that it wasn't widespread in Africa, but clearly today, 7 million
Okay,
people in
give me 2
Africa
seconds,
live
Miss
under
Chin.
modern
Miss
You
slavery.
Chin,
know, wait,
Isa, give
sorry,
me 2
Alvin, one
seconds.
second. You know, in
Okay, go on, Lauren.
Africa consists of Northern Africa, yeah? You've got Morocco, you've got, no one's disputing that. We know slavery's happening, but where in Africa? Can you, the same source you have, did they specify what countries?
Exactly.
Mauritania,
Mauritania's mad.
Mali, Niger, parts of Nigeria,
You're
Congo,
saying all the North
surrounding
Okay,
Africans
areas,
so
and then
now I'm
North
part
gonna
of
read.
Africa,
Nigeria. Why don't you
Libya,
Now
say
I'm
the
gonna.
whole of
East,
Nigeria? Why
East
Now
do you
I'm
Af-
say
gonna
What's your
hold
part?
on,
point,
read.
though, bruv? Okay,
hold
let's
Now I'm
go
on,
gonna
from there.
read
What's your point?
another
Cyprus,
source. It
Sudan,
says here the one of the
Somalia,
biggest human trafficking hubs right now is Libya. Okay.
Libya.
Libya.
Yeah, I
Then
Yeah.
it
know.
also goes on
And
to
plus, it's
say,
illegal in Nigeria, by the way.
yeah. Then it goes on to say places like places in Northern Africa. So no one's disputing that modern day slavery isn't happening or slavery isn't happening 100%, but it's happening in Northern Africa. Not in the West, not in the South. It's literally happening in Northern Africa.
No, that's not
Majority.
true.
Hold on. It's happening.
Not true.
It's happening. Majority of the slavery, majority. Let
It's
me correct
happening in
myself.
West,
Majority is happening
North,
in
and
Lauren,
East
Northern
Africa.
Africa.
Lauren, what's it called, Mr.
It's happening
Austin?
in
Let's put
West,
a little
Central,
bit,
North, and East Africa. So the fact,
Mr. Austin.
hold on,
Let's put
the
a
fact,
little bit of context into
into it, yeah.
Hold on. We can't go around and start saying, "Oh yeah, slavery doesn't exist in Africa," when we
Who
can see
said that?
clearly that it exists
Yeah,
today.
but
When I've just
No one
listed
said
countries
that,
in
bro.
Africa, you do know,
No, but
you know Libya's in Africa, right?
you're saying now in today's world it exists, but back then it didn't.
I didn't say that. When did I make
Oh,
that
God.
statement? I said the
Okay, well,
slavery was. I said
when I read you the
transatlantic
article,
slavery is different to the slavery that
okay,
Africans had
but that
amongst each other.
article
That's what I
clearly
said.
says that article clearly says that the Africans were trading slaves way before the Europeans ever got there.
Exactly, which was different
You
to
said it
the
was different.
transatlantic slave
No,
trade.
no, it's not. It's not different because they were sacrificing people and burying them alive.
I'm not
That's
Yeah,
happy
what
with
but
they were
that,
doing.
they say that without the slave trade. But listen, look, without this, this is not out to our brothers and sisters who are Muslims. I'm not talking about our Muslim our brothers and sisters, but I'm saying the slavery that's going on is usually by it's by Arabs or Muslim government or people who are far right or wherever it is, you know. So don't put that on all Africans, which is
So
not the
Africa
case,
is
you know.
compromised.
And
We're
like
compromised.
sometimes for people who don't know, who are
Alvin, it's a
outside
cop
of
out. It's a
Africa,
cop
for
out,
example.
Alvin, man.
For
It's a
example,
cop
you
out.
guys would say like some of our women, they get what they call, you know, when they do that thing down there to the women, it doesn't happen to every woman. It happens within
Bro,
the
it says
Muslim community and things.
1 in 3 women before the age of 18 in Africa have been raped.
What
You
are we
and your
doing
nonsense,
here?
you
What
know,
are we doing
Austin.
here?
1 in
Are
3
you all
women.
right?
What are we doing here? And then if we're gonna do like,
Bro,
what are we
don't
doing?
make me
That
pull
what are
up.
we
Don't make me
doing?
pull up the
Grape
Azogo
happens
festival.
all over the
Don't make me pull
world.
up the
Why is
Azogo
grape even
festival
being
again,
used
bro.
as an argument? I
They're
don't
graping
understand.
women as a festival.
Sorry?
They're graping women in a
Yeah,
festival in
Lauren, I beg you,
Africa
tell
right
him
now.
And
about
that
that
also happens
festival.
in Asia and
That
India and Pakistan. They have a
Oh,
huge
so
issue
what
over there. So
aboutism,
what are you
right?
talking about?
Hold on, stop.
Whataboutism?
You're hold on. You're saying there's a festival in
Where
which
they
wait,
grape
wait.
women.
Are you saying the festival
I
is
bet,
about
yeah,
that?
guys,
No,
we
hold on. Let's
don't know.
clarify.
We
Let's
don't know
clarify.
about that festival. We
No,
don't know
one
what
sec,
goes
one
on
sec,
there.
one sec. No.
They're
This is getting
translating it
weird.
to
Very,
something we
very
don't
weird.
know.
Wait, stop. Are you saying, is the claim here that the festival is about doing those things? Or are
Let's
No,
we
read it.
it's
saying,
Look,
not.
one sec,
look.
Serzo,
What's
are we
happening in
saying
the
what?
Azoro
Isa, you lot
inside
are xenophobic, you
allegation?
know.
Bruv, just stop, man. I'm trying to clarify what he's saying. Is he saying the festival is about doing that? Or is he saying at a festival
Of
for
course
another
it's
reason?
not. You don't even have to read it to know.
Let me read.
Bloody hell.
Let me read the article. A cultural festival in the Azoro Kingdom Delta State is now under scrutiny following widespread reports of attacks on women. Another disturbing story has again gripped Nigeria once again, placing the safety and dignity and women and rights of women under scrutiny. In the Azoro Kingdom, the headquarters of the Asoko North local government area in the Delta State, multiple reports and eyewitnesses accounts have alleged incidents of sexual assault and harassment linked to the recent tradition. This is a video. I can't play it for TikTok, but they were graping a woman in the middle
You
of the
know,
street.
grape happens everywhere. You know, someone literally
In the middle of
ejaculated
the
on a
street,
woman
and all your African
in
brothers are
Ghana,
standing
in
around
the
watching.
UK. You do know that. You know, grape happens everywhere. You know that people are getting gang raped everywhere. You do know that, right?
It
It's
happens
not just
everywhere, even
specific
in
to
the
Africa. You do know that, right?
Okay,
If
then
you look
it's
at
okay in
statistics,
Africa.
the country with the
It's okay in
highest number
Africa
of
then,
grape cases is actually Sweden. Okay,
How are you
that's
going to
in
put that
Europe,
one thing on the
right?
whole of Africa?
So what are we
What's going
doing
on
here?
there?
I'm confused.
How are you
What
going
are
to
we
put
doing
this
here?
one thing there on the whole of Africa? What's going on here?
It's getting weird. And why is grape even an argument? Where are
Okay,
you going
why
with
is
that
there a
argument?
festival? Why is there a festival where they're graping women?
I
Yeah,
have
but
an
you
idea.
only
Why
have
don't
that
you
festival
message the
today.
people
That's at
that you got the
Carnival.
source
That's
from?
everywhere.
Ask them
Carnival
why
in the
it's happening.
Caribbean. That's happening
Nah,
at Carnival in the Caribbean.
No.
What?
It's not right.
Okay, if
saying
we're
that
gonna do
happened at
this, let me
Carnival in the
get a
Caribbean?
It don't
response for
happen
the
in no
Caribbean.
Carnival in
Okay.
Hold on,
Caribbean.
listen,
I'm
No
just saying
listen.
people are
festival where
exaggerating
women are
things.
getting raped in the
How do
Caribbean.
you know,
Can you show me?
Sazo? How
Can
do
you
you
show
know?
me? Can you show me? Can you show
Give
me,
me a
fam?
chance to talk, man.
My
Mr.
God.
Austin, I don't know what mouthpiece you're being, yeah, but listen, if the president of Ghana, yeah, which is your prompt, yeah, wants reparation, yeah, first of all, we should champion that. At least us championing that. And for our Ghanaian brothers and sisters getting it, guess what's gonna happen? It's gonna spread to all those, and it's probably not all BLK people
Sorry, man. I don't
who's
trust
gonna get
Africans with that,
reparation
bro.
or
They
who
might
deserve
scam us.
reparation. But let's champion it for those who are trying to get it. Why are you gonna be a Kemi
No,
Badenoch
if they wanna,
and be so
go down,
against?
if they wanna go down their road, Alban, yeah, and go get reparations, I don't have a problem with it. But don't be going to America and trying to usurp the the American BLK people that are actual descendants of slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that stuff.
They
Don't be
don't
trying to
do
go
that
around
though.
there.
Wait, I'm
They
trying
are
to
though.
I'm trying
They
to
are though, because they're
understand.
trying to get money.
Austin,
They're
do
trying to get
you
money from the UN. They're trying to
Nobody
pressure
trying
the
to
US
usurp
with
nobody,
their
man.
money.
Can I just
Yes,
say
they are.
I've got a
something? Can I
question
just
for
wait? Can I just say
Austin.
something? Look at all this stuff they take out of Africa and what they live off, and we can't get nothing back after all the stuff
And the
they
Africans
take.
willingly sell it to them.
Austin,
And
I
they
just want to
willingly give it to
understand.
them. Willingly.
I'm just trying to understand. So do you like? Evidently, we understand you absolutely despise Africans. We get it. That's fine. But I'm just trying to understand. Do you prefer like whitey people? Like, do you identify more with them?
Not
Do you
even
feel like you
denying it,
can?
Austin. Are you crazy,
Look,
Austin? You're
I'm
my
not
guy,
trying to.
you
I'm
know.
Do
not
you
trying to
feel
play your
like
passive.
you?
I'm not trying to play your passive aggressive game. But when Africans try to come and say, "Yeah, you're a BLK person, you must identify as an African," I don't agree with that.
Who said that on the panel? I've asked you a question. Do you prefer whitey people over Africans or
Many
something?
Africans have said that to me, and I've definitely seen a lot of Africans on this panel basically say, "Okay, we all come from Africa, so you should identify as an African."
She's asking you if
We've
you
heard
are
it
if
I'm
over
not.
you
and
if
over
you
again.
if
That's
you
not my
resonate with
question.
YT people. That's what
Exactly.
she's
That was my
asking.
question. I don't like.
I
We
don't.
understand your view with
Who's
Africans.
advocating for
Question I'm
YT
asking is about
people?
YT people.
If
But
No one
your
said. Can
talking
you listen to the
points are,
question?
slavery is still
Have
existing
you
in
listened to the
Africa today,
question?
if Africa still has slavery today, and BLK people are still being enslaved, and I'm talking about it, but you're an African and you're not saying nothing about it, kind of seems to me like you're in bed with the YT people,
Who
because the
said I
The
haven't said
slavery
anything
is
about?
is
Who said I
is
haven't
as
said
strange to
anything
us
about
just
it?
as it is to
they're
you.
actually
It's the Muslims
benefiting
doing it.
Who
from the
said I haven't?
enslavement of your people. But
Yeah,
you
but
Do
don't
you know
care about
what?
that.
I
yeah,
think
but
it's a situation. Just to summarize, guys, people that are watching, this is a lot of views that a lot of people hold against Africans. So I'm
definitely.
not even gonna have this conversation. It's not happening in good faith. Evidently, you really don't like Africans, and it's
All right,
fine.
then
Like, it's actually
you can move on. You
Yeah,
can
Did
move
she
but
say a
on.
lot
there's
of people? Did
yeah,
she say
but
a lot of people have?
Why you drop
Austin,
her?
blood, what the hell?
yeah, but there's a lot
You
of
can move on,
slavery
man.
going on in UK, but it's just in
There
your
ain't no
on your brain.
slavery
It's
going
not
on in the
physically.
UK, and if it is going on, it's by Africans bringing people from their country and making them slaves. I've got articles on that too. Do you want to see it?
What the hell?
No, but UK
Do you
do
want to
this.
see it?
No, I'm not saying they
Okay,
don't, bro. I'm not
okay.
saying that. You know what I
Mr.
mean?
Austin. Mr. Austin.
Mr. Austin don't like Africans.
Austin, do
Listen,
you do
listen.
lives first of all,
I
yeah?
don't like. Do you know what I don't like?
Other
I don't like sneaky little people
I
that
get
go
that.
behind people's back and try and steal from other people.
No.
When you are the main perpetrators that help the YT man sell BLK
So,
people.
No,
The
it
YT
was
listen,
man
what's
so
the
listen.
Austin. That
YT
was the
wait.
Moors.
The YT man can't go up in
2
Africa
seconds,
because of
guys.
the heat.
So
Because
listen,
of
let
the
me ask you
heat.
this. Let me
Because
ask you this. Like
because
like how you
wait. Let me finish, man. I'm not gonna talk over you. In Africa, they stay on the coastline and they send their little boys to go out and capture people and bring them back. That's what the Africans were doing. The YT man can't run around Africa; it's too hot. He don't want to catch malaria, so he sits on the sideline, sends his little boys out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and they
you're
go and
talking
capture
about the
people and
Kemi
bring them back
Badenochs,
and bring them to them castles.
though.
Them castles that they got in Ghana that they put them people in, and you can see inside of themselves where people are scratching the stone because it's so hot in there. They
Yeah,
can't get
but
out.
Kemi
Their
is
nail
forced to
marks
be
are in the
against
stone.
BLK people. She has to be an English woman. She has to represent
African
British.
people
That's
She's
how
not
she got that
representing
position.
Nigerian. She's not representing
Yeah,
BLK. That's not her job to represent BLK.
Hold on,
She's there
guys.
to represent
Can
the country. And to us, it's looking like she's against us
How
or
dare they go out there and try to get reparations when they took part in it? You should keep your mouth shut.
Could you
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
on,
but wait.
hold on, guys.
What about the
Hold on,
Moors?
hold
What
on.
about the Moors? The Moors was the one in the Berlin conference that
Damn.
showed all the
Lauren,
Europeans
I bet you request.
So
where it
if
was in
anyone,
Africa.
okay, all right, you want to go there? If anyone should be given reparations, yeah. Firstly, it should be the Arabs because the Arabs was in Africa from the 7th century, taking you, millions of you.
No, but that was by force. That was slavery, and they bred
You're
it
not trying to
into
go.
us.
You're
No,
not trying to go.
wait.
You're not trying to go to
They,
the Arabs though.
no. We're going to the Arabs because they bred it into us. Because how do you think the
No, you're
Arabs
not.
get their look?
You're going to
How
the
do the Arabs
UN so
get
you
their
can
look,
pressure the
their
USA
phenotype?
to give you money.
Let me ask this guy
What?
something, man. Like how he's putting down Africa. Do you know that modern slavery is
What are you
in North
talking about?
America?
Africa is not a developed country. It's
Hold
underdeveloped. There's
on.
starving children there
Hold
right
on.
now.
Why
I
What are
have
is
you
that
talking
though?
about?
Why is that?
Mr. Austin.
Because you got people in the top upper echelon of African people, black people are stealing from their own people, selling out their resources.
Where did
for
they learn
peanuts.
that behavior from?
Damn.
They
Yeah,
learned
exactly.
That, they learned
Ask
that
him.
from their
Ask
own
him, Wes.
selfish
Go on.
ways.
No, they
From
learned
their
that
own
from the
selfish
white
ways.
tea man that set the
Doesn't matter,
borders
bro.
that came
They're
in.
still selling. They're still selling their resources for dollars.
Yeah, do you
That's
know
what they're
why? Do
doing.
you know why? Because the
Listen,
white tea man is still there, shadow
Mr.
government.
Austin, you should know this.
listen.
This
I'm
is
gonna get out. Of,
ABC, you know.
I'm gonna
Mr.
get out of
Austin.
here, man. Cause this host
Go
don't
on,
wanna learn
Marshall.
fucking
No,
nothing.
Marshall,
He don't
say
wanna
what you
learn
want to say,
nothing.
man. Mr. Austin is trying.
Listen,
Marshall,
he's
say
You
what
wanna
you gonna
cry? You
say.
wanna cry like a baby? Get to stepping, man. Get to stepping.
Mr. Austin, this should be ABC though. Think about it. What am I doing in this country, my bro? For 33 years. What are
Bro,
African?
you're
What
living
are
a good life.
Syrians? What are Syrians doing in this
We
country today?
can't.
Look at our new
Bro,
neighbors.
you're living a great life in this country. If you didn't like
Yeah,
this
yeah,
country,
yeah. I'm
you can
saying,
go
what
back
are
to
our
Africa.
Syrian brothers and sisters who just come in yesterday? What are they doing in this country?
Oh
What
yeah,
am I
that's
doing
true.
here?
That's
They're
true.
getting
Why did
free
they have
house.
to
They're
leave?
getting free housing. They're getting their
Yeah, cool,
benefits
cool, cool,
paid
cool,
to them.
cool.
But
No,
don't you
They
see
hang
the
around
bigger
on the
picture?
streets all day. They sell smugs. They kidnap kids. They grape little
cool, cool,
girls.
cool.
That's what they're doing over here.
Cool, you're saying that, yeah, but I'm saying the whole point. Look, you're
There's
saying
There's
all
a
these
bigger
things.
picture. There's a bigger picture. Why do you think the African people leave Africa to come to the UK? Because the UK made sure that the African people's money's not good. They don't have good
What the hell?
healthcare. They don't have all of this kind of stuff. So
No, they
people will
can
leave
fix.
Africa.
They
Why?
can
Why?
fix
Why are
their
people
country.
studying in Africa and
They
getting
can.
good education
Yeah,
and
because
stuff?
because it ain't worth shit. Their degree
No,
ain't worth
because
shit.
no, don't
And
you
they
get it?
come here and they get educated and they can't even go back to their country because they'll get paid peanuts over there. So they
Exactly,
stay
but
here.
wait. How? Why don't you know that though? The YT man was the one that made sure through them IMF bank loans and stuff to make
Bro,
sure that Africa's money
every
stays down
if
and
every
they stay
African
down.
if every African didn't flee their country and run away to a next country and leave their kids and their family behind and come here and breed up next gal and do all types of mad stuff, yeah. If they didn't do that and they went back to their country and rebuilt Africa, Africa would have been built 10 times by now.
So
No,
why
but
did your
don't you
father?
understand?
Why
The
did? Give me 2
Somalis,
seconds,
the
Wes.
Somalis, the
Give me 2
Somalis
seconds.
went to
Yeah, yeah.
Minnesota and the Somalis went to Minnesota. They stole $19 billion
Yeah, okay,
worth of
yeah.
social funding. And you know what
We
they
know
did? They
this.
went and they put that money in Kenya. They bought loads of property. Now the Kenyan government's trying to take those properties off them. How
Big up
come
to
the
the
Somalis?
Somalians. But anyway,
How come the
listen,
Somalis?
listen.
How come the Somalis are moving more correct than the whole of Africa?
Because they got more savagery and kidnap all that stuff in them, innit?
You wait, Mr. Austin. Just example. If your father is from the Windrush, or if he's Nigerian or Ghanaian, whoever your father is, wherever your people came when they came in the 50s or 60s. Some of us, they came in the late 80s and 90s. Yeah, so your father, why did he come here?
Bro, you have to
Why
ask
did he
him that.
why did he
All
leave
I
his
know is,
country behind?
all
Why
I
did
know
your
is,
great
all I
grandparents
know is,
I can tell
why
all
did
I
your
know
great
is,
grandparents leave
all I
their
know is,
country
yeah, when I
behind?
done my genealogy, when I
Decide to
did my
go
genealogy,
decide to
yeah.
go on a DWP ship.
Hold on,
Wait.
hold on.
Decide to go on a DWP ship called Windrush, sponsored by the government, benefited, yeah, to bring you here. Wait. Why did they decide to leave the country behind to come here,
Bro,
thinking they're gonna get better jobs, better this, better that, after they're done fighting for the war, this and that, yeah? Why did they come here and do that? The same
bro,
rhetoric that you're saying
my
about Africans. Why
genealogy,
did your parents did
I
that?
can trace my genealogy all the way to
Why
Texas
did they
in
come here?
America.
Tell us.
I can trace my genealogy back.
That
The
what's that
reason
got
why
to do
I'm
with what I
here,
just said? I said, why
I'm
did
the
they come
reason.
here?
I'm the one that is here now. I am not Caribbean. I am not African. I'm here
Yeah,
now.
so
This is where
talk
I'm
to
at
us, blood.
now.
I don't know if
This
it's an
this
Indian
is
talking to me, blood. Is it?
this
Let me
this is my home. This is where I live. This is my home. This is all I know. I'm not going back to Africa because I don't
Yeah,
know
this is
Africa.
my
I'm
child's
not going
home.
back to the
This is
Caribbean
my child's
because
home. This is
I don't know the
probably
Caribbean.
Isa if
Alright,
Isa
then,
was born in this
let
country.
me
This is probably Isa's home as well. Like this
let
is
me
everybody who was born here's home.
let me give him a prompt, yeah. Let me understand
This is
this,
where's
yeah?
home if he was born here.
No, wait. Let me give you a prompt. The reason why I am here and I got born here is because they sold the African Nigerian people story where they left Nigeria to come to England to work. They wasn't supposed to stay here for the amount of years and have families. They were supposed to straight go back. But because they tricked them to do with the system and everything, yeah, the people ended up staying here. Do you understand what I mean? That's how I was born. I wasn't supposed to be born here.
You know what? I agree with you on that, but you know what the difference is? Now they've screwed up those people. Now they can't go home because all they know is here. So what do? They bring in the next ethnic group to take their place.
That's true.
And then they vote against everything that benefits you. Everything that benefits you. You can't get a parking space outside your house now because there's so many people living in your kid can't get a placement in school.
Are you alright?
Your kid, listen. Your kid can't get a placement in school because the schools are overrun with
That is a
people and their
fact.
children.
That is true.
But you know what? But you don't forget Wes.
You can't get seen in the hospital because
That
there's
is
a
a fact.
bag of migrants sitting in the hospital
That
claiming
is a fact.
benefits.
But
You're
Mr.
paying
Austin,
high taxes because
hear
of
this.
people
Hear this,
sucking
Mr.
off the teeth
Austin.
of the taxpayer.
Hear this, Mr. Austin. You don't
That don't
understand.
benefit me. That benefits migrants.
30 years ago, yeah, the complaint that the English were saying when I was coming in here, was no difference to the complaint when 10 years after I was here, when the what do you call it? Romanians and the Albanians were coming in, and the Polish were coming in. They were complaining. You see, and then years later today, when you got the Syrian coming in, you got them marching 500,000 from last year. So it's the same complaining that I understand today is changed. So you now, when you're talking about these things, you have to be careful how you talk here, because they were complaining about our parents one day, man. And now you're doing the same. You're doing the same.
I understand what's happening now because I've seen it over time happen.
As a son
I've
of
seen it happen.
Wes, basically, sorry, Austin, Wes, basically what I'm saying, as a son of immigrant, I cannot look at the Syrian, and I just use Syrian as an example, even though we got bare East Europeans coming in, in numbers, I don't look at them and think, oh, too many immigrants.
Definitely not. Definitely
NHS is
not.
hard for us. And I gotta say, boy, we gotta make our way. I'm not gonna blame another immigrant. Yeah.
Bro, this is who they're letting in the country. Man grapes a woman in 2017, gets no jail time.
Stop it.
Man grapes a woman in 2005,
English man
no jail
nonsense.
time. Man grapes another woman in the same year.
Austin, this is
racism.
racism.
It's true what he's saying. It's true what he's saying.
But it's ageism. That
No,
one
no,
is
no, but
ageism.
check this
It's
though.
not
But check this
racism,
though.
bro.
No,
Say
but
that's
check
your daughter
this.
that gets graped. Say that's your daughter that gets graped.
Because
it's true.
Wes, listen, Wes, I swear to God, if you complain to me about immigration, for me, it won't be no different to the Nigerian, to the Ivorian, to the South African in their country complaining about immigration. But you see,
It's the same thing. The South
wait.
Africans are complaining about
But you see,
Nigerians too.
sorry, Austin, but you see when the white team man is complaining, there's color involved. So when you see certain things there, it's a racist thing, blood. It's not so much about.
Bro, the South Africans,
it's not so much about immigration.
are making the most noise right now because they've got Nigerians and all type of people.
Could you let
coming
Kay
in
come
their
and cook?
country.
I promise she'll be a good girl.
And think about this as well. Think about this, yeah. If say 90% of the migrants left here, do you know what it would do to wages in this country?
Yeah, I know that. It will mess up. It will mess up because they do the most
No, it won't mess
labouring
up.
work.
It will make wages rise. It will make wages rise.
Austin don't want to hear
Because
that.
you got people coming here that are willing to work for peanuts because in their country it's worth a lot.
Yeah, but
So what
stop.
happens- The people that actually trying to work and make a living over here, their wages ain't going up because they can get Abdul or they can get, I don't know, Ade to come over here and work for fucking half the price that you.
Yeah. But that's why slavery was ended in America though, because President
Laurie,
Lincoln
are
said.
you hearing this?
President
But that's
Lincoln
got nothing to
said.
do.
No, President Lincoln ended slavery because of that. Because he said, if people keep on buying slaves, there's going to be no economy.
This is how they feel, you know.
Do you understand what I mean? But look, hear what I'm saying here, right? Like, in the end of the day, yeah, right? They were saying that we're all immigrants anyway. We are all immigrants. Yeah.
No, we're not all in the. No, we're not. No, we're not. Because some
And
people
then
are indigenous. Like some of the people that are in the Caribbean. I admit that there was some slaves there was quite a lot of slaves that passed through the Caribbean, but there are
Mhm.
some indigenous people that was there. And
Right
by
then,
them
can I say
saying
this
that you're
then?
by them saying you're an African, they take away
Dustin,
your native rights to that island.
Dustin,
Oh, okay,
They
Dustin,
take
don't
away
be
your
shook up the
rights.
ladies, man. Bring up K, man.
Nah, they get
But
too emotional, man. I'm about to
no,
come
but
off anyway soon.
this is what I was gonna
I
say
done
as well, yeah,
I done what I
Austin.
came
Yeah,
here for.
this is what I was gonna say as well, yeah, Austin. Yeah, you need to kind of like
I achieved my goal.
you need to kind of like explain, yeah, why the money in people's countries, especially the countries that have got so much resources, why the money is rubbish. You need to break that down
Because
because if they've got
you got Africans in Africa that are at the top that are
yeah,
stealing from the people at the bottom.
it's only them.
No, it's not just them, but they're taking money from the
So
white.
say how
They're
it is
taking
then,
money.
please.
They're taking
So
money
what
from the
about
YT man. And they're giving away the resources of the country, and then they're putting it in their back pocket,
who are they
and then
giving it to?
throwing the crumbs to the people. That's what they're
No, they're
doing.
not even throwing crumbs. What you got to understand, yeah, is that a lot of African countries, yeah, have shadow government of the YT man that has been there for years.
Exactly.
He's
Oh,
not
that's
there. Wait, let me
bullshit, bro.
finish. Let me finish.
That is true.
He's not there in the physical, but his companies and stuff have been there for
Yeah.
mad
Because he's got
years.
his
Wait,
little,
wait, wait,
he's got his
wait.
little, he's got
Go
his little
on.
scammers to help him.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say to you is that when you do look at the Africans, understand that there's a certain amount of Africans that are in the government that are corrupt, that are sleeping with the white man. And understand this, in the African
And they're
government, that's
sellouts.
why that's why Ibrahim Traore did what he did, and the others,
Yeah,
Niger and the
good
other
for him.
people
Good
did
for
what
him.
they did.
Good for him, bro. I
No,
And
no, no.
our
Why do you think?
president in Ivory Coast, he got what's it called? He got put there by force by the French. You get me? Because the person who won, they said, "Nah, you didn't win." Yeah, what's it called? So they ended up unaliving 100,000 people, saying, "Oh,
Wow.
if you don't leave the presidency, imagine French country telling you, no, you didn't win the president. You're not
This is what
president.
I'm talking
Come off."
about.
So they took him off, yeah. And then now today, for the past 10 years, yeah, or since 2010, it's been a guy called Alassane Ouattara, who's actually from what's his name? What's the name Ibrahim Traore's
Yeah.
country?
Okay, Ouagadougou or whatever. All
He's
them
actually
places.
from his country, but he got citizenship in Ivory Coast, and now he's president. The French put him there. He's working for the French. His missus
I
is all
know who
YT
you're on
on
about.
Ivorian television. Huh?
They snatched
All
him
right,
up
all
and
right,
they
all
sent
right,
him
all
back
right.
to Ibrahim Traore. That same guy, he was going at Ibrahim
Oh,
Traore.
yeah.
They snatched him up and brought him to
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you
what's
see
so?
that?
Can
I
I
face
told you
hold on
that.
to this
charges.
bullshit for a minute, man? We
Yeah,
need
he's
to dial
against
it back.
Ibrahim.
We need to dial it back here because I had to painfully listen to a lot of historically inaccurate conversations. Right? Let's go back to Africans selling Africans. Let's properly address that. Give it the actual proper accuracy it deserves, right? Because we can't just say Africans sold Africa.
Yes,
That's
Green Sahara.
oversimplifying history,
I've been
right?
saying this.
Host, right? Let's get into it because you keep saying that, right? You was talking about the Igbo tribes, right? They actually weren't centralized, by the way. So this is like, how can I say it?
Bro,
Comparing.
you know what?
Wait,
I
wait.
don't even want to pursue. I don't even want to pursue that. Wait. I don't
Oh,
even want to
yeah, you
pursue
don't want
that.
to pursue it
What I
now.
want to pursue. What I want to pursue is.
No, you're
What I want to
running.
pursue. What I want to pursue is the
Running.
fact that slavery was ended. What in the 1940s, 1950s in
What?
Africa.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's.
Till
I know
now,
what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing.
Africans are still enslaved.
Hear
What are you saying
what we're
about
gonna
that?
do, right? Hear what we're gonna do because you think, right? I'm not saying you're stupid, by the way, but you think you're very clever, bro, by moving narratives and changing goalposts. All right, look.
No, but you're moving the goalposts because you're talking about back in the
Here's what we're
day.
gonna
I'm
do. Here's what
talking
we're gonna
about
do.
right
Here's what we're gonna
now.
do, right? Okay, let's talk
No.
about Nigeria.
You don't
About
run shit around
Nigeria,
here,
right?
bro. You don't run shit around here. This
I
is my
don't,
shit right
I
here.
don't say I run your panel, but I run my
Yeah. Okay. Well,
brain
I'm
and my
telling you
body.
right now. Africans are enslaving other Africans. What are you saying about that?
You're
Right
getting the
now.
same, man.
Arabs.
You keep. Here's what's
Go on,
happening.
address that.
doing it.
Nigeria was formed in 1910. Okay. So you mentioned, and don't mute me when I say this. You mentioned the Igbo tribe, right? This is a place that's in Nigeria, one of the many ethnic groups based on a tribe in Nigeria, right? So today you keep saying Nigerian people are catching. Bro, who in Nigeria?
Bro,
Who in
Sierra Leone,
Nigeria?
they got
Oh,
little
we want to
kids
go
in
about Sierra
mines
Leone. Okay, let's talk
mining
about that country.
diamonds.
Let's talk about Sierra Leone, right? That's a very beautiful country to go into. Do you know about Freetown? The history of that? Before we get into
No,
it.
you can tell me more. You can
Right.
tell me more
So
about it.
Freetown is them people are going to be quite genetically close to us because these are people that I don't know if you want to say deported or they basically got sent from the Caribbean, the Americas,
Liberians
back. No, not just Liberia. Yeah, Liberia as well as
and
Freetown in
Sierra
Sierra
Leone,
Leone.
Salone, yeah.
Yeah. So these people were in slavery along with us, got sent back to Africa. Now, you can see you was talking about shadow governments, right? What France do, what Britain do? Let's focus on them for now. Innit? We won't go into Belgium and anyone else, bro. They have companies inside Africa, right, that literally control the banking systems, the education, right? So, for example, when people are going into school in Nigeria, they should be learning the difference between this tribe and that tribe, but instead they're learning English. You might think that's not a big problem, but actually it is. Because when you're learning English, you're learning that's the superior language, and then you're gonna actually delve deeper into tribalism. So then some guy
Bro,
that's in
most
control.
African
Wait.
tribes ain't even got their own alphabet.
Oh,
What are you
really,
talking
really,
about?
really? You just don't know nothing, bro.
I said
You're
most
just
African
showing your
tribes
ignorance.
ain't even
That's
got their own
false.
alphabet.
That's false. You ever heard of
Go on,
Insibidi?
tell me one.
So
Tell me one.
I didn't say it
Yo,
properly, right?
most
Tell me one.
Because I've
Africans
never said it out loud. Wait. So there's
look.
please
When I
someone
came here, I was way ahead
help
of
me.
The
people,
Yeah.
you
YT
know.
man taught
Insibidi?
you how to write.
No, they didn't.
You're off top.
Alright, cool. What's
Off
this?
top.
Wait,
Off
stop.
top. Even
Everybody stop.
off
I've got
top.
a fact for
The
you.
first
Everybody
writing
stop.
system comes from
Everybody
Africa.
stop. Everybody stop, right? And I know SM Westman will 100% know the facts behind this more than I do, but watch this now. You lot fucked up, mate. So the Songhai Empire, right? No, the Mali Empire, my bad. I went to the wrong one. Do you want to know what one of their largest economic things were for making money? I said that bad, but it was books. Not ivory, not gold, books. Where was the Mali Empire from? Can anyone tell me where that is? Yeah. I'm going to tell you this is a real piece of history. So what someone was captured from the Mali Empire or from that territory
The
into a
first
North
uni
African
was in
territory.
Africa, blood. Come on,
Into a
man.
North Africa territory. Do you know what he said? He said, your soldiers stole all of my books, 3,000 books. That was the smallest library of all my friends. Go look up when the Mali Empire existed, bro, before you say we didn't have any literature. That's just one empire.
Okay, Nigeria
Oh my, you're going to go
uses
to
the
Nigeria
English
again.
alphabet.
Oh my
Ethiopia
days.
uses the
Wait,
English
wait.
alphabet.
You're in the presence of the wrong guy. Again, Nigeria was formed in 1910. Go look up some of the actual languages that had written. Like I just told you, brother, it's similar to hieroglyphics, what some of the
Facts.
Nigerian tribes were using. You don't know because you don't bother. Go and look it up.
Bro.
No, we use the
Bro.
Nigerians speak English because they were forced to speak English. It was an
Exactly.
arbitrary border forced by Britain.
Colonized.
In 1910, I just told you this. You're not listening to me, bro.
Okay, so
1910, Britain made Nigeria. So
okay,
it teach them
tell them
English.
not
so
to speak.
the YT man made Africa lose its own alphabet. That's what you're saying.
They had the
So
PQs,
let me explain
the
something, right?
PQs and everything.
They're making
It's
them
called
speak.
colonialism,
That's all-
bro.
that's
Wait,
all I
yo,
needed
off
to hear.
top. You know all the languages. You see how Ghana or Nigeria or even my country, Ivory Coast, you see like one country got like 100 languages, yeah?
Yes.
All they translated all the Bible, all the everything in
Oh,
them languages, man. All
yeah,
the
that is
60 different
true.
languages. Blood!
That is
You hear
true.
me? In their schools, they tell them speak English, speak French, speak Spanish, whatever it is.
You're
In
right.
their workplace, they tell them speak English, speak French, speak Spanish, whatever it is. When you have pidgin, do you know why the word pidgin is? Because it's called street English. That's what pidgin is. So basically, it's basically those who never went school or who are not in school, or basically
All right,
English
check-
that's spoken without education.
check
That's
this
why they
out.
call
Check
it
this out.
pidgin. And then
All
you
right.
get me? And can I just say,
All
can
right,
I
check
just
this
end by
out.
saying, do you know, a
Check
10-year-old
this out.
Caribbean, fresh in Caribbean, is more smarter than than us
All right,
here,
check
than our
this
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
10-year-old.
Check
yeah.
this out now.
Facts.
You get me?
Facts.
And
Check
in
this out
Africa,
now,
blood. When they
Check
come
There's
this
here and
out
there's
now.
say,
too much
This is
evidence
how I know.
of
This is
literature
how I
in
know
Africa, though.
Africa.
Thank you.
Africa
In
is
Insibidi. Thank you.
cooked.
Thank
Yeah,
you. That's
Yeah,
just
in
called
Sibidi,
Insibidi.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I forgot the name. Thank you. This
The
guy,
Congo
he's a
Scrolls.
G man. SM knows,
listen,
bro.
listen. The Yoruba tribe uses the English alphabet. The Igbo tribe, the Hasua tribe, the Ewe tribe, the Fulani tribe,
Oh my
the
days.
Swahili. the
You're not gonna be
Lulu,
able to do
the
this with me, bro.
Amarit,
All right,
We
the
cool.
man
Zulu,
K,
Watch
please.
this.
We
You're
the
gonna
K.
Shona,
wait. Watch this now.
Lingala. They all use the
You're gonna keep
English
doing that.
alphabet.
Shona. You just said Shona.
Yeah,
They only done that
Bro,
so
Shona,
let's
they
yeah.
can
stick to
get the
one.
white
Hold
man.
on. Let's stick to one region for
Shona.
fuck. No, let's
Multiple
not go to
examples
Zimbabwe. We'll
of
talk
where
about Zimbabwe
Africa
in a
don't
different.
have their own
West
alphabet.
Africa. Are you stupid, bro? It's Shona. Where do they speak Shona, bro? That's Zimbabwe.
Shona,
Where's Zimbabwe? Shona.
Shona,
Shona is
Shona,
Zimbabwe, bro.
I
Allow it.
said Shona.
Shona, Zimbabwe use the Latin alphabet.
Bro, alright, hear what though, yeah? Because you're
Yeah, but
trying to be deliberately disingenuous. It's not gonna work. I
The
had to
King
sit through time.
Congo,
I waited for this,
the
bro.
King
Hear what?
Congo,
Wait.
Latin script.
Let's go over it again.
Congo.
Let's go over it again, yeah? The Kingdom of Congo
Many
and
African
wait.
languages did not
You're
historically have
scrambling,
written
bro.
forms
You're scrambling. I
and
can
were
sense it.
transcribed
It's so funny,
using
bro.
the Latin alphabet.
Alright, let's go deeper with this now, yeah? Let's actually
Yeah,
go
but the
deeper with this
first
now.
people were speaking in cliques. Let's get it
Zimbabwe,
right.
in Zimbabwe, right? You know about the ancient ruins and all that, right? You must. If you want to be talking like this. So please tell me how many manuscripts in that got lost. They're still trying to piece together. Those
Bro,
writers are
I'm not
thousands of years
African.
old.
I'm not African. You have to find
Oh,
that
you're claiming they
information.
don't have nothing though. You just said that,
But they don't. They have they're using the Latin
bro. Are you
alphabet,
deaf?
meaning they
All right.
don't
Do you want
have
me to
their own
explain this to you
language.
again? I'll walk you through it
What the
again. So
hell?
watch
There's at
this.
least 700
Watch
Bibles
this.
missing.
Watch this. Yeah. Igbo people, right, have been living there for thousands of years, right? Colonial powers forced them to be in Nigeria with many other groups. Then they said, you guys all speak English now because you're in our country. Do
Yep.
you not get that?
Exactly.
You keep
Yep. My
saying that they
dad
speak
told me
English and
this.
they speak it because they were colonized, bruv.
Thank you.
How dense, and I'm sorry to insult you, being dense, bruv, because you keep saying they speak this, they speak that.
Nah,
Bruv, Nigeria's not even that old, but the people that live
It's
there in those
110
tribes are
years old.
thousands of years old. Way older than these fucking nations you're driving. I have to say it like that.
the YT man is embedded in you lot's culture. That's all it
How
is.
Yeah,
dare you?
because of
But
colonialism.
yeah, and
Remember,
it's
they
I'm gonna
embedded in our
stop. I
culture
need to
as
stop.
they
well. Like,
breeded
what
into
are you
us.
talking about? It's embedded in our culture as well. Like, we can see European influences in our culture too. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's in Jamaica as well. It's in everywhere. Remember, they went around colonizing people with the pew-pews. Remember, people were peaceful, living peaceful. Then they came with the pew-pews.
So
Remember,
therefore
the
you have
Moors.
no
Wait.
culture.
The Moors showed them around in Africa. What did they do to the Moors? They backstabbed the Moors
So
after that
therefore you're
and
Exactly.
conquered
fighting
them.
for
Come
a
on.
European culture. Well done.
Alive, all their books. I
It
don't want to
was the
say
Moors that showed the
BURN.
YT people and everyone else where everything was in Africa, because the Moors was the one traveling and doing
So
trading.
you're
Remember
saying
the Moors?
So you're saying Africans. You're saying Arabs showed Africans how to
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Hey, look, man.
Yes.
Look.
Wow.
You see
That's
this
what
thing with the
So I'm
Moors,
happened.
saying,
right? Again, you are
so I'm saying,
oversimplifying.
look,
People love
the
to
Arabs run
oversimplify
your
things.
country. See that?
Stop.
Well, fam, you cool, yeah?
No.
What gonna
Everyone
you?
stop, because Moors
How
aren't
can I
even
help
what
you,
you guys are
bro?
saying they are,
They
man. They're
invaded
just
some
one
of
monolith
us.
for one little
The
group of
Arabs run
Arab Moors.
Africa.
No,
That's good. I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
stop, man. Because you guys are bare historically inaccurate. And this is stuff that I'm surface area on, but I can still know enough to say that you can't just say Moors or Berbers just for one group like it's a fucking monolith. Because it isn't that simple, bro. We're talking about many groups of people in a part of Africa that is North Africa. You have many different. You have dark-skinned Berbers. You have people that what do you call them?
You have the
Amazigh people, which
Lebanese
I think
everywhere.
Amazigh people can be darker skinned, but a lot of them look more lighter.
Bro,
But
Africa is the most colonized
At the time of North,
continent
at the
on the
time,
whole planet.
no, stop. The 7th century, right? There's 4 different dynasties that run up into Europe. 2 of them were just black people alone in it. So stop
No, they
just
weren't.
saying
They were Arabs.
they were.
Arabs.
You know, I
Bro.
said 4 separate dynasties, bro. Are you deaf?
They were Arabs, man.
4 different
That's why
dynasties.
the Arabs are up in North Africa now.
Alright, go
kicking
tell me
your
what
asses.
go to Morocco on your internet, type in Harriton.
Yeah,
Tell
and
me what those are.
Morocco. Do you know Morocco used to be the largest slave market in the world? Did you know
Alright,
that?
cool. Shush. Tell me what a Harriton is. Tell
Bro,
me
I don't
who
know
a
who you're
Harriton is.
shushing, bro. I don't know who you're getting real emotional. Like,
I'm
you
not
need to
you
chill
just
out.
who's a Harriton? Because you're just talking, bro. I have to shush you. Yeah, I know that
You don't
Morocco had
have
a lot of
you know what, right? Yeah, you can go, bro. The Arabs are in you lot's arse. There's nothing you can do about it. They took North Africa from you, and they're calling you monkeys and throwing bananas at you lot when you go to these countries. And then you want to talk about you run
Anyway,
Africa or you got control in Africa. You don't
okay,
have no
well,
control even in
who
your
runs the
own
Caribbean?
country.
Who runs the
In your
Caribbean?
own countries. You don't have power or nothing.
Okay, and this is
And
the
you
same
wanna
thing
come,
is
you
happening
wanna
in the
come, you
Caribbean.
wanna
So I
come
don't know
and
why you're
make
pointing fingers,
you want us
acting as
to
if the
you wanna
Caribbean
project you wanna
is running
project
by
this
itself.
image. You wanna project this image of superiority, but you're not superior. You're
But
not.
Mr. Austin, they do that to every black and brown people, blood.
And what makes it worse? You sold your own people. That's what makes it worse.
Wow. So
That's
you're
the
the
icing. That's the icing on
English
the cake.
FBA, yeah?
Yeah,
Nah, but
he's moving like an English
you
FBA. Like,
sold your
and
own
before he
people,
was even talking
and
about, oh
it's
yeah, like
happening now.
people are coming over here,
Yeah.
but they don't want to build up their country. So why didn't your mum, why didn't your grandma or
Nah, you
whoever
don't want to
is
build up your
responsible
country
for you? Why did they come over? Why didn't they stay and build up the Caribbean, whatever
because they
island
chose
they're
to.
from?
And now I'm here. Now I'm here. This is my country. This is where I am.
No,
This
they
is
should have
where
stayed
my
and built up
spirit.
their island. Why the fuck did they come here? That's what they
Well,
should
you
have
have
done.
to
They should have
ask them
stayed
that.
and built up their island.
You have
So
to
you're
ask
there
them that.
chatting off your mouth.
I'm
I'm
here.
sorry, like
I'm
your
here.
grandmother, whoever came there,
I'm here now, and this is my country. This is where I live.
they
This is my
came
square.
here.
I'm not African. I'm not
Okay,
African,
and
and I never will identify as African. If
okay,
you want to
cool.
identify as
So
African,
you're
that's
British.
fine by me. I
So you're
don't care. But
British.
I am not going to identify myself as an African. No,
Okay,
thank
do you
you.
identify as British?
Yeah, I identify as British.
They don't look at you like you're British, you know. I'm just being honest,
I
bro.
don't give a bro. You really think I care, bro?
No,
Really
because
think I
you're
care what
okay.
something, bro? I stand on my square. This is my country. This is where I live. You
Okay,
can't
I
come
get
and
that.
tell
I
me
get
I
that.
can't be here. I was
Okay, I
born
get you. I
here.
get you. I get you. Yeah, but remember, you was
Yeah,
born there
okay,
because
My
but
you
parents
chose our
worked
parents to
hard. My
come here.
parents worked hard to be in a position to give me what I needed to be in this country.
For
And you've
real, I
got
get you.
Africans that will want to run away from Africa to come here and live a good life.
No, but don't you get it, bro? They messed
They
up
bro,
don't.
your
Africa,
parents
bro.
ran
That's
away
why
They
they
too.
came
want to
here.
turn
What are
around
you
and
talking
say,
about?
yeah,
Your parents ran away too.
no, my parents didn't run away. Actually, my parents was offered to come here. Yeah. My
And
dad
so
was
why didn't
sold.
they
My dad,
decline the offer and
listen.
stay in the
My
Caribbean?
dad built planes. My dad built
Yeah,
planes.
he should
Yeah,
have
my
built
dad
planes in the
wasn't.
Caribbean
Yeah,
and
everybody's
contributed to the
parents
No,
were
country.
that's
big
a
Working.
that's
engineers.
a
Contributed to
good thing. If
the
your dad
economy
built
of the
planes,
Caribbean.
He wasn't
He should have
delivering
stayed there.
your happy meal. He
Nah,
wasn't
nah, nah,
delivering your
nah.
happy
Your
meal.
dad, he fled.
Yeah.
He
Look,
fled.
most
So
people
you're
were
calling
working
Africans
class and middle
fleers. Your dad
class.
is also a
Yeah, you're
fleer, and
fleers.
he
Yeah, you are
fled.
fleers because you don't want to fix your own country. You want to flee somewhere else and leave your
That's
kids
exactly what your
behind.
Ain't that where
parents did. What the
ain't that
fuck?
where
That's
you are right
exactly
now,
what your
though?
parents did.
You
yeah, that's
want
what
to
your
be
parents did.
somewhere else.
I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. I'm not gonna
Okay, I
swap
get
with no
that.
African. We're not
No,
destined
where
for
your
swapping.
parents came. Where your
Yeah,
parents
but
came.
you
You're
still
where
have
your
an
parents
English
came.
second
My
name, so
parents
it
was
shows everything. It
offered
says
to come
everything.
here, bro.
You still have an English
Offered to
No, they
second
come
name,
here.
so it
fled.
says
They
everything.
fled.
All right, eyesight. You have to come and listen to this, blood. Nobody's
Bro, I
saying.
am not African, bro.
Look,
Yeah, you don't
I'm
have to
even
claim that
doing
you're
a
African. Like,
trolling.
who
I'm even
cares?
doing a
Nah, you're
trolling thing called.
trying to make that comparison. Like you're black. You should identify as African. No,
No,
I'm
no,
not
no. But
African,
where did your phenotype look come from?
bro. You know what? The out of Africa theory, I agree with that. I agree. Everybody at some point came out of Africa, but black people was all over the world. We
No, no, no.
weren't in
But
just
check, no,
one
the
place.
Igbo people
Nah,
was
your
all over
parents
the
were
world.
back in the
The Igbo
We
Caribbean, blood.
moved
people,
all over the earth.
the
We
Igbo
weren't just in
people
one
was all
place.
over the
If that's the
world.
case, why is there Aboriginal black people
The
in Australia?
Aboriginal
Yeah,
black
big up to the
people.
Aborigines.
Yeah, they belong to the Aboriginal with the straight hair, the gillick hair.
Are they African then?
No, they're not. They're
Are they African
European.
then? Are they
No, the
African?
Afro-Asiatic.
They got a big nose, big lips,
Because they
and curly hair. What are you
breeded,
talking about?
inbreeded with us.
So they're not
Don't you get
African no
it?
more.
No,
They're not African
listen,
no more.
it was the woman, it was the L woman that made all these people that are not
I
of
have not
African
got no
descent, that look of
African people.
African. L3,
I am not.
L3.
Bro, I do not look like an African. I do not
What
look
does
like an
African
African.
look like? Because
What
I
does an
don't look
African look
African,
like?
and I will shock people
An
when they look
African
at
has
me.
very
You do not look
specific
English, blood.
phenotype, a very specific phenotype. I bet
So,
you,
so, so,
Albert. I bet you,
Yes.
Albert. I can strike a match off the bottom of your foot. I bet you any money.
I'm sure you can. My foot is dry, actually.
Your foot is hard. I know it's hard. You see my foot? It's soft
This
like
guy
velvet.
is sick.
It's soft
This guy
like
don't
velvet.
like
You know why?
Africans.
Because I never
Yeah,
walked
anyway,
around
like
barefoot.
Africans have different diverse looks. So I don't know like
I
what you
like,
mean. I don't know what you mean by looking like an African. Like they don't all look the same.
innit?
This is what I'm trying to tell him. Anyway, like, you know, the phenotype of the Africans is different.
Alright,
It's very,
CB, that's not
Nah,
it's very
funny,
Austin,
you
bro,
know,
vast.
we
but
need corporate prayers for you, my guy. You're the
I
worst
love
in my life.
Africans. I don't
We need
HAT
corporate prayers for
Africans.
you. Seriously.
I don't H
Oh,
look, I don't
cultural news is
HAT
back.
Africans.
No.
I don't have a problem with Africans. But what I have a problem with is when you try to make us identify as African. We're not. We're not
No,
the
I get
same.
it because listen,
We've got
some
different
Asian.
values, we've got different
No, I
views,
get
we've got
it.
different
saying that
customs,
you're indigenous, so clearly it's
different
more than
languages.
that for you, because you're even saying that you're native to the Caribbean and all of that madness.
I didn't say I'm native to the Caribbean.
You said that you did your genealogy, and you said that.
No, I said my genealogy. I can track it back to Texas.
Okay.
Texas.
What's Texas got
Yeah.
to do with it?
American.
Yeah, that
That's
means he's
not from
Afro-Asiatic. No wonder he says he's not
Black
African. He's
people
not.
from
What?
India and then got pushed out to Africa. But
Bro, I am not Asian, bro. I got curly hair.
Yeah, exactly. That's not an African thing,
all
curly
over
hair.
Asia. Or I'm sorry, but Africa
But-
is a construct. It's made by the
No,
establishment.
no, no. But you're
It's a
making
construct.
you're conflating prehistoric humans. Yeah, like there were black people all over the world, but you can't compare the black people of that day to now. There was no construct back then. You're
All right,
comparing
let me ask
ancient
you this
man
then. Let me
from
ask you
200,000
this
years
then.
ago, my guy.
Made up by
Let me ask
Europe.
you. Let me ask
We're
you
not
this
talking.
then. Let me ask you this then. Is a Native American the same as an American today?
What are you talking? America today is a nationality. What are you talking about?
They're fake natives,
Right.
Okay,
The Native
but a
Americans, those are the
Native
original
American
people of the
and
land.
American is not the same thing.
Americans, everybody
What?
that's so the Native Americans, those are original people of the land.
They're
Everybody
Natufians.
else that calls
Right.
themselves everybody else that calls themselves American is a nationality. So those
Thank
people
you.
don't originally
covers
come
the
from
whole
there.
of South America and Cuba. I'm from the Americas. My bloodline is.
That's a
Okay,
land
so
space.
what? Are
That's a
you
continent.
indigenous as well? Are you indigenous as well then,
I ain't
cultural?
from Africa, babe. That's all I know.
That's
But
fine. That's fine. We
I'm
don't
from
need
the
you.
Americas.
You're too dense for that. Anyway, that's fine.
No,
That's fine.
but I
But
was
you
maroon. I
can't.
was maroon
You can't.
Cuban. I wasn't taken.
Sorry.
I didn't come off you. Lot
Okay, where in the
shit.
Americas have you traveled to? Name me all the places in the Americas you've
I've
traveled to.
been to the Caribbean and America.
No, in the Americas.
In
Where have you
America,
traveled?
you
America
dance.
covers the whole of South America, North America.
So
and,
no. So
and,
you've not
and the
canvassed.
Caribbean.
You've not canvassed anywhere apart from your
I've been to
home
New York.
country
I've
and
been to
USA.
Vegas. I've been to Jamaica. What's your problem with that?
Bro, okay. Now let's push that forward. Now,
But
have
my
you been to
grandmother
any?
is from Cuba.
Have you? I have been to a Taino village. I've
I
been
don't care
to.
what you've been to, babe.
No. You need to.
No,
You need
because
to
you
because
believe in out of Africa theory. So I
no,
don't
no,
need
no. Forget all that. Forget all that. We know there were melanated people across the globe. You're listen. If I take it a step further, yeah. Before out of Africa, there were the Denisovans. There were Neanderthals. Were there? There were like 12 different kind of human types. So unless you're telling me you're not human, you can't dispute out of Africa. Unless you're telling me you're not human.
Can I just say something?
Are you a hominid? Are you a hominid?
Can I
Yes
just
or
say
no?
something?
No.
Let me know
I
if I'm
hate.
speaking to a human.
Wait, because listen, they like to take that thing and run when we say that, oh yeah, there was melanated people across the globe. There was melanated people, yes, here and there, but they weren't in large amounts, like large communities. Like if you look how it is right now in the UK, how we've got a whole black community, it wasn't like that. So there wasn't like a whole community of people, like in the millions.
Yes, there was.
No, there was not. No, there was not.
No, there was
not.
UK was black before it was white.
This is cat. You lot, do you lot?
Ginger, please. I already like this is a mixed
Ginger
bag.
guy again.
You're telling me that there were black people in the millions in the UK. Is that what you're telling
No,
me?
they were the first people in the UK, the Cheddar Man and that lot, the Cheddar Man.
But they
Cheddar
weren't
Man is just
here in the
melanated,
millions.
not a
This is
black
what I'm
person.
saying. They were not
He's
in
a
the
melanated
millions.
the
person.
worst part of the world. You're so cute, Kay.
No. You're very dense. Cheddar Man is a melanated man. He would not be considered black today.
Okay, cool.
Under
What
this
about Richard
umbrella.
the Second? The
Yeah,
king,
but we're
Richard
talking
the
about
Second.
melanated. You just didn't say black. You said melanated people. So
Yeah.
why,
Bro,
why
melanated.
now you changing the goalposts?
I'm not.
Brother,
No. What are you talking about?
consistency,
What are you
key
babbling
metrics.
about?
No,
What are you
bro,
babbling
you've just
about?
changed the
Come on,
goalposts
let's
within
not
30
get
seconds.
angry with each
Crazy,
other.
bro.
What are we
Melanated.
learning?
Hold on. So is an Indian? Are they melanated? Yes or no?
Well, you're not black.
They
you're
are
No.
melanated.
Bro, I'm black, bro. I'm black. Don't.
Okay, you're black. Show me your hand. Show me your hand, brother.
You can see me there.
This is a mixed
You can see me there,
brother.
donut. You can see me
Like,
right
listen,
there.
you can't knock us out of our blackness just because you ain't black enough. Like
dark
literally,
brown.
like you're not a part of us.
Yeah.
You're not a part
Bro,
of our
this salt and pepper coon, man. This salt and pepper coon needs to stop, bro.
Show me your hand.
Wait,
Bro,
did
I
you?
don't know if the
What an
fabulous
idiot.
dinners you had
What
growing
a
up
Show me your
has
fool,
done
hand.
bro.
something to your
Like, I'm
brain.
so
Yeah,
sick
do
of
people
these
know
Bro,
about a
you need to
black
just
kids.
relax.
Caucasian?
That's all. Just show me your hand, brother.
Do
Bro,
people
you
know?
can see
Yes,
my
like, who
you can see
cares
my
that
whole
you're talking
head
about
that you
show me
don't know.
your
You can
hand?
see me there, live you can see me in Brazil right there.
1
What are you
minute you
talking about?
says, "Oh, there's melanated people all around the globe." Now you're saying, "Oh,
Melanated,
black people."
melanated doesn't
What's all
mean
this
black.
about? You're
Under this
melanated.
construct,
You're
dude,
melanated. What you on about?
listen. You're conflating times. This is what they always do. They like to collapse. They like to collapse timelines. Like modern history, yeah, goes back as far as the 16th century, 15th century. So you cannot, bro. Anyway, you lot are dumb. You're dense. You're very dense.
How
You,
does
bro,
modern day history go back to the 15th or the
human
16th century?
movement.
Brother, does modern day
You
history
are
go back to the
comparing human
15th or the
movement from
16th century?
200,000 years ago to modern
Don't even know.
modern movement.
Let me explain this. People, do you know that white people was only mentioned and seen in the 14th, 15th century?
Fucking
Before that,
idiot.
there was no mention of them, right?
Were populated, Europe was populated by clones. The Cabbage Patch Doll theory. Everybody
Yes,
knows
the Cabbage Patch. Yeah, you're right about that. And they were sent to America to fill it up as well. Yeah, you are right about that. But what I'm trying to say is that before the 15th and the 14th century, there was no YT people about. So when we talk about slavery, we're talking about black people that look like black African people.
Yes, they were. What are you talking about?
I have more
What's
fun
that?
with
Yes,
white
they
people.
were.
I have more fun with white
What's
people
that?
because the reality is you don't love to be like Africa.
The YT people wasn't mentioned or talked about or seen before the 14th,
If
the
I'm in a
13th
work
century.
situation and there's loads of Africans, I'm not an African. So don't. I have more fun with white people. Sorry, I have an
That's
easier.
Yeah, I
fine.
know
Be
that, but
with
there's
them. Be
nothing
with
wrong.
them. We're not
Wait,
bothering. We're
there's
not bothering.
nothing
We're not
wrong with
bothering.
that.
Get the fuck out. Get off the panel, bro. You're talking about y'all more fun with white people.
You're
Yes,
a
some of
dunce,
you lot
man.
are.
You're a
Look at
dunce,
that.
man.
Look at that. That's a
Show me your
Some of
Panama.
you
Show me
lot
your
are
Panama
albino.
cable.
Why would I want to?
And
Show
some
me
of
your
you lot
Panama
just need to be
cable.
relegated
Why
from the
was
black
I about
community.
you?
No, bro, like you like
I
stop
was
coming
black
up on the
since
panel talking
2001,
as
babe.
if this is a common
Just fucking
as if this is something
let's
that is
have a
common
laugh, man.
amongst
You're
black
boring,
people.
bro. You're
That's your
boring.
own experience
This
because you're
woman,
fucking cool.
she tried to say that West Africans tried to cosplay the data cables, like the Aquila cable from Nigeria to Portugal. That's a deal with Google. I heard you say that nonsense.
Yeah, I heard someone
So
say that from
you're
Jamaica. I
mad.
did hear
You're
that.
mad at technology. You're mad at technology. You are mad at technology.
You got me mistaken. It weren't me.
No, you said that. You
No,
said
it
that.
might not have
You
been
said
her,
that.
you know. It might not
You
have been her.
defo said that. You
No,
said
it
that a
weren't me,
couple
buddy.
weeks
It was
ago.
somebody else. It weren't me.
No, that was you.
It
You're
wasn't
the one
me.
that keeps harping on about the Panama
I'm
cable.
not open book. I say lots of.
No, I think that was Serena.
You say a lot of nonsense.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Serena, listen to your African friend.
Look at the
Look, at
tribal
the end of the
instincts in
day,
us, brother.
but this is
And
a dunce.
what
This is
I
a
say.
dunce stage,
look,
man. I'm
look.
on it. This is a dunce
This
stage.
is why we
So
have
calm
to
down.
thank
Dunce
the
stage.
British.
Calm down.
Listen, this is why we have to thank the British
You man fell
for
asleep in school,
colonizing.
then want to turn
Because look,
scholars like 20 years later.
Stan,
Get out of it.
Stan, what I can see is tribal instinct right now. We need to take it down a level. This is the problem, brother. You understand? Like this
They're
is
saying I gotta
and this is
remove
why
K.
people stereotype us.
She got a violation. She
Exactly.
got a
Well,
violation.
guess what? Because them can't hold their mouth. So this is the problem.
No, what? I'd rather go to lunch with a couple of white girls because this is all I get. I can't be them.
Yeah, you get people shouting, screaming, and embarrassing you in public.
Yeah, but
It's posh and
this
classy,
is
black. I don't
crazy,
want to know.
yo.
yeah, but it's deep though
And they
because
don't want to pay the bill. They
wait,
want to
wait.
make up an excuse. Something's wrong with the food, so they ain't got to pay the bill. Get out of here, man.
They're spreading a little
Get me.
12% charge.
We know
I
your
ain't got time
type,
for
Kay.
people,
We
bro.
know your type. We know people like you. You know why I'm paying the bill? My steak's not cooked long enough, but you asked for it medium. Yeah, bro.
Hey, I like my steak medium.
I don't
I-
eat no
I do.
nasty steak.
That's bro. You're messing up, bro. That's how you're meant to eat steak. What are you talking about?
It's got to be a little bit.
Bro, you're messing up, bro. That's how you're meant to eat steak.
Bro, when you find out how long steak stays in your body for, you think different.
Not like Nando.
Bro, would you rather eat some bushmeat then?
Ew, man.
Nah, not
Exactly.
bushmeat. I don't know what I
Exactly.
don't know what animal that
Okay,
is.
but you're down with Africa, but you won't eat bushmeat.
I don't do mystery meats.
No, I
You
don't.
don't
I
do
don't really do
hyena
the red
casserole.
meat. Hyena casserole. Oh my god. Oh, you're killing me.
People diss the British colonizing places, and if it wasn't for them, they'd still be going. Like, look how people are acting now, and they're in the UK.
No, I can't even say that, bro, because we don't know what it would have been like if the colonizers didn't go there. Do you understand what I mean? So we can't really say that because remember,
We do. It would have been similar to how the tribes that didn't get colonized. Look at them, still in the bushes.
No, but
You get
those
me? So what we on about?
no, but those people that are in the bushes, you can't even go near there because you'll get unalive because they don't want no dealings with anyone because what they saw what the YT man done.
Because you couldn't hack. Like, they're on a different time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying because they watched what the white T man done and they're like, we don't want
No,
nothing
they
to
just
do with
couldn't.
anybody.
They just never got defeated.
really
They had lions and hyenas fighting by their side. They just couldn't get.
Can I
defeated.
just say something
It's just
to
the
you?
tribes that never got took over. That's all.
Wait,
And these
wait,
people now are still living in bushes.
Wait,
So
wait,
what would have
wait.
happened? We know what would have happened.
You do realize that there's a lot of animals that we think are from Africa that are not, that tribes have brought them in, invaders have brought them in, right? Lions, tigers, sheep, cow, and all that. Look, they're not from
Wait,
Africa.
So wait.
What?
Hang on a second. Ginger. Are you
What?
trying to say that Africa had no civilization or infrastructure until YT people came along?
I'd say no civilized. I say they civilized. Modern day civilization. They brought to Africa. Yes, they did. 100%.
Okay,
How could you
Stop. What you're doing is you're saying things that don't make sense. So
Well,
what we're
then,
gonna
what
do is
don't
we're
make
gonna
sense
have.
to you?
No, it doesn't make sense to anyone with rationale.
Maybe.
So
Well, what don't make
what
sense
we're
to you?
gonna do, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have historical accuracy. Black Africans invented civilization, so we're gonna start from there.
This is going to be bad.
They
We're gonna start from there.
really fooled you, innit? They got you in a psyop.
This is going to be
We're
bad.
not
About
gonna do.
modern day civilization. No,
What we're
they
not
have
gonna
not.
do.
We started talking about Tartaria, then maybe we
You
could
want to go
Why
way
has
back
60
when? Look,
why
you're
has
talking.
60% of
Cool chat.
Africans
This
not
is
got
the problem.
electricity?
Some black people want to live in the
Stop
past.
shouting.
Listen,
Stop
brother,
shouting.
stop living in the
Stop
past. You're
shouting.
talking about how long ago, which is
Stop
not relevant.
shouting.
No, you've made up
Stop
the most
shouting.
noise, rude boy. No, I won't
Stop
stop shouting.
shouting.
No, let's not
No,
I
shout.
can't hear you because
Just
you're
talk like
raising your
normal
voice.
Good
You
for
don't
you.
need
This
to.
is how I speak. If you can't understand me, then you can't understand me.
No,
It's
I
simple
can't
as this.
understand
You
you
ain't
because
about
you've
to
got a
tell me
pathetic
how I
accent and you're
should
shouting.
articulate myself,
Yes,
how
I
I should
am.
speak, and
Because
how I shouldn't speak. And I tell you, shut up. You ain't gonna tell me
conversations of
nothing.
adults,
This is
you're not,
crazy. I'm
you're
a
not
big
gonna
ass
do
man.
nothing
You ain't
from your
about to
box.
tell me nothing.
No, it's not in that way.
You're
Just
mad.
for
listen,
good
listen,
You ain't
conversation.
about to tell me nothing. When you was
No,
just
no,
up
no,
here
I am
making
going to
up
tell you
noise, you're
something.
now.
I
Shut
am
up,
going to tell
man.
you something.
You're mad.
You can't make me do anything from your box. It's impossible.
Well,
And you
the
couldn't
same
do it in the
goes.
real
So
life.
shut
So
up and
stop
don't tell
doing
me
that.
nothing. Go
Stop
drink
doing
your
that.
mother's titty
Look,
water.
Stop
I
doing
just,
that.
I just wanted to
Shut
put
up.
out there.
Go
I
suck
just
your
wanted
daddy's
to put
cock, you
out.
bastard.
I
Drink
just
your
wanted
mother's
to.
titty water, yo.
Come on, let's
Watch your
not get
mouth.
to that.
Crazy to me.
I just wanted to put
You
out
still have your
there
mama titty
that
milk and you
look,
Go
chuck on a
drink your
pan in
mother's
your
titty
mouth,
water.
batty boy.
Go drink your mother's
Suck
titty
your mother.
water. Go drink your
Suck
mother's
your
titty
mother.
water.
Die a slow death.
Get me?
I just wanted to put
You
out
ginger
there
cunt.
that it was the Moors that showed the white tea people how
I
to
don't even know
bath
what
and
it
not
is.
live with their animals in the house
of
and all
any
that
race.
kind of stuff.
Moors were
So when you're
Muslims.
Aye, the
saying
Moors,
about this,
you do know the Moors used to marry children. You know that, right?
yeah, I
They're
do know about that.
Muslims.
Yeah, they did. They did. They did.
Okay, so they're trying to civilize people, but they marry kids. Wild. See, I got my live restricted now. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun, man. It's been fun. I achieved what I came here for, and that was to raise awareness to the pan goofies and all those people out there that want to be, talking like they're Jamaican or talking like they're African, or just be who you are, man. If you're born in the UK, accept your British culture, man. Accept your British heritage. You're born here. You're in the best possible position. There's people out there that are fighting to get to this country, and you're here right now enjoying the best of society. No one's unaliving you. No one's stealing your land. You're all right. Yeah, we got our little issues, but we ain't that bad. So with that being said, I'm out. Peace.